A quiet autumn rain had been falling for 10 days straight. The drizzle was not heavy, but it carried the chill of late autumn, gently beating down on the vast expanse of fields. Clusters of dark gray clouds hung low over the earth, pressing heavily upon the land. It was deep autumn now, and the forests were bare. The rain had washed the old trees clean, but the merciless season had stripped them of their beautiful garments, leaving them to stand gloomily, their bark covered in brown moss that concealed the deep wrinkles etched into their trunks. This persistent, 10-day-long rain had turned the ground into a muddy mess. Even the main roads were riddled with murky puddles and sludge, making every step a challenge for travelers. Only with the help of livestock could one manage to inch forward along the muddied paths. This was Tangyin County, under the jurisdiction of Xiangzhou in the Hebei West Circuit of the Great Song Dynasty. A wide, flat official road ran through the entire county, usually bustling with travelers coming and going. But now, thanks to the whims of nature, it was nearly deserted. To the east of the road lay vast stretches of wheat fields. The autumn harvest was long over, leaving the fields barren, dotted with human-shaped stacks of straw. In the distance, large water wheels could be seen, and where there were water wheels, there was a river. Below the water wheels flowed the Tang River, quietly meandering eastward until it merged into the wider, shimmering Yangqing Canal. Several miles west of the road, a modest village was shrouded in the misty rain. Finally, a lone figure appeared on the otherwise empty road. He appeared to be about 30 years old, with delicate features and a long, gaunt face tinged with sickly yellow. However, if he had eaten a few hearty meals, his complexion might have rivaled that of a young maiden. Clearly, he was no rough farmer, but rather a man of letters. He wasn't carrying an umbrella, and his thin, frail body trembled under the biting wind and cold rain. Hugging himself tightly, he wrapped his white robe around his slender frame, which resembled a stalk of sorghum, and trudged through the mud toward the village across the road. The village was called Liwen Village, home to 30 or 40 households. Half the villagers bore the surname Li, most of whom shared distant or close blood ties. As the man approached the village entrance, he suddenly let out a cry of delight. Spotting something beneath a tree, he felt as though heavy lead weights had fallen from his legs, and he dashed over with surprising speed. From beneath the tree, he picked up a dying weasel, 2 feet long with sleek, intact fur. "Ha! 20 coins in the bag." The man's heart soared with joy, and he spun around in excitement. "Li Xiaodao, that was ours first. Put it down and scram." A cold voice suddenly rang out behind him. Of course, the man's name wasn't Li Xiaodao. His real name was Li Daki, styled Chunkai. Xiaodao was a nickname, a cruel thorn in his side that people had called him behind his back for 5 years. No one dared call him that to his face, most simply called him Daki. But children often spoke without restraint, blurting out what adults whispered behind closed doors. Flustered and angry, Li Daki turned around to face 3 children, each about 7 or 8 years old. Leading them was a chubby boy with a face full of stubborn arrogance. Dressed in a fine black satin jacket and wearing deerskin boots, he strutted like a plump little fighting rooster. Despite being drenched, sweat glistened on his forehead, and steam rose from his head. "Well, if it isn't young Master Fu. Skipping school today?" Li Daki's previously angry face immediately softened into a smile, and he instinctively bent his waist slightly. The chubby boy was the son of Lu Qinghong, the estate's head steward, a man Li Daki couldn't afford to offend. The other 2 children were also surnamed Li and were technically his nephews by clan hierarchy. But their disdainful gazes held none of the respect due to an elder. "How dare you meddle in my affairs? Drop that thing and get lost." The boy mimicked his father's domineering tone. Li Daki was used to such abuse. Reluctantly, he glanced at the weasel in his hand. His instincts told him it was the prize of his family's black dog worth 20 coins. These kids would surely ruin it. "Master Fu, please show mercy. Let me have this weasel." "Nonsense!" the boy shouted and commanded attack. The 3 mischievous children hurled clumps of mud they prepared earlier. Caught off guard, Li Daki was splattered from head to toe. One clump contained a sharp stone, striking his forehead and drawing blood, which streamed down his face. The pain made Li Daki dizzy, and panic clouded his mind. Still clutching the weasel, he pressed a hand to his bleeding forehead and fled toward the village. "Bastard, put down Lord Weasel." The 3 boys gave chase, pelting him with more mud and stones. Li Daki's home was located in the southwest corner of the village, surrounded by a half-height fence made of branches and mud. Inside the yard stood 3 dilapidated thatched huts. The interior vividly illustrated the phrase, 4 bare walls. There were no windows, only a tattered straw mat serving as a makeshift shelter. At least there was an old wooden door. The room contained only two pieces of furniture, a lacquer-stripped camphor chest in the corner, and a small table with broken legs tied together with hemp rope, placed on the earthen bed. On the bed sat a child, completely absorbed in a book. About 5 or 6 years old, he wore a faded yellow sheepskin coat. His hair was tied in a top knot, his eyebrows thick and black. Though his facial features suggested he was 5 or 6, his tall and sturdy build made him appear closer to 7 or 8. Beside him crouched a massive black dog, drooling and staring intently at a half-eaten steamed bun in a cracked bowl on the table. When the child wasn't looking, the dog stealthily stretched its head toward the bun. Just as its mouth reached the bowl, the child grabbed its head. "You've already had half. Aren't you satisfied yet?" Laughing, he smacked the dog's head with his book. The dog lowered its head, whimpering softly, its small eyes still fixed on the bun. All right, they'll give you another half." The child set the book aside, tore the bun in two, and tossed a piece onto the floor. The dog leapt down eagerly, but found nothing after searching everywhere. Confused, it turned back to look. The child grinned and opened his hand, revealing both halves of the bun. Furious, the dog barked loudly, jumped onto the bed, and pounced on the child, licking his face wildly. The boy burst into laughter. Stop! Hey, race your half." After finally eating its share, the dog jumped off the bed, satisfied, and ran out to play in the yard. The boy's name was Li Yanqing. In another world, he had also been named Li Yanqing, born into a poor rural family in southern China. That year, he had achieved the highest score in the province and earned admission to a prestigious university in the north. His aging father had borrowed money from the entire village to pay his tuition. In college, Li Yanqing studied diligently, ranking first in his class every year. But to support his family and repay his father's debts, during his third year, he made a fateful decision. He took an exam on behalf of someone else, leveraging his academic prowess. But things went awry. The wealthy student he helped couldn't even solve basic middle school math problems, yet somehow scored first in the district. When the truth came out, Li Yanqing was expelled from school and made headlines. Ashamed to face his father, overwhelmed with regret and exhaustion, he fell gravely ill and was soon admitted to the intensive care unit of the oncology department. One day, when he awoke, he found himself pulled from a well had become a 6-year-old boy in the Song Dynasty. More than a month had passed since arriving in the Song Dynasty, but Li Yanqing remained troubled. It wasn't poverty that weighed on him, he had grown familiar with the village and its neighbors. What troubled him was his ignorance of the era he now inhabited. He knew of the Khitan barbarians and the Liao dynasty. It must be the Northern Song, but which period exactly? His father had told him it was the first year of Zhenghe. But what did that mean? It wasn't until 10 days ago, when his frustrated father finally revealed a crucial detail. 11 years ago, the previous emperor had passed away, posthumously titled Emperor Zhizong. That meant the current ruler must be Emperor Huizong of Song. So it was the twilight of the Northern Song realization that left him far from joyful. What troubled him even more was his father's relentless efforts to borrow books and drill him on the importance of the imperial examinations. The greatest failure of his life felt as fresh as yesterday, and he vowed never to take another test or participate in the imperial exams again. Yet his Song Dynasty father treated the exams as the most important thing in the world. This is reality. If you don't study and take the exams, you'll never rise above your station. That morning, father and son had argued again over the exams. After a stern reprimand, his father had left him with those words, souring his mood for the rest of the day. Li Yanqing carefully folded a chronology of the Song Dynasty he had compiled. Today, he had made a small breakthrough. His father had mentioned that the previous emperor died 11 years ago. Combining this with the timeline of the Jingkang incident and Emperor Huizong's 25th-year reign, he deduced that the current year must be 1111-815 years before the fall of the empire. Alas, with national collapse looming, his father still insisted he prepare for the exams. Woof, woof, woof. A sudden, urgent bark came from the yard. Curious, Li Yanqing climbed off the bed and stepped outside. What's wrong, Big Black? He squatted beside the dog, gently stroking its neck. Big Black was no ordinary dog. Clever and obedient, it excelled at catching field mice and house rats, putting the village cats out of work. Its talents earned it the affection of the villagers, who fed it scraps, sparing Li Yanqing the trouble of feeding it himself. But today, something seemed off. The dog stood at the door, barking frantically at something outside. Rising to his feet, Li Yanqing peered through the crack in the gate and froze. What he saw filled him with rage. Chapter 2. The child of a poor family before him, his father stumbled into the house, covered in mud and blood. Not far behind, three children chased after him, throwing stones and mud with gleeful laughter. Although Li Yanqing held a certain distaste for his father from the Song Dynasty, such feelings were matters to be kept behind closed doors. When outsiders bullied his father, he could not remain idle. "Dahai, go bite them!" Li Yanqing shouted as he flung open the courtyard door. With a fierce growl, Dahai charged out. The dog barreled past Li Daqi, who stood frozen in shock. As he turned to see the dog lunging at the trio, panic seized him, and he stomped his feet in desperation. "Come back!" But Dahai paid him no heed. Advancing furiously towards the three rascals, they shrieked in terror, turning to flee like rabbits, disappearing without a trace, though Lu Fuer's cries echoed in the distance. "Oh no, this will lead to disaster," Li Daqi fretted, unsure of what to do. He hurried after them, only to return dejectedly moments later, with both dog and children vanished. Upon entering the courtyard, he kicked the door open with a forceful thud, gritting his teeth. "I must slay that dog. If it were me, I would thrash those three little brats thoroughly. I would never kick my own door, nor would I scold a dog that protects its master." Li Yanqing, standing nearby, retorted coldly. Li Daqi stared at his son, having grown accustomed to his son's unusually mature tone over the past month. Since being fished out of the well, it seemed as though his son had transformed entirely. Once the village's notorious simpleton, he had spent his days racing with Dahai in the fields, earning ridicule from the villagers for having a dog's cub for a child. But now, his son had developed an affinity for reading, a change that filled Li Daqi with excitement. However, he was equally perplexed by his son's inexplicable aversion to the imperial examination. Did he even comprehend what the examination entailed? Li Daqi had indeed tried to educate him, spending 2 arduous years teaching his stubborn son. Yet, he refused to give up, pouring all his efforts into it. Finally, his son could recite quiet night thoughts, albeit with some difficulty, often forgetting lines. But with a little prompting, he could stammer through it, filling Li Daqi with pride. Who could say his son was foolish when he could recite Tang poetry? Many village children could not even do that. Despite his inability to fathom his son's recent self-taught brilliance, Li Daqi managed to concoct a plausible explanation. Perhaps his son had absorbed the lessons he had imparted over the past 2 years, unable to articulate his knowledge until the incident at the well had sparked his understanding. Distracted for a moment, he noticed his son approaching the well with a broken wooden bucket. Alarmed, Li Daqi shouted, "Stay away from the well. Let me handle it." He rushed forward to snatch the bucket, drawing half a bucket of water from the well to wash the blood from his face. At that moment, Dahai returned, bounding towards his master with a wagging tail, seeking a reward. Li Daqi harbored a fondness for Dahai, for it was the faithful dog that, in a moment of crisis, led people to rescue his son from the depths of a well, thereby preserving the boy's life. Yet, today, his mood was soured beyond measure. When the dog wagged its tail before him, seeking a reward, he erupted in anger. Seizing a stick from the corner and unleashing a torrent of blows upon the unfortunate Dahai, shouting, "Die, you mad dog! You troublemaker!" Dahai yelped in agony, curling up in a ball, prompting Li Yanqing to rush forward to shield the dog. In his fervor, Li Daqi's swing went awry, landing a harsh strike upon his son's shoulder, a blow that sent searing pain coursing through Li Yanqing's very bones. Realizing his mistake, Li Daqi dropped the stick in alarm. Approaching with a trembling voice, "My son, I did not mean it. Are you hurt?" Suppressing his pain, Li Yanqing glared at him, retorting, "Why did you not wield that stick against those 3 little rascals? You only strike your own family." Li Daqi, disregarding any explanations, hastened to rub his son's shoulder. "Let me see, are you all right?" In a fit of frustration, Li Yanqing shrugged off his father's hand and turned away, sitting cross-legged on the bed, facing the wall, his chest rising and falling with pent-up anger. He had endured enough of his cowardly, timid father. Having been bullied in the family stable, he had spent years in study, only to be belittled by illiterate servants. Today, he had been humiliated by 3 mere children, unable even to retort, taking out his frustrations on the loyal dog. In his 28 years of life, he had never felt so utterly stifled. "I know you look down upon me, father. You are utterly useless." A sigh escaped Li Daqi's lips at the door. "Some individuals are simply not worth our ire. It is not that I fear those children, but..." He paused. You wouldn't understand now. You will when you grow older." Li Yanqing offered no reply, his silence a testament to his understanding. Seeing his son's indifference, Li Daqi pondered how to lift his spirits. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he slapped his forehead in realization. "What a foolish father I am to forget the good things. I have something for you." He produced a small bundle of wheat straw from his robe, and entered the room, presenting it with a smile. "This is your favorite syrup pancake, specially bought from town today while it is still warm. Enjoy." Li Yanqing sighed inwardly. Although his father was meek and ineffectual, his affection was genuine. He shook his head, replying, "I do not wish to eat. You have it." "But, my son, I bought two, and I have already eaten one. This is for you." "Ah, but I have matters to attend to. Do eat quickly, for I may return late. Remember to lock the door before you sleep." Li Daqi was preoccupied with the weasel in the corner. He needed to sell it at the apothecary in town and purchase some incense for the important occasion that lay ahead. He placed the wheat straw bundle on the table, donned a tattered straw hat, and hurriedly departed. Li Yanqing gazed at the tightly wrapped bundle, his stomach growling in response. Just then, Dahe entered, leaping onto the bed and whimpering as it nestled beside him. Li Yanqing patted the dog's head with a smile, saying, "You were very brave today and deserve a reward. Let us share it." He tore open the wheat straw and extracted a still-warm pancake from within, tearing it in half. He stuffed one half into the dog's mouth, while he himself began to devour the other, savoring the sweet syrup that flowed into his mouth. He truly relished the syrupy pancake. In the dead of night, Li Yanqing was roused by the faint sound of murmuring. A peculiar scent wafted through the air, prompting him to groggily open his eyes. He noticed a flickering light emanating from the adjoining room, where he discerned the voice of his father, engaged in soliloquy. However, the room was devoid of any visible presence. What could his father be doing there? Curiosity overcame his drowsiness, and he rose from the bed, stealthily making his way along the wall towards the door. Peering cautiously into the adjoining room, he saw a candle lit upon the floor. With 3 sticks of incense placed in a small burner, wispy smoke curling upwards. The scent he had detected earlier was indeed from this smoke. Before the incense burner lay a spirit tablet, and without needing to glance closely, Li Yanqing knew it bore the name of his mother. He held no tangible memory of his mother from the Song Dynasty, as she had passed away when he was merely 2 years old. Her maiden name was Ding, and his father referred to her as Yunyang. Through his father's daily ramblings, he had come to understand that his mother was the most virtuous and beautiful woman in the world. Li Yanqing harbored a lingering regret in his heart. Had she been alive, their lives would not have been so dire. His father sat before the spirit tablet, muttering away, and while Li Yanqing did not listen closely, he was astonished to discover a large pile of copper coins beside his father, strung together by a rope about 600 or 700 went across roughly 10 strands. According to the song system, this amounted to 10 guan of money. Nearby lay an empty clay pot, lying horizontally on the ground. And in the corner of the room was a large pit with the earth already dug up. It became evident that the coins had been hidden there. Li Yanqing had little concept of the purchasing power of song coins, yet he knew that the syrupy pancakes he had consumed earlier that afternoon cost around 10 won each, while a regular pancake only cost 3 won. This heap of coins could purchase thousands of pancakes. Presently, Li Yanqing's aspirations were modest. He merely wished to satiate his hunger. The previous morning, he had eaten only 2 bean buns and half a pancake, and with no lunch in the Song Dynasty, he felt an unbearable pang of hunger. Why was his father so intent on frugality, amassing such a fortune? His interest in his father's soliloquy piqued. "Yunyang, today I finally saved enough, 10 guan. We can fulfill your wish and send our son to school. Yunyang, you must be delighted, yes?" Li Yanqing felt a sudden tightness in his throat and hurriedly turned his head away. "Yunyang, I know you are lonely down there, but fear not. When our son grows up and I have repaid my debts, I will join you, and we shall watch our son succeed in the imperial examinations, surpassing his father." Li Yanqing wiped his face and quietly turned back to his bed. As he gazed at the tattered shirt hanging on the line, he could no longer contain himself and silently wept beneath the covers. Chapter 3. Deceit beyond measure. As dawn broke the next day, the dog Ah Huang from Guai's house in the east of the village began to bark incessantly, without regard for brotherly bonds. Dahe promptly abandoned his companionship and scampered off in pursuit of merriment. Deprived of his natural warm pillow, Li Yanqing was abruptly roused from his slumber, just as his father stepped out of the home. Still in a haze, Li Yanqing vaguely sensed his father pushing the borrowed wheelbarrow from Hudania's house out the door. In his recollection, his father typically departed before dawn every morning, yet today seemed to be an exception, as he appeared to be leaving later than usual. "Qing'er, I have matters to attend to in town today, so I won't be back for lunch. There are a few dishes in the pot. Heat them up and eat on your own." "Understood." Li Yanqing mumbled drowsily in response, turning over to drift back to sleep. However, after only a brief moment, he dreamt he was bound to a chair while his father sat opposite him, relishing a lavish feast, a broad smile lighting his face, yet refusing to release him. In a state of urgency, he jolted awake, only to realize his stomach growled in hunger, feeling as if it were pressed against his spine. Rising from his bed, Li Yanqing was pleasantly surprised to find the sun shining outside. A ray of sunlight pierced through the treetops, illuminating the previously damp and gloomy room. This was the first glimpse of sunlight in 10 days. With a jubilant cheer, he leaped off the Kong and dashed barefoot outside, where golden sunlight bathed the courtyard, and birds chirped merrily in the trees. The air, washed clean of its usual damp chill, felt exceptionally fresh and warm, imbued with the scent of earth. Li Yanqing inhaled the warm air eagerly before reluctantly returning to his room. The door to the side room was ajar, allowing him to glimpse the soil pit that had yet to be filled. It dawned on him that when his father mentioned having matters to attend to, he was likely referring to enrolling him in school. In truth, Li Yanqing held little enthusiasm for attending school. He could envision the rural classroom, where villagers pooled their money to hire a winter-hatted teacher with a goat-like beard, leading a group of children as they monotonously recited the 4 books and 5 classics. He doubted that the teacher would possess greater wisdom than him. What irked him further was that his father had taken 10 guan to pay for tuition, hard-earned money painstakingly saved, which could have bought delightful syrup cakes. With a sigh, Li Yanqing filled his stomach with the few dishes left in the pot. At that moment, a cheerful voice rang out from outside. "Shao Qing'er, slow down. The ground is slippery, don't fall." Almost immediately, a little girl with horn-like braids bounded into the courtyard, exclaiming, Xiaogu, I came with Zunyang to see you." The sunlight seemed to penetrate Li Yanqing's chest, warming his heart instantly. "I'm here." "Oh, wait a moment." He dashed into the courtyard, only to hurriedly return for his shoes and his trousers. A girl clad in a floral jacket laughed, covering her mouth. "Zunyang, Xiaogu isn't wearing pants, he's bare-bottomed." After a moment, Li Yanqing emerged, his face flushed with embarrassment, realizing he had just made quite the spectacle by running out without his trousers. In the yard, the 2 neighbors were an elderly woman, Mrs. Hu, and her granddaughter, Hu Qing. Mrs. Hu had once raised a considerable number of chickens, but now only 2 hens remained due to a recent invasion of weasels in the village. Fortunately, Dehei, the dog, managed to catch several of the weasels, earning Mrs. Hu's deep affection, as she often treated him to leftovers. Her granddaughter, Hu Qing'er, was 3 years old, though in Li Yanqing's eyes, she seemed more like a precocious 2. With a cherubic, rosy face, she was lively and intelligent, and her favorite pastime was playing with Li Yanqing. Although her mother worried that her daughter might grow foolish from too much freedom and hesitated to let her visit neighbors, Mrs. Hu cherished Li Yanqing and frequently brought her granddaughter over, always bringing a little treat for him. On this occasion, Mrs. Hu reached into her basket and produced a warm, freshly boiled egg, offering it to Li Yanqing with a kind smile. "I just cooked this. Do enjoy." "Thank you, Auntie," Li Yanqing replied, feeling a bit shy as he accepted the egg and tucked it into his pocket. Mrs. Hu affectionately ruffled his hair. "What's this? Are you reluctant to eat? Come now, dear brother, savor it. Once you finish, I have another for you." Little Qing'er beamed as she handed him another egg. As Li Yanqing peeled the shell and savored the egg, a wave of emotion washed over him. He had been rather sentimental lately. "Brother Shah, please continue the story," she implored. "Did that red boy capture Tang Sung?" "All right, let me carry on," he replied, settling down with Qing'er at the doorstep as he resumed the tale of the Monkey King's battle with the red boy. However, not long into the narrative, a troubling thought crossed his mind. He gently patted Qing'er's hand. "Dear sister, I have something to ask your grandmother. Let us pause the story for a moment." "What does Qing go on to ask?" Mrs. Hu inquired. "Grandma, does my father owe a lot of money?" Last night, Li Yanqing had overheard his father's mutterings, revealing one reason for their impoverished circumstances, his father's debts. Mrs. Hu sighed. "Your father indeed owes a substantial sum to Mr. Li. When your mother passed, the expenses for her burial, the coffin, and the funeral amounted to 500 coins, all borrowed from Mr. Li. Therefore, your father works for him to repay this debt. Sometimes he even travels to the county to copy books for extra income. He has raised you for 4 years, bearing the burdens of both father and mother. It has not been easy at all." Li Yanqing fell silent, grappling with the confusion of why his father, a member of the Li clan, had to serve as a laborer. The realization of his father's struggles to save merely 10 coins over the years struck him hard, and he pondered how long it would take to repay the 500 coins. Mrs. Hu looked at the unfortunate boy with sympathy. 500 coins, with the high interest. It's unlikely they will ever repay it in their lifetime. She herself could not fathom why funeral costs would be so exorbitant. Most impoverished families could never accumulate such wealth in a lifetime, but she refrained from questioning further, sensing deeper complications. Beside them, Qing'er raised her rosy face, exclaiming, "Grandma, let us help Brother Ersha pay off his debt." Mrs. Hu lovingly stroked her granddaughter's braid. "Silly child, such a large sum, our family cannot repay it either." At that moment, the courtyard door burst open with a loud bang, revealing Xiao Qing'er as father, Huda, carrying a bloodied figure. "Father!" Li Yanqing suddenly stood up. Recognizing the man on Huda's back as his own father, Li Daqi. "Qing'er, quickly help your father inside. I will fetch a doctor." "There is no need to call for anyone. I am fine," Li Daqi murmured weakly. Li Yanqing hurried to support his father. Observing the bruises around his father's eyes, the bloodstains scattered across his chest, and the crimson traces at the corner of his mouth, his complexion remarkably pale. "Uncle, what happened to my father?" "Let's get him inside first," was the reply. The three of them struggled to assist Li Daqi into the house, where he lay down on the kong. He exhaled a long breath, relieved that he had not been killed. He was still alive. "My heavens, he has coughed up blood." "Who could be so cruel?" Huda's wife asked her son indignantly. "He was attacked by Steward Liu and his men for unknown reasons. I heard they even stole Daki's money." A surge of rage flooded Li Yanqing's head. Without uttering a word, he turned and dashed outside. "Delong, stop him. He is still just a child," Li Daqi exclaimed anxiously, struggling to speak. Huda rushed out of the room, only to see Li Yanqing emerge from the woodshed. Wielding a sharp axe, he stepped forward and wrapped his arms around Li Yanqing. "Are you mad? Put down the axe." Li Yanqing fought desperately. "Let go of me. I must go slay that bastard." Huda, with immense strength capable of lifting a bull, found himself surprisingly struggling to hold the child, who seemed to possess an unprecedented ferocity. He could not help but feel a pang of alarm. Yet, Li Yanqing was still young. The axe was wrested from his grip, and Huda pressed firmly on his shoulder, gazing into his eyes. "A gentleman takes revenge. It is never too late. A true man does not seek to showcase his might impulsively. Do you understand?" The fervor boiling in Li Yanqing's head gradually subsided, yet the hatred in his eyes deepened. He silently nodded, turning to Huda's wife. "Auntie, please take Qing'er home. She is still a child." Qing'er, standing nearby in shock, heard her foolish brother suggest going home and pouted defiantly. "I want to go back." Huda's wife suddenly recalled something, slapping her forehead. "How could I forget? We have medicinal herbs at home," she exclaimed. "Qing'er, go back with your grandmother to fetch the medicine." Reluctantly, little Qing'er was led away by her grandmother. After a moment of calm, Li Yanqing turned to Huda. "Regardless of the circumstances, I must retrieve the money. It is what my father painstakingly saved and cannot be taken from us. Do not pursue it." Li Daqi, struggling to reach the doorway, leaned against the frame. Gasping for breath, Dehe bit his son. "That is compensation for his medical expenses. He is talking nonsense." Li Yanqing's anger flared once more. When did Dehe ever bite anyone? He never harmed his son. I offered to compensate him voluntarily. You must not. Do not go after it. Li Daqi swayed unsteadily, on the verge of collapse, prompting Huda to hastily step forward and support him. "You have internal injuries. You must not move. Quickly, lie down on the bed. Do not worry about silly brother. Although he is young, he possesses a remarkable understanding of matters. Delang, please do not teach him to seek revenge. Such deep-seated hatred will ultimately harm him in the future." Huda chuckled softly. "I understand. Now, rest well and refrain from speaking." In the courtyard, Li Yanqing gazed blankly at the sky, the warm sunlight enveloping him, yet within his heart, he felt an overwhelming chill. Chapter 4. The Li Ancestral Hall before dawn. Li Yanqing used a camphor wood box as a table, bent over a flickering oil lamp, passionately inscribing the tale of Sun Wukong's epic battle with the Red Boy. He had recounted this story to Qing'er twice before, and it had become second nature to him, flowing effortlessly from his pen. The grain bin was nearly empty, and his purse had but 2 tattered holes. Their family was destitute, and relying on his father to earn a living was futile. He could only depend on himself. The narrative of the Tang monks' pilgrimage had various versions circulating among the populace since the Song and Yuan dynasties, and Wu Qing'en's journey to the west was merely a compilation of these tales. Li Yanqing distilled some classic stories from later generations and infused them into his own rendition, rendering the tale of Sun Wukong's confrontation with the Red Boy even more fantastical, thrilling, and intricately suspenseful, leaving readers utterly captivated. He had penned this vernacular supernatural novel for 10 days, producing nearly 50,000 words, and was approaching completion. needing to leave a significant cliffhanger to entice the bookshop proprietor to seek him out. At that moment, the sound of his father's cough emerged from the calm. The medicinal balm sent by Aunt Hu proved highly effective. In just 3 days, his father's condition had gradually improved, although his body remained frail. Aunt Hu had also stewed an old hen to help restore his father's strength. Gratefulness was unspoken. Li Yanqing silently acknowledged this kindness in his heart. Qing'er, what time is it now? Li Daqi asked weakly from the calm. It's still early, Li Yanqing replied, finishing the last line of his manuscript. With a sense of accomplishment, he set down his pen, tucked away his writings, and ladled a bowl of chicken soup from the pot, bringing it to his father. He helped his father sit up. Smiling, "Father, drink the chicken soup before resting." Li Daqi took a few sips of the soup and turned to glance outside. It was still shrouded in darkness. Frowning, he asked, "Qing'er, why are you up so early?" "I'm practicing my calligraphy." Li Yanqing offered a casual excuse. Li Daqi felt immense pride at his son's diligence. Nodding in approval as he advised, the sage of poetry once said that wealth and honor must be earned through hard work. A young man should read extensively. "Qing'er, with your dedication, you shall certainly achieve success in the imperial examinations." His father's constant references to the imperial examinations grated on Li Yanqing's nerves. After assisting his father with the soup and helping him lie down, he made his way to the courtyard. "Qing'er, where are you going?" "I'm going to chop firewood to deliver to Uncle Joe's house." The firewood was a task arranged by Uncle Hu, and with both father and son living in abject poverty, even affording a meal was a challenge. By chopping wood for the villagers, Li Yanqing could exchange it for some grain to sustain them. Li Daqi's eyes welled with tears, feeling a mix of shame and comfort as he gazed at the dark ceiling, murmuring, "Yanqing, look at our child. He is only 6 years old yet so understanding." As dawn broke, Li Yanqing exerted himself in the yard, chopping firewood. Whether his manuscript would yield any financial reward remained uncertain, and even if it did, news would not arrive for at least 10 days to half a month. Distant waters cannot quench immediate thirst, and their rice bin was already empty. Li Yanqing called out, swinging his axe with the speed of lightning, cleaving a log as thick as a bowl in two. With a deft flick, 2 pieces of firewood landed precisely on the woodpile a distance away. He was unaware of how he possessed such skill, although he appeared simple-minded. This foolish boy displayed remarkable talents in certain aspects. Li Yanqing set up a round log and struck it with a decisive blow. Bang! A piece of wood flew out, nearly striking Li Daqi, who had just reached the doorway. "Father, why are you up?" "I recalled something of great importance," replied his father. "What is it?" Li Daqi cleared his throat and said, "Qing'er, I shall take you to the ancestral hall to pay respects." "I refuse to go." Li Yanqing's expression darkened instantly, and with a fierce chop, he split the log in two. He harbored no fondness for the Li clan's ancestral hall. He had never witnessed any support from his kin, especially since Lu Qinghong, the steward of the clan leader's household, had harmed his father, deepening his resentment and even animosity towards the family. "You must go." Li Daqi raised his voice. Although he often yielded to his son on many matters, he was utterly resolute about visiting the ancestral hall. With grave seriousness, he told his son, "Your survival from peril is a blessing from our ancestors. I have already made a vow in front of our forebears on your behalf. You must go and fulfill this vow to express your gratitude. Let us wait until you have fully recovered." Li Yanqing, not wishing to argue with his recently ailing father, changed his approach. Understanding his son's thoughts, Li Daqi shook his head firmly. "I am already well. We cannot postpone the visit to the ancestral hall any longer. You will have to go eventually, so it is better to conclude this matter today." Li Yanqing pondered for a moment and said, "I must make it clear that I do not wish to bow." The Li family was a prominent clan in Tangyin County, reputedly descended from illustrious ancestors. The clan members primarily resided in the town of Xiahe, divided into 4 branches named Lushan, Qinshan, Wensuan, and Songhe, respectively derived from their locations. The ancestral hall of the Li clan was constructed in Lushan town, where the Lushan branch served as the backbone of the clan, and every clan leader emerged from this branch. The current leader, Li Wenyuan, was a well-known gentleman in Tangyin County, and Li Daqi worked for him, caring for horses and settling debts. The ancestral hall was isolated from the main road, situated at the foot of Lushan, surrounded by lush pine and cypress forests. Even in the season when most trees shed their leaves, the pines and cypresses remained robustly green, lending an air of solemnity to the hall. Li Daqi, with utmost reverence, washed his hands and face in the stream near the hall. while Li Yanqing caught 2 small fish in the water, intending to take them home for a fish soup. Only after his father urged him several times did he reluctantly step through the gates of the ancestral hall. Since the Han and Tang dynasties, ancestral halls have served as the political, cultural, and spiritual centers for prominent families, acting as the bond uniting the entire clan. Even the most impoverished families would carve out a small space in their humble homes to set up an altar to worship their ancestors. Though it might only consist of a modest table, a single incense stick, and a spirit tablet, it represented an immensely sacred aspect of their spiritual existence. Every year on the first day of the Lunar New Year, the Li family held a grand ancestral ceremony, where all members donned their finest attire and gathered in the ancestral hall to honor their forebears. Even if someone could not return from afar on that day, they were still required to perform a distant tribute to their ancestors. Aside from the first day of the Lunar New Year, the Qingming and Zhongyuan festivals also require the ritualistic veneration of ancestors. Each branch of the family gathers at their ancestors' memorial days to conduct separate ceremonies at the ancestral hall. For the common folk of the Song Dynasty, honoring their forebears was as vital and habitual as eating and sleeping. The gravest punishment for a wayward family member was to revoke their eligibility for ancestral rites, a disgrace that would haunt them for a lifetime. It was evident that ceremonies were imminent, as the courtyard had been adorned with carpets, and red silk ribbons and lanterns hung from the ancient trees. 2 imposing bronze incense burners, resembling loyal sentinels, stood guard in the courtyard. The Li family ancestral hall, though modest, occupied an area of about 2 acres, constructed of blue bricks. The front featured a spacious ceremonial courtyard, where family members, when numerous, would stand to perform the rites. At the center grew an ancient locust tree. Its gnarled and sturdy branches, scarred with cracks, had stood for at least a century. In the middle of this setting was a pentagonal hall dedicated to the spirits of the ancestors, flanked by 2 side rooms. To the left was the council hall where the elders deliberated on significant family matters, while to the right was the patriarchal hall, responsible for enforcing family discipline and authority. Beyond the countryside, the laws of the Song had little significance. The family code was the true rule. A corridor on the left side led to the rear courtyard, which was quaint and contained 2 small rooms, likely serving as the residence for the caretaker of the ancestral hall. Li Daqi, filled with utmost reverence, entered the courtyard and respectfully knelt to bow 3 times. Although Li Yanqing understood the importance of the ancestral hall, he lacked the spirit to participate. His legs felt as rigid as iron rods, making it nearly impossible to bend and kneel. Li Daqi sensed his son's reluctance, but dared not reveal this to their ancestors, sighing quietly instead and refraining from compelling his son to kneel. Qing'er, I shall fetch 2 incense sticks from your Uncle Si. You may begin by paying your respects to our ancestors. I will be right back. Li Daqi hurriedly went to the rear courtyard in search of the caretaker. Li Yanqing surveyed the yard, finding himself particularly intrigued by the pair of beast-headed bronze incense burners. After estimating their potential value, he strolled towards the main hall. The door to the main hall was slightly ajar, and it seemed someone was moving within. Peering through the crack, Li Yanqing beheld a middle-aged man with graying hair stealthily pouring wine from a jug on the offering table into a small gourd. Li Yanqing was momentarily taken aback, astonished that someone would dare to steal wine from the main hall. Chapter 5. A narrow path between enemies. Li Yanqing hesitated, uncertain whether to disturb the individual present. Just then, a hurried sound of footsteps approached, and Li Daqi emerged from the moon gate of the adjacent corridor, muttering to himself, "Strange. Where has everyone gone? Qing'er, your 4th uncle is absent. Let us pay our respects first and return later to offer incense." The sound of Li Daqi's voice startled the middle-aged man in the main hall, prompting him to hurriedly conceal his gourd in his bosom and clumsily return the wine flask to its rightful place. The door creaked open, and Li Yanqing stepped inside. Feigning ignorance, Li Yanqing turned to his father and remarked, "Father, there is someone in the main hall." "Huh, you startled me. It turns out to be Qing." "It has been quite a while." The middle-aged man sighed in relief, realizing it was merely this foolish lad. Li Daqi entered, both surprised and delighted, exclaiming, "I searched high and low for you. It turns out my 4th brother is right here in the main hall." The man was named Li Dagwan, a cousin of Li Daqi and a learned individual. He was adept in social interactions and enjoyed a significant network within the family. Though he did not belong to the main branch of the Lishan lineage, he garnered the clan leader's special regard, being entrusted with the oversight of the Li ancestral hall. Only then did Li Yanqing discern his features, Despite a youthful appearance, he was no more than 30 years old, yet his hair and beard were already streaked with gray, giving him the semblance of a man in his 50s. Nevertheless, his beard, though partially white, extended a full foot in length, flowing gracefully, bestowing upon him an air of ethereal elegance. He was tall and donned a pristine white robe, meticulously crafted, exuding a refined demeanor with every movement, reminiscent of a Taoist priest engaged in alchemy and self-cultivation within the ancestral hall, in stark contrast to the diminutive and raggedly clad Li Daqi. Noting that Li Yanqing did not bow in greeting, Li Dagwan felt a twinge of discomfort and inquired of Li Daqi, "What brings you here today?" Qing'er has fully recovered and is here to express gratitude for our ancestors' protection. Quite right. Li Dagwan cast a sidelong glance at Li Yanqing before pulling Li Daqi aside, half smiling, and asking, "Perhaps it is not my place to inquire, but Qing'er appears quite astute. Why does everyone refer to him as second fool?" Li Daqi offered a wry smile. He was somewhat foolish in the past, but under our ancestors' blessings, Qing'er has suddenly awakened. "Ah, now I understand." While the father and uncle whispered together in a corner, Li Yanqing curiously surveyed the impressive main hall. From the outside, the main hall did not seem particularly tall, at most 3 stories high, but from within, it conveyed a sense of grandeur. The entire structure was made of wood, with a massive beam adorned with several long drapes hanging down. Stacked against the northern windows were dozens of tables, indicating that banquets were often held within the hall. In the center stood the Spirit Tablet Tower, a colossal wooden shrine rising 2 stories high, occupying a substantial portion of the main hall. It was densely arranged with spirit tablets of the Li family's 4 branches, ascending like a pagoda, with over 100 tablets displayed. Li Yanqing noticed something peculiar at the top. Typically, only 1 spirit tablet resides at the apex, dedicated to the family's first ancestor, and the Li family was no exception. Indeed, there was a prominent tablet placed centrally among all others, signifying its ancestral primacy. However, above this ancestor's spirit tablet, there lies a larger one, seemingly crafted from exquisite rosewood, positioned at the edge. What struck Li Yanqing as peculiar was that this spirit tablet bore no inscriptions whatsoever, appearing almost as a redundant placeholder. Yet, an instinctual feeling whispered to Li Yanqing that it represented the true ancestor of the Li family. "What are you looking at, Qing'er?" Li Daqi inquired as he approached. "I'm observing the one at the very top, father. Was our ancestor an official?" Li Daqi then recalled that today marked his son's first visit to the ancestral hall since he had gained awareness. Previously, he would only scurry beneath the table in search of food. It was rare for his son to take the initiative to inquire about their forebears. A profound sense of duty compelled Li Daqi to share with his son the illustrious history of their lineage. "Do you see that one in the center at the top?" He pointed out. "That is our earliest ancestor, who served as the Grand General of the Right Guard during the reign of the founding emperor of this dynasty. His name was Zongshi, though he was originally called Songqian. He had 7 sons, and among them, the 3rd son relocated to Tangyin County in Xiangzhou during the reign of Taizo. From there, he had 4 sons, which ultimately established the 4 branches of our family as it stands today." Li Yanqing was astonished to learn that his ancestor was indeed a general of the Song Dynasty. However, he seemed to have some knowledge of Li Songqian. After a moment of contemplation, he recalled that Li Songqian was a poet and calligrapher in the early Song period and the brother of Emperor Li Yu of the Tang Dynasty. "But who, then, is the formless spirit tablet at the very top?" Li Yanqing queried, gesturing towards the obscured tablet. Only then did Li Daqi notice the nameless tablet, and he was taken aback, exclaiming, "Fourth, how did the great ancestor's tablet come to be taken out? You've forgotten? The Lu Mountain branch is to hold an ancestral ceremony the day after tomorrow, and the clan leader has brought it out. Originally, it was to be revealed tomorrow, but due to an inauspicious date, it was placed out at noon today. The clan leader specifically instructed me to sleep in the main hall for the next 2 nights to keep a vigilant watch over it." Preposterous. Li Daqi expressed his discontent. According to clan regulations, it should only be brought out during significant tenure ceremonies. This is merely a minor rite for the Lu Mountain branch. How could the clan leader? Li Dagwan shrugged nonchalantly. "That, I cannot say. In any case, it rests in the hands of the clan leader, if he wishes to honor the ancestors." "Who can contest that?" Curious, Li Yanqing asked. "Father, whose spirit tablet is it, then?" Li Daqi hesitated, finally responding, "This. I will tell you when you are older. For now, I cannot disclose it." "What is there that cannot be said?" Li Dagwan, slightly irked by Li Daqi's earlier criticism of the clan leader, crouched down and pointed at the nameless tablet. Qing'er, that represents the true glory of our family. He is a person of supreme significance. Do you understand? Li Yanqing was taken aback. Could it be that this supreme figure was akin to an emperor? His thoughts raced, pondering whether it might be Li Yu from the poem Last Night's Eastern Wind. But that was impossible. Historically, Li Yu had no heirs, and moreover, how could his spirit tablet be placed above that of Li Songqian? Typically, such precedence was reserved for fathers. Li Yanqing had already deduced the identity of the person in question. It must be Li Jing, the father of Li Yu and Li Songqian. Just a couple of days ago, he happened upon a collection of books borrowed from his father, where he read some verses authored by Li Jing. Unable to contain his excitement, he exclaimed. So he is the one who penned the sound of the jade flute wafting through the small building in the cold. Li Daguang was so taken aback that he sprang to his feet, casting a glance at Li Daqi, who, equally startled, hurriedly waved his hands. I have never divulged this, damn. How could I possibly speak of such matters recklessly? Li Daguang cautiously crouched down and inquired, Qing'er, who revealed this to you? Did you not just inform me? He is Li Songqian's father, a man of unparalleled stature. Who else could it be if not Li Jing? The two exchanged incredulous glances, utterly astonished. After a moment, Li Daqi suddenly regained his composure and admonished, Qing'er, one must not casually utter the names of our ancestors. It is a sign of disrespect. Do you comprehend? Qing'er, how did you come to know his name? Li Daguang questioned, perplexed. With a smile, Li Yanqing replied, a few days ago, I chanced upon a poem he wrote. Huanshisha: the fragrance of lotus fades as the green leaves wither. The west wind stirs sorrow amidst the green waves. Hence, I recognized him. Li Daguang sighed deeply and turned to Li Daqi, saying, such a remarkable talent should not be deprived of an education. It would indeed be a pity. The pallor on Li Daqi's face was unmistakable. Qing'er, do not wander too far. I wish to speak with your fourth uncle for a moment. Li Daqi called out to his son in the courtyard. Understood, came the languid and indifferent response from Li Yanqing. Making him pay respects to our ancestors is like asking for his life. Some clan members aren't even worthy of such honors. He is oblivious to the blessings he possesses. Li Daqi muttered discontentedly about his son's retreating figure. Earlier, under his father's compulsion, Li Yanqing had reluctantly knelt but had not bowed his head. However, Li Daguang paid little heed to the issue of Li Yanqing's etiquette. He was still savoring the brilliance of his earlier display of talent. Daqi, you must find a way to enroll the child in school. We can teach him a few poems, but without connections to the county school, how can he participate in the county examinations? Without those, how can he be recommended by the county magistrate for the provincial examinations? I am well aware, but, alas, it took so long to save a little money. Only to lose it. What can be done without funds? Perhaps you could lend me Tingguan for now? Li Daguang sighed ruefully. I wish I could assist you. But you know my fondness for drink. I currently owe 3 guan to the tavern, and I am equally destitute. My dear brother, perhaps you should consult the clan leader. Logically, you should support the education of the clan's youth. Li Daqi shook his head, replying, borrowing from you is less favorable than seeking funds from the silver shop. Their interest is lower than the clan leaders. Why not visit the county's bookshop again? Did not Manager Luo invite you to work there? But Steward Lu refuses to grant me leave. Li Daguang erupted in anger. What does that worthless steward amount to? You simply go to the county. I shall speak to the clan leader tomorrow, and I am curious to see what that Lu Heizhu dares to say. Finally resolved. Li Daqi understood that to secure his son's education, he must return to the county bookshop to copy books. Moreover, there was a far more critical matter he dared not reveal to his son. He had written an IOU for 50 taels of medicine to Steward Lu, but 10 taels had been seized, leaving him with a remaining debt of 40 taels. The other party had given him a month to settle the debt, and with merely 20 days left, he needed to devise a means to borrow the requisite sum. Steward Lu had been quite clear, should he dare to default, his son would suffer the consequences. Li Yanqing had already dashed out of the ancestral hall, placing the small fish he had caught by the creek to the side. Fashioning a small enclosure from mud, he kept the 2 fish within. As he waited for his father to emerge, he grew impatient and began to turn over stones in the creek. Fortune smiled upon him as he caught 3 loaches, with no place to store them. He decided to smash their heads with a stone, planning to concoct a delightful loach and fish stew for dinner. The memory of the braised loach from before stirred his appetite, causing his stomach to churn in anticipation. At that moment, he suddenly spotted 3 children emerging from the woods, those same rascals who had pelted his father with mud and stones, led by none other than Steward Lu's son. Their furtive demeanor suggested no good intentions. prompting Li Yanqing to swiftly hide behind a large cypress tree. "Li, I told you, the offerings begin tomorrow. Yet you refuse to believe me. My father is the chief steward. Surely he knows how to arrange things?" Said one. "I am merely cautious. Did you not hear that the rascals from Lushan House are also eyeing the white jade cakes? We must act before they do." "Fuguri, are the white jade cakes truly that delicious?" Another inquired. "Of course they are. Soft and delicate, they melt in your mouth, sweetening your very heart. They are not available in the county town. My father says they are special provisions sent from the capital for the elite, costing 1 tael each. We need not steal more than one for each of us to taste." The trio lingered at the door of the ancestral hall, glancing about. Lu Fuer kicked Li beside him, exclaiming, "I told you the offerings begin tomorrow. You refused to believe it, and now you've wasted a trip. Isn't that Fuguer? What are you lot doing here?" At that moment, Li Daqi emerged from the hall, encountering the 3 rascals who filled him with exasperation. Lu Fuer scoffed, suddenly raising his voice towards the Li brothers. "Let me share a humorous tale. A few days ago, a dog chased me. Yet it didn't even manage to bite a single hair off me. I told my father I had been attacked by a vicious dog. Guess what happened next?" Li Daqi's face flushed with anger. "So it was my big black dog that didn't injure you." Lu Fuer ignored him and continued, beaming with pride. "My father took the household guards and gave that dog owner a thorough beating. I heard they even beat the excrement out of him. And he splattered my father with blood. The most amusing part? He crawled on the ground like a dog, scuttling between the legs of the 4 guards. My father, being kind-hearted, only demanded 50 taels for medical expenses. Your father is indeed too kind. In my opinion, he should have demanded 100 taels. I believe he should have asked for 1,000 taels." The 3 mischievous boys erupted into laughter before turning on their heels and departing with a swagger. Li Daqi felt an intense flush of anger, his face alternating between crimson and pallid. Yet, he dared not provoke the trio. At that moment, he suddenly caught sight of his son standing by the brook, a wave of alarm washing over him. He hastened to intercept his child, fearing that his son might act impulsively and confront the rascals. However, Li Yanqing remained surprisingly composed, displaying no signs of anger as he coldly observed the retreating figures of the 3 troublemakers. Chapter 6. Intensifying conflict upon departing from the ancestral hall. The father and son arrived at a bustling town. Li Daqi glanced at the mule and horse shop for a moment before addressing Li Yanqing. "Qing, I have some matters to attend to, so you should return home first." Li Yanqing remained silent for a moment before suddenly inquiring, "Father, do you intend to give Lu Chenghong another 40 coins? This?" Li Daqi's face flushed crimson as he stammered. "Although his son was not injured and does not require any medical expenses, I have written an IOU for him, black and white. It would be difficult to renege on it. If Lu Chenghong were to suddenly demand another IOU for 100 coins, black and white, would I also be obliged to repay him? Of course not. That would be unreasonable. Then how is this 50 coins justified?" Li Daqi found himself at a loss for words, stammering under his son's scrutiny. Li Yanqing coldly remarked, "This 50 coins can be brought before the clan leader for arbitration. If you fear Lu Chenghong, then allow me to devise a solution. You need not concern yourself with this matter, nor seek loans from others." Li Daqi smiled bitterly, thinking how naive children can be. What could a 6-year-old possibly resolve? At that moment, a flatbed donkey cart came to a slow stop in front of the mule and horse shop. An emaciated old man alighted, his face etched with hardship, and lazily entered the shop after tossing a tattered coat over his shoulder. Li Daqi's eyes brightened as he turned to Li Yanqing. "You should hurry home. I will inquire if there is a donkey cart heading to the county." Suddenly recalling something, Li Yanqing asked, "Are you going to the county's bookstore?" "Of course." "Why do you ask?" Li Yanqing retrieved a bundle of manuscripts tied with oil rope from his pocket and handed it to his father. "Father, please show this to the bookstore owner. Perhaps it can be published." "What is this?" Li Daqi inquired, surprised as he accepted the bundle. "It is the story I told to Shaoqing. I wrote it down while practicing my calligraphy. It might even be published for profit." "You foolish child." Li Daqi chuckled inwardly, not wishing to dampen his son's spirits. He tucked the manuscripts into his own garment. "Very well. I shall inquire with Manager Luo. You focus on your studies. The imperial examination is no trivial matter. Here we go again." "I understand." Li Daqi reiterated his advice to his son before hastily making his way to the mule and horse shop, hoping to catch Zhang Laoyan, the driver of the donkey cart, to see if he could hitch a ride to the county with his delivery. Meanwhile, Li Yanqing wandered aimlessly along the town's main street. the weight of poverty and resentment pressing heavily upon his heart. He recognized that he could gradually improve his impoverished circumstances through his own intellect. For instance, he could write down the tales of journey to the West and have his father publish them for profit, a most fitting endeavor for his father's talents. He could even produce simple everyday items to sell to merchants, such as matches and mosquito coils, which would earn him a little extra money. The pursuit of wealth is not the issue. Rather, the true dilemma lies in his utter refusal to reimburse Lu Changhong for the so-called medical expenses. The words of Lu Fuer echo hauntingly in his mind. Give that dog owner a thorough beating. I heard they even beat the excrement out of him, spraying my father with blood, and the most comical part is that he knelt on the ground, crawling like a dog, scuttling past the legs of 4 attendants. The indignities suffered by his father are etched into Li Yanqing's heart like a dagger. Although the 3 little rascals are detestable, a stern reprimand would suffice. There is no need to dwell on them. However, he would not let Lu Qinghong off the hook, not only for the humiliation and the assault on his father, but also for stealing his father's hard-earned 10 guan and then demanding an additional 40 guan. This bitter resentment simmers within Li Yanqing. Furthermore, there are the debts that weigh heavily on his father and the relentless oppression faced by his family within the Li clan, leaving them bereft of status. He is determined to rectify it all. A surge of unprecedented fervor courses through his veins as Li Yanqing clenches his teeth and strides purposefully towards Li Wensun. As dusk descends, a message arrives from the neighbor, Aunt Hu, informing him that his father has taken the delivery donkey cart to the county town and would not return for at least 10 days. Should any difficulties arise, Aunt Hu will lend her assistance. For the time being, Li Yanqing prefers not to trouble her, as he has significant preparations to undertake. In the courtyard, Li Yanqing practices igniting fire torches. The last 2 he unearthed from the woodshed. He lights one of the torches, only to extinguish it with a breath. Though devoid of flame, the ember glows faintly, reminiscent of smoldering ashes that can endure for quite some time. A mere breath can rekindle it. However, igniting it requires considerable skill, swift, short, and forceful. With ample airflow, Li Yanqing mastered this technique a month ago, surpassing even his father's proficiency. With a powerful exhalation, the torch bursts into flame. Satisfied with his technique, he feels confident in his ability to ignite it flawlessly. At that moment, Dahei, the dog sprawled at the gate, suddenly rises and begins barking fiercely at the door. Who is it? Li Yanqing calls out, but no response comes from outside. As he approaches the door to peek through the crack, he finds no one there. Just as he turns to leave, Dahei crouches low, emitting a menacing growl akin to a wild beast. Could it be a rabbit outside? Perhaps it seeks to enhance our meal? Li Yanqing chuckles as he opens the door, eager to discover what stirs Dahei's anxiety. However, as he swings the door open, a thunderous roar erupts from outside, and a colossal red-brown mastiff lunges into the courtyard. Li Yanqing is taken aback, caught off guard as the mastiff knocks him to the ground, its white fangs bared menacingly towards his face. In this precarious moment, Dahei leaps forward with a growl, sinking its teeth into the mastiff's neck. The mastiff, in pain, retaliates with a bite, giving Li Yanqing the chance to roll away and spring to his feet, dashing several paces to grab the axe from beside the woodpile. The mastiff is enormous, easily twice Dahei's size, resembling a fierce red wolf, and it is merciless. Dahei cannot match its strength and finds itself pinned beneath the beast, yelping in distress. Li Yanqing seized a hefty wooden stick and struck fiercely, landing a blow upon the mastiff's head. The beast, with its blood-red eyes wide open, let out a furious howl and abandoned its attack on the large black dog, lunging towards Li Yanqing instead. Yet, Li Yanqing's response was swifter. In a flash, his hatchet gleamed as it severed the creature's forepaw, blood splattering in all directions. The mastiff howled in agony, its body rolling to the ground. Displaying remarkable agility, Li Yanqing swiftly placed his foot upon the beast's neck, gripping the knife firmly to deliver a decisive blow. With a resounding crack, half of its head was cleaved off, and the mastiff twitched a couple of times before lying still, blood pooling around it. How dare you kill my dog? Several individuals surged into the courtyard, led by a stout, imposing man whose face resembled a pot's bottom, his hair and beard unkempt, resembling a bipedal wild boar. His bulging, fish-like eyes burned with rage, and the excess flesh on his face rendered his appearance particularly menacing. Li Yanqing instantly recognized him as Lu Qinghong, the chief steward of the Li household, who had come to confront Li Daqi, fearing he might flee and evade his debts. Little did he know that his dog had met its demise at the hands of this impudent child, inciting his wrath to a boiling point. The 4 attendants behind him gazed in astonishment at the young boy in the courtyard. The steward's ferocious dog, known to challenge wolves, had been vanquished by a mere child. Li Yanqing himself felt a flicker of confusion. The act of killing the dog had been instinctual. Yet the speed and precision of his strike hinted at some latent martial prowess. He observed the unwelcome guest with calm resolve and called out, "Hey, come here." The large black dog, limping and bleeding from its foreleg, sought refuge behind its young master. "Li Daqi, you scoundrel, come out." Lu Chenghong bellowed into the house. "My father is not home. You all should leave." Li Yanqing retorted defiantly. "Leave?" Lu Chenghong, consumed by fury, let out a sinister laugh as he advanced towards Li Yanqing. "You little wretch, you have slain my beloved dog. Do you think this will be overlooked? What will you do to make amends?" Seeing Lu Chenghong closing in, Li Yanqing charged forward and, with a swift motion, aimed his blade at the steward's rotund belly. The strike was executed with such speed that had Li Yanqing intended to harm, Lu Chenghong would have been gutted. The steward's face turned ashen. Retreating several steps while shouting for his men, "Revolt! Seize him and beat him." The 4 attendants, armed with whips and clubs, surrounded Li Yanqing. Despite his speed, the 6-year-old boy stood no chance against 4 grown men. Just then, an indignant voice rang out from outside. "Are you all so shameless as to bully a child?" A sturdy man entered, wielding a white waxwood club. It was Uncle Hu, the neighbor, earlier, and who sensed something amiss and hurried to fetch her son. The 4 attendants recognized him and retreated, forming a protective barrier around Lu Chenghong. One attendant leaned close to Lu Chenghong and whispered, "He is Hu Sheng." Known for his formidable tenacity, Lu Chenghong was certainly aware of Hu Sheng's formidable prowess. He estimated that his subordinates would not stand a chance against this individual. With a cold snort, he declared, "I shall not engage in a quarrel with you. Reason prevails in all matters." He gestured towards Li Yanqing, exclaiming, "This scoundrel has slain my dog, and I intend to settle this score with him." Li Yanqing glared back defiantly, retorting, "You unleashed your dog into my home with the intent to kill me. I shall hold you accountable for this transgression." Huda waved his hand, silencing Li Yanqing. He positioned himself between them, addressing Lu Guanjia. "We are both men of discernment. While one must consider the owner when chastising a dog, it is evident that the owner neglects his canine, leading to its unfortunate demise. Moreover, the other party is merely a 6-year-old child. It is unreasonable to pursue this matter further. Would you not agree?" Lu Chenghong nodded in agreement, acknowledging, "You are right. I should not stoop to contention with a mere child. I shall confront his father instead." With a swift motion, Lu Chenghong retrieved a slip of paper from his pocket, brandishing it aloft. "This is a promissory note pinned by his father, in black and white, complete with a handprint. It states that Lu Chenghong is owed 50 guan, with an agreement for repayment within a month. Today marks the deadline, and I demand my repayment forthwith." Chapter 7. Retaliation with Integrity, Part 1. Hu Sheng found himself in a predicament. Given the existence of an IOU, the obligation to repay a debt was an undeniable principle. However, with Li Daqi having ventured to the county, how could the debt be settled? "Lu Daqi is in the county. You may come again another day." Lu Chenghong smirked slyly. "I know he has gone to evade his debts. I too can return another day, but today, my dog has died, complicating matters. Here is the arrangement. My dear brother Hu, please vouch for me. This dog is worth 30 guan, and combined with this IOU of 50 guan, that totals 80 guan. If Li Daqi fails to repay, you shall cover for him." Li Yanqing, infuriated by Lu's unscrupulousness and his retention of the 10 guan he had seized, stepped forward and declared, "Uncle Hu, do not heed his nonsense. This IOU was coerced from my father through violence, under the pretense of medical expenses for his son, who was never bitten by my dog. It is a clear attempt to extort my father, and I shall never acknowledge it. As for this dog, it trespassed, and its demise is justly deserved." Lu Chenghong's fish-like eyes bulged in outrage. "You little brat, daring to slander me. Just wait and see how I deal with you." Hu Sheng, placing a reassuring arm around Li Yanqing's shoulders, stood tall and resolute before Lu Chenghong, stating, "I shall not vouch for you. But Daqi entrusted his son to me, and I will not allow you to harm him in any way." Caught in a bind, Lu Chenghong was at a loss for how to proceed. At that moment, a household servant rushed in, breathless, announcing, "Head steward, the offerings have arrived. The master requests your immediate return." Seizing the opportunity, Lu Chenghong grimaced at Li Yanqing, threatening, "Once I finish the rites, I will go to the county to find your father. You insolent child, your defiance means little. I will drag your father back to settle this debt. In black and white, even if he reports this to the authorities, it will be futile. Prepare to mourn your dog." With that, Lu Chenghong departed. and his 4 servants hurried to dispose of the dog's remains, trailing after their master in defeat. Hu Xing's brow furrowed with concern. He understood the intricacies of the world. With an IOU in the hands of the tyrant Lu Chenghong, Daqi was indeed in grave trouble. As night fell, Li Yanqing sat cross-legged on a dirt mound, embracing Dahe, his eyes shining brightly in the darkness. Time was no longer on his side. Nor was there a path of retreat. In this desperate situation, he knew that only through retaliation could he hope to survive. A thought that had emerged in the ancestral hall the previous day was now taking shape as a plan. He needed to strategize meticulously, refining every detail to avoid any missteps. Li Yanqing gradually closed his eyes. Today, Lu Chenghong had the audacity to reason with Uncle Hu, illuminating a truth for him. In a world governed by the law of the jungle, to compel a villain to reason, one must possess greater strength and ferocity. Merely being well-read was insufficient. Once this ordeal concluded, he too would seek opportunities to hone his own strength. The following noon, Li Yanqing returned to the ancestral hall, yet he did not enter. Instead, he perched atop a large cypress tree, observing the bustling activity within. The once desolate ancestral hall was now abuzz with liveliness. The courtyard was cluttered with various boxes and crates, as a dozen clan members bustled about both the courtyard and the main hall. Some were sweeping and sprinkling water, others were arranging the offering table and placing sacrificial items, while a few were laying down carpets. Li Dogwang stood at the doorway, feigning assistance. Yet his gaze was irresistibly drawn to 2 jars of exquisite wine in the courtyard, the renowned Gaoji Xiaojiu from the region. The fragrant aroma wafted through the earthen cover, penetrating his nostrils and tugging at his heartstrings, almost causing him to forget the clan ritual scheduled for tomorrow. A young clansman jestingly remarked to Li Dogwang, "Fourth uncle, I hope no rats will come to steal the wine tonight." With a chuckle, Li Dogwang, adopting a demeanor of ethereal detachment, waved his hand dismissively. "After all these years, has there ever been a problem? Tonight, I shall sleep in the main hall and see who dares to steal." The young men erupted into laughter, acknowledging that there had indeed been issues in the past. But the clan leader had chosen not to pursue them. Li Dogwang felt a flush of embarrassment and awkwardly laughed along. At that moment, a stern-faced middle-aged man emerged from the main hall, prompting everyone to lower their heads and cease their banter. He was Li Wengue, the 3rd brother of the clan leader, Li Weniup, and he was in full charge of the upcoming ceremony. He inquired of Li Dogwang, "Old Fourth, there was no disturbance in the main hall last night, was there?" Li Dogwang quickly smiled and reassured him. "There was nothing abnormal. You need not worry, 3rd brother." Li Wengue glanced at the purple sandalwood spirit tablet on the wooden altar and cautioned, "Dogwang, you know what that tablet signifies for our family. If it weren't for the auspicious timing of the invocation, we would not have brought it out so early. Keep a close watch on it. If you find it too difficult to manage alone, I will send 2 young lads to assist you through the night. We cannot afford any mishaps." "There's truly no need." Li Dogwang patted his chest, asserting, "Since the clan leader entrusted it to me, it signifies his trust. Besides, this is not my first time guarding it. You can rest assured, 3rd brother." Although Li Wengue had initially intended to send 2 young men to accompany him, he felt reluctant to argue after Li Dogwang invoked the clan leader's name. He simply nodded. "Since you insist, I will leave it in your hands. Remember, no drinking, understood? I assure you, not a drop will touch my lips tonight." Li Wengue then turned to the clan members in the courtyard. "I am heading to the county to purchase some items. I may not return until the time of the ritual. Please bear with the preparations and finish up early. I shall inform the clan leader to reward everyone with 2 coins. Upon hearing of the reward, the members worked even harder. Li Yanqing did not rush away. Instead, he patiently concealed himself in the trees, confident in his judgment that the 3 little rascals would indeed arrive. After a short while, he spotted the trio sneaking along a narrow path towards the ancestral hall, precisely the same route they had taken the day before. By the creek, there was a thicket of bushes, which provided perfect cover to observe the happenings in the courtyard. The 3 boys crouched behind the underbrush, peering into the courtyard. Lu Fu suddenly pointed excitedly, "I see it. That red food basket is filled with all sorts of pastries." "Shoo, keep your voice down. Uncle San is also in the courtyard. We mustn't let him see us." "Who cares?" Lu Fu gritted his teeth and declared, "As long as we are not caught red-handed. What can he possibly do to us? I fear only that he might take away the snacks, and then we would have no hope left." "Indeed," another chimed in. "What do you suggest we do?" "Let us return tonight," proposed one. "My father says that the drunkard falls asleep after drinking. We shall act once he is in slumber." The trio of mischief-makers conferred for a few moments before retracing their steps, oblivious to the fact that a child with a mocking grin was concealed in the branches above them. As dusk descended, Li Yanqing reappeared atop the cypress tree, awaiting an opportune moment to enter the ancestral hall. Not long after, he observed Li Dogwan emerge from the hall, locking the main door and cheerfully heading towards the small town with a food container in hand. Although the ancestral hall's doors were secured, this posed no obstacle for the children. Li Yanqing scaled a tree adjacent to the wall and effortlessly vaulted over into the hall. The main entrance was locked tight, and the windows barred from within. Li Yanqing hastened to the backyard, recalling that he had noticed a window at the back that seemed unlatched. The window was obstructed by a haphazard pile of tables, making it unlikely that anyone would pay attention to it. The backyard was modest, consisting of only 2 rooms, which served as Li Dogwan's residence. In one corner, a dozen empty wine jars lay stacked, while 3 plum trees grew sparsely in the center. The ground was covered in slick green moss, suggesting it had been ages since anyone had trodden there. The rear door of the main hall faced the yard, but it had long been neglected and was now securely locked. The windows and pillars at the back had not seen paint in many years, displaying an array of cracks, rendering them quite dilapidated. Li Yanqing made his way to the farthest window, which was positioned high above. His stature was insufficient to reach it, so he scanned his surroundings. Aside from the collection of wine jars, nothing else caught his eye. He then hurried to fetch a large jar, turning it upside down to use as a stepping stone. Standing atop the wine jar, Li Yanqing gingerly felt for the window, silently praying for success, knowing that this moment was pivotal. With a creak, the aged window surprisingly yielded to his touch, revealing that it was indeed unlatched. Overjoyed, Li Yanqing sprang forth and squeezed through the opening. Chapter 8. Responding to Wrongs with Integrity, Part 2. Li Yanqing, agile and nimble, slipped through a gap in the heavily dust-laden table into the main hall. Although twilight was rapidly descending, the hall radiated an unusual brightness, illuminated by a single oil lamp and 2 large candles, casting a daylight glow over the front half of the room, while the back remained shrouded in darkness. The sacrificial rites were set to commence at dawn, and the hall was crowded with various offerings, including paper-crafted carriages and grand residences. Li Yanqing maneuvered to the front of the altar, where he encountered an array of sacrificial items meticulously arranged in 3 rows. At the back lay the heads of sheep, pigs, and cattle as the grand offerings. In the middle were smaller offerings of chicken, duck, and fish, and at the forefront stood an incense burner flanked by 2 large red candles, with platters on either side brimming with assorted delicacies. His gaze quickly fell upon the exquisite white jade pastries that had enchanted the 3 mischievous boys. They resembled miniature mooncakes, reputed to be a renowned delicacy of the capital. Though he held no particular affection for them, he nonetheless pocketed 2, and also discovered a slender-necked celadon vase, which he intended to use for signaling, and tucked it away as well. Having pondered through the night, Li Yanqing had devised a comprehensive plan, a habit cultivated over many years, to deliberate thoroughly before taking action, yet once resolved, to proceed without hesitation. He was not in a rush to act. Instead, he traversed the perimeter of the hall, crawling from the back door to the front, meticulously familiarizing himself with the layout, before scuttling behind the altar and scaling the 2-story wooden structure with the agility of a monkey. He first concealed the largest uninscribed Zetan wooden spirit tablet in the backyard before returning to the altar, fully prepared and awaiting the opportune moment. The first to return was Li Dogwan, who had procured some pig's head meat from the nearby town. Tonight's feast would not be complete without it. Li Dogwan locked the door and eagerly dashed to a corner where 2 jars of enticing liquor awaited him. Despite the jars being sealed, it posed no challenge for him. He settled cross-legged beside the jars, skillfully inserting a slender copper tube into the edge of one, and with a swift inhalation, drew forth the cool, rich liquor, allowing it to flow into a coarse porcelain bowl beside him. "Huh, you think I need company out of fear I might pilfer your wine? The more you worry, the more I shall indulge, infuriating you, old tortoise," he muttered to himself, lifting the bowl to his lips and savoring the exquisite flavor, his eyes narrowing in delight. Li Yanqing, perched atop the altar, shook his head in silent disapproval. This uncle of his, upon entering, failed to check whether the Zetan wooden spirit tablet remained untouched. Disregarding his grave responsibilities to pilfer the sacrificial wine, he was anything but a competent guardian of the ancestral hall. The fact that the clan leader entrusted him with this duty spoke volumes of the leader's own lack of discernment. Outside, darkness had fully enveloped the surroundings, and within the hall, Li Dogwan continued to drink and stuff his mouth with meat, mumbling to himself incoherently. Suddenly, Li Yanqing noticed 3 shadows slowly materializing on the window paper beside the main door, stirring a surge of excitement within him. At last, the moment had arrived. He fixed his gaze intently on the 3 figures, watching as a small hole appeared in the paper, revealing a solitary eye stealthily peering into the hall. Li Yanqing privately cursed the three fools for failing to realize that their shadows were cast upon the paper window. If Li Dogwang merely lifted his gaze, he would catch sight of the three dark silhouettes. Unfortunately, Li Dogwang had completely succumbed to the intoxication of alcohol, having consumed nearly half a jar of liquor and devoured the pig's head meat wrapped in paper. He gradually reclined on the ground, mumbling incoherently until, before long, he succumbed to slumber, his snores echoing in the air. Seizing the opportunity, Li Yanqing ignited a firebrand, only to extinguish it swiftly, leaving behind a scattering of embers. Moments later, the voice of Lu Fuer drifted in from outside, declaring that he had fallen asleep and it was time to act. With a sudden pop, the paper window burst open, and a hand reached through the frame, unfastening the window latch, allowing it to swing ajar. Like mice, the three rascals sprang into the room one by one. Darting to the offering table, they eagerly seized a piece of the famed white jade cake. Its delicate and icy sweetness intoxicating these country bumpkins, who had never encountered such delights. They completely forgot their initial plan of tasting just one, instead carrying the white jade cake beneath the table along with a platter of the local specialty, mung bean cake, concealed under the table. The trio began calculating how many they could pilfer without arousing suspicion. Li Yanqing had quietly descended from the top of the wooden shrine, hiding himself in a corner behind it, concealing the glow of the ember with a draping cloth. He retrieved a vase from his bosom, glancing at Li Dogwang, who lay 2 yards away. He hesitated, realizing that the vase weighed at least 2 pounds and could injure him. Suddenly, he noticed a small stone at his feet, picked it up, gauged its weight, and with a flick of his wrist, sent it flying. It struck Li Dogwang squarely on the face, jolting him awake with a sharp pain. He bolted upright, groggily spotting the three thieves dividing their spoils beneath the offering table. In an instant, clarity dawned upon Li Dogwang, and rage surged within him. "What are you doing?" he bellowed. His thunderous yell echoed like a clap of thunder, causing the three miscreants to tremble in fear. Lu Fuer instinctively rose to flee, only to forget the offering table above him. He collided painfully with it, toppling the table over, sending various offerings crashing to the ground, bowls and dishes shattering into pieces, while the sacrificial meats rolled haphazardly about. The three rascals stood frozen in shock. Li Dogwang, equally stunned, quickly regained his composure, realizing he must apprehend the thieves to absolve himself of blame. Like a fierce tiger, he lunged at the three rascals, seizing them. "You three little rascals have stirred up a great mess." The trio, terrified, began to wail, "Fourth uncle, we were wrong. Spare us, please." "Spare you? Who will spare me?" Li Yanqing, concealed behind the wooden shrine, was about to ignite the firebrand when he suddenly noticed a candle rolling across the floor, its flames still flickering. It felt like divine providence. He hastily extinguished the firebrand, tucked it away, and carefully picked up the candle. He ignited the drapery, which had hung in the main hall for countless years, now dry as parchment. The fire caught immediately, roaring to life. Li Yanqing gazed intently at the flickering flames, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. He was acutely aware of the gravity of his actions in a world where the strong oppress the weak. He could only seek justice for his wronged father through extraordinary means, thereby altering the fate he and his father had been dealt. Setting down the candle, Li Yanqing deftly slipped through the gap in the table and rushed into the main hall, swiftly closing the window behind him before dashing towards the ancestral shrine. Meanwhile, three unruly children wailed and struggled desperately, attempting to break free from Li Dogwang's grasp. Enraged, Li Dogwang dragged them towards the door. At that moment, a pungent whiff of smoke reached his nostrils, sending a chill of foreboding through him. Fearing that the three miscreants might seize the opportunity to escape, he turned his body and peered behind the wooden shrine. His eyes fell upon the burning candle on the ground, and as he looked up, terror gripped him. Flames soared above, having ignited all three draperies. His legs turned to jelly, and he collapsed onto the ground, trembling as he uttered, You have unleashed a catastrophic disaster." Chapter 9. A Direct Response to Grievances, Part 2. The sound of a copper gong echoed through the northern part of the Li clan settlement as someone frantically struck it, shouting, "The ancestral hall is flooding! The ancestral hall is flooding! Everyone, hurry to save it." Men and women from every household rushed out, clutching water buckets and wooden basins, sprinting towards the ancestral hall at the foot of Deer Mountain. By this time, the hall was engulfed in flames, fierce tongues of fire leaping upwards as countless members of the Li clan fetched water from the nearby stream, dashing into the courtyard to douse the inferno. Yet, none dared to approach closely. Their efforts to throw water only dampened the entrance, proving futile against the raging blaze. It was evident to all that the wooden shrine containing the ancestral tablets had already collapsed. Even if the fire were extinguished, the tablets could not be salvaged. In the courtyard, a middle-aged man clad in a brocade robe was stamping his feet and weeping uncontrollably, exclaiming, "I am guilty. How can I, Li Wenyu, face our ancestors?" This heart-wrenching figure was none other than the clan leader, Li Wenyu. In mere hours, the ancestral rites were to commence, with the spirits of the ancestors gathered, ready to receive the veneration of their descendants. Yet, at this very moment, the ancestral hall was ablaze, and this fire threatened to consume the very souls of their forebears. Li Wenyu's remorse was compounded by a deeper significance. This conflagration had incinerated the clan's most treasured heirloom. If the clan members from the capital or from the south came seeking relics, how could he possibly respond? Beside the clan leader stood a trembling Li Dogwan, who had just clarified the cause of the fire to Wenyu, placing the blame entirely on 3 mischievous boys who had pilfered the offerings. Still, unease nodded him. He understood the gravity of the situation. The ancestral hall could be rebuilt, the tablets reinstated, but the destruction of the great ancestor's tablet would be an irreversible calamity. He regretted fleeing hastily. At the very least, he could have salvaged the great ancestor's tablet. At that moment, Li Yanqing emerged from the backyard, which had fortunately been spared from the flames. The clan members had opened the back door, standing in the yard and splashing water towards the main hall. However, the clan leader was oblivious to this, as most had rushed to the front yard, leaving only 3 or 4 clan members to battle the blaze here. Li Yanqing had soaked his clothes in the stream, covering his mouth and nose with a damp cloth, and wrapped himself in a quilt belonging to Li Dogwan. Seizing the moment, he discreetly retrieved the precious sandalwood tablet from an empty wine jar and concealed it within his garments. Go, go, go. This place is dangerous, children. Get away. One clan member spotted Li Yanqing and rushed to shoo him away, but he darted aside and ran to the other side. Several clan members, incensed, shouted, "Whose child are you? Why do you disregard the elder's words?" Li Yanqing paid no heed to their admonitions. This was his sole opportunity, one that could determine whether he would be allowed to attend school, whether his father's debts could be alleviated, and whether his father would no longer be scorned within the clan. Seeing that the flames to the east had begun to wane, he crouched low and dashed into the inferno. That child has lost his mind. Several clan members gasped in shock, their voices rising as they cried out, "A child has entered. Quick, save him." Although the flames in the main hall had subsided, thick smoke enveloped the air, rendering visibility nearly impossible. Li Yanqing, having previously undergone fire safety training, was aware of the best escape method, crawling along the walls. He had memorized the route beforehand, and with a damp cloth secured over his mouth and nose, he swiftly made his way towards the front door. In the front yard, the clan members, alerted by the cries, exchanged shocked glances. A child had dashed into the inferno. Whose child could it be? Many turned anxiously towards a group of small children near the back gate, fearing it might be their own. Moments later, a small figure burst forth from the flames. Prompting a chorus of cheers from the crowd, the child has emerged. Li Yanqing, tears streaming down his face from the smoke, discarded the bedding he had been carrying and clutched the Zetonwood spirit tablet tightly, exclaiming, "I found it. I found it." Li Dogwan rushed over, astonished, and inquired, "Qing'er, what are you doing here?" "Fourth uncle, I came to help extinguish the fire. I found the spirit tablet." Li Yanqing raised the tablet high. Heavens! Several informed clan members gasped in astonishment. It's the ancestral spirit tablet. Overcome with emotion, Li Dogwan embraced Li Yanqing, exclaiming, "Good child, truly a good child." Tears welled in his eyes. As long as the spirit tablet was rescued, he could atone for his sins. Suddenly, a voice cried out, "Run! The roof is about to collapse." Panic ensued as everyone fled outside, the main beam of the ancestral hall having been consumed by flames, finally succumbing to the weight of the tiles with a thunderous crash. Li Wenyuan, engulfed in despair, knelt at the entrance, fervently bowing his head, wailing in anguish, "Ancestral spirits, forefathers, the unworthy descendant Li Wenyuan has committed an unforgivable sin." At that moment, the chief steward Lu Chenghong approached and helped Li Wenyuan to his feet, softly advising, "Clan leader, given the circumstances, may I suggest you find solace in acceptance." Lu Chenghong, having been the late patriarch's bookkeeper, was favored from a young age, eventually being adopted as a son. After maturing, he became the steward of the Li residence. Relying on the late patriarch's favor, Lu Chenghong often bullied the villagers, his tyranny silencing the Li clan. Although the patriarch had passed away last year, Lu Chenghong's arrogance remained unchanged, a trait inherited by his son Lu Fu-er, whose reckless behavior had finally culminated in a disastrous calamity. The burning of the ancestral hall and the destruction of the ancestral spirit tablet filled Li Wenyuan with intense hatred towards Lu Chenghong. He shoved him away, coldly stating, "The destruction of the ancestral hall is a grave transgression according to our clan's rules and must be severely punished. I will address the offenses of the two sons of the Lijian family according to our regulations. Your son bears the surname Lu, and our clan rules do not apply to him. You may handle that as you see fit." Lu Chenghong, trembling in fear, replied, "Sir, I will certainly impose strict punishment on that wretched child." Li Wenyuan shook his head, saying, "How you punish him is your concern. But I must provide an account to our forefathers. After dawn, you shall pack your belongings and depart." Terrified, Lu Chenghong fell to his knees, pleading, "Sir, my son and I have served the Li family for 40 years. For the sake of the late patriarch, please spare me this time. I will break the wretched child's legs as a penance to you." Li Wenyuan pointed angrily at the collapsed ancestral hall, exclaiming, "I may forgive you, but our ancestors will not forgive me. Either you leave at once, or you go and kill your son." Lu Chenghong's face turned ashen. He shot a venomous glare at Li Wenyuan, realizing the treachery at play. "I understand now. You have begun to abandon me. Very well. I will leave. But mark my words, one day Lu Chenghong shall return to demand an explanation." With that, Lu Chenghong stormed away in a fit of rage. Li Wenyuan gazed helplessly at the ruins of the ancestral hall, collapsing once more to his knees, overwhelmed by a sense of dread as he contemplated how to account for this calamity to the clans across the land. At that moment, Li Dogwang approached with Li Yanqing, unable to contain his excitement, and whispered, "Clan leader, this child has rescued the ancestral spirit tablet." "What?" Li Wenyuan's head snapped up. Disbelief etched on his face as he beheld the Zetan wood spirit tablet cradled in Li Yanqing's arms. Trembling, he took the tablet into his hands, clutching it to his chest, feeling as though he were in a dream, tears of joy threatening to spill forth. This tablet was the sole spirit tablet salvaged by their ancestor, Li Tsongqian, when the Song army set fire to the southern Tang ancestral hall, and had since become their family's most treasured possession. After the poisoning of Li Yu by Zhao Guoqi, Li Tsongqian had been filled with fear and had washed away the golden characters inscribed upon it, rendering it a blank tablet. Even then, he dared not pass it to his legitimate son, secretly bequeathing it to his third illegitimate son on his deathbed, instructing him to take the tablet far from the capital to settle in Xiangzhou. The tablet had been passed down through generations, kept locked in the clan leader's chamber, only to be displayed during the decennial ancestral rites, while other spirit tablets could be remade. The loss of this particular tablet would brand Li Wenyuan as a historical sinner of his clan. His previous anguish stemmed from the belief that this sacred object had perished in the flames. He could hardly fathom that it had been rescued by a child from the fire. Whose child are you?" Li Wenyuan inquired. Li Dogwang interjected, "Clan leader. He is the son of the Qi, named Yanqing, and is merely 6 years old. So he is the child of the Qi." A wave of gratitude washed over Li Wenyuan as he grasped the boy's hand, asking, "Qing'er, at such a tender age, how did you muster the courage to rush into the flames to retrieve this tablet?" Li Yanqing lowered his gaze and replied softly, "I do not know. I was outside watching the adults extinguish the fire when I suddenly heard someone calling to me, 'Help me. Save me.' It felt as though a force propelled me forward, and I dashed into the flames." Li Wenyuan gasped in astonishment, urgently pressing, "And then? I was terrified within the inferno, but that voice assured me not to be afraid, that it was in the corner to the east. So, I crawled along the wall toward the eastern corner, and eventually, I found this spirit tablet." Li Wenyuan embraced Li Yanqing tightly, bursting into tears once more, exclaiming, "Our ancestors have manifested their presence." Li Yanqing blinked in surprise. Even he began to believe the extraordinary turn of events. Chapter 10. Brothers in discussion. Before Li Yanqing had the chance to make request of the clan leader, he hurried back to the village to implore Uncle Hu to make a trip to the county town. He needed to inform his father, Lu Chenghong, that he had been expelled from the Li residence and to disregard the so-called medical expenses. Li Yanqing was concerned that his father, unaware of the situation, might be deceived into parting with money by Lu Chenghong. In his desperation, Lu Chenghong was likely to seize any opportunity to profit. Without uttering a word, Uncle Hu took his whistle and set off for the county town. After arranging the most critical matters, an exhausted Li Yanqing succumbed to sleep, plunging into a deep and dark slumber. As Li Yanqing laid his worries to rest and drifted into peaceful sleep, clan leader Li Wenyu was in the mansion with his brothers, attending to the aftermath of the ancestral hall's affairs. Not only was Li Wenyu the leader of the Li clan, but he was also a prominent gentleman in Tangyin County, a guest of the county magistrate Lu Jin. His third brother, Li Wengue, held the title of the local protector of Xia Township. His significant standing was largely due to having a brother in the capital. The second brother Li Wenxi, who served as a 7th-rank official, although a 7th-rank position is often dismissed as a minor role. It is worth noting that the county magistrate of Tangyin is only an 8th-rank official. Thus, a 7th-rank official from the capital is indeed a figure of considerable importance in the countryside. In accordance with the tradition of honoring those who serve in the capital, Li Wenxi built an expansive residence covering 8 acres in Lushan town for his father's residence. After the passing of their father last year, the house was occupied by the eldest brother, Li Wenyu, transforming it into the true abode of the clan leader, having caught a slight chill during the night. Li Wenyu felt much better after sipping a cup of hot tea. Gently touching the ancestral tablet on the small table, he said to his third brother, Li Wengue, "Brother, please refrain from pleading on his behalf. The collection of taxes can be managed by another. It is not essential that it be Lu Chenghong. He has stirred considerable trouble, and many clan members harbor grievances against him. Previously, our father indulged him, allowing him to behave recklessly. After our father's passing, he has not only failed to mend his ways but has instead intensified his oppression of the clansmen, with his son having set fire to the ancestral hall. If I were to let him off this time, I fear my tenure as clan leader may be short-lived. I am resolute in my decision to expel him, not merely for the sake of the ancestral hall, so please do not put me in a difficult position. As one of the duties of a local protector, Li Wengue was responsible for the collection of local taxes. Given the heavy burdens imposed by the central government, the populace harbored significant resentment, making tax collection arduous for local officials. Though Lu Chenghong was known for his ruthless demeanor, he was quite effective in tax collection and had long been Li Wengue's right-hand man, also serving as the head of tax collection. Having just returned from the county, Li Wengue was alarmed to learn that the ancestral hall had been burned and that his elder brother intended to expel Lu Chenghong. He rushed to find Li Wenyu, seeking to intercede on Lu Chenghong's behalf. Given that his elder brother had already made up his mind, Li Wengue could only sigh in resignation and chuckle ruefully. I will defer to you, elder brother. Lu Chenghong has indeed offended too many people. His departure may be for the best. What do you think of appointing Steward's son to take his place? Steward's son was also a capable assistant to Li Wengue. With Lu Chenghong's expulsion seemingly inevitable, Li Wengue could only seek a compromise by advocating for son, whom he had helped to elevate, to assume the role of the chief steward of the Li residence. Li Wenyu sighed. A significant event transpired tonight. My thoughts are in disarray. Let us discuss the matter of Steward's son in a few days. Li Wengue cast a glance at the ancestral spirit tablet on the table and murmured. Is the significant matter that elder brother spoke of related to the manifestation of the ancestral spirit? Have you heard about it? Li Wengue nodded. Acknowledging that the entire household was abuzz with discussions on the topic, yet a sense of unease lingered within him. Such occurrences had never transpired before. Why would they arise tonight? Li Wenyuan shot a displeased glare at his younger brother, for the ancestral hall had never been set ablaze. Nor had the spirit tablet ever encountered fire. Naturally, the manifestation of the ancestral spirit was inconceivable. One would need to hope for such events to happen multiple times. Li Wengue felt genuinely awkward and hastily clarified. Elder brother, please do not be angry. That was not my intention. I understand that was not your intention. Li Wenyuan replied, perhaps softening his tone upon realizing his words had been somewhat harsh. However, you were not present at the scene tonight and are unaware of what transpired. I witnessed it firsthand. All the other children were frightened and kept their distance, yet that boy boldly rushed into the flames, amidst the thick smoke and fierce fire. How could he have located the spirit tablet without the guidance of the ancestral spirit? And how could he have escaped the inferno without such divine direction? Yet, this seems too coincidental, Li Wengue contended. It is indeed difficult to believe unless one has witnessed it firsthand. Moreover, it is only natural for someone as astute as I to harbor doubts. Yet Li Wenyuan, having seen the event unfold with his own eyes, remained steadfast in his belief. He gestured for Li Wengue to pause, stating, I know what you are suspecting, but he is merely a 6-year-old village child. Do you truly think he would set fire to the ancestral hall? Li Wengue soon recognized his own excessive suspicion, feeling embarrassed for doubting a mere child. He quickly apologized. You are right, elder brother. I should not have made unfounded assumptions. Li Wenyuan's short, stout fingers lightly tapped the table, his eyes glimmering with an unmistakable excitement as he lowered his voice. Third brother, you still do not grasp the crux of the matter. The ancestral spirit has indeed manifested. If this news reaches the Li family in the capital or the southern regions, our branch of the Li family in Zhaozhou could hold our heads high from this point forward. Yet Li Wenyuan, being a mere local magnate, possessed limited foresight. Failing to consider the potential ramifications should the court or the emperor become aware of the ancestral spirit's manifestation. I understand now. What do you plan to do next? Elder brother? Li Wengue inquired. After a moment's contemplation, Li Wenyuan replied, tomorrow morning, you shall visit the ancestral hall to assess the plans for reconstruction, while I will personally make a trip to Liwen village. In a dream, Li Yanqing found himself fishing in the stream by the ancestral hall when the water suddenly deepened, submerging him. Desperately, he flailed about, unable to grasp anything to save himself, and just as he felt he might drown, he jolted awake, gasping for breath. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with a round face adorned with a mischievous smile, and his nose pinched between two small fingers. No wonder he had dreamt of drowning. Second brother is awake. Little Qing'er exclaimed joyfully, clapping her hands. Li Yanqing felt a rush of relief and quickly sat up, noticing that the large black dog had mysteriously vanished. The dawn light outside had already begun to brighten. What brings you here, little Qing'er? Li Yanqing asked, affectionately ruffling her hair. Grandma asked me to bring some food for you, second brother. Xiao Qing'er placed a small basket before him, containing several coarse buns. Li Yanqing, genuinely famished, seized one and began to munch on it, speaking with a mouthful. Aren't you going to call me silly second brother anymore? Xiao Qing'er nodded earnestly. Mimicking her father's tone, Xiao Qing'er, your second brother is quite the clever child. Henceforth, do not refer to him as silly second brother. Li Yanqing burst into hearty laughter. Suddenly recalling something, he rummaged in the corner and said with a smile, close your eyes. Second brother shall treat you to something delightful. Xiao Qing'er covered her eyes with her hands, yet stealthily left a small gap to peek, wondering what delicacy awaited her. Li Yanqing broke off a small piece of the white jade cake and placed it in her mouth, a morsel he had reserved especially for her. So sweet. Second brother. What is this? She inquired, her eyes wide with curiosity. Li Yanqing handed her the small cake, grinning, let us share. You enjoy the cake while I savor the buns. Xiao Qing'er nibbled on the white jade cake, gazing longingly as it gradually diminished. Is it delicious? Yes, it is delightful, second brother. What kind of cake is this? This is called victory cake. I procured it in the small town. He refrained from disclosing its true name. Just then, the voice of Anhu echoed from outside, calling Xiao Qing'er. In a hurry. Xiao Qing'er stuffed the last piece of cake into Li Yanqing's mouth and dashed off with the empty basket, exclaiming, second brother, I shall return to play with you soon. After indulging in a refreshing nap and devouring 3 buns, Li Yanqing felt invigorated. He donned his clothes and ventured into the courtyard, drawing a bucket of water from the well to wash his face and brush his teeth. However, he overheard Anhu outside the gate saying, Dachi is not at home. Only the child remains. We have come to find Qing'er. Li Yanqing recognized the voice of his fourth uncle, Li Dogwan, and hastily splashed water on his face and straightened his clothes. At that moment, the courtyard gate creaked open, and a few individuals entered. Chapter 11. Exorbitant prices. 3 individuals entered the room, with the foremost being Uncle Li Dogwan. He still donned that meticulously crafted snow-white robe, his tall stature and long white beard exuding an air of ethereal grace. One must concede that outward appearances hold considerable significance. Despite Li Dogwang's 10 years of failing the provincial examinations and his lack of agricultural pursuits, he nevertheless led the most comfortable life in Liwansuan. Although he had egregiously faltered last night, resulting in the burning of the ancestral hall. The clan leader's reliance on him to guide them today speaks volumes about the trust placed in him. Following closely behind was the clan leader, Li Wenyu. He had scarcely slept the previous night, his eyes bloodshot from fatigue, yet his spirit remained remarkably buoyant, perhaps due to his slightly portly physique. He found himself slightly breathless by the time they reached this location. The last to enter was Anhu. She had entrusted her son, Hu Xing, to the county while still feeling uneasy even with the presence of her nephew and the clan leader. Qing'er, the clan leader has come to see you. Hurry and greet him with a bow. Li Dogwang, fearful that Li Yanqing might refuse to bow as he had in the ancestral hall, quickly prompted him and gave a knowing wink. With reverence for the heavens, sovereigns, elders, and teachers, Li Yanqing was resolute in only bowing to the 5 esteemed elders. He stepped forward, adopting a posture of kneeling, but suddenly his lips curled into a grin, and he found himself unable to proceed. Uncle, my knee was injured in the fire last night, and it pains me greatly. Li Wenyu chuckled softly. There is no need for such formalities. Qing'er, Dogwang, please fetch 2 stools. Li Dogwang rolled his eyes, realizing this crafty child had evaded bowing yet again. Reluctantly, He went to retrieve 2 small stools constructed from rough planks. Wiping them with his sleeve, "Clan leader, please take a seat." However, Li Wenyu offered the stool to Li Yanqing, saying, "Your leg is hurting. You should sit first." Li Yanqing accepted the stool without hesitation and sat down, while Li Wenyu took the other small stool, and who, wielding a bamboo broom, busied herself sweeping the yard nearby, occasionally glancing in their direction. With only 2 stools in the house, Li Dogwang had no choice but to stand, noticing their lack of ill intent, and who quietly closed the door behind her, uninterested in the affairs of the Li family. "Qing'er, I must express my gratitude to you for last night. To be candid, I was awake all night, filled with fear and gratitude. I never imagined our ancestors would manifest their presence." Li Wenyu spoke sincerely, having inquired about Li Yanqing's situation from Li Dogwang before departing. He learned that this child, once regarded as simple-minded, had transformed remarkably after a fall into a well over a month ago, emerging as an astonishingly gifted scholar. Particularly, Li Dogwang had informed him of Li Yanqing's performance in the ancestral hall just 2 days prior, where he had even discerned the revered name of their forefather. This revelation struck Li Wenyu with an epiphany. The ancestors must have chosen Li Yanqing for a reason, and it was highly plausible that their spirit had manifested within this child. How else could one explain the metamorphosis from a fool to a prodigy? Throughout the journey, Li Wenyu had ruminated on this matter, and the more he pondered, the more feasible it seemed. A fire ignited within his heart, urging him to hasten in confirming his suspicions. At this moment, Li Yanqing contemplated how to extract the greatest advantage from this situation. His list of demands had already been drafted, awaiting the patriarch to proactively express his gratitude. He lowered his head and remarked, "Patriarch, at that time, I truly did not understand what was happening. Even now, I remain in a state of confusion." It felt as though, in that moment, I was no longer myself. Li Wenyu cautiously inquired, "Qing'er, have you ever heard that voice before? For instance, when you fell into the well?" Realization dawned upon Li Yanqing as he understood the patriarch perceived him as the reincarnation of Li Jing. Instantly, he recognized his opportunity and exclaimed, wide-eyed with astonishment, "How would the patriarch know?" Li Wenyu was taken aback. "You truly heard it before?" Nodding, Li Yanqing replied, "Indeed, I heard that voice when I fell into the well. I always believed there was a ghost in the well, and I never dared to tell my father." "What did the voice say?" Li Yanqing fell silent, lost in thought as he recalled his meticulously organized chronicle. Li Yu ascended to the throne in the 2nd year of the Song Dynasty. Thus, Li Jing passed away in 961 AD. This year is 1111, meaning Li Jing has been deceased for 150 years. Gazing at the sky with a dreamlike expression, Li Yanqing slowly articulated, "When I fell into the well, that voice whispered in my ear, proclaiming that its soul had wandered for a full 150 years and had finally found me, its vessel." Li Wenyu immediately retrieved a family tree from his bosom and began to peruse it. The lineage records the birth and death dates of their ancestors in cryptic language, understandable only to the patriarch. As he flipped through the pages, he traced calculations with his finger on the ground. His expression shifted dramatically as he realized that the ancestor's passing was precisely 150 years ago. Overcome with weakness, Li Wenyu collapsed to his knees before Li Yanqing, recognizing that this child, whether or not he was the rebirth of the ancestor, undoubtedly harbored a fragment of the ancestor's soul within him. The patriarch knelt, and Li Dogwang, startled, followed suit. Heavens! Could this child truly be the vessel of the ancestor's spirit? The ancestor has returned after 150 years. Feigning panic, Li Yanqing said, "Patriarch, fourth uncle. What are you doing?" A flicker of concern crossed his mind. What if the patriarch genuinely believed him to be their forebear? Unworthy descendant Li Wenyu pays respects to the ancestor. Unworthy descendant Li Dogwang bows to the ancestor, even in a remote village 1,000 years later. Many foolish men and women would readily believe such tricks, how much more so in the Song Dynasty, where Li Wanyu's preconceived notions led him to conclude that Li Yanqing was merely affirming his suspicions. However, if it were his brother Li Wengue, he might not be so easily convinced. Li Yanqing chose to sit down, inwardly chuckling at the absurdity of the situation. He had merely concocted a few nonsensical phrases, yet they believed him wholeheartedly. Should he, like a sorceress, feign a sudden fainting spell and then engage in wild proclamations? Alas, how would this matter conclude? Li Wenyu respectfully bowed 3 times but dared not sit, instead standing with his hands at his sides before Li Yanqing. He had spent the entire night pondering why the ancestor would choose a 6-year-old child like Li Yanqing to rush into the flames. To comprehend the event of last night, it is essential to recognize that at least 200 clansmen, countless robust young men, were engaged in the firefighting efforts, yet the ancestor chose a mere child. He now realizes that the ancestor had long been intertwined with the Yanqing. The balance of water and fire, indeed. Please take a seat, clan leader. I have matters to discuss. Li Yuan, trembling, perched himself on the edge of his seat. Li Yanqing gazed at him with solemnity and remarked, "It would be wise for the clan leader to refrain from mentioning the ancestor. We are now in the realm of the Song Dynasty, where the emperor bears the surname Zhao, not Li. To speak of such matters too freely could lead to the annihilation of our clan." Li Yuan was momentarily taken aback, suddenly realizing the gravity of the situation. No, he must return and enforce silence, forbidding anyone from discussing the ancestor's manifestation last night. He cast a glance at Li Dogwang, who immediately shook his head vigorously, assuring, "Rest assured, clan leader, I will not speak of this matter outside." Li Yanqing's words effectively extinguished Li Yuan's intent to proclaim the event in the county. He continued, "Please, refer to me as Qing'er from now on, and let us not speak of this matter further." Gradually, Li Yuan regained his composure and nodded, asking, "What do you require of me, Qing'er?" After feigning mystique, Li Yanqing was awaiting this very question. Without hesitation, he extended 4 fingers. "First, Lu Qinghong has desecrated the Li family ancestral hall, tarnishing the honor of our revered ancestor and harming the descendants of the Li clan. He must be expelled immediately and never allowed to return." Li Yuan, astounded by the maturity of a 6-year-old speaking of the revered ancestor, felt an increased conviction and promptly replied, "I have already banished him and shall never employ him again." Second, Li Yanqing continued, "The debts owed to the clan leader by my father, Li Daqi, should be entirely forgiven, and the wages he has been deprived of these past years should be compensated by the clan leader. For years prior, Li Daqi had borrowed money for his wife's burial, only to be ruthlessly exploited by his father-in-law Ding Zhong and Li Yuan, who claimed the expenses amounted to 500 guan, when in reality, no more than 100 guan sufficed. Moreover, much of the 500 guan had returned to their hands through various means related to the cemetery, coffin, and labor costs. The actual expenditure merely filled the bellies of the entire village with a few pigs, along with some clothing and burial trinkets. While Li Yuan gained a reputation for aiding his clansmen, he also acquired a laborer akin to a slave, all documented in black and white with Li Daqi's willing signature. Yet, who would have anticipated Li Daqi would bear such a son? An unsettling feeling washed over Li Yuan as he hastily assured, "I will certainly forgive the debt. I shall bring the notes and wages upon my return." Li Yanqing added, "The third matter pertains to my desire to attend the school. Please arrange this, clan leader." Initially, Li Yuan feared Li Yanqing intended to pursue the 500 guan issue, but upon realizing the request was simply to study, he exhaled in relief and chuckled. "This is a trivial matter. I shall speak with Master Yao, and you can commence your studies tomorrow." Li Yanqing had only considered these 3 requests. Yet this opportunity was too precious to squander. He could not let the avaricious clan leader escape unscathed, for his father had endured much hardship over the years. Pointing to the dilapidated dwelling, he remarked, "Additionally, this house is far too decrepit. I kindly ask the clan leader to arrange for its repair." Chapter 12. A bustling entrance as Li Wenyong and Li Dogwang departed, and who hurried into the courtyard with Qing'er. "Qing'er, I have heard something remarkable. Did you truly achieve great merit at the ancestral hall last night?" "Grandma, what is an ancestral hall?" Qing'er, even more eager than her grandmother, tugged at her sleeve with fervor. Li Yanqing crouched down, smiling gently as he explained, "Qing'er, the ancestral hall is a place for burning incense and offering sacrifices, where one bows during the New Year celebrations. Your family has one too. Is it the place where the plaques are displayed?" "Precisely. It is where many families' plaques are gathered together, referred to as the ancestral hall." Qing'er clapped her hands in delight, exclaiming, "I understand now. There must be lots of delicious food there. Is the little cake that second brother gave me from the ancestral hall?" A cold sweat broke out on Li Yanqing's back. The little girl had stumbled upon the truth. He hurriedly clarified, "No, that cake was purchased by my father from the old white-bearded gentleman in town. I specifically saved a piece for you." And who seemed to grasp the situation, realizing that the clan leader's visit today must be connected to Qing'er's achievement last night. "Qing'er, should we call your father back?" "There's no need for that, Aunt. I wish to discuss something with you." And who affectionately patted his head and replied, "Speak up. Let us see how I can assist you." "Aunt, the clan leader intends to help our family repair our house. May I borrow your west room to stay for a few days?" And whose home was considerably larger than Li Yanqing's. Her son's family of 3 resided in the main room, while she occupied the east room, leaving the west room empty, filled only with assorted items. And who was quite astonished. The clan leader was indeed going to help the Dechi family repair their house. This child certainly surpassed his father in ambition. She smiled and nodded. I will go home and tidy up the room with Qing'er's mother. You may move over any time. At that moment, someone outside inquired. Is Dechi home? Li Yanqing was taken aback, wondering who it could be. The courtyard door was ajar, and a man in his 30s peered in. Asking with a smile, Qing'er, is your father at home? Li Yanqing did not recognize the man, but Aunt who did, responding politely, oh, it is you, Baozhang. Dechi has gone to the county. Only Qing'er is at home. Upon hearing Aunt who call him Baozhang, Li Yanqing immediately recognized him. This man was Li Zhan, the village constable of Liwen village and a distant relative of the Li clan. His father often spoke of him, albeit with a tone that was less than friendly. Sometimes even through gritted teeth. Is Li Baozhang looking for my father? Li Zhen was indeed aware of Li Daqi's absence, but this was merely an excuse. He was actually there to see Li Yanqing. It matters not that your father is away, it is still pertinent to speak with you. Li Zhen glanced at Aunt who, understanding his intent, took Qing'er by the hand and left. Li Yanqing was also acutely aware that this village official, who rarely visited, had come today most likely due to last night's events. This stool is where the clan leader sat earlier. Please take a seat, Li Yanqing offered. Moving a stool for him, Li Zhen appeared somewhat anxious, a palpable worry evident in his eyes. He waved his hand, saying, you sit, I shall remain standing. Li Yanqing took a seat, regarding him with a curious expression, while inwardly pondering, could it be that he wishes to invite me to perform a divine ritual? Li Zhen rubbed his hands together, hesitating before stammering, it is like this. Last night, my two troublemaking children followed Lu Guanjia's son to the ancestral hall. It turns out they are your sons. Li Yanqing nearly let slip a secret but quickly continued. I saw my fourth uncle apprehend 3 children, accusing them of causing chaos and burning down the ancestral hall. I only recognized Lu Fuer. The other 2 were actually the sons of the Baozhang. Li Zhen nodded awkwardly. These 2 unruly boys had been spoiled by their grandfather since childhood and had run amok at home, causing a calamity last night. Upon realizing that Li Er and Li San were the sons of this Baozhang, he immediately understood why the Baozhang sought him out. He scratched his head and inquired. Surely there won't be any severe punishment? After all, they're just children. At most, they might receive a beating. Li Zhen managed a wry smile, thinking how much simpler it would be if it were so. If that were the case, he wouldn't have needed to come to Li Yanqing for assistance. He shook his head. You may not be aware, but the crime of burning down the ancestral hall has no precedent in our clan laws. It is considered so grave that no one dares to commit such an act. If there is to be punishment, the least they could face is a broken leg. And if the penalty is severe? Li Zhen sighed. If the punishment is severe, it would entail a lifetime ban from ancestral worship, effectively ruining those 2 children for life. However, Li Yanqing had little interest in ancestral rites. He understood Li Zhen's intention. He wished for Li Yanqing to leverage his connection to the divine to plead for leniency. Li Yanqing held no particular animosity towards Li Er and Li San. Aside from their annoying chatter, they had not resorted to tattling like Lu Fuer. Nevertheless, when their father was mentioned, Li Zhen's face contorted with anger, suggesting that this man had undoubtedly bullied him severely. Li Zhen continued, would it be possible for you to speak to the clan leader on my behalf, to request a lighter sentence for my 2 rascals? Li Yanqing remained silent. If it were Madame Hu, she would have sought him out without hesitation, but why did his father harbor such disdain for this Baozhang? Li Zhen was certainly aware that one could not ask for favors empty-handed. He pulled out a crumpled yellow paper from his pocket, placing it on the small stool, and smiled ingratiatingly. This is originally the deed to your family's 3 acres of land, which your father sold to me years ago. I shall return it without asking for payment as a token of my goodwill. At that moment, Li Yanqing understood why his father ground his teeth whenever this man was mentioned. It must pertain to those 3 acres of ancestral land. He found it peculiar that while others possessed several acres, his family had nothing. If it had been a fair transaction, his father would not harbor such animosity. Clearly, something had transpired that left a lingering grievance. However, it is wise to resolve enmities rather than deepen them. Offending the Baozhang of Li Wenzun would not be prudent. As long as he returned the land, extending a gesture of goodwill would not be amiss. Li Yanqing picked up the land deed and smiled. Li Baozhang, you should go directly to the clan leader. Just explain that your sons were coerced by Lu Fuer and had no choice but to comply. As for my part, I am willing to vouch for them and request the clan leader to grant them clemency. Li Zhen was filled with joy, though he was overwhelmed by the calamity caused by his 2 sons. Early in the morning, he sought the help of Li Wengue. although Li Wengue agreed to show leniency. Such leniency still meant breaking a leg, a price he was reluctant to pay. Fortunately, De Guang had informed him that if this esteemed Qing'er were to plead with the clan leader, his sons would be spared. Li Jin had also heard of the events from the previous night, and hope flickered in his heart. He hurriedly clasped his hands and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Qing'er, for your assistance. If you have the time, might we visit the town together? However, Li Yanqing had no desire to accompany him to the town. He promptly returned to his room, penned a note, and handed it to Li Jin, saying, "Deliver this to the clan leader, and he will not pursue your sons any further." Seeing that Li Yanqing was unwilling to go, Li Jin had no choice but to accept the note with profuse thanks and depart. At that moment, Li Yanqing felt quite pleased, his youthful spirit rekindled. He propped up his leg and called out triumphantly to those outside, "Lord Li is here. Is there anyone in the neighborhood who requires a note? Come forth." "Excuse me. Is Brother Deqi at home?" A very amiable voice came from outside. As the saying goes, in poverty, no one pays heed to your troubles. In wealth, distant relatives come to visit. Since the clan leader's visit, 4 clan members had come to inquire about Deqi in just half a day. They not only expressed their willingness to assist in caring for his son, who lived alone, but also brought along 2 pumpkins, a salted fish, and half a bag of beans. Li Yanqing presented all these gifts to Aunt Hu, feeling unable to repay her family's kindness, which came at the most opportune moment. This was merely a token of his appreciation. In the afternoon, the courtyard of Li Yanqing's home buzzed with activity once more. Steward Yang, the head steward of the Li estate, arrived with a few masons to inspect the house. Steward Yang, named Yang Shaman, was around 40 years old, with a long neck, a small head, and a large body, his short legs clad in white attire, resembling a grand white goose from a distance. His face was perpetually adorned with a smile. And although he bore the nickname Smiling Tiger, he appeared far more affable than the fearsome Lu Chenghong. Today, however, Steward Yang was genuinely in high spirits, his smile radiating warmth. He had been promoted to head steward after Lu Chenghong was dismissed the previous night, and the former steward, Sun Air, who had once held authority over him, was now under his command. "Qing'er, this 10 guan is from your father, which I retrieved from Lu Chenghong," Steward Yang said, beaming as he patted Li Yanqing on the shoulder and placed a heavy cloth bag at his feet. Chapter 13. Deer Mountain Academy. Li Yanqing immediately took a liking to the perceptive steward, who, fearing that the clan leader might suspect his motives for seeking revenge against Lu Chenghong last night, refrained from mentioning the matter of the 10 strings of coins. To his surprise, the astute Steward Yang returned the 10 strings of coins to him. It was no wonder he was appointed as the chief steward. Indeed, he possessed a keen and discerning mind. Li Yanqing expressed his gratitude for Steward Yang's kindness, to which Yang chuckled and instructed someone to bring forth a bag of rice and several pounds of meat. "This is a gift from my master to you." "Oh, and this as well." Steward Yang produced a yellowed piece of paper from his bosom. "This is an IOU your father wrote to my master years ago. My master asked me to deliver it to you." Li Yanqing accepted the IOU and hesitated for a moment before inquiring, "Steward, there should be something else, right?" Steward Yang glanced around cautiously, then pulled Li Yanqing aside and whispered, "There is a bit of money as well. My master is concerned for your safety living alone, as wealth at home can be perilous. He intends to give it to your father when he returns. Do not worry, young master, my master's word is his bond." "How much are we talking about?" Li Yanqing asked. Steward Yang pondered briefly, then replied, "Your father has been assisting with horse care at the Li residence, earning 50 a day, which totals to 2 strings of coins each month. After repaying 1 string, he brings home the other. Over the course of a year, that amounts to 12 strings, and 4 years sums up to 48 strings. This time, my master has decided to supplement your father with an additional 50 strings. In the monetary system of the Song Dynasty, 1 string of coins generally equated to 771, a fact Li Yanqing was aware of. However, the revelation that his father's monthly wage was merely 2 strings struck him as exceedingly meager. Steward Yang, sensing the awkwardness, quickly clarified, "You know your father's health. His efforts at the Li residence are quite limited. His daily tasks consist mainly of chopping fodder, and even a proper horseman earns only 4 strings a month. I was merely inquiring." "I appreciate your concern, Steward Yang," Li Yanqing replied. Of course. By the way, young master, what are your thoughts on the matter of the house? Did the clan leader not provide any specific instructions?" Li Yanqing cautiously probed. The clan leader's directives were rather vague, so I wish to ascertain your thoughts. Despite having come from humble beginnings, Li Yanqing felt he should not have to reside in such a dilapidated mud house. The walls leaked, rendering the interior dark and damp throughout the year, causing a significant chill that could adversely affect one's health. The short lifespan of impoverished families was directly linked to their abysmal living conditions. Seizing this rare opportunity, he was determined to significantly improve his father's living situation. Pointing towards the house, he remarked, "Recently, during the rain, the interior was flooded, and the walls are on the verge of collapse. Let us not complicate matters. Let us simply rebuild 3 rooms using blue bricks." Steward Yang was taken aback. What Li Yanqing proposed was anything but simple. It was a complete reconstruction. The notion of using blue bricks made the steward realize that the young man's ambition surpassed even that of his master. Li Yanqing cast a sidelong glance at him, observing his discomfort. In a gentle yet firm tone, he continued, "If it burdens you too much, we can abandon this plan. I shall express my gratitude to the clan leader another day." Yang, the steward, had served the master for 30 years and understood him profoundly. He never regurgitated what he consumed. Not only did he absolve Li Daqi of his debt of 500 guan, but he also compensated for all past wages. A rare occurrence that underscored the master's regard for the young lad. Could it be true, as the household murmured, that the child was possessed by the spirit of the ancestors? Yang then considered that since they needed to purchase blue bricks for the reconstruction of the ancestral hall, the few small houses would not require much additional expenditure, so he nodded at Li Yanqing and said, "The master has instructed me to refurbish the house properly. Since you wish to rebuild, I shall boldly promise on the master's behalf." Li Yanqing chuckled. It would be best for the steward to consult the clan leader. If the leader rebukes you for taking liberties, I would feel quite embarrassed. Yang, taken aback, thought to himself, this young lad is quite astute. He understands the intricacies of human relationships at such a tender age. He will surely excel as he matures. He smiled and agreed, "You are correct. I shall seek the master's consent, but I anticipate he will acquiesce." Yang then instructed several bricklayers, measure the dimensions and calculate the necessary bricks, stones, and timber. "Prepare a list for me." After exchanging pleasantries with Li Yanqing, he hurried off with a servant. Just as he reached the door, he suddenly remembered something and turned back, saying, "Tomorrow morning, Yanqing, you may go to the town's academy to study. I have already informed Master Yao. You need not bring anything. Just your presence will suffice." "Thank you, steward." With the steward's departure, Aunt Hu brought out some bowls and a water jug to refresh the bricklayers. She pulled Li Yanqing aside, her face beaming with joy. "Yanqing, you truly are remarkable. You managed to have the clan leader repair the brick house for you. Even your grandfather lacked such influence." Li Yanqing smiled and handed her several pounds of pork, saying, "Aunt, please take this home to prepare for Qing'er." Aunt Hu immediately waved her hand. "You have already given me so much today. Keep this for yourself to nourish your father. But Aunt, by the time my father returns, this meat will spoil, and I cannot cook. Please take it." Aunt Hu contemplated and agreed, "Very well. Tonight, I shall prepare a feast of braised pork. You and Qing'er shall enjoy it together." Li Yanqing then gifted her half a bag of rice, but Aunt Hu refused. Undeterred, he carried the rice to her kitchen. Deeply touched, Aunt Hu sought out her daughter-in-law to confer. This child Yanqing is clever and considerate. At last, the heavens have smiled upon him. He shall attend school. Qing'er's mother. We must express our gratitude. Qing'er's mother, having suffered during childbirth and remained frail since, rarely ventured outside, spending her days spinning and weaving to earn a modest income for the household. After some thought, she returned to her room and retrieved a piece of blue cloth she had spun and dyed. "I plan to make New Year's garments for both Darlang and Qing'er. Since Qing'er has a new outfit from last year that remains unworn, I shall not make her another this year. Instead, we shall hastily prepare a garment for Yanqing to wear to school tomorrow." Madame Hu clapped her hands and laughed. "What a splendid idea. One must always wear new clothes for school. That tattered sheepskin coat of his is far too shabby. Others will surely mock him. Let us hasten and stitch him a new robe by tonight." The two women promptly set to work, and that very evening, they crafted a fresh outfit for Li Yanqing. Before dawn the next day, they dressed him in his new attire and styled his hair into a bun. Though his hair was somewhat short, a headscarf concealed the discrepancy. As they prepared to leave, Madame Hu even packed a few coarse bread rolls for him to enjoy on the way. Li Yanqing was immensely grateful and set off for school with eager anticipation. Li Yanqing resided in a region known as Zhao Township, which encompassed several dozen square miles and governed over 20 villages, large and small. The township's center was called Lushan Town, one of the 3 major towns in Tangyin County, also referred to as Zhao Town. It was not far from Liwen village. By walking 3 miles north along the official road, one would reach the town. Lushan town boasted a few hundred households, expanding to the east and west of the main thoroughfare, covering a considerable area. At least 20% of the residents bore the surname Li, belonging to the same lineage as those in Liwen village, albeit from different branches. Naturally, the town was the liveliest part of Zhao Township. The broad, flat official road traversed the center of the town, flanked by dozens of shops, including grocery stores, apothecaries, mule and horse dealerships, silk shops, silver stores, warehouses, taverns, and inns. Even a place called Qing'er Courtyard had several flamboyantly dressed women loitering at its entrance, drawing attention and whispers from passers-by. Various stalls and vendors crowded the sides of the official road, their voices ringing out loudly. The weather had been pleasant lately, leading to a bustling scene as people and carts filled the thoroughfare. Having grown accustomed to the former splendor of urban life, Li Yanqing felt a profound sense of dislocation whenever he ventured from his humble village to the bustling town, as if time itself had merged in this place. Qing'er. Suddenly, he heard someone calling from behind. Turning around, he saw his cousins, Li and Li San, breathlessly racing towards him. Seeing them unscathed, Li Yanqing surmised that the clan leader had indeed spared them this time. "We came to fetch you for school. Madam who told us you had already left. And we chased after you, utterly exhausted. Besides you, who else from our village attends the school?" Li Yanqing inquired with curiosity. "No one. With you. We are just the three of us." The brothers, Li Guangzong, aged 8, and Li Yaozu, aged 6, were straightforward and cheerful, lacking any guile. Everyone referred to them simply as Li and Li San. Just before their departure, their father had repeatedly instructed them to express gratitude to Li Yanqing. Yet upon seeing him, they had completely forgotten. The brothers flanked Li Yanqing, their faces alight with excitement, and asked, "Qing'er, we heard you killed the blood wolf. Is that true?" In an instant, Li Yanqing understood they were referring to Lu Qinghong's fierce red mastiff. He chuckled. It was merely a dog, not a real wolf. But it was no ordinary dog, it was fiercer than a wolf. Who in the town isn't afraid of it? Whenever Lu Fuer brought it to our school to wreak havoc, we were all too terrified to step outside. You actually killed it? Impressive. The brothers raised their thumbs in admiration, and Li Yanqing suddenly felt as though he might become the next Lu Fuer. "By the way, where's our school?" "I have yet to visit," Li Yanqing inquired, scratching his head. "Look, is that not it?" The two brothers pointed across the official road. Following their gesture, Li Yanqing gazed in the indicated direction. Before him lay a serene bamboo grove, within which stood a grand courtyard. A gentle stream meandered forth from the depths of the bamboo forest, creating an atmosphere of tranquility. Enclosed by a wall taller than a man, the courtyard housed 5 or 6 tile-roofed houses. Above the entrance, a plaque hung from a thatched eave, adorned with 4 grand characters that danced like dragons and phoenixes. Lushan Academy. It turned out this was the school, quite different from what he had envisioned, more akin to an elementary school in his rural hometown. A red flag would make it even more reminiscent. Chapter 14. Master Yao. The Lushan Academy was established through the joint investment of several local gentry from Xia Township. Yet it ultimately became one of the notable achievements of the county magistrate of Tangyin. However, this arrangement had its advantages, as Lushan Academy transformed into one of the 8 affiliated primary schools under the county's educational system, thus acquiring the status of an official institution. Attending this academy provided students with valuable connections within the county's scholarly community. In contrast to the martial spirit of the Tang Dynasty, the Song Dynasty placed a heavy emphasis on scholarly pursuits, and Tangyin County boasted a particularly rich literary atmosphere. Families with even a modest level of affluence in Xia Township sent their children to study here. The academy was divided into 3 classrooms, large, medium, and small, based on the students' academic levels, but all were instructed by the same master, as there was only one instructor for the entire academy. The term master is derived from the notion of a teacher is like a father, serving as a respectful title for educators during the Song Dynasty. The master of Lushan Academy, surnamed Yao and named Ding, was a scholar by background who previously taught at the county academy. Due to his obstinate nature and frequent disputes with the educational supervisor, coupled with his roots in Xia Township, he was reassigned to Lushan Academy. At over 50 years of age, Master Yao was remarkably thin yet possessed an energetic spirit. He was well known for his sharp intellect and strict demeanor, earning him the nickname Old Bull Yao. At this moment, in the master's study, Master Yao was inquiring about the newly enrolled student, Li Yanqing. "What is your name?" "Student Li Yanqing from Wensuan," replied the student. Master Yao shot him a stern look. "I did not ask where you are from. I asked you to answer my questions directly, understood? Understood. Li Yanqing lowered his head, feeling helpless. Do you have a courtesy name? Not yet. Well, that is not urgent. You can choose one before you turn 20. Now tell me, why do you wish to attend the academy? This question was a customary inquiry for every new student. Each child's response varied based on their circumstances, often influenced by their parents' aspirations for them to achieve academic success, gain official positions, or accumulate wealth. A rare few, with higher aspirations, might respond that they sought knowledge to serve their country loyally. However, Li Yanqing himself was uncertain about his motives for studying. He harbored a strong aversion to the imperial examination system and had no desire for fame or fortune. The thought of the impending invasion by the Jin army in 15 years extinguished any ambition he might have had. I want to read more books, he declared. I suppose that counts as a reason. The pursuit of knowledge is a great joy in itself. Perhaps this was the first time Master Yao had encountered such an answer. He tilted his head and regarded Li Yanqing thoughtfully, finding a flicker of interest in the boy. Have you studied before? I have read a few books at home. Go ahead. Recite a passage from the Analects. Li Yanqing had already discerned the master's strictness, rather than relegating him to the primary classroom simply because he was only 6 years old. Master Yao aimed to tailor his instruction to the student's capabilities, beginning with an entrance examination. There was a table nearby with paper and writing implements. Li Yanqing sat upright before the table and asked, "Which passage should I recite, Master?" Master Yao hesitated. "Which passage can you recite?" "The students can recite it." Master Yao was greatly astonished that the boy could recite it at all. He resolved to conduct a thorough examination of him soon and stroked his beard thoughtfully before saying, "Then recite the passage on Gongye Chong." Li Yanqing took up the brush and wrote, "The master said of Gongye Chong, he is worthy of marriage, though confined within the fetters of circumstance. It was not of his own wrongdoing. Let him wed his son," he commanded. The child, addressing Nan Rong, remarked, "When a nation is governed rightly, it flourishes. When it descends into chaos, it escapes punishment." Thus, he arranged for his brother's son to marry. Yao Ding, standing nearby, observed the child's silent recitation and could not help but nod inwardly. The boy's calligraphy was commendable, and at the tender age of 6, he had already memorized the entirety of the Analects, evidently a product of a well-cultivated lineage. Reflecting on the family's heritage, Yao Ding inquired with a smile, "Yanqing, who is your father?" "My father is named Deqi, a member of the Li clan," the child replied. Upon hearing that he was the son of Li Deqi, Yao Ding's demeanor darkened immediately. With a sharp clap of the book, he turned on his heel and left, coldly instructing, "You shall study in the middle schoolroom." Li Yanqing, taken aback, wondered if his father had offended Yao Ding in some way. Why else would he receive such a frosty reception on their first meeting? Displeased, he strode into the adjacent middle schoolroom with a scowl. Yao Ding watched his retreating figure and let out a disdainful snort. The middle schoolroom was predominantly filled with scholars aged 8 to 10, numbering around 30 to 40. The spacious room did not feel cramped. At that moment, the teacher was instructing the elementary students, while the middle schoolers engaged in their writing and recitation. Despite the silence in the classroom, the students were far from still. Some made faces, others wrote notes, and a few engaged in playful competitions, leaving only a handful truly focused on their writing. It was no wonder, as a single class stretched throughout the morning. And how could these naturally restless boys contain their energy? Upon entering the room, Li Yanqing noticed Li Er fervently gesturing towards an empty seat beside him. He took his place, only to be met with numerous gazes, followed by a derisive shout, "Ha! Another simpleton from Li Wensuan." Laughter erupted in the room. Just then, a loud cough echoed from outside, and an immediate hush fell over the classroom as each child pretended to be diligently writing. Their teacher entered with measured steps, carrying a cloth bag. He approached Li Yanqing directly and placed the bag on his desk. "All your belongings are in here. The 100 family surnames and the 1,000-character classic have already been covered in the elementary class. We are now studying the lengthy passage of Gongye Chong from the Analects. Though you may already know it, you will follow my rules. Recite Gongye Chong 100 times today. If your writing contains corrections or is not neat, you will double the task. Submit it tomorrow morning." With that, Yao Ding raised a bamboo rod and struck one of the students beside him, the very one who had instigated the laughter moments ago. After delivering several sharp lashes, he turned to glare at the remaining students, warning, "If I hear any more noise, no one will be allowed to leave this evening." The students fell into a fearful silence, not daring to lift their heads. Yao Ding then exited to the next room, while the chastised boy furiously sketched a cow on a blank sheet, with a bloody long sword piercing its body. Li Yanqing opened his bag, retrieving the ink, brush, paper, and a thin volume of the Analects. Yesterday, Steward Yang had already paid 10 strings of cash on his behalf, which would cover his textbooks and supplies for the next 5 years. However, 10 strings were evidently insufficient, but since it was a government-run school, the remaining costs would be borne by the county. In the elementary school, one is required to study for 5 to 7 years. Subsequently, families assess their children's academic performance before contemplating their futures. Those who are not inclined towards scholarly pursuits may return to agricultural work, while those from affluent backgrounds, who do not require additional labor, may opt to pay for education at the county school. Conversely, if a student hails from a humble background yet excels academically, they may participate in the county school examination. Upon success, they gain admission to the county school, where they receive a daily stipend of 1 shing of 4-hectare rice, thus qualifying as a subsidized student of the Song Dynasty. However, it is worth noting that the Song Dynasty did not possess such subsidized students. The finances of various states and counties were entirely remitted, rendering them impoverished and devoid of funds to support students. Only due to Tangyin's status as a grain-producing county, which afforded a modicum of surplus grain, coupled with a strong academic atmosphere, could a small amount of assistance be granted to impoverished scholars. Such educational aid was tolerated by the court, which chose to turn a blind eye. At present, however, there was no need to ponder such distant matters. Li Yanqing noticed a small bucket of clear water in the corridor, so he approached and scooped some water into his inkstone with a wooden spoon, settling down to grind ink. At that moment, Li tossed a note onto his desk, which read, "Beware of the wrath of the esteemed king." Li Yanqing could not help but chuckle softly. During the midday recess, which lasted for over half an hour, the students residing in the town returned home, while others gathered in small groups to chat and play. Many children brought along snacks for their midday meal. Li Yanqing had set aside 2 steamed buns that morning, eagerly awaiting the hour to satiate his hunger. By now, he was ravenous, yearning for a quiet spot to nibble on his buns. However, Li trailed behind him like a shadow. Li Yanqing climbed onto a wall, and Li followed suit, sitting beside him. From his oil paper package, he produced a piece of leftover flatbread and offered it to Li Yanqing, saying, "Have this. It contains meat." Li Yanqing graciously accepted it and took a couple of bites, discovering it to be filled with lamb and green onion, albeit slightly salty, likely made with cured meat. Nevertheless, it was exceedingly delicious. Observing Li Yanqing's enjoyment, Li offered him another piece, but Li Yanqing declined, preferring to savor just a taste, lest he spoil his appetite. After taking another bite of his bun, Li Yanqing inquired, "Where is the master at noon?" Li shrugged. "When the old ox is well fed, it seeks rest. The midday nap is sacrosanct." Even if firecrackers were thrown at his bedside, he would remain undisturbed. Just then, Li San rushed over in a flurry, exclaiming, "Qing'er, Wang Gui and Tang Hui are here to trouble you." Li Yanqing looked up to see a throng of children surrounding 2 richly clad young officials striding purposefully towards them. Chapter 15. The 5 brothers of the Yu family. Li Yanqing was momentarily taken aback, questioning whether he had misheard. Wang Gui and Tang Hui, was Yu Fei present as well? Although Li Yanqing was aware that Yu Fei hailed from the same region, Tangyin County, at this time, they would likely be of similar age. The vast expanse of Tangyin County, with its countless villages, rendered communication scarce and travel arduous. Thus, it was improbable that their paths would cross. Yet, on his very first day of school, he encountered 2 individuals associated with Yu Fei, Wang Gui, and Tang Hui. Li filled with trepidation, exclaimed, "I'll go awaken our master." Just as he attempted to slip away, Li Yanqing seized him firmly. "Don't be foolish. If you wake Master Yao, I will be the first to be expelled." Without hesitation, Li Yanqing leapt down from the low wall and approached them directly. Suddenly, Li recalled that Qing'er had slain even the blood wolf. Why should he fear Wang Gui and Tang Hui? His courage surged back, and he too jumped down from the wall, trailing Li Yanqing from a distance. Before them stood 2 young gentlemen from affluent families, one tall and slender, the other short and stout. Li Yanqing recognized the stout one, who had recently incurred Master S wrath with his loose tongue and received a thorough caning. Surely, that must be the famed Wang Gui. I have long admired both of you young heroes. Although the pair were older, Li Yanqing greeted them with a blend of sincerity and jest. "Do you know the rules of Lushan Hall?" Wang Gui pointed at Li Yanqing, speaking in a deep, resonant voice. "What rules? Do enlighten me." Wang Gui shot a fierce glare at Li seemingly reproaching him for failing to inform the newcomer. Li trembled, whispering behind Li Yanqing, "Qing'er, newcomers must pay their respects to the mountain head. It's not too late to do so now." Li Yanqing found this increasingly amusing, paying respects to the mountain head. Where had these young rascals learned such customs? How does one perform this ritual? Pray, teach me, King Gui. Li Yanqing noted that while Tang Hui was taciturn, Wang Gui possessed a forthright disposition. It's quite simple. You must bow to us 3 times. Then call out. The newcomer has come to pay homage to the mountain head, followed by stating your name. Your demeanor must be sincere. If we are satisfied, the homage will be deemed complete. And what of the greeting gift? Li Yanqing inquired earnestly. According to the rules, one must present a token of goodwill as a greeting. This elder brother cannot offer his services for free. Wang Gui scratched his head in confusion, having never heard of such a requirement. Typically, it was the newcomers who showed deference. Li Yanqing, entertained by Wang Gui's bewilderment, could no longer contain his laughter. Tang Hui chimed in, Gui. He is merely jesting with you. Realizing he had been played, Wang Gui felt both embarrassed and enraged, rolling up his sleeves to throw a punch. Anticipating Wang Gui's sudden aggression, Li Yanqing was prepared. He swiftly crouched, delivering a well-timed blow. Wang Gui's punch missed entirely, and before he could react, a soft yet forceful fist struck his plump belly. Ouch! Wang Gui fell onto the ground, clutching his stomach in distress. Li Er, filled with excitement, leapt up and shouted. He even defeated the blood wolf. You stand no chance against him. A chorus of astonished gasps erupted around them. The formidable mastiff that had instilled terror in their hearts had been slain by this remarkable individual, who seemed almost superhuman. Li Yanqing, still smiling, beckoned to Tang Hui. Would you care to try your hand? Upon hearing that the blood wolf had met its demise at the hands of this stranger, Tang Hui felt a pang of trepidation. Yet his pride forbade him from conceding defeat. He turned to a nearby youngster and instructed, Go fetch Brother Yuwu. Li Yanqing overheard and swiftly pulled over Li Er, inquiring, Is Brother Yuwu the same as Yu Fei? Indeed, he is seated right next to you. What a serendipitous coincidence. Yu Fei was indeed present in the classroom. Li Yanqing recalled a diligent student beside him, engrossed in his writing, clad in a similarly worn blue cloth robe, who had not uttered a word all morning. It was none other than Yu Fei. Li Er whispered a caution. Brother Yuwu is the grandson of old Nyo Er. Be wary not to speak ill of him in his presence. So, he was the grandson of Master Yao. Li Yanqing remembered that Yu Fei's mother bore the surname Yao, originating from a family of literary distinction. At that moment, the boy who had gone to find Yu Fei returned, panting, and reported, Brother Tang. Brother Yuwu insists he must write. Otherwise, he won't be able to submit his homework tomorrow. You little rascal, I shall deal with you next time, Tang Hui said, helping the still muttering Wang Gui to his feet. He cast a fierce glare at Li Yanqing before turning to depart. At last, Li Yanqing had encountered a celebrated figure from the Song Dynasty, Yu Fei. We all refer to him as Brother Wu, yet he is, in truth, the leader of Tang Hui and Wang Gui. Li Er leaned against the classroom window, observing Yu Fei, who was intently focused on his writing, and whispered to Li Yanqing. He never bullies anyone, yet he is far more formidable than those two. Li Yanqing regarded Yu Fei from afar. The boy was merely 8 years old, sporting thick eyebrows and large eyes with a square face. He wore a blue cloth robe similar to Li Yanqing's, indicating that his family was not affluent. I have heard he has an elder sister and a younger brother, and the family relies solely on his father's labor in the fields to make ends meet. His ability to study here is thanks to his grandfather, Old Nyo, who paid for his tuition. Li Yanqing nodded in understanding. It was evident that Yu Fei cherished the precious opportunity to pursue his education, as he did not even take a break at noon. At that moment, Yu Fei glanced up at Li Yanqing but did not greet him. Instead, he turned the page and continued to write with meticulous precision. Yu Fei, Wang Gui, and Tang Hui were from the same village and had played together since childhood. Wang Gui's family had martial artists, and they had all trained in martial arts together. However, while Wang Gui and Tang Hui found it difficult to endure hardship and learned haphazardly, Yu Fei's dedication was unwavering. A few months prior, Wang Gui had been thoroughly beaten by Lu Fu'er over a dispute regarding a hill, and it was Yu Fei who had come to his rescue, delivering a decisive thrashing to Lu Fu'er. Yet today, Yu Fei showed no concern for their affairs. He disapproved of the new students being forced to pay respects to the hill. In the afternoon, they continued their calligraphy practice. Master Yao assigned them additional tasks, requiring them to write each of the several essays from the Analects 5 times, to be submitted by the following morning. The students lamented their fate. Many had yet to complete their morning assignments, which meant they would be deprived of sleep that night. The playful spirits of the group were soon subdued, and they diligently immersed themselves in their studies, the room filled with the soft rustle of papers. At that moment, Li Yanqing suddenly noticed a note beside him. He opened it to find it inscribed with the name Yue Fei. With a smile, Li Yanqing took up his pen and inscribed his own name, Li Yanqing, beneath it. He cast a quick glance at Yue Fei, who remained engrossed in his writing, yet a subtle smile played at the corners of his lips. In the afternoon, school ended early, and Master called Yue Fei and his companions to the study room to practice calligraphy, although Li Yanqing wished to greet Yue Fei before departing. The thought of Master Yao's frosty demeanor dampened his spirits, and he resigned himself to packing his bag and heading home. The Li brothers animatedly recounted the incident of their midday reprimand of Wang Gui, but Li Yanqing felt a sense of gloom. Receiving Master S cold treatment on his very first day of school left him pondering how they would interact in the future. Why did Master Yao's expression change upon hearing his father's name? What had his father done to offend him? Qing'er. Li Air mysteriously tugged at him, subtly pointing towards a large door beside the official road, a teasing smile illuminating his face. Do you know what goes on in there? Li Yanqing cast a sidelong glance at the door, which bore a sign reading Yichuan Courtyard. He curled his lip in disdain. It was rather obvious that this was a brothel. However, feeling somewhat disheartened, he had little inclination to indulge in banter. If you wish to go, then by all means. I shall simply refrain from informing your father. At that moment, the door of Yichuan Courtyard creaked open. Masterly, next time I shall arrange for Liz to accompany you. She is just not feeling well today. No. Next time, I prefer Ziyu. I have quite taken a liking to her. It was the matron ushering out a guest, and as she stepped out, they all froze in astonishment, for the individual emerging was none other than Uncle Li Dogwang. Chapter 16. News from the county. Li Dogwang found himself in an exceedingly awkward predicament. He had been spotted at a brothel by 3 of his younger relatives. Fortunately, he had not taken a wife, sparing him the embarrassment of being scolded and made to kneel in punishment. Li Yanqing sent Li Air and Li San on their way, as he had further inquiries to make of his 4th uncle. The 4th uncle had merely come to listen to a tune, for he held a fondness for music. Li Dogwang, feeling somewhat guilty, offered an explanation, but soon deemed it unnecessary. What could a mere 6-year-old child possibly understand? Qing'er, how was your first day at school? That old man Yao must be quite strict, 4th uncle, I have something I wish to ask you. What is it? Li Yanqing spoke softly. Did my father ever engage in disreputable activities? He could not shake the memory of the undisguised disdain in Master Yao's eyes whenever his father's name was mentioned. Why do you ask this? Has someone said something? Li Dogwang's gaze turned wary as he scrutinized Li Yanqing. As his son, I simply wish to understand. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, Li Dogwang finally replied, logically, I should not divulge this, but you will inevitably discover it. Your father, alas. One misstep leads to eternal regret. With a deep sigh, Li Dogwang recounted a tale from the past. Your father was once the pride of the family. Having topped the provincial examination 7 years ago and married your mother that same year, a double blessing. He often graced the county magistrate's table in the following year. He went to the capital for the provincial tests. Though he did not succeed, he earned the respect of the examiner, who encouraged him to study diligently for the next opportunity. And then, 5 years ago, an unfortunate event transpired. Your father, unable to refuse the request of the county deputy, substituted for his nephew in the provincial examination in Suzhou. They bore a striking resemblance, yet your father was ultimately recognized. From that moment on, he was irreparably doomed. His scholarly title was stripped away, and he was forever barred from the imperial examinations, becoming a source of disgrace for our family and the subject of ridicule in Tangyin County. Referred to behind his back as Li the Blade, he descended into drunkenness at home, selling off ancestral lands, leaving the family in dire poverty. Your mother, consumed by worry, fell ill and passed away the following year. Your father, filled with regret, incurred tremendous debts to provide her with a proper burial. Li Yanqing stood in stunned silence, grappling with the realization that he shared a fate similar to his father's. Was this, perhaps, the deliberate design of fate? Li Dogwang gently placed a hand on his shoulder, speaking earnestly. Now you should understand. Your father worked tirelessly to save money for your education, insisting that you participate in the imperial examinations. You are his sole hope. Only you can cleanse him of the disgrace he bears. Otherwise, he may never hold his head high again. Thank you, 4th uncle, Li Yanqing responded, his heart heavy. I must take my leave. With that, he turned and walked away. Li Dogwang watched him depart, shaking his head in quiet dismay. The record of his father's disgrace was documented with the provincial authorities. Unless it was erased, Li Yanqing would inevitably suffer the consequences. Daki believed that time would allow the officials to forget. Alas, Life was seldom that simple. Daki's fate was sealed, but it was a pity for the bright child, Qing'er. Li Yanqing trudged home, burdened as though he carried a leaden weight in his heart. His mind was a blank slate, devoid of any thoughts. He was oblivious to how he had returned or when he had parted ways with Li Dogwang. Upon reaching his doorstep, he found the gate still standing. But his home had vanished, reduced to a mere heap of mud and rubble. He stood there in a daze for what felt like an eternity, unable to comprehend the situation. At that moment, Defy, his faithful dog, spotted his young master amidst the ruins and rushed to him like a gust of wind, barking frantically as if to convey the tragedy that their home was no more. It was only then that Li Yanqing awoke from his stupor. Their family was to construct a new brick house, and he ought to head over to Aunt Hu's place next door. Gazing into Defy's beseeching eyes, Li Yanqing smiled and embraced him tightly, before dashing towards Aunt Hu's home with the dog in tow. That night, Li Yanqing dreamed of transforming into his father, while his father from the Song Dynasty became his son, named Li Daki, who was scolded by him for taking an exam on behalf of a classmate. Suddenly awakening from this dream, he stared blankly at the ceiling, reflecting on the profound intertwining of human destinies across millennia, and remained awake until the crowing of the rooster. East Street in Tangyin County is the bustling heart of commerce, adorned with an array of signs and banners, echoing with the calls of vendors amidst a throng of passers-by. The first establishment on East Street is a bookstore named Shilin Yuan, which serves as both a shop and a printing workshop where manuscripts are copied. Despite the advanced state of printing technology during the Song Dynasty, the art of manuscript copying had not faded, with private collectors still seeking scribes for their cherished books. Li Daki worked here, known for his exquisite handwriting, and the shop employed him to transcribe works for others. His skills in engraving were also commendable, and he occasionally crafted woodblocks, as movable type, though invented, had yet to replace traditional engraving due to issues of layout and aesthetics. Shilin Yuan is one of the 3 major bookstores on the Hebei West Road, with its main branch located in Daming Prefecture. While the Tangyin County branch occupies a prime location, offering a diverse selection of high-quality books that are beloved by the local scholars, thriving in business. Today marked the visit of the proprietor to the Tangyin branch, prompting the shopkeeper and assistants to busily prepare the premises early in the morning. The owner, Mr. Yang, a sharp and capable young man in his early 30s, had recently inherited the family business and harbored ambitious aspirations to establish Shilin Yuan as the largest bookstore in the realm. Meanwhile, in the shopkeeper's office on the 2nd floor, Mr. Luo was reporting the recent month's performance to the young owner, soon realizing that Mr. Yang was not paying attention to his report but rather engrossed in a manuscript. Lao Zhang, the shopkeeper, suddenly recalled that the manuscript had been given to him yesterday by Li Daki, who mentioned that it had been written by his son and requested his assistance in reviewing it. With the owner arriving soon, he had been preoccupied with preparations and carelessly set the manuscript aside. Given that it was written by a 6-year-old, he had little interest, unaware that it had caught the owner's eye. Embarrassed, Lao Zhang halted his report, waiting for a moment, only to find that the owner was even more engrossed in reading. At that moment, a servant approached quietly, saying, "Shopkeeper, the tavern has delivered the food. Shall we invite the owner downstairs?" "Of course, bring the food." The servant hurried off and soon returned with the meal, placing it on the table. Lao Zhang smiled politely, saying, "Owner, please enjoy your meal." Leave it there. I shall eat later." With no other option, Lao Zhang closed the door and retreated. As he descended the stairs, he noticed Li Daki was missing and quickly inquired, "Where's Daki?" "He has gone home. A villager came to find him, and he just left." Panic set in for Lao Zhang. He stamped his foot and rushed out, spotting Li Daki far ahead. "Daki, wait a moment." Li Daki, concerned about his son at home, was about to return with his neighbor Husheng when he heard someone calling from behind. Turning to see the shopkeeper, he promptly halted. Lao Zhang, panting heavily, urged, "Daki, please wait. Don't rush home." "Daki, I have finished copying that book. It's on your desk." "I know. It's not your concern. It's your son's book, which seems quite remarkable. We can discuss it further. It's not too late to return home tomorrow." Husheng chimed in with a smile. "Daki can stay. Qing'er is with my mother. The rest no problem." Reluctantly, Li Daki nodded, conceding, "Very well. I shall return tomorrow." Lao Zhang then led him back inside. Upon entering the shop, a flustered servant rushed over, saying, "Shopkeeper, the owner is looking for you." Lao Zhang quickly told Li Daki, "Please wait a moment. I will be right back." He hurried upstairs, pushed open the door, and found the food untouched, with the owner still engrossed in the manuscript. Approaching cautiously, he asked, "Did you call for me, owner?" "Who wrote this?" Yang, the owner, inquired, raising the manuscript in his hand. It was written by the son of a scribe here. It was just brought to me yesterday, and I haven't had a chance to look at it yet. Is there more? Yang pressed eagerly. I'm not entirely sure. Perhaps I should inquire. Please have this scribe come to see me. This is truly an exceptional book. I nearly missed it. Lao Zhen quickly turned and ran downstairs, feeling grateful that he had managed to retrieve Daki, realizing that otherwise, the situation could have turned troublesome. He had never witnessed the owner so enthusiastic about a book before. Chapter 17. The paper-armored king attending school is undoubtedly arduous. One must rise before dawn. Hastily freshen up and set off. As Li Yanqing was about to step out of the courtyard, he heard the voice of Uncle Hu. He dashed outside to find Uncle Hu entering the yard with a staff in hand, evidently just returned home. Despite having walked all night, he appeared remarkably spirited. Qing'er's mother came out to greet him, taking the parcel from her husband's hands with a smile. Darling, Qing'er has made quite the progress. The clan leader is having a house built for him and has even arranged for him to study in town. For the time being, Qing'er will be staying with us. Uncle Hu was not surprised. He had sensed Li Yanqing's exceptional nature from another perspective. Uncle Hu, did my father not come back with you? Li Yanqing inquired anxiously. He has some matters to attend to and will be back a bit later, Uncle Hu replied, his eyes filled with admiration for Li Yanqing. The bookstore owner seems quite fond of your father's book. He asked your father to stay an extra day or two, so I returned first. While it was anticipated that the book would be profitable, Li Yanqing felt he should personally visit the county, as his father was too honest and lacked the skill of bargaining. At that moment, an idea struck Li Yanqing, and he hastily asked, Uncle Hu, did that person named Lu come looking for my father? Uncle Hu gave a thumbs up. You guessed correctly. That fellow slipped into the county to collect debts and was the first to seek out your father. He even drew a knife to threaten him. I happened to arrive just in time and gave him a beating with my staff until he was begging for mercy. I retrieved that IOU, which your father has since torn up. He swore he wouldn't trouble your father again. Is he still in the county? Not anymore. He is from Dingzhou and has returned home with his family. I kept an eye on him until he left the county before I came back. Li Yanqing expressed heartfelt gratitude. If it weren't for your help, Uncle Hu, my father would have been in serious trouble. Uncle Hu patted his head and chuckled. It was but a trivial matter. Now go. You mustn't delay your studies. Someone is waiting for you up ahead. Uncle Hu, Auntie, I'm off. Uncle Hu and his wife saw him off, watching as he disappeared into the mist. At the fork ahead, Li Er and Li San had been waiting for him for a while. In the dim light of night, the two brothers craned their necks to catch a glimpse of him. Suddenly, Li San leaped up, pointing ahead and joyfully exclaimed, Brother, he is here. Li Yanqing felt a flicker of affection for the brothers and hurried towards them. Qing'er, I haven't finished my homework. Today is going to be disastrous. Don't worry. I'll help you catch up once we get to school. We should have enough time. Qing'er, I haven't finished mine either. Li Yanqing laughed heartily. You two brothers are truly a pair of lively treasures. At that moment, it was the longest night of the year. As they made their way through the darkness to the town, it was the cusp of dawn, where night met day. The sky was on the verge of brightening, and the small town was shrouded in a blanket of white morning fog. Ahead lay the entrance to the school. Qing'er, let me tell you. Our school is surrounded by graves. It's said to be haunted. Younger brother Li San clutched tightly to Li Yanqing's arm, trembling with fear. Yet curiosity compelled him to inquire, Brother, what kind of ghost is it? Li Yanqing chuckled, playfully ruffling Li Er's hair. This tale is so unfamiliar even to your younger brother. You must have fabricated it. Li Er protested. I did not make it up. I heard it from Aunt San next door just yesterday. She spoke of a ghost in white, a hanged spirit emerging from a grave, with glowing green eyes and 2-foot-long teeth that could seize a person by the neck and drag them into the tomb. I thought it resembled a wild dog. Not a wild dog, but a true ghost, as Aunt San witnessed it firsthand, which terrified her into a severe illness. Brother, please stop. Li San tightened his grip on Li Yanqing's arm, causing him discomfort as he exclaimed, You're going to break my bones. Just then, Li Er suddenly shouted, pointing ahead in terror, Qing'er, there's a ghost up ahead. In the mist, a figure clad in white stood about 10 paces away. Not particularly tall, but with a robust build, triangular shoulders, and a long, slender neck obscuring its face, resembling a hanged spirit. The figure then bellowed, Li Yanqing. I have awaited you for long. The voice struck Li Yanqing as somewhat familiar, yet he could not place it at that moment. Meanwhile, Li Er yelled, Qing'er. The ghost seeks you, not me. He turned and sprinted towards the schoolhouse, with Li San urgently trailing behind. Brother, wait for me. Li Yanqing, however, dismissed the notion of ghosts. He believed that most spirits in graves were mere tomb raiders in disguise to frighten passers-by, especially since they were merely on the roadside of a small town, not near any burial site. After a brief moment of confusion, Li Yanqing finally recalled the familiar voice and could not help but chuckle. Gong Tian Wang, is that you? He recognized the voice as belonging to Wang Gui, with whom he had fought the previous day, dismissing the idea of a ghost entirely. Of course it is me. Who else would it be? Wang Gui replied, somewhat irritated, having overheard Li Er call him a ghost. I am the Heavenly King, not a ghost. Li Yanqing maintained his jovial demeanor, with this fog obscuring our view. What brings you to seek me? Come with me. Wang Gui turned and walked towards the opposite side of the official road, causing the surrounding mist to dissipate with a rustling sound as he moved. Finally, Li Yanqing could see Wang Gui clearly. He was clad in paper armor resembling a black hammer, with what appeared to be a paper crown atop his head. And behind him was a leather bag containing several wooden weapons, the elongated forms protruding above his head, resembling the slender neck of a hanged spirit. The sight of Wang Gui's attire nearly provoked a laugh from Li Yanqing, who stifled his amusement, desperately suppressing his laughter. Wang Gui bore a solemn expression, resembling a warrior preparing for battle, as he guided Li Yanqing through the narrow alley between the apothecary and the granary. Behind the shop lies the Tang River, shrouded in a thick mist that blankets the water in a ghostly white haze. The willows on either side are nearly engulfed by the fog, their graceful figures barely discernible. The riverbank is adorned with expansive patches of grass, a favored playground for scholars. Wang Gui takes great pride in his attire, clad in authentic Song Dynasty armor, crafted by a renowned artisan. This exquisite garment, which he usually refrains from donning, is gracing his form for the very first time today. He tosses the leather pouch onto the ground and addresses Li Yanqing, stating, Brother Yu has advised me against pressuring you to pay homage to the mountain. I offer my sincere apologies, yet you must first earn my respect. Shall we engage in another bout? Li Yanqing inquired with a smile. Wang Gui, holding a wooden 9-section whip, pointed the whip at the leather bag on the ground and said, choose a weapon for yourself. If you can defeat me again, I shall apologize to you. Yesterday, Li Yanqing's punch left him feeling utterly disgruntled. He pondered throughout the night, unable to decipher the technique employed by Li Yanqing. Resolutely, he decided to wield his most proficient weapon and challenge Li Yanqing to another duel. Li Yanqing, in turn, drew a wooden sword from his leather pouch. This handcrafted wooden weapon was rather rudimentary, commonly found at temple fairs, specifically marketed towards children. How would they engage in combat? Were there any established rules? Except for refraining from striking the head or the face, anything goes. Wang Gui shouted loudly, brandishing his whip as he charged forward with remarkable speed. He aimed to strike at Li Yanqing's waist from an oblique angle, employing a whip technique he had learned from the martial instructors in his household. Known as Heavenly King subdues the black tiger. This move, intricate and multifaceted, had proven effective in numerous practice sessions, allowing him to best countless fellow students, thus earning him the nickname Noble Heavenly King. However, before he could even close the distance, Li Yanqing's wooden sword had already traced a line from Wang Gui's chest to his abdomen. Wang Gui seemed momentarily paralyzed, as if ensnared by a spell. Had it been a real sword, he would have been eviscerated. Yet, he had not even seen Li Yanqing make a move. But this is inconsequential. The crux lies in whether one has already conceded defeat. Is there a desire to embark on another attempt? Li Yanqing rested the wooden sword upon his shoulder, a smile gracing his face as he inquired, shall we not continue? Wang Gui cast the wooden whip to the ground. Sitting by the riverbank with a face full of dejection, Li Yanqing took a seat beside him and chuckled, it's only natural that you cannot defeat me. Do not mention yourself, even adults may not be my match. Wang Gui suddenly tilted his head and inquired, Qing'er, did you truly slay the blood wolf? Of course. I could take him down with just 2 strikes. What technique did you employ? A glimmer of admiration began to shine in Wang Gui's eyes. Chapter 18, The Homework Incident in the Study Room. Li Er animatedly recounted the ghost he had encountered that day. It was a spectral figure, a hanged spirit, with an elongated neck, clad in white garments, and a rotund belly indicative of a ghost that had feasted to fullness. As it loomed, it signaled for Qing'er to follow, which sent me hastily to the classroom to deliver the news. Beside him, Tang Hui wore a skeptical expression, pondering that it should have been Wang Gui who sought out Li Yanqing, yet this description did not align with Wang Gui. Li Er, did that ghost truly abduct Qing'er? I know not. I looked again, but Qing'er had vanished, and so had the ghost. Then he must have been taken. Li Er, swiftly informed his father to rescue him. Li Er scratched his head, pondering, it seems that Qing'er's father has gone to the county. What shall we do? At that moment, a voice called out, Qing'er has returned. The students surged toward the entrance, where they beheld Li Yanqing and Wang Gui striding in with confidence. Wang Gui had his arm draped over Li Yanqing's shoulder like a steadfast comrade. His family owned the local general store, where they had stored armor and weapons. The prowess of Li Yanqing's sword had earned Wang Gui's respect, and they had forged a friendship. Laughter erupted among the crowd. "Li, where's the hang ghost?" Li, with a glint of cleverness in his eye, exclaimed. "I figured it out. It must be King Gui who saved Qing'er." Just then, a heavy cough resonated through the air, and Master Yao approached with a stern demeanor, hands clasped behind his back. The students, alarmed, hastily returned to their seats. Li's face turned pale as he recalled that he had not completed his homework the previous night. In his eagerness to arrive early and finish it, he had forgotten entirely. The students placed their homework bags on the front desk, which soon formed a towering pile. Li Yanqing and Wang Gui entered briskly, depositing their own bags atop the heap. Upon returning to his seat, Li Yanqing noticed a small bamboo cup on his desk. "I made it myself," Yufei remarked nonchalantly. Every desk boasted a small water container for ink grinding, save for Li Yanqing's. He picked up the simple yet practical bamboo cup and smiled. "Thank you." Yufei nodded, his expression reverting to its usual seriousness as he focused intently on the lesson. All ears were attentive. Master Yao's authoritative voice rang out, capturing Li Yanqing's attention. "I have heard complaints regarding the volume of homework assigned yesterday. Do you know my response? It is quite straightforward. Should I discover any incomplete assignments, the penalty shall be tenfold. Those unwilling to accept the punishment may gather their belongings and leave the classroom, never to return." Li Yanqing glanced back at Li, who sat there with a grave demeanor, though his eyes darted about nervously. Didn't he claim he hadn't finished his homework? Li Yanqing mused silently. "I shall be visiting the county today and may not return until the afternoon." Instantly, the room erupted in cheers, particularly from Li, who was nearly bouncing off the table in excitement. "Do not rejoice too soon." Yu Ding promptly silenced the jubilant students, his next words dousing their spirits with cold reality. "During my absence from the classroom, each of you is required to transcribe the analects 10 times. Upon my return, those who fail to complete this task shall face a punishment of 100 repetitions." With that, Yu Ding departed, clutching the homework bag, leaving the study devoid of cheer. Each student silently produced paper and pen, commencing their arduous task, the workload doubling compared to yesterday. Who could endure such a burden? "Qing'er," Li lamented, his face drawn, turning to Li Yanqing. "I'm doomed this time." "I thought you were jesting." "I was not joking. I truly couldn't finish it. I intended to hasten here this morning." Li cast a timid glance at Li Yanqing, who he had hoped would assist him. It then dawned on Li Yanqing that he had been engaged in a bout with Wang Gui that very morning. "How much do you still have left?" 3 more times." Li Yanqing was rendered speechless. In truth, he had only needed to transcribe the analects 5 times in total, a manageable task. It seemed Li had procrastinated in class, leaving everything to the last moment, hence his inability to complete the assignment. Li Yanqing was swift in writing and adept at imitation. A few passages from the analects would take him but a moment. Yet, the dilemma remained. If he wrote it for Li, how could it be submitted? After a brief hesitation, Li Yanqing proposed, "I could write it for you, but the homework has already been collected. What shall we do?" Li hesitated before responding. "There is a way, though it is one most would not dare to attempt." Li Yanqing's mind raced, quickly grasping Li's implication. "You don't mean to suggest sneaking into the master's quarters, do you?" Li nodded, recalling that it had been done before. "Who?" Li gestured discreetly toward Wang Gui and Tang Hui, lowering his voice. "In this classroom, aside from those 2, no one would dare engage in such an act." "You wouldn't want me to do it for you, would you?" "Qing'er, I have brought 3 meat pies today." Li Yanqing's meal consisted of 3-course buns. He had already consumed 2, leaving only 1, and his stomach rumbled in protest. Li had clearly plotted this scheme in advance, exploiting Li Yanqing's vulnerability. Considering that teacher Yao had gone to the county, the risk seemed minimal. Li Yanqing kicked him lightly, then it settled. Though Li winced from the kick, he could not suppress a grin. "I shall write myself. Just assist me in delivering it." "Do you jest? A tenfold punishment awaits." "Does Li Guangzong wish to live?" "Generally, catching up on assignments is far quicker than writing them from scratch." In merely a quarter of an hour, Li completed his outstanding work and discreetly passed it to Li Yanqing. "You can excuse yourself to the restroom." Beside them, Yufei cleared his throat softly, muttering to himself, "A gentleman is cautious in solitude, not deceiving in the darkness." Li Yanqing turned and asked with a chuckle, "Has fifth brother already studied the doctrine of the mean?" Yufei's face flushed, under the stringent expectations of his grandfather. His studies had long surpassed those of his peers in the classroom. He chose not to elaborate further and returned to his writing. Li Yanqing seized the opportunity to slip out of the study under the pretext of using the restroom, and after hastening a few steps, he arrived at the master's quarters. The window was slightly ajar, and he gently pushed it open before leaping inside. Master Yao's room is a suite, comprising an outer study and an inner bedroom, where the homework they submitted is piled upon a small table outside. Li Yanqing quickly located Li Er's homework bag and stuffed in the 3 recently completed sheets. Just as he turned to leave, he noticed a peculiar couplet hanging on the wall, which featured only a horizontal inscription, with both sides left as blank parchment, seemingly undecided. Li Yanqing has always held a deep fascination for couplets. The horizontal inscription read, "What is the taste of reading?" After a moment of contemplation, he was inspired to craft a suitable couplet that aligned perfectly with this phrase. His hand itched with the desire to write. So he seized a blank piece of paper from the nearby table and pinned the couplet. Reading brings clarity. Reading the I Ching brings transformation. Reading Li Sa brings depth. Reading Zhuangzi brings enlightenment. Reading classical Chinese brings resilience. The most flavorful are the years within the scrolls. With chrysanthemums in the wild, with plums in the sparse, with lotuses in purity, with orchids in fragrance, with begonia in harmony, surely one would claim to be a celestial being among flowers. Li Yanqing then tucked this elegantly inscribed paper into his homework bag, but after taking a few steps, he reconsidered and retrieved the sheet, placing it thoughtfully upon Master Yao's desk. Meanwhile, within the confines of the school's walls, Li Yanqing relished 3 delectable meat pies. Today, the pies were crafted from fresh lamb, a delightful improvement over yesterday's salted meat filling, enhanced with ginger strips and scallions to neutralize the gamey flavor. This was the most exquisite food he had encountered since arriving in the Song Dynasty. Had it not been for my daring today, you would be in quite a predicament. Just think about it. A punishment of 50 repetitions. As he savored the delicacies, he also sought to maintain his moral high ground. Li Er felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. He believed that 3 meat pies fell short of expressing his appreciation. Thus, he rummaged in his pocket and produced a small paper package. Qing'er, to try the honey malt candy my uncle brought from the city. The finest from Wang's candy shop. The honey malt candy indeed appeared golden and tempting, albeit marred by a few of Li Er's inky fingerprints, prompting a slight frown from Li Yanqing. At that moment, Wang Gui beckoned from a distance. Qing'er, let us go out for a stroll. Li Yanqing had felt confined within the school for the entire morning and eagerly wished to venture outside. He lightly jumped down from the wall and sprinted towards Wang Gui and Tang Huai. Wait for me. Li Er clumsily scrambled down from the wall, hastily pursuing them. Chapter 19. A trial of skill. As the afternoon school bell approached, Li Yanqing was summoned to the study by Yao Ding, who wore a grim expression. Before him lay a sheet of white paper inscribed with couplets. This is your handwriting, is it not? Yao Ding's fingers, resembling eagle claws, tapped the table. I recognize your script. It is written by a student. Li Yanqing admitted it. From where did you copy this couplet? Li Yanqing lowered his head and replied. It was an accidental inspiration from a student. This couplet references several texts, the Book of Documents, the Book of Changes, Li Sa, and Zhuangzi. Have you read them all? Yao Ding's gaze was piercing as he scrutinized him. The student has read them all. Recite 2 lines from each book for me. Li Yanqing spoke truthfully. His father had borrowed numerous books for him, all of which he had read thoroughly. He picked up his brush and recited 2 lines from each of the 4 texts. Now recite Xiao Yao Yu from Zhuangzi. This was Yao Ding's favorite piece, and he intended to test Li Yanqing thoroughly. In the northern abyss, there is a fish. Its name is Kuan. The Kuan is so large that its size is beyond comprehension. It transforms into a bird, called Ping. The back of the Ping is so vast that its dimensions are unfathomable. Li Yanqing recited with rhythm and clarity, flawlessly delivering each word. Yao Ding then requested him to recite Li Sa, and once again, Li Yanqing did so without error. This convinced Yao Ding of the student's sincerity. Yet his expression remained impassive as he coldly inquired, who informed you that I possess an empty couplet here? The student saw it from outside the window while in the restroom. The master's window was left unlatched. Yao Ding glanced at the window, confirming that the blank couplet on the wall was indeed visible from outside. He then sternly asked, why did you presume to enter my room uninvited? Li Yanqing hesitated before responding. Upon seeing the horizontal inscription, the student thought of this couplet and, unable to resist, wished to write it as a gift for the master. A gift for me? Yao Ding's eyes widened in astonishment. The student acknowledges his mistake. Yao Ding glared at him for a long moment before finally nodding. Since you recognize your error, extend your hand. Li Yanqing extended his palm, and Yaoding struck it sharply 3 times with a bamboo rod. Last time, Wang Gui received 10 lashes. Do you know why? The student does not know. 3 lashes were for his unauthorized entry into my study, and the additional 7 were a lesson for his deceit. In this regard, you have demonstrated greater honesty than he, thus the 7 lashes are spared. Li Yanqing silently praised his fortune, quickly bowing his head. The student shall not dare again. Yaoding, still with a stern countenance, said, You may go. In the future, refrain from flaunting your so-called knowledge before me. The student acknowledges his mistake. Li Yanqing bowed and retreated. After he had distanced himself, Yaoding took out the couplet written by Li Yanqing and read it twice with great appreciation, feeling deeply moved. This couplet was something he himself might not have been able to compose. He had always believed his grandson to be a prodigy, yet compared to Li Yanqing, his grandson still had much to learn. He decisively removed the blank scroll from the wall, and with a flourish of his brush, crafted a couplet that he secretly cherished beyond measure. Reading cultivates integrity, while reading the Book of Changes fosters transformation. Reading the songs of Chao evokes subtlety, and reading Zhuangzi inspires profundity. One gleans resilience from classical Chinese literature, and the most enriching experiences lie within the pages of books. To dwell among chrysanthemums, to share solitude with plum blossoms, to embody the purity of the lotus, to exude the fragrance of orchids, and to resonate with the charm of crabapple blossoms. One could surely claim the title of an immortal among flowers. Master Yao's 3 lashes were delivered with great severity, causing Li Yanqing immense pain in his hands. Yet, fearing mockery from Yufei, he bore the pain stoically, feigning indifference. Originally, Li Yanqing intended to seize this opportunity to alter his master's perception of him. But the plan backfired spectacularly, leading him to appear as a mere show-off, which filled him with vexation, having shot himself in the foot. Once classes were over, Li Yanqing exited the school with his head hung low. Suddenly, he heard someone calling him from across the main road. Upon looking up, he was overjoyed to see his father, Li Daqi. His spirits lifted instantly, and he rushed over. Father, when did you return? Li Daqi, equally delighted, grasped his son's hand and replied, I just got back. Upon hearing from Aunt Hu that you were studying at school, I hurried here. Qing'er, how did you manage all this? Li Daqi was astonished and thrilled. Not only had his massive debts been alleviated, but the family had also rebuilt their brick house. And even the detested steward Lu had been dismissed. He felt as if he were dreaming. Within just a few days, his fortunes had completely reversed, all thanks to his son. Feeling a bit bashful, Li Yanqing scratched his head and said, Father, let us not discuss it now. I will explain everything later. You might as well ask Uncle C. He knows more about it than I do, as I am still quite puzzled myself. Li Daqi nodded. All right then. I will inquire with your Uncle C. Is this your son, Yanqing? Asked Manager Luo, who had accompanied Li Daqi with a smile. Only then did Li Yanqing notice another person behind his father, plump and round-faced, with an amiable expression. Indeed, this is my son, Li Daqi said, introducing him. Qing'er, this gentleman is Manager Luo from the county bookshop. Manager Luo, displaying great courtesy, invited the father and son to a small tavern in town for a meal. He ordered a pot of wine and several dishes, engaging in light-hearted banter with them before returning to business. He produced Li Yanqing's manuscript, placed it on the table, and asked with a smile, Yanqing, your father claims this book was penned by you. Is that correct? It is merely a product of my own amusement. I fear I have embarrassed Manager Luo. Li Yanqing replied, On the contrary, I spent last night thoroughly reading it, and I found it truly splendid, exceptionally well written. Manager Luo praised, giving a thumbs up. Li Daqi, feeling somewhat sheepish, said, I have always maintained that this book is merely the fanciful musings of a child. Manager Luo, please do not overly praise him. Li Yanqing then inquired, Manager Luo, your visit here must not be solely for leisure, I presume? Manager Luo, silently admiring the boy's eloquence, quickly reassured, Not at all. You flatter me, Daqi. If it were mere nonsense, my employer would not have sent me here. Yanqing, let us discuss this book in greater detail. Manager Luo placed the manuscript before Li Yanqing. Is this manuscript your work? Li Yanqing was taken aback momentarily, pondering whether copyright had already existed in the Northern Song Dynasty. He inquired, I do not quite comprehend the meaning of Master Luo. Does it imply that if another bookstore has already printed this particular book, your esteemed establishment cannot print it again? Is there such a regulation from the authorities? Manager Luo shook his head, acknowledging that while there are no specific regulations, the industry adheres to certain unwritten rules. Those engaged in this line of work understand the necessity of such conventions. I profited handsomely from a manuscript I published. Thus, if you are to follow suit, hasten to print it, Such actions would be deemed a violation of etiquette. Generally speaking, larger publishing houses disdain engaging in such practices. It is only the smaller, profit-driven establishments that disregard these conventions. Therefore, it is imperative that we first report to the local authorities and imprint the name of our modest publishing house on the pages, alongside the inscription reported to the superior. Reproduction prohibited. Should we discover any instances of unauthorized reproduction, we shall promptly report to the authorities to seek retribution and destruction of the plates. Hearing of the impending consequences, Li Daqi became quite anxious and hurriedly inquired of his son, Qing'er, did you truly pen this book yourself? Li Yanqing smiled faintly. Has father ever seen a book like this at home? Li Daqi contemplated and recognized the truth. His son had scarcely left the house for over a month. He had previously shared stories of Sun Wukong with the boy, and it was likely that the tales had resonated with him, inspiring him to craft new narratives. Manager Luo, he remarked, my son possesses extraordinary intelligence, with a remarkable ability to retain what he reads, even at such a tender age. He is well versed in both ancient and modern tales, particularly fond of storytelling. This book was composed by him as he narrated stories to the neighborhood children. Manager Luo nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the young lad was indeed wise beyond his years, unlike typical children. I merely inquired out of customary practice, he continued. In our line of work, it is evident when one is borrowed from another's work. At this juncture, he earnestly addressed Li Yanqing, stating, I have come today for two purposes. First, our bookstore wishes to purchase this work for printing and sale. Second, we hope you will continue to write further. Li Yanqing immediately responded with a beaming smile, inquiring, Manager Luo, what sum do you intend to offer me? Li Daqi's expression darkened. Qing'er, do not pose such questions. Scholars often feel a sense of shame when discussing monetary matters. Li Daqi, compelled by the pressures of life, finds himself meticulously counting every coin. However, deep down, he possesses an inherent nobility and harbors no desire for his son to stoop to such depths for the sake of a meager sum. In contrast, Li Yanqing embodies a far more pragmatic outlook, if not for the necessity of providing for his family. What purpose would there be in his arduous nights spent laboring over his writings? Master Luo waved his hand, indicating that it was nothing to be concerned about. I have come here precisely for this matter. How about this? In accordance with the standard practice for manuscript fees, shall we agree on a remuneration of 40 guan for each piece? Li Daqi was taken aback. He had initially thought that 5 or 6 guan would suffice, considering it was merely the work of a child and hardly worthy of distinction. To his astonishment, the sum offered was 40 guan. He reflected on how many manuscripts he had painstakingly copied to earn merely 10 guan. Hastily, Li Daqi insisted, 40 guan is far too generous. 10 guan would be ample. We must not spoil the child. However, Li Yanqing slowly responded to his father, Father, you underestimate Manager Luo. With his standing, would he truly come to us for a mere 10 guan? Manager Luo had long heard whispers about Li Daqi's son being a simpleton, and he had harbored a sense of disdain towards him. He even harbored doubts about whether the manuscript was truly penned by Li Daqi. However, he was now astonished to discover that this young lad was far more astute than his father. Luo could no longer afford to underestimate him and promptly explained to Li Yanqing, though our bookshop is modest, we pride ourselves on honesty and integrity. The sum of 40 guan is indeed the price for a novel. Young sir, one must understand that a book retails for 51, and we must also cover the costs of engraving, ink, and paper. Ordinary paper will not suffice. We must use fine blue paper. We would need to sell at least 2,000 copies to turn a profit. If it weren't for the proprietor's approval, I truly couldn't offer you 40 guan. Li Daqi felt a twinge of anger. When had his son learned to haggle like a merchant? Moreover, Manager Luo had treated him well. How could he put him in such a predicament? Li Daqi's expression darkened as he said in a drawn-out tone, Qing'er, no more discussion on this matter. Seeing his father's displeasure, Li Yanqing pushed the manuscript towards Manager Luo and declared, then it shall be 40 guan. Manager Luo's face lit up with joy as he eagerly inquired, when do you intend to deliver the next book, young sir? Li Yanqing scratched his head, feigning great difficulty. I am currently swamped with studies, and I cannot guarantee much time, perhaps a year or so, but I shall do my best. Manager Luo paused for a moment, finally realizing the young lad's shrewdness. After a moment's contemplation, he suggested, how about this? I will provide 30 guan as an advance for your writing, and for every copy sold beyond 2,000, I shall give you 20%. What do you think of this arrangement? Hearing that he would receive 20% of the additional sales and finding the offer quite fair, Li Yanqing smiled and agreed, then it shall be settled. After the spring festival, I will deliver the next manuscript to you. and you can settle the accounts with my father. Now, I must return to my studies." With that, he worried that his father might scold him for being too preoccupied with money, and he dashed away in haste. Li Daqi was at a loss with his son's antics and could only apologize to Manager Luo. "The child is still naive. I hope you can be understanding." Manager Luo wore a wry smile and thought, "If my son had even a fraction of your naivety, I would gladly burn incense for my ancestors." Chapter 20. The selection of scholars at the very moment when Li Yanqing and Master Luo were engaged in a spirited negotiation. 4 prominent gentry from Xia Township were summoned by Yao Ding to the academy. These esteemed figures included Li Wenyu, the patriarch of the Li clan, Wang Wanhao, the grandfather of Wang Gui, Tang Lian, the grandfather of Tang Hui, and Zhang Baojun, another notable clan leader. All 4 gentlemen were not only influential in the township but also benefactors of the academy. Although the institution had transitioned to government oversight, Yao Ding still deemed it essential to consult them regarding significant matters. It is likely that you can surmise the reason for their gathering. This morning, I visited the county and confirmed with the county magistrate the date for this year's Tangzihui, which has been set for the 9th day of the 12th lunar month. For days earlier than last year, the Song Dynasty was renowned for its literary excellence, and the imperial examinations were held in high regard from the central government to local jurisdictions. Achieving the status of a Qing'er not only brought immense honor to the individual scholar but also to his hometown, often reflecting positively on the local officials who promoted education, thus aiding their own career advancements. Consequently, local authorities placed great emphasis on selecting the county's young talents. Some insightful magistrates even began scouting potential candidates from childhood. Lu Zhan, the magistrate of Tangyin, was one such official. Upon his appointment 4 years ago, he devised a comprehensive plan for selecting young elites, mandating that the 8 primary schools under his jurisdiction hold a winter examination each December, known as the Tangzihui, where each school would nominate 4 students. This year marked the 5th iteration of the event. The selection process for the 4 slots was determined by each township. Yao Ding proposed an examination-based approach, but the 4 gentry were adamantly opposed. They collectively approached the magistrate, resulting in Lu's concession to allow the 4 gentlemen to recommend candidates from Xia Township, which Yao Ding would then submit to the magistrate. Thus, each year, the students representing Xia Township at the Tangzihui were the offspring of these 4 families, and their performance was predictably modest, typically placing 8th, with a slight improvement to 7th last year, largely due to an unexpected dropout from Tangbaixiang Academy. Disheartened, Yao Ding had resigned himself to merely facilitating their nominations each year, but today he harbored a new thought. Wang Wanhao was the first to respond, cheerfully suggesting they adhere to last year's roster, asserting that no changes were necessary. Tang Lian, being more astute, recalled that previously Master Yao would send them notices for individual recommendations without any prior discussion. The fact that they were convened today suggested a significant shift. He inquired with a smile, "Master Yao, is there any change regarding this year's Tangzihui?" Yao Ding shook his head, indicating that while there were no alterations to the structure, he wished to propose a candidate. The others chuckled, suspecting he intended to recommend his grandson. Last year, they had all agreed to allocate 1 slot for Yao Ding's grandson, Yu Fei, as a token of gratitude for his years of dedication. After a moment of contemplation, Yao Ding replied, "While my grandson Yu Fei is indeed commendable, I wish to bestow this nomination upon another individual, a new scholar by the name of Li Yanqing." Li Wenyu was taken aback, exclaiming, "Qing'er?" Li Wenyuan was genuinely taken aback by the significant regard with which Qing'er was held by Yao Ding, who had summoned 4 local gentry to discuss the matter. Perhaps Qing'er possessed the literary talents of her illustrious ancestor. It must be so. "Master Yao, to which family does this Li Yanqing belong?" Wang Wanhao inquired, although the other 3 were unaware that Li Yanqing was a descendant of Li Wenyu. The expression on Li Wenyu's face faltered. He chuckled awkwardly and said, "I understand Master Yao's intentions, yet the rules cannot be broken. 2 scions of the Li family participating in the child scholar examination would certainly attract gossip from the villagers. There is no need for Master Yao to relinquish a slot. I shall recommend Yanqing myself." Only then did the others comprehend that this Li Yanqing was indeed of the Li lineage. However, Yao Ding found himself in a quandary. Just 2 days ago, the Baozhong mentioned to me that the Li family would be recommending Li Feng this year. The Baozhong referred to Li Wenyu's brother, Li Wengui, while Li Feng was his legitimate eldest grandson, who annually claimed one of the available slots. Li Wenyu smiled and replied, "This is a matter for my clan. I shall discuss it with him." Nonetheless, the Li family will be recommending Yanqing. Thus, Li Yanqing's position was secured. Having taken the Li family slot, the ensuing issue was that the other three families would need to concede a spot for Yao Ding's grandson. Wang Wanhao's countenance darkened instantly. The previous year, the four families had drawn lots, and he had drawn the short straw. Initially, he hoped to evade the matter, but unexpectedly, Yao Ding was not oblivious and brought it up again. Reluctantly, he had no choice but to concede, stating, "Very well. This year, Wang's children's examination will not include Tongzi." Yao Ding found great solace in this. His grandson, despite being the most outstanding student in the academy, had been deprived of the opportunity to participate in the examination, which he found profoundly unjust. Today, he finally had his wish fulfilled. As night fell, in the brightly illuminated and softly lit west room of Madame Hu's home, Li Yanqing sat diligently on the Kong, engrossed in his studies. Tonight's assignments consisted of memorizing the 1,000-character classic and the 100 family surnames 3 times each, followed by transcribing 20 Tang poems. The 1,000-character classic and the 100 family surnames were lessons taught 2 years prior. Master Yao, concerned that his students might forget, encouraged them to revisit and consolidate their knowledge. Most students had been at the academy for 2 years and had developed a modest foundation. They were now required not only to study the analects but also to memorize classical texts and Tang poetry. Some older students, who had made significant academic progress, were even attempting to compose poetry and fill in verses. Although Yao Ding had an eccentric temperament, he was a wise teacher. Li Yanqing, too, calmed his mind and earnestly followed his master's teachings. The room was enveloped in silence, with Dahe, the dog, diligently gnawing on a large bone that Li Daqi had specially purchased as a reward for its fearless protection of its young master. Meanwhile, Li Daqi sat at the large table, lost in thought. Earlier that afternoon, he had met with his cousin Li Dagwan, who had revealed the circumstances behind recent events. Before he could fully recover from the shock, the clan leader, Li Wenyuan, had sent someone with 50 guan, a refund for 4 years of wages, along with 30 guan as a stipend for his son, amounting to 30 taels of silver. At that moment, in front of Li Daqi lay not only 3 gleaming ingots of silver, but also a land deed and 10 guan in cash. The 10 guan represented his hard-earned money from 4 years of copying texts, previously seized by Lu Changhong, but returned by the chief steward. The 3 acres of land, however, were ancestral fields passed down from his grandfather, which had been forcibly purchased a few years ago at a meager price by the bailiff Li Jin. Li Daqi felt a wave of bittersweet nostalgia wash over him. Everything he had lost had returned. If only Qing'er's mother were still here, how wonderful that would be. Time seemed to stretch on indefinitely as Li Daqi wiped away his tears and rose to sit cross-legged before his son. With a forced smile, he inquired, "Qing, have you made any progress in your studies?" Li Yanqing, engrossed in his writing, replied, "How could there be no progress? Although today marks only the 2nd day, the assignments from the previous day were handed out. Master Yu criticized my writing for having the hidden strokes of clerical script, yet lacking the variations of regular script. He said it was neither one nor the other, and suggested I focus on clerical script for a year, followed by 2 years of regular script, and then 2 years of running script." Li Daqi, who had previously been exhilarated by his son's sudden improvement in handwriting, had not paid attention to the intricacies of his writing until now. Upon closer inspection of his son's assignments, he realized the accuracy of Master Yao's assessment. "Your master has keen insight and sound methods. You should heed his teachings." "Indeed, if he is correct, I shall listen," replied Li Yanqing. Li Daqi, burdened with unspoken worries, failed to notice the underlying tone in his son's words. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "Qing'er, I wish to discuss something with you." "What is it, father?" "Today, I spoke with manager Luo, and we agreed that you should write no more than 3 novels. "Why?" Li Yanqing paused, looking puzzled at his father. "Truth be told, you are right. You must focus on your studies. Your academic pursuits are demanding, leaving no time for novel writing. If you aspire to succeed in the imperial examinations, you must dedicate yourself wholly to your studies. 10 years of diligent effort cannot be approached with a half-hearted attitude." Li Yanqing felt a surge of resentment. Why was it always about the examinations? He was pursuing his studies not solely for that purpose. Noticing the change in his son's demeanor, Li Daqi swiftly altered his approach. "You enjoy writing novels, and I do not oppose it. However, you are still young. You are familiar with the story of Fang Zhongyou. Once you have diligently studied for 10 years and reached the age of 16, then you may immerse yourself in writing novels without hindrance." Li Daqi's words offered some comfort to Li Yanqing, who recognized that he was indeed a bit premature in his aspirations to write. Yet, he pondered how they would sustain themselves if he refrained from writing. Li Daqi, sensing his son's concerns, swiftly reassured him. Today, your fourth uncle informed me that the county plans to collaborate with local gentry to compile a village chronicle early next year. The clan leader has recommended me along with 2 others to oversee the compilation of the chronicles on filial piety, which will yield an income of 5 guan a month. This project will take several years to complete. Additionally, I plan to rent out our 3 acres of ancestral land, which will provide some grain income each year. Though we may not be wealthy, at least we will no longer worry about our basic needs. After a moment's thought, Li Yanqing replied, "Let Uncle Hu cultivate the 3 acres. There is no need for rent. He has already helped us immensely." "As you wish. As you wish." Li Daqi eagerly acquiesced. As long as his son committed to his studies, such minor matters were inconsequential. He felt a surge of joy and added with a smile, "Tomorrow, I will purchase some clothing and grain, as well as a few pieces of furniture. Once our house is completed, we shall move back and begin anew." Li Yanqing chuckled and added, "Then let us find a new wife for father." Chapter 21. Wang Gui's concerns. The following day, before dawn, Li Daqi and his cousin Li Dogwan arrived at the residence of the clan leader. Despite Li Dogwan's previous negligence regarding the fire at the ancestral hall, he had not been shunned by the clan leader. He was still entrusted with the management of the new ancestral hall. Moreover, he had secured an opportunity to compile the family genealogy. "Daqi, I have heard that this time the genealogy will be compiled in collaboration with the Li family from Yanqing. Perhaps we might even have the chance to visit Yanqing?" As thoughts of the dazzling brothels and entertainment houses in Yanqing filled his mind, Li Dogwan felt as if his spirit soared skyward. Li Daqi, clad in his modest jacket, had yet to purchase new attire, although his physique remained frail. Having enjoyed 2 hearty meals the previous day instilled him with a renewed sense of hope, lending him an air of vitality and a hint of luster to his countenance. "Let us hasten. We must not keep the clan leader waiting," he urged. As they entered the Li residence and approached the courtyard, they were met with the sound of a heated argument emanating from within. "You are fully aware that Qing'er is to attend the county school next year. Participating in the youth assembly is a vital opportunity to establish connections. How could you assign a spot to another without consulting me? Have you considered my feelings? Qing'er has already participated in the youth assembly for 4 consecutive years. What harm is there in allowing me this one opportunity? Just this once. Would it be too much to ask? You know well that you expect me to concede to you, but would you ever relinquish the position of chief steward to me? I do not comprehend your words. You are fully aware." Li Daqi and Li Dogwan exchanged bewildered glances, discerning that this was a fierce dispute between the clan leader and his brother. What had transpired? At that moment, the courtyard door swung open abruptly, and Li Wengui stormed out in a fit of rage. In his haste, he collided heavily with Li Dogwan, nearly losing his balance and nearly falling. Alarmed, Li Dogwan quickly bowed his head in apology, while Li Wengui shot him a fierce glare before striding away. Li Daqi grasped the visibly flustered Li Dogwan, and together they ventured into the courtyard, where they found the clan leader standing with his hands clasped behind him, his anger still palpable. Upon noticing the two, Li Wenyu nodded and said, "Let us discuss this inside." Upon entering the main hall, Li Wenyu had managed to temper his fury. He invited the two to take a seat and spoke in measured tones. "The compilation of the genealogy has been long overdue, and the county is now undertaking the compilation of the local annals. I intend to seize this opportunity to work on our genealogy concurrently. Additionally, the Yanqing branch has been urging us to complete our genealogy for submission and integration with theirs. Is that not rather urgent?" Li Dogwan inquired. "Not particularly. The Yanqing side only commenced their efforts at the beginning of the year. They will require at least another year. We, too, should aim to finish our work within that time frame so that we can conclude our efforts simultaneously. Compiling the genealogy by lineage is not overly difficult. The true challenge lies in documenting the significant life experiences of our ancestors. This necessitates time for thorough inquiries and verification, thus a year is indeed necessary." Li Wenyu smiled again, adding, "For this genealogy project, we plan to draw 100 guan from the clan treasury, primarily to cover your travel expenses, living stipends, and other essential costs. I believe this should suffice for the year. Should additional funds be required, please do not hesitate to inform me. This important family matter is entrusted to the two of you." Li Dogwan felt a wave of contentment wash over him. The Li clan predominantly resided in Tangyin County, which meant minimal travel expenses. Even if the costs were split between 2 individuals, he would still have 50 guan a year to enjoy a comfortable life. Meanwhile, Li Daqi nodded silently, acutely aware of the weight of responsibility resting on his shoulders. Li Weiyuan then addressed Li Dogwan, saying, "Dogwan, you may return for now. Daqi and I will discuss matters pertaining to the compilation of the local annals." Li Dogwan rose and performed a respectful bow before departing. Li Dayo, with gentle warmth, turned to Li Daqi and remarked, "Let us not dwell on past grievances. I regret any past shortcomings towards you, and I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive." Li Daqi felt a pang of emotion. He was grateful to the clan leader and bore no resentment. "Very well, let us return to the matter at hand. However, before we discuss the local annals, I wish to address this year's youth assembly as it pertains to Qing'er." Lushan town derived its name from its proximity to Lushan, which was less a mountain and more a slender earthen mound, resembling a delicate earthworm sprawled across the vast plains. The area was richly adorned with trees, and a small stream meandered past its base. Atop the hill stood a pavilion, known as Lushan Sunset, which had become a local landmark. It frequently attracted literary figures from the county, who would bring their companions to compose poetry and sing, thus establishing a fashionable pastime in the town. A small path behind the school led directly to the Lushan Pavilion, and students often took advantage of their midday break to ascend the hill for leisure. One noon, Li Yanqing accompanied Wang Gui up the hill. It was Li Yanqing's first visit to Lushan. Standing within the pavilion, he could gaze down upon the entirety of Lushan town, and even catch a glimpse of Liwen village to the south, visible along the official road. The elevated view was truly invigorating. At that moment, Li Yanqing heard Wang Gui's furious curses from behind him. Turning around, he saw Wang Gui violently striking a small tree with a wooden stick, as if the tree were his sworn enemy. Li Yanqing chuckled. He had noticed Wang Gui's foul mood since morning, as he had been ignoring everyone. This young man, evidently unable to contain his frustrations, had dragged him up the hill, clearly wanting to share something. "Even if you kill the tree, it won't alleviate your pent-up anger," Li Yanqing remarked leisurely, leaning against a pavilion post with crossed arms. Wang Gui angrily tossed the stick to the ground and stormed into the pavilion, shouting toward the school. "I am filled with resentment. Why must all the misfortunes fall upon me? Tell me about it. Perhaps I can help." Wang Gui plopped down on the stone steps and, after a moment of silence, muttered gloomily, "Have you heard of the youth assembly? I heard about it from Li during school. It starts next month. Last year, your cousin Wang Hui participated. It should be your turn this year, right?" Li Yanqing replied with a smile. Suddenly, Wang Gui's frustration became clear to Li Yanqing, who asked with a teasing grin, "Could it be that once again, you have been left out?" Wang Gui seethed. "The first and second times were taken by my elder cousin Wang Zhu, and the past 2 years were claimed by my second cousin Wang Hui. Both of them are now attending the county school. This year, it should have been my turn. I have been looking forward to it for an entire year. But yesterday, my grandfather informed me that the Wang family's quota has been relinquished, and I must wait until next year to participate. I. Wang Gui suddenly buried his head in his knees and began to weep sorrowfully. Li Yanqing gazed at Wang Gui with sympathy. This morning, Li had informed him about the situation regarding the Tongzi Association, revealing that the 4 quotas in Xia Township had been monopolized annually by the 4 prominent families. Last year, the recipients were Li Feng, Wang Hui, Tang Huai, and Zhang Daxiao. Since Wang Hui had gone to the official school in the spring, it was presumed that the Wang family would be next in line for Wang Gui. However, an unexpected turn of events had occurred. Li Yanqing sat beside him and inquired with genuine concern, "To whom was the quota given?" Wang Gui sobbed. "The spot was given to brother Yu Wu." Li Yanqing was taken aback. "How could it be given to Yu Fei? Then what was there to cry about? No wonder he did not speak to Yu Fei all morning." Wang Gui wiped away his tears and said, "I do not harbor any resentment towards fifth brother. I merely wish to accompany you all." "Wait a moment." Li Yanqing detected a hint of suspicion and promptly inquired, "What do you mean by we go together? How is that relevant to me?" Wang Gui gazed at him in astonishment. "Are you not aware? This year, Li Feng will not be attending. The spot reserved for the Li family has been given to you." Li Yanqing blinked in astonishment. This news arrived so unexpectedly that he had no time to prepare himself. After a moment of silence, he inquired, "Me? Who made this decision?" "My grandfather mentioned that it was Master Yao who suggested your departure, and your clan leader acquiesced." This revelation genuinely took Li Yanqing by surprise. It appears that the master does not harbor any animosity towards him. He scratched his head and said, "But I do not even know what the youth association is for. What are we to do?" "I have heard that it is a contest, employing various strategies to vanquish the opponent, albeit through literary means." Wang Gui's face suddenly flushed with embarrassment. His academic performance was the least impressive of all. even inferior to Tang Hui. If he were to participate, he would undoubtedly finish at the bottom. Yet, several of his good friends were going, and he yearned to join them as well. Li Yanqing found himself intrigued, speculating it might be a knowledge competition or something of the sort. He had frequently participated in such contests in the past, consistently securing first place. This, however, marked his inaugural participation in a knowledge competition during the Song Dynasty, and he suddenly felt a surge of anticipation towards the Tongzi society. With a smile, Li Yanqing patted Wang Gui on the shoulder and reassured him, "Rest assured. Let us embark together. The responsibility rests upon me." "Is that truly the case?" A glimmer of surprise flickered in Wang Gui's eyes. Li Yanqing nodded. Such trivial matters required only a mere gesture. Chapter 22. A conscience suggestion. Li Yanqing and Wang Gui descended from the mountain, arriving at the bustling entrance of the school. The narrow pathway was thronged with vendors, each stall offering an array of delights: sugar figurines, clay sculptures, steaming flatbreads, crickets, and various snacks. With at least a dozen merchants vying for attention, children swarmed around each stall, eager to exchange their copper coins for treats, their faces beaming with excitement. As this marked the peak of the vendors' daily business, from this day forth, Li Yanqing found himself with a few coins to spare. As he had not had his fill at lunch and desired to purchase a few flatbreads to satiate his hunger, he bought 2 sweet flatbreads, handing one to Wang Gui. And together they nibbled while making their way toward the school. At that moment, Li Er rushed over, his face etched with worry as he informed Li Yanqing, "For some unknown reason, Brother Feng has declared he wants to teach you a lesson." Brother Feng referred to Li Wengui's eldest grandson, Li Feng, the de facto leader among the Li clan students at the school. At 12 years old, he had spent 6 years at the institution and was set to advance to the county school the following year. Li Feng studied alongside over 20 students aged 10 and above in the university room, and typically had no interactions with Li Yanqing and his peers. Thus, in the few days of school, Li Yanqing had yet to lay eyes on him. Li Yanqing soon realized that Li Feng sought to confront him due to the fact that he had taken the spot reserved for him in the youth association. However, Li Yanqing felt no remorse. Li Feng had participated in the association for 4 consecutive years, resulting in the Academy of Lushan Town consistently languishing at the bottom. And it was time for someone else to take their turn. "Look, he has arrived, the one with the pockmarked face." Wang Gui exhaled lightly onto his clenched fist and whispered to Li Yanqing, "Shall we join forces to take him down?" Li Yanqing had already spotted Li Feng, who was tall and lanky with a face riddled with red spots, distinctly towering over the other children. Following him was Zhang Daxiao, another aspiring member of the youth society, who was short and stocky. "Allow me to handle him. You can simply observe the spectacle from the sidelines," Wang Gui proposed. Suddenly, he recalled Li Yanqing's signature move, the wind-cutting blade, a name he had coined for him, igniting a surge of excitement within him as he quickly stepped aside. Yadingji, the instructor, was known for his strictness. He would not tolerate older students bullying younger ones, imposing severe penalties for such transgressions. In the past, 3 students had been expelled for this reason, resulting in a tacit understanding among the 3 academic houses to maintain their boundaries. Li Feng would never dare to bully a clansman. At most, he would ignore them. However, this time, being overshadowed for his quota truly enraged him. He was aware that Li Yanqing, a new student and the son of a disgraced scholar, was from the lesser branch of the Li family and was attempting to seize his opportunity, emboldened by the clan leader's preferential treatment towards him. Li Feng had long harbored intentions to teach Li Yanqing a lesson, but he had refrained from resorting to violence within the classroom. With Li Yanqing now outside and Master Yu blissfully unaware in his afternoon slumber, he saw this as the perfect opportunity. Zhang Daxiao, positioned behind Li Feng, whispered a suggestion: "Be swift, land a solid punch, and make your exit. He has no evidence against you." Li Feng nodded slightly, his muscles coiling with power, his fist cracking ominously as he strode purposefully towards Li Yanqing, glaring fiercely before launching a forceful punch aimed at his face. Yet, to his astonishment, Li Yanqing was ready. With a swift crouch and an astonishingly quick sidestep, he evaded the fierce blow. Li Feng, unable to retract his fist in time and having exerted excessive force, suddenly lost his balance and stumbled forward, inadvertently stepping into a small stall selling crickets. The sound of shattering clay pots echoed as 6 or 7 cricket containers were crushed beneath his foot, sending dozens of crickets scuttling chaotically. The young schoolboys scrambled on the ground to catch them, turning the path into a scene of disarray. The burly vendor, enraged, seized Li Feng by the collar with his coarse, dark-haired arms and bellowed, "How will you compensate me?" Li Feng, frightened to the point of paleness, stammered, "I'll pay. I'll pay." The vendor blinked in disbelief, glanced down at his jars, and broke into tears, lamenting, "Oh my goodness, my most precious Ironhead general is gone. 50 coins each." Upon witnessing the chaos they had caused, Zhang Daxiao fled in a panic, while Li Yanqing, seemingly unfazed, continued munching on his pancake and sauntered into the classroom. Wang Gui, utterly impressed, rushed over and gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "So subtle, striking without a sound, truly remarkable." Li Yanqing tilted his head and replied, "What are you saying? I don't understand." "Haha, I don't know either." Wang Gui chuckled heartily. Later that afternoon, after school, Li Yanqing, Yu Fei, Tang Huai, and Zhang Daxiao were summoned to the study by their master, Yao Ding. With a warm demeanor, Yao Ding addressed them. "It has been decided that this year, you four will represent Lushan Academy in the county student competition. It is both an honor and a responsibility." However, as he continued, the warmth faded from his face, replaced by a stern gaze directed at the four. "In the past 4 years, we have ranked last every time. No one will blame you for lack of diligence. They will only criticize me as a master without skill. I have no choice but to accept their judgments. But this year is different. This year, I demand you to break into the top 3. Li Yanqing and Yu Fei remained unresponsive, while Tang Huai and Zhang Daxiao's expressions turned notably uneasy. Yao Ding glared at the two before proceeding. "I understand that rising from last place to the top 3 is no simple feat, but with hard work, nothing is impossible. You have 19 days, and time is of the essence. From today, you will not attend regular classes. I will teach you separately. You must arrive at the academy by the crack of dawn. If you cannot guarantee this, you will stay at the academy. There is a saying in Tangyin County school, one need not fear the heaven's wrath, but rather the fierce demeanor of Yanqing." In that moment, the four truly grasped the profound meaning of this adage. Realizing that their once revered master, Yao, had morphed into a horned demon, his rigorous teaching methods felt like a descent into hell. The bamboo rod in his hand transformed into a wide ironwood ruler, and any sign of discontent led to harsh reprimands. Each of their palms became swollen from the blows. And despite being treated with ointment and bandaged, they were compelled to continue practicing calligraphy, writing tens of thousands of characters daily, memorizing poetry, reading texts, composing essays, filling in verses, and crafting couplets. They began their studies before dawn and did not rest until midnight, only managing to sleep for an hour and a half. Even the resilient Yu Fei could not help but complain on occasion. This grueling regime lasted a mere 5 days before Zhang Daxiao was the first to succumb. Zhang Daxiao, the eldest among the four, unfortunately struggles the most academically, his progress and studies lagging significantly behind. He has endured the harshest reprimands, to the point where the palms of his hands are nearly raw. Currently, the four reside in an inn within the town. Tang Huai shares a room with Yu Fei, while Li Yanqing and Zhang Daxiao occupy another. Before dawn, the innkeeper can be heard knocking resolutely at their door. "Rise and shine. Lazing about will earn you a beating." Zhang Daxiao's palms are slightly swollen and festering from the previous day's punishment. He has spent a restless night groaning in pain, his eyes reddened from lack of sleep. Turning to Li Yanqing, he laments, "Brother Qing, I feel as though I am on the brink of death. I truly do not wish to participate. Can you devise a plan for me?" Li Yanqing, struggling to keep his eyes open, mutters while dressing, "If you genuinely do not wish to partake, just inform the clan leader and let him speak to Master Yao. My grandfather values his reputation above all, unless I am gravely ill. He would never consent to my withdrawal. I have pondered all night without arriving at a solution. You are the cleverest among us. Please help me think of something. If you cannot think of a way, how could I? However, if I were in your position, I would approach the apothecary's assistant and offer them a few coins. They would surely devise a method that is both effective and gentle on your health, allowing you to luxuriate in bed for an entire month. Just imagine it. A month without the burdens of study or writing, with a little maid to attend to you. What a delightful existence that would be." He chuckles before adding, "I am merely jesting. Now rise quickly, or we shall be late." Zhang Daxiao's eyes spark with a newfound glimmer of hope as he contemplates the suggestion, rising from his bed to wash up alongside Li Yanqing. Chapter 23. Wishes fulfilled at noon. Master Yao Ding, weary and dragging his fatigued legs, retired for a nap, assigning the four of them the task of writing 2,000 characters, forbidding any rest until the task was completed. The sound of Master Yao's door closing echoed from the adjacent room, prompting Zhang Daxiao to rise. "Fellow disciples," he announced, "my hands are in a lamentable state. I must visit the pharmacy for some medicine. I shall return shortly." With that, he unwrapped the bandages to reveal his gruesome wounds, crimson and raw. Yu Fei remarked, "Is there not medicine on the table? I find it quite effective." That remedy is of no use to me. My injuries have only worsened. I shall be swift in my return. Zhang Daxiu hurriedly exited the study. Li Yanqing, seizing the opportunity, excused himself to the latrine and slipped outside. After a fruitless search for Wang Gui, he wondered where that rascal had wandered off to. Just then, he spotted Li Er peering around the doorway. He quickly pulled Li Er aside, whispering a few instructions. Li Er nodded in understanding, assuring him it was but a trivial matter and that he would ensure Wang Gui remained oblivious. Li Er darted out of the study, while Li Yanqing returned to his writing. After a while, concern crept into Tang Huai's demeanor. Fifth brother, Qing'er, he addressed them. What do you suppose Zhang Daxiu is up to? He has yet to return, and soon Master will awaken. How will he account for himself? He will surely be in for a thrashing. At that moment, Li Yanqing noticed Li Er peeking in again and set down his pen. I have completed my writing. I shall go retrieve him. He rose and stepped outside, where Li Er eagerly informed him that fellow went to the drugstore, interrogated the attendant for ages, and then purchased a considerable amount of castor bean powder. I witnessed him consume it, and then he dashed off to the inn. Li Yanqing burst into laughter, incredulous at the absurdity of consuming castor beans. Which fool of an attendant suggested that? He inquired. Have you seen Wang Gui? Over there. Li Er pointed toward the entrance of the study, where Wang Gui was engaged in a tussle with several other students. Li Yanqing rushed over, pulling Wang Gui aside. Do you still wish to partake in the youth assembly? Of course. I dream of it. Wang Gui exclaimed. But it requires hardship, as you have witnessed our suffering. He thumped his chest, declaring, I fear no toil if it means attending the youth assembly. Li Yanqing regarded him skeptically, responding slowly, if you truly desire to go. An opportunity presents itself. What opportunity? Wang Gui's eyes widened with surprise. Li Yanqing lowered his voice to impart a few words, and Wang Gui's expression shifted from shock to delight. Is it truly so? Indeed, it hinges upon whether your grandfather is willing to advocate for you. I shall speak with him at once. Wang Gui exclaimed, but Li Yanqing halted him. Be patient. Wait until after school. By then, his condition is likely to have worsened. As the youth assembly loomed a fortnight away, Zhang Daxiu, one of the 4 candidates from Lushan Academy, suffered an unfortunate bout of severe diarrhea, rendering him bedridden and forcing him to withdraw from the competition. Zhang Baojun, one of the local gentry, graciously conceded his quota to Wang's family, allowing Wang Giru to join the preparation team. Alas, fortune did not favor him, as the very next day he found himself restrained on the table by the furious Yao Ding, receiving a merciless beating that left him in tears. I quit. I want out. Wang Giru's wails echoed like a slaughtered pig, eliciting nothing but sympathy from Li Yanqing. As the date of the Tangzahui approached, Master Yao's temper grew increasingly volatile. You wish to participate in the county literary competition with such nonsensical compositions? If I were you, I would have dashed my head against a wall long ago. Yao's thunderous roars reverberated through the classroom, rendering the students silent, holding their breath, tiptoeing in fear. Those who happened to glance into the special classroom offered sympathetic looks toward the 4, though a few wore expressions of schadenfreude. Inside the room, Yao Ding glared with his bloodshot eyes at Wang Giru and bellowed, I give you one last chance. The first line is, the bright moon shines through the pines. What is the second line? Terrified, Wang Giru trembled, his mind blank, unable to recall Wang Wei's verses. At that moment, Li Yanqing kicked a stone on the ground and gestured as if to urinate. Wang Giru's eyes lit up as if he had discovered treasure, stammering, clear. Clear spring flows. Over the rocks. Yao Ding glared at him for a long moment, then suddenly turned and lashed out at Li Yanqing with a bamboo whip. The switch had been chosen because his iron ruler had broken while punishing his grandson, Yu Fei, and he could not find a suitable substitute. From this moment on, you shall copy Wang Moju's poetry in clerical script 3 times. Anyone who fails to complete this shall not be allowed to sleep. Despite Yu Ding's desire to stretch a single day into 3, the day of the Tangzahui eventually arrived. By then, the region had entered the depths of winter, having experienced 2 heavy snowfalls that blanketed the world in white, a time of joy for the children. On the 6th day of the 12th lunar month, Yao Ding unexpectedly granted them a day off to enjoy themselves, yet the 4 of them slept for an entire day and night. Even the snowball fighting enthusiast Wang Giru unable to emerge from his warm cocoon. The following morning, as dawn broke, a dozen local gentry from Shaoa gathered at the school to bid farewell to the 4. Their 20 days of rigorous study had yielded significant results. Even Wang Giru could recite over 100 poems in front of his grandfather, Wang Wanhao, who beamed with pride, boasting to everyone that his grandson was destined for greatness. Even Zhang Baojun felt a pang of regret for having allowed his own grandson to give up. as he often witnessed Zhang Daxiao feigning illness to avoid rising, which aggravated him greatly. Li Wenyong, representing the others, offered words of encouragement, hoping they would bring honor to their hometown, and presented a small purse of silver coins to Yao Ding, a token of the villagers' collective support for their expenses in the county. In the past, the four prominent families had monopolized such opportunities, and the local gentry had little interest in farewells. However, this time was different, as they had heard from their own children about the diligent preparations of the four, igniting a flicker of hope within their hearts. However, Yao Ding remained sullen, for in his eyes, the four students fell far short of his expectations. Li Yanqing was barely acceptable, but Yu Fei was inadequate, and the other two were utterly incompetent. He could not anticipate a top 3 finish. Achieving 6th place would suffice to satisfy him. Yao Ding instructed the 4 scholars to line up and bow respectfully to the gathered gentlemen before he climbed into the carriage. The carriage, generously provided by Wang Wanhao, was spacious and sturdy, adorned with a layer of leather on the exterior and a thick carpet within, offering warmth during the frigid winter months. The carriage was divided into 2 compartments. Yao Ding sat alone in the front, dozing off, while the 4 students occupied the rear, seated directly upon the plush carpet, covered with a heavy quilt. They were filled with excitement, chattering incessantly throughout the journey. Tang Hui remarked with a smile, "Last year, I was the youngest of the 4. But this year, I am the oldest. How amusing." Among the 4, Tang Hui is 9 years old, while both Yu Fei and Wang Gui are 8. Li Yanqing, however, is merely 6. Yet, he possesses an air of maturity and a robust physique that makes him appear akin to those of 8 or 9. No one would suspect that he is, in fact, only 6. At that moment, a dispirited voice from Yao Ding echoed forth, lamenting, "Other academies select scholars aged 12 or 13, yet in my folly, I have chosen you few, and there is even one who is merely 6. Alas, this time." The embarrassment truly reached its peak. Wang Gui and Li Yanqing stuck out their tongues and both erupted into laughter. Among the 4, Yu Fei was the most serious, taciturn, and disinclined towards frivolity. Although Tang Hui was also not very talkative, he was invariably involved in any mischief. At this moment, Yu Fei turned to Tang Hui and inquired, "Ah Tang, you participated in the Tongzi Society last year. Do share with everyone how the competition was conducted. Let us keep ourselves informed." Tang Hui pondered for a moment and said, "Last year, the competition lasted for a total of 7 days. The first 3 days were dedicated to the arena battles, followed by a day of rest. The 5th day was reserved for examinations, commencing before dawn and continuing until noon, with the results announced the following morning." "What results were announced?" Li Yanqing inquired. "All the scores, including those from the arena competition and the subsequent examinations, will be tallied together, with the highest scorer earning the title of this year's champion." At this point, Tang Hui expressed his disheartenment, saying, "Last year's arena competition saw us eliminated in the first round, and we ended up at the bottom in the final exams, resulting in our dismal return. Alas, it has been the same year after year." Li Yanqing, intrigued, further asked, "I heard that a certain academy withdrew from the competition last year. What was the reason behind that?" Tang Hui waved his hand, urging the 3 to lower their heads. In a hushed tone, he remarked, "There exists a web of open and covert struggles, employing unscrupulous means. Last year, Tangbei Township School was originally ranked first in the arena competition, yet by the following day, a collective bout of food poisoning forced them to withdraw from the youth association. Consequently, the school in Yoli Town seized the opportunity to claim the championship, having secured 2nd place in the arena and 1st in the examinations, while we astonishingly attained the 7th position." Everyone speculated that Tangbei Township School should not have dined out that night. A somber mood enveloped the group, when Wang Gui interjected with a smile, "Let us speak of something lighter. What reward accompanies the championship?" "The reward, you ask? It is said that the first prize amounts to 300 guan, the second 200, and the third 100. Thereafter, there is nothing more." Upon noticing the gleam in Wang Gui's eyes, Tang Hui quickly interjected, "This money is not for personal use. It is intended for the school, to mend the leaking roof, and to repair the gates, tables, and chairs, among other necessities." Wang Gui felt a sudden deflation of spirit. "What benefits do we derive from this?" Tang Hui scratched his head, pondering. "There are personal advantages, surely. The village will offer rewards, yet the most anticipated accolade is that the name of the top student will be inscribed in the county annals. The county magistrate will bestow upon each of us a bronze plum blossom, thus granting us the esteemed title of prodigy." What else was there beside them? Li Yanqing earnestly interjected, "Wealthy families will go to great lengths to marry their daughters to you. The four children erupted into laughter, their mirth echoing as the carriage traversed the snowy landscape, swiftly making its way to the county town. Chapter 24. Arrival in the county town. The horse-drawn carriage slowly entered the county town, revealing a world blanketed in pristine white snow, much like the surrounding fields. However, in contrast to the countryside's solitude, the town buzzed with a lively atmosphere as households prepared for the new year, hanging door charms, displaying rabbit heads, crafting dough snakes, brewing tusu wine, and pounding rice cakes. At noon, wisps of white smoke curled up from the rooftops, heralding the arrival of the festive season. The streets were filled with clusters of children at play, building snowmen and engaging in snowball fights, their laughter echoing through the air. A group of robust town guards, donning caps and wielding waxed rifles, marched by, while numerous pedestrians cautiously navigated the well-trodden paths, wary of muddy splashes that might stain their garments. "Ah, how I long to join them in building a snowman," Wang Gui remarked enviously, watching a few children at work. Tang Hui sat quietly, akin to a meditative monk. Yet upon hearing Wang Gui's exclamation, he couldn't resist casting a glance at a snowman outside the carriage. "Fifth brother, that snowman resembles you." Wang Gui laughed, pointing at a distant snowman adorned with a hat reminiscent of Yufei's. Yufei merely grunted in response, his focus unwavering as he immersed himself in a selection of esteemed works from the current dynasty, particularly the renowned pieces by Wang Angshi, which he was determined to memorize thoroughly, as their grandfather had repeatedly reminded them that their county magistrate was once a pupil of Wang Angshi. Seeing that Yufei was unresponsive, Wang Gui muttered under his breath, "What a little confusion." Li Yanqing leaned against the other window, lost in thought as he gazed at Tangyin County, the first city of the Song Dynasty he had ever encountered. Everything felt both novel and familiar, as if the rich tapestry of history and culture, woven over millennia, had coalesced in the lives of the people inhabiting this land. "Did you see the horse-drawn carriage in front of the inn on the left?" Master Yao Ding, who had remained silent throughout the journey, suddenly spoke up. The others crowded towards Li Yanqing's window, even Yufei momentarily setting aside his studies to peer outside. "Master, is it the carriage with the black wheels?" Wang Gui inquired. "Indeed, that's the one. The youths emerging from it are from the Weinan Town Academy, just like you," Yao replied. Everyone observed as four young boys and an elderly man with a goatee stepped out of the carriage, while a middle-aged man hurriedly moved in and out, arranging accommodations for the students. At that moment, the elderly man with the goatee spotted Yu Ding in the carriage and quickly waved, striding toward them. Tang Hui whispered, "They were fifth last year and third the year before, such bothersome fellows." Li Yanqing looked at the four boys, all around 12 or 13 years old, their heights approaching adulthood but still possessing a youthful innocence. It was evident they were from affluent families, clad in fine silk-hooded garments and caps, layered with black, form-fitting fur coats, and adorned with ornate waistbands. They stood at the inn's entrance, casting disdainful glances at the carriage across the way. The elderly man approached, clasping his hands in greeting and smiling. "Master Yao, it has been a year since we last met. I thought you wouldn't be coming this year." Yao Ding replied curtly, "We saw each other just last month. What do you mean by a year?" Perhaps I simply failed to notice you then, Master Yao," the man chuckled. "It seems I must assert that Master He's eyes have indeed risen to the crown of his head." Li Yanqing possesses an astute understanding of his master. He is devoid of any pretense or polite formalities. His disdain for certain individuals is manifest, as is the case with Master He. The elderly man with the goatee squinted and chuckled. "We are all eagerly anticipating the arrival of the Deer Mountain Academy. It remains to be seen who shall be fortunate enough. Ha." He erupted into hearty laughter, turning on his heel to head toward the inn. Yao Ding let out a heavy snort, instructing the driver to continue, as the carriage veered onto another path. "Hey Tang, what does Master He's statement imply?" Yufei inquired. Puzzled. Not only was Yufei perplexed, but Li Yanqing and Wang Gui were equally baffled. Tang Hui sighed, explaining that the rules for the first round of the competition dictate that the top four from the previous year will draw lots to determine their adversaries, while the bottom four will face off against them. Everyone hopes to draw us, and the first round is aptly named Chasing the Deer, referring to our Deer Mountain town, as we have historically been eliminated in the first round. This year it remains uncertain whose deer shall fall," Wang Gui declared, rolling up his sleeves in indignation. Li Yanqing and Yufei exchanged glances, both acutely aware of the dire situation. Their opponents were youths of 12 or 13, while they themselves were merely children of 7 or 8. Academic success is built upon accumulation, a process they sorely lacked. Upon hearing Wang Gui's words, Yao Ding's expression darkened further. At last, the carriage came to a halt before an inn, Tang Huai's family establishment in the county, known as Tangyin, where they resided annually. As the carriage settled, the portly innkeeper, resembling a hefty winter melon, emerged with 2 attendants, beaming with joy. After waiting all day, we have finally welcomed Master Yao. His warmth was akin to a steaming cup of tea on a wintry day, bringing solace to their hearts. Even Yao Ding, whose countenance was typically as cold as iron filings, managed a faint smile. I have once again burdened you, Master Wang. Nonsense. It is our honor to host 4 prodigies from our hometown. Please, come inside and warm yourselves. Let the attendants handle your luggage. Yao Ding shot a sharp glance at his 4 disciples, silently questioning whether they were deserving of the title prodigies. The innkeeper led them to the courtyard, where the Tang family not only waived their accommodation fees but also prepared the finest chambers for them. Yao Ding occupied a private room, while the 4 scholars shared the largest available, with an additional room allocated for their study and preparation. For prodigies, tidy yourselves and join us for dinner. Your master has already gone ahead, the innkeeper called cheerfully from the doorway. Tang Huai expressed his displeasure, stating, Master Wang, please refrain from calling us prodigies. It sounds rather jarring. The young master has spoken wisely. I shall prepare the utensils. Please descend promptly. The innkeeper departed, and Tang Huai turned to the others, saying, Master Wang shall attend to our needs, while my uncle will oversee the various arrangements for the academy. He resides in the county. When will the drawing of lots take place? Yu Fei inquired. It should be tomorrow. I suspect some academies have yet to arrive, and the drawing will be presided over by the academy head in the morning. The 4 conversed as they walked and soon arrived at the dining hall located to the left of the inn's lobby. It was a modest room furnished with 2 black lacquered juju wood tables surrounded by long benches, exuding an air of simplicity. In a corner by the window, a screen enclosed a more elegantly arranged area, featuring a 3-person couch where Yao Ding sat alone, leisurely sipping his wine, with several small dishes laid out before him. The meal for the 4 was spread across the larger table, with a steaming pot of braised old hen at its center, accompanied by dishes of braised fish, mincemeat scrambled with eggs, stewed bamboo shoots, and cold cuts of lamb, among others. Surrounding them were 4 large porcelain bowls filled with colorful, rich porridge. Wang Gui, upon sitting down, exclaimed in dismay, Why are we having porridge? Li Yanqing, intrigued, inquired with a smile, Is this the labakanji, Master Wang? Master Wang, beaming, approached to explain, Although tomorrow marks Laba, according to the customs of Tangyin County, we drink labakanji for 3 days. Of course, you may choose not to partake today, but it was arranged by your master. The 4 turned their gazes toward their master, obscured by the screen, yet his cold voice pierced through. Yu Fei, recite the Laba poem. If you cannot, you shall not eat. The poem was somewhat obscure, and Yu Fei struggled to recall it, lowering his head to admit. I do not know, master. Yao Ding scolded. Recite it out loud, and upon your return, write it 10 times. Yu Fei retrieved a book, glanced at it, and then recited aloud. The Laba day is still warm in years past. This year, the chill has all but vanished. Snow encroaches upon the verdant grass. Spring's light seeps through the willow branches. In drink, I yearn for a fine night's inebriation. Returning home, I disperse at the dawn of the imperial court. Lip salve and medicinal powders follow the grace. Emerald pipes and silver bells descend from the heavens. Li Yanqing silently committed it to memory, his learning ability exceptional, as he often retained poetry at first glance. Yao Ding nodded. Let us eat. After the meal, write 3,000 characters and compose a poem on today's snowy scene. Be diligent. Once completed, you may sleep, and I shall not review your work. Is master going out tonight? Wang Gui asked bluntly. Enough with your chatter. Yao Ding huffed. Wang Gui fell silent, while Li Yanqing nudged him with his elbow, whispering conspiratorially, perhaps master is going to scout enemy movements. Knowing oneself and one's adversary ensures victory in 100 battles. Wang Gui's face lit up with delight as he envisioned master stealthily traversing rooftops in the night. Adding, and with a treasured sword upon his back. Yu Fei sighed. Please, both of you, cease your fanciful musings. Master is returning home. Home. The 3 fell into stunned silence, exchanging glances as realization dawned upon them. Master must indeed have a home. Brother Wu, is your maternal grandmother still alive? Li Yanqing asked. Yu Fei shook his head. She passed away many years ago. Master resides with my maternal uncle, while my other uncle studies at the Guozijian in Bianliang. Pausing, Yu Fei added, My maternal uncle is the county's educational supervisor. The group was utterly astonished, the son of an educational supervisor. Yet the Lushan Town Academy consistently placed last, How righteous must this sun be? Chapter 25. The most auspicious sign at dawn. Li Yanqing and his companions donned their formal attire, typically comprising a black cap, a dark robe, and a belt, all complemented by a short fur coat to ward off the chill of the morning air. Instead of taking a bullock cart, they followed their master, Yao Ding, directly to the county office, where they were to participate in the initiation and drawing of lots for the youth association. As they approached the side entrance of the county office, a tall, slender man emerged. His features bore a striking resemblance to Tang Hui, and he was none other than their liaison, Tang Hui's uncle, Tangyin, who appeared to be in his 40s and exuded a sharp intelligence. Having served as their contact for 4 consecutive years, he was well versed in the proceedings. Upon seeing Yao Ding, he promptly remarked, "The other 7 families have already arrived. We are the only ones missing. Did we not agree to commence at the hour of Qin? There is still half an hour remaining." Yao Ding replied, his dissatisfaction evident. Tangyin managed a wry smile, explaining, "Everyone is eager to gauge each other's circumstances, hence their early arrival. Just moments ago, the academies of Tangbei Township and Yoli Town engaged in a spirited rivalry. And it seems this year, the competition will be primarily between the two." Lowering his voice, Tangyin added, "I have also heard a rumor that the magistrate, Li, intends to attend this event. I wonder if the information is credible?" Yao Ding remained silent, recalling that his eldest son had informed him the previous night of Li's keen interest in the Youth Association of Tangyin County and his intention to observe, likely arriving in the final days of the event. However, after an intense argument with his son the night before, he was reluctant to discuss the matter further. "Let us set aside such trivialities for now. We should proceed inside," he suggested. Upon entering the main hall, they found the courtyard filled with students, organized into 7 distinct groups. These youths, all around 12 or 13 years of age, exuded ambition, casting glances at one another. When the 4 students from the Lushan Town Academy entered, laughter erupted among the assembled scholars, for they had sent 4 mere children. The general disdain for Lushan Town Academy intensified, and it seemed that the arrival of these young ones only reinforced their insignificance. After all, vibrant flowers require green leaves to accentuate their beauty. At that moment, a 30-something official emerged from within the hall, clearing his throat with a pronounced cough. He brought an immediate hush to the courtyard. Recognizing the official, Li Yanqing understood that he was Yao Ding's son, Yao Wanyan, the chief educational officer of Tangyin County, who oversaw all educational examinations. The resemblance between father and son was striking. Yao Wanyan invited his father, Yao Ding, to a private seating area, while the students were left standing in the courtyard, awaiting their turn. They stood in line for 1 or 2 hours, growing increasingly numb from the cold. Yet most students were experienced enough to carry books to pass the time. Among them, only Yu Fei had brought a collection of Wang Linchuan's works. After standing for a brief moment, Li Yanqing overheard whispers from the adjacent line. "Who exactly is the Red Boy? And how can the Bull Demon King claim he is not his son?" Li Yanqing was taken aback. Was that not from his own book? He turned back and discovered that nearly half of the 28 students were engrossed in the same book. Li Yanqing glanced at their covers, revealing the title The Great Sage's Demon-Catching Chronicles, The Red Boy, a novel he had penned himself. Below the title was the author's name, Lushan Xiaoxiozu. Li Yanqing instinctively covered his mouth, nearly bursting into laughter. What a splendid pen name. Was he not indeed Lushan Xiaoxiazi? Wang Gui whispered to Li Yanqing, "This book seems quite fascinating. We should purchase a copy later." Li Yanqing nodded vigorously, determined to acquire one, as it appeared to be selling well. After waiting for a full half hour, his legs felt as though they might freeze. At last, with the ringing of a bell, the ceremony of the youth gathering commenced. The masters from the 8 academies surrounded 3 officials, who emerged from the main hall, engaged in jovial conversation. Among the trio, Li Yanqing recognized only one, the school head, Yao Wanyan. Tang Hui quietly informed the group, "The one in the middle is County Magistrate Liu, the one on the left is County Vice Magistrate Ma, and the one on the right is the school head. These 3 are the judges for this youth gathering competition." County Magistrate Liu possessed an ordinary appearance, with fair skin, yet exuded a commendable demeanor. Tall and slender, he bore a slight ascetic air. In stark contrast, County Vice Magistrate Ma left a lasting impression, his face elongated, resembling that of a donkey, with eyes that were predominantly white, reminiscent of a tadpole swimming in a porcelain bowl. This was what was colloquially known as 4 white eyes, or snake eyes. One could sense, from his appearance alone, that this magistrate was not a virtuous character. At that moment, Li Yanqing recalled a troubling incident. His father had encountered misfortune for substituting as a test taker for the magistrate's nephew. Could this be the same county vice magistrate Ma? Although that incident had occurred 4 years prior, an instinct within Li Yanqing suggested it was indeed this magistrate. Dear students, your efforts have not gone unnoticed. Magistrate Lu Zheng began. Since the establishment of our youth gathering, this marks the 5th edition. I have delightful news to share. During the 2nd gathering, 8 participants took the provincial examination 2 months ago, and 7 of them succeeded in passing, qualifying to participate in next year's provincial examination in the capital. This event has stirred great excitement in the region, prompting even the provincial governor to attend this gathering, affirming the correctness of our initiative. Magistrate Lu grew increasingly animated as he spoke, and the students below murmured amongst themselves. 8 participants, with 7 succeeding, such a ratio was indeed astonishing. Wang Gui scoffed. Isn't this merely a result of their own hard work? He speaks of the gathering as if it were a miracle cure, simply applying it would yield results. Yu Fei shook his head in disagreement with Wang Gui's sentiment. It cannot be dismissed so lightly. We have diligently practiced for 20 days and reaped significant rewards. Yet I have heard of several towns that began rigorous training 6 months ago. The youth gathering undeniably hones one's abilities, that cannot be denied. Li Yanqing, however, paid little heed to their discourse, his attention still fixated on County Vice Magistrate Ma. He observed that when Magistrate Lu proclaimed the youth gathering is entirely correct, Ma subtly curled his lip, revealing a fleeting expression of disdain. Although the moment was ephemeral and difficult to discern, Li Yanqing keenly captured it. Pondering silently, so there exists a hidden discord between the magistrate and the vice magistrate. County Magistrate Li Shishi took a full quarter of an hour before officially announcing the commencement of the 5th Children's Association. Following this, the drawing of lots began, with last year's top 4 contenders determining their first-round opponents. Each bamboo stick, inscribed with the names of last year's bottom 4 academies, was placed with the pointed end facing downwards. All eyes were set on the hopes of drawing the name of Lushan Town Academy, as that would signify an effortless passage into the next round. After reiterating the various rules, the scholar Yao Wanyan approached the masters of the 4 academies, Yuli Town Academy, Tangyin County Primary School, Tangyin Wuban Academy, and Weinan Town Academy, with a bamboo tube containing 4 sticks. The corresponding 4 sticks represented Longnong Town Academy, Yangji Township Academy, Lushan Town Academy, and Tangbei Township Academy. In truth, Tangyin County boasted far more than these 8 academies. It housed numerous private schools, village schools, and community schools, with student numbers ranging from a modest 10 to 30. Yet, the official primary schools numbered only 8. As the drawing commenced, all students turned their gaze toward the 4 junior students from Lushan Town Academy, their eyes glinting with mockery. Who would be fortunate enough to capture this elusive little deer this year? At that moment, Master Heijin from Weinan Town suddenly burst into laughter, exclaiming, I have drawn the lot. Everyone comprehended his meaning. This year, it would be Weinan Town Academy facing off against Lushan Town Academy. A wave of commotion surged through the hall, prompting Li Shishi to cough heavily in discontent. Only then did Heijin realize his indiscretion, hastily apologizing with a sheepish grin. Li Shishi nodded and instructed, since the lots have been drawn, Scholar Yao, please announce the results. Yao Wanyan stepped forward and proclaimed loudly, I hereby announce the results of the drawing. Yoli Town faces Yangji Township. Tangyin County Academy competes against Longnong Town. Tangyin Wuban meets Tangbei Township, and Weinan Town squares off against Lushan Town. The time is set for tomorrow morning at the hour of Qin, with the venue at the Diligence Hall of the County Academy. Latecomers will be considered as forfeiting their match. As the ceremony concluded amidst a cacophony, the 4 students from Weinan Town embraced one another in excitement, as if victory were already theirs. Yao Ding approached and patted the shoulders of his young disciples, smiling. In truth, we have been quite fortunate to draw such a favorable lot. The crowd chuckled, recognizing their luck in avoiding encounters with Yoli Town Academy and Tangbei Township Academy in the first round. Yao Ding continued, shortly. The scholar will clarify the debate and examination rules for the 8 masters. I shall also participate. You all should return to the inn for a bite to eat. And if you have time at noon, either write or read, do not wander aimlessly outside. The 4 agreed and moved with the throng toward the exit. Upon leaving the county office, Wang Gui turned to Yu Fei and Tang Huai, saying, Qing'er, and I wish to visit the bookstore. Would you like to join us? Tang Huai kicked Wang Gui playfully, incredulous that such a delightful outing required discussion. The 3 then turned to Yu Fei, who hesitated for a moment before nodding in affirmation. After all, who among scholars would decline a trip to the bookstore? Chapter 26. The new book's great success. During their visit to the county town for the youth gathering, Li Daqi bestowed upon his son a modest allowance. which he entrusted to the inn. Li Yanqing, however, possessed only a small deerskin pouch containing 100 cash coins, the weight of which created a compelling desire within him to spend them. Not long after setting off, they encountered a vendor selling snacks, and the four of them gathered around. Li Yanqing, eager to treat his companions, purchased a fried donut and a sweet bean paste treat for each of them, wrapping them in oiled paper, spending a total of 20 cash. The fried donut, known as jiao chue, is akin to what would later be called a sesame ball, made from glutinous rice flour and deep-fried until hollow and coated in caramel, costing 3 cash each. The sweet bean paste treat, or changsha tuanzi, was a fried delicacy filled with red bean paste, priced at 2 cash each. Li Yanqing also spotted his favorite syrup-soaked pancake. But since they were heading to the bookstore and his hands would be sticky with sugar, he reluctantly decided to forego it for the time being. As they walked and indulged in their snacks, the snow crunched beneath their feet, and Wang Gui and Tang Hui could not resist building a snowman among them. Only Li Yanqing was visiting the county for the first time, and he was filled with curiosity about everything around him. A short distance away, a group of children frolicked in the snow, clapping and singing a nursery rhyme. Master Tang rides a horse, dong, dong, dong. Behind him follows Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong runs with great speed. Behind him trails Zhu Beiji. Zhu Beiji, with a long nose, behind him comes Sha Sang. Sha Sang carries a basket. And then arrives an old witch. Li Yanqing felt a warmth in his heart, as if a spark had ignited within him. This was a nursery rhyme that had been appended to the end of his new book, unexpectedly gaining popularity. Overcome with excitement, he could hardly wait for his companions, and dashed ahead. Wang Gui called out from behind, "Qing'er, turn left at the upcoming intersection." After running about a mile, they rounded a corner, and Wang Gui pointed ahead, exclaiming, "There it is." Li Yanqing followed his gaze and saw a street lined with various shops. The first establishment displayed a large sign emblazoned with the characters Shilin Yuan. Upon reaching the entrance, they were greeted by a sign that bore bold lettering on white paper, "New book, The Great Sage Subdues Demons, now available here." Filled with anticipation, Li Yanqing and his friends stepped through the bookstore's entrance, where a wave of warmth enveloped them. To their astonishment, the main hall was bustling with people, scholars clad in traditional robes mingled with youthful students from the county academy. Wang Gui, anxious to find a specific book, immediately dragged Tang Hui to search the aisles, while Yufei picked up a volume of selected Tang poetry and retreated to a corner. Li Yanqing found the bookstore particularly intriguing. He noticed that its layout, much like that of a traditional apothecary, had remained largely unchanged over the centuries. Tall bookshelves lined either side, filled with a myriad of titles, not standing upright, but laid flat. In the center, a long and wide table was laden with more books, and the wooden floor allowed many patrons to sit comfortably on the ground. At that moment, a strange cry resonated nearby, for Little Deer had arrived. As Li Yanqing turned around, he noticed a group of young scholars gathered by the left side of the gate, precisely those who had participated in the youth gathering alongside him. Among them were 4 from the Weinan Town Academy and 3 who seemed to be from the Tangbei Township Academy, clearly well acquainted with one another. Observing that each held 3 or 4 copies of his own The Great Sage Captures Demons, he approached them with a smile, saying, "This morning at the county office, I saw that several of you had already purchased it." One of the Weinan scholars rolled his eyes and replied, "Is it not permissible to buy on behalf of a friend? What a fuss over nothing." Another tall scholar from Tangbei chuckled kindly and added, "This book is selling like hotcakes. If you wish to buy it, you should hurry. Don't come crying if you miss out." "Qing'er, I got it." Wang Gui excitedly rushed over, cradling 4 copies of the book. "I bought them for you all. I'll pay and bring them back to you." "Thank you very much," Li Yanqing replied, his gaze shifting to discover that Tang Hui was trailing behind Wang Gui, carrying a bundle of books that appeared to exceed 30 in number, leaving him momentarily stunned. Wang Gui chuckled and whispered to Li Yanqing, "I bought these to resell. I make 10 coins per book, so the cost is easily recouped." Li Yanqing kicked him lightly, acknowledging the boy's cleverness but lamenting his lack of insight. With over 100 students in the academy, why not purchase 100 copies? As he pondered, he turned back to the group of scholars, only to see that they had already settled their accounts and departed, each carrying 3 or 4 copies, likely intending to profit as well. "Qing'er." Suddenly, someone called from behind. Li Yanqing turned to find Manager Luo approaching with a cheerful smile. He quickly stepped forward to bow, exclaiming, "Manager Luo, it's been a while. Just the other day, your grandfather mentioned you were attending the youth gathering. I thought to myself, if Lushan Town does not allow you to come, then this year would surely be devoid of hope." "Manager Luo, you flatter me." With warmth, Manager Luo invited, "Come." Let us enjoy a cup of hot tea. Li Yanqing then turned to Wang Gui and Tang Hui, saying, I'll be up for a moment. I'll return shortly. Wang Gui and Tang Hui were preoccupied, watching the attendant carefully cut their coins with scissors. Fearing any sleight of hand that might result in a loss, they waved him off, urging him to go. Li Yanqing followed Manager Luo to a room on the second floor, where they sat down. Manager Luo poured him a cup of hot tea, remarking, I had intended to find you at the inn in the next couple of days. Since you are here now, there is no need. Li Yanqing sighed. I didn't expect the book to be out so soon. I thought it would at least be after the new year. This time, the owner personally oversaw the process. 8 publishing houses worked on the typesetting, and it was completed in 5 days. The main printing and binding were handled by the Deming Prefecture. Officially on sale 10 days ago. This speed is unprecedented for Shilin Yuan. For a typical book, typesetting alone would take 2 months. The sales seem quite promising. Li Yanqing remarked with a smile. More than merely promising. Manager Luo's eyes sparkled with delight. In merely 10 days, over 5,000 copies had been sold in Deming Prefecture and Xiangzhou, with more than 500 copies sold in our own Tangyin County alone, not even counting today's sales. I must promptly dispatch someone to Deming Prefecture to expedite the delivery. We now have fewer than 300 copies left in the store. This is the most successful book I have sold in my 30 years of business. The owner truly possesses remarkable insight. Li Yanqing quickly calculated in his mind. According to our agreement, he would receive 20% of the earnings for sales exceeding 2,000 copies. With 5,000 copies sold thus far, that translates to a share of 30,000 won for himself. And this is merely the sales volume from 2 prefectures in 10 days. Elated, he suddenly recalled an important matter and inquired, is this book exclusively sold by Shilin Yuan? Certainly not. We have dealings with many bookstores, including the 3 major ones in Beijing, as well as those in Hangzhou and Liaozhou. We maintain mutual interests. Their books are sold here, and we offer them favorable terms for our books as well. But rest assured, your remuneration will be calculated as per our agreed-upon rate. Li Yanqing had previously promised his father to cease writing after 3 books, not anticipating such a phenomenal sale. If this continues, the income from the first book alone would be several hundred guan. It would be foolish to let such a lucrative opportunity slip away. He resolved to disregard his father's wishes and continue writing. He laughed and asked, what is the origin of the name Lushanzai Oxiatsi? This name was bestowed by your father. And we are obliged to use it, replied Manager Luo. Li Yanqing furrowed his brow, realizing it was his father's choice of name, which explained its lack of sophistication. Manager Luo leaned in closer, lowering his voice. Other bookstores are already inquiring about the author's identity. Currently, only you, the owner, your father, and I know the truth. I urge you to keep this confidential, even from your close friends. Rest assured, I shall not speak of it. Manager Luo, if the book continues to sell well, we shall maintain our collaboration. Manager Luo was overjoyed, as he had been troubled by this very matter. The owner had berated him harshly, questioning how such a successful book could be limited to just 3 copies. He knew that Tachi hoped for his son to pursue academic honors, making it difficult to persuade him. It was unexpected for Li Yanqing to bring this up himself, which delighted him immensely. This lad was far more astute than his father. But let us keep this matter from my father for the time being. Understood. Understood. Manager Luo's eyes narrowed with a smile, revealing the nature of a businessman. There was no way he would allow Li Daqi to jeopardize this lucrative venture. At that moment, Wang Gui called impatiently from downstairs, prompting Li Yanqing to rise and take his leave. Manager Luo gifted him 4 copies of the book and urged, you must expedite the writing of the next one. It would be best if you could provide me with a manuscript after the new year. If too much time elapses, sales will suffer. I understand. I shall begin writing as soon as I return. As Li Yanqing descended the stairs, Wang Gui approached, complaining, why did you take so long? Li Yanqing raised the books in his hand. The manager gifted these to me. You can keep your own books for sale. Wang Gui and Tang Hui rejoiced. Originally, they could earn 301, but now they could make 500. Consider yourself a part of this. I will share 151 with you later. The 3 individuals joyfully returned to the inn with Yufei in tow. Chapter 27. The First Tournament, Part 1. At dawn the following day, the 4 companions accompanied their master in a bullock cart towards the county academy. Last night, Wang Gui and Tang Hui had clandestinely stayed up late reading, leaving them both rather fatigued and yawning incessantly along the way. Yufei, gritting his teeth in frustration, whispered, I advised you repeatedly against staying up late last night. Yet you refused to listen. What if it affects your performance later? Li Yanqing chuckled softly, replying, it's of no consequence. After all, They are but figurative clay Buddhas, merely putting on a show. As long as they don't fall asleep, we shall be fine. That sounds rather unpleasant, doesn't it? Tang Hui retorted with a roll of his eyes. Let us rephrase that. You two are the commander and deputy commander, responsible solely for maintaining order, while Lao Yu and I shall handle the more arduous tasks of charging into battle. Wang Gui grinned. Now that's music to my ears. I shall be the commander, while Lao Tang serves as the deputy. And where might our vanguard, Li Yanqing, be? Silence. Master Yao Ding shot a fierce glare at Wang Gui. Startled, Wang Gui lowered his head and stuck out his tongue. The county academy was situated in the northeast corner of the county town, within the cultural district of Tangyin County. To the north stood the Confucian Temple, while to the south lay the Baoyan Temple, with the academy nestled between them. The academy was the largest complex in Tangyin County, covering hundreds of acres with hundreds of classrooms and dormitories. The grandest building, the Tangyin Hall, was so magnificent that even the county office paled in comparison. Over 500 scholars inhabited the academy, not only youthful students but also many older scholars who had failed the examinations multiple times. The entrance featured a stone archway inscribed with the 4 characters, Ji Shuri Shui. Beside it stood a towering stone tablet bearing a handwritten inscription by Su Shi, broad in observation yet concise in selection, rich in accumulation yet modest in display. However, the tablet bore evident signs of fire damage and chisel marks, with the name Su Shi having been restored at a later time, suggesting it had endured a calamity. As they reached the steps, Tang Jingzong hurriedly emerged to greet them, tasked with arranging the competition venue and preparing refreshments as well as a resting area. However, he held an even more critical responsibility to safeguard against any underhanded tactics aimed at the Lushan Town Academy, as cheating and sabotage were long-standing traditions of the Tongzi society, with unexpected incidents occurring annually. Just 2 years prior, the Tangyin County Primary School had concealed notes within the examination desks, and last year, the Tangbei Township Academy had suffered a collective bout of diarrhea. Thus, appointing a shrewd and capable individual was particularly crucial. Fortunately, the Lushan Town Academy had managed to remain unscathed for 4 consecutive sessions, rendering Tang Jingzong momentarily unnecessary in his duties. Tang Jingzong leaned in closer to Master Yao Ding and whispered, I've heard that Hijin secretly visited County Magistrate Ma last night. Yao Ding furrowed his brow, pondering. Surely, they wouldn't resort to such measures against us in Lushan Town? Tang Jingzong scoffed. It seems that Weinan Town is eager to reach the finals. His implication was clear. The Weinan Town Academy had already begun preparations for the upcoming rematch. Yao Ding grunted. I fear that things may not unfold as we wish. After taking a few steps, Yao Ding pulled Li Yanqing aside and quietly instructed, if the opponent draws the couplet topic, you must write that reading couplet. We shall secure this point. Li Yanqing hesitated. But what if they have a specified topic? Yao Ding smiled, acknowledging that there would indeed be designated topics. However, since he was capable of crafting those literary couplets, he should be able to manage other matters as well. Li Yanqing, with a wry smile within, could only wonder if he would be able to produce anything when the time came, only heaven knew. Today's contest was to comprise 4 rounds, leading to the elimination of 4 teams, with a rematch scheduled for tomorrow to eliminate 2 more. The final showdown would take place the day after. In addition to the main hall, the Qing'er Hall featured 4 auxiliary halls, where the 4 rounds of competition would unfold. The judges were to be the county magistrate, the deputy magistrate, and the academic director, with 1 auxiliary hall lacking a judge, temporarily filled by 3 professors from the county school. The Lushan Hall was assigned to the 3rd auxiliary hall, where the judges were indeed the 3 professors. The colloquial term for the contest was debate, though its formal title was argumentation, a traditional contest among scholars, popular since the spring and autumn period. The 2 sides would sit opposite each other. One side would present a topic, and the other would deliberate before responding. The specific topics would be drawn on site, typically with each side proposing 3 topics. In the event of a tie, the judges would pose questions until a victor emerged. Another role of the judges was to assess the appropriateness of the proposed topics. If deemed excessively difficult, they could request a new topic. If 3 consecutive topics were rejected, the judges would take over the questioning. The topics had been prepared in advance by the teachers of both sides, and Yao Ding had brought a heavy burden of various topics into the county. As the bell tolled, the students entered the arena, while their master remained at the entrance, unable to enter, facing away from the contest. He was permitted only to listen, forbidden to speak or make any gestures. The 3 judges, venerable scholars with white hair, sat in the north, with Weinan Town to the east and Lushan Town to the west, their 4 seats arranged in a row. The students donned white scholars' robes and wore scholarly caps. resembling disciples of a sage engaged in debate. However, the four youths from Weinan town stood tall and handsome, like elegant trees in the wind, exuding confidence and vitality, resolute in their ambitions. In contrast, the four students from Lushan town appeared considerably younger, their garments ill-fitting and somewhat comical. Two of them looked particularly listless, one stifling a yawn, prompting frowns from the three judges, who were thus left with a poor impression. Master Hejin was exceedingly pleased, continuously casting sneering glances at Yao Ding across the way, insinuating that there was no need for a competition, surrendering outright would spare them the embarrassment. This was not without reason. Last year, when Lushan Town S School faced Tangyin County S School, they failed to answer any of the three questions posed by their opponents, becoming a source of jest throughout the county. Yet Yao Ding's countenance remained dark, concealing his thoughts from all. At that moment, another bell tolled, marking the official commencement of the debate. The chief judge rose and slowly articulated, "Though the rules are familiar to all, I shall reiterate them. First, the eligibility of participants. They must be officially registered students of the school, not exceeding 13 years of age and not younger than 6. Li Yanqing felt this stipulation was tailored to him, likely making him the youngest participant since the founding of the contest. The chief examiner read slowly, taking a full quarter of an hour to finish the 13 rules. At this moment, Wang Gui trembled all over and whispered, "Qing'er, I can't hold it any longer." A reviewing officer raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Does any student from Lushan Academy have a question?" Li Yanqing raised his hand and, with urgency, asked if he could be excused to use the restroom. The hall erupted in laughter, and the chief examiner, noticing their youth, suppressed his amusement and waved his hand, saying, "Fortunately, we have not yet begun the topic drawing. Go quickly." Wang Gui and Tang Hui sprang up and dashed out, while even Yao Ding could not help but shake his head and sigh softly. Moments later, Wang Gui and Tang Hui returned, and Yufei cast a fierce glare at them. Such a situation had never occurred before. "Very well, according to the rules, the strong shall yield, please. Master Yao from Lushan Town, come forward to draw the topic." This was indeed an embarrassing moment, as it was evident that Yao was weaker than the others. However, without this moment of humiliation, there would be no motivation for next year's efforts. Academic competition is as cruel as it is stimulating. Yao Ding, with a sullen expression, stepped forward to draw a topic from the cylinder and handed it to the chief examiner. The chief examiner glanced at it and announced loudly, "Silent Scriptures." Upon the announcement of the topic, the members of Weinan Town immediately displayed expressions of delight, for fortune was indeed on their side. There are 5 types of topics: silent scriptures, poetry questions, competitive shooting, miscellaneous examination, and instant creation. Among these, silent scriptures is the simplest, while instant creation, which requires composing poetry or filling in verses on the spot, is the most challenging. Competitive shooting, being one of the 6 arts, was designated by the county magistrate as one of the topic types, specifically referring to literary archery or arrow throwing into a pot. However, it is not a mandatory question, and one can opt to exchange it if drawn. The 4 students had distinct roles. Yu Fei was the main questioner, Li Yanqing the primary responder, while Wang Gui and Tang Hui served as assistant questioners and responders. This was also the reason why Yao Ding insisted on including Li Yanqing and Yu Fei in the youth association. In truth, only the 2 were necessary. Before Yu Fei lay 5 types of topics, each containing 3 questions arranged in order of difficulty. Yu Fei picked up the first envelope from the silent scriptures and read aloud. As the grand historian once said, "To strategize within the tent and secure victory 1,000 miles away, may I ask, from which text does this originate? And to whom does it refer?" Chapter 28. The first contest at the arena. 2. The silent recitation of scriptures is not merely about memorization. It can also involve reciting a passage and prompting the opponent to identify its author and origin, or to elucidate the subjects referenced within. Yao Ding would not likely pose straightforward questions regarding well-known texts such as the Analects or the Mencius. He would instead select slightly obscure works. However, Yao Ding was considerate in his questioning, having clearly indicated that this particular inquiry was sourced from the records of the grand historian. Anyone who has perused this text would be able to respond appropriately. The audience turned their gazes towards the presiding judge, who nodded in affirmation. This question could indeed be answered. The 4 students from Weinan Town, having been chosen for their exceptional merit, conferred briefly before the lead respondent stood and declared, "This phrase originates from volume 55 of the records of the grand historian, specifically the lineage of Lu Ho," referring to Zhang Liang. The sound of a bell resonated, signifying a correct answer, and the four Wei Nan students erupted into jubilant cheers. It was now their turn to pose a question, and He Zhen drew the topic, which pertained to poetry. The typical format involved stating the poem's title, followed by the request for the author's name and a recitation of the poem itself. The main student from Wei Nan inquired, on the day of the Laba festival, please reveal the author and recite the entire poem. Li Yanqing was momentarily taken aback. What a coincidence it was that they had discussed this very poem during their meal the previous day. A faint smile crept upon Yao Ding's lips. Meanwhile, He Zhen was quite vexed. He had prepared a collection of obscure poems, yet the first round was intended to be less challenging. If the question were too esoteric, it would be rejected. Thus, he had selected 4 slightly easier poems, and this particular one about the Laba festival had been hastily included in the draw, only to be fortuitously selected by the opposing team. With the presiding judge's approval, Li Yanqing stood and announced, "This poem is on the day of the Laba festival by the revered poet Du Fu." He then began to recite, "On the Laba day, warmth still lingers, this year's Laba, all frost disappears. The snow encroaches upon the herbs, spring's light seeps through the willow branches. In wine, I seek to indulge in the joyous night, returning home as the morning rays disperse the mist. With the rouge and face powder, blessings abound. Emerald pipes and silver bells descend from the heavens." Another resonant bell signaled correctness, and Wang Gui and Tang Hui leaped up in excitement. Li Yanqing nodded appreciatively at Yu Fei, silently expressing gratitude. He had nearly forgotten the poem, but thanks to Yu Fei's recitation the day before, it remained fresh in his memory. Yu Fei felt a surge of relief as well. Had it not been for his master's earlier prompting to recite, they might have lost the first round. Elated, he raised his hand to give Li Yanqing a hearty slap of camaraderie. The first round concluded in a stalemate. According to tradition, the initial round is typically simpler, with the difficulty gradually increasing from the second round onward, culminating in the most challenging questions in the third round. The second round commenced, with the students from Lushan Town posing the first question. Yao Ding drew the topic of archery, furrowing his brow as he glanced at the presiding judge and then returned the question to the pool. Archery was not a mandatory question, and he opted to exchange it for another slip. When he drew poetry again, he remained oblivious to the watchful gaze of He Zhen, who was fixated on the archery slip that had been returned earlier. Yu Fei stood and inquired, "Please state the author and recite the entire poem for On the Ancient West Slope. This is a poem by Li Shishi." Generally speaking, Li Shishi is renowned for works such as Recalling Jiangnan, Bamboo Branch Songs, and the Ode to a Humble Room. Although Nostalgia for Shisai Mountain is indeed his creation, it is somewhat obscure, yet not entirely so. Its difficulty level is moderately high, aligning with the requirements of the second round, thus earning the approval of the evaluators. This poem made He Zhen somewhat anxious, as he had recited it to his students long ago, and now he wondered if any of them could recall it. They were granted merely the time of a single incense stick to ponder, and as moments slipped away, the students remained unable to remember. He Zhen noticed a cluster of bamboo in the corner. Earlier in the year, when the school in Weinan Town had planted bamboo, he had specifically shared Li Yushi's Bamboo Branch Songs with his students. Stealing a glance behind him, He Zhen observed 2 students gazing at him intently. Nonchalantly scratching his ear, he quickly gestured toward the bamboo, hinting at Li Yushi's work. At that moment, the chief examiner, dissatisfied, let out a heavy cough, having noticed He Zhen's subtle actions. However, he refrained from accusing him of cheating, recognizing that everyone faces challenges, and as long as it was not excessive, the evaluators would show some leniency. It was precisely He Zhen's hint that prompted one student to recall their master's lesson before the bamboo grove about the Bamboo Branch Songs, leading him to finally remember the poem. After murmuring among themselves, the lead student stood up and declared, "This was composed by Li Shishi." He then recited, "Under the Wangjun boat, the waters of Izhou flow, the regal air of Jinling fades into sorrow. 1,000 fathoms of iron chains lie at the riverbed. A lone surrender banner emerges from the stones. How many times has the world grieved over past events, yet the mountain's silhouette still rests upon the cold stream. From this day forth, the 4 seas shall be my home, as the old fort stands desolate amidst the autumn reeds." The chief examiner shot He Zhen a furious glare and reluctantly struck a bell, signaling that they had passed this round. The 4 students, overcome with excitement, embraced one another. For this round had not been easy. The opposing team had effortlessly answered the first question, and they no longer viewed the situation with the same disdain as before. In fact, They had begun to feel a twinge of anxiety. Perhaps it was indeed an instinctive foresight from Yao Ding when he had urged Yu Fei to recite Winter Solstice in the dining hall, as it turned out to be the topic of the first round. When He Zhen drew the second round's question type, he was momentarily taken aback. It was a mixed examination. The mixed examination encompassed couplets, lantern riddles, astronomy, geography, mathematics, painting, calligraphy, and more. Due to its vast scope, the examination would only encompass two categories, couplets and calligraphy. Since calligraphy is a fundamental skill for students, they generally excel in it, making couplets the typical choice for the second round. Which is why Yao Ding found the coincidence remarkable. The chief examiner from Weinan Town presented a question to the students. I shall provide the upper line. Please respond with the lower line. Heavenly Mother In Hua mends the sky. Earthly Mother Di Mu walks the land. Great is Qian, profound is Koan. Two divine maidens of all ages. Unexpectedly, the chief examiner, still displeased with He Zhen's earlier hint, outright rejected this rather obscure couplet. The chief examiner continued to propose two exceedingly rare upper lines, both of which were swiftly dismissed without hesitation. He Zhen's face flushed with anger. He realized that his earlier suggestion had not gone unnoticed, which was why the chief examiner harbored such discontent toward him. The chief examiner coldly declared, as all three questions have been failed, according to the rules, we shall now pose the questions. The chief examiner smiled at Li Yanqing and said, I shall present a couplet for you, not overly difficult, yet certainly not simplistic. Listen closely. To pass down the values of loyalty, filial piety, benevolence, and forgiveness. Neither great prosperity nor severe decline. The wisdom of our ancestors extends far. Young scholarly, please compose the corresponding line within the duration of an incense stick. The chief examiner then addressed the students from Weinan Town. To ensure fairness, you too may attempt to respond. Should you succeed, I shall consider your advancement to the next round as granted. This task was an examination of both couplet composition and calligraphy. Li Yanqing, being exceptionally skilled in the art of couplets, pondered for a moment and then swiftly penned his response. Beside him, Yu Fei could hardly contain his excitement, exclaiming, what an excellent couplet. Although Yao Ding had his back turned to them, he overheard the praises for his grandson, which instantly eased his heart, confirming that Li Yanqing had indeed crafted a fitting response. Li Yanqing approached to submit his couplet, but the chief examiner did not rush to review it. Instead, he smiled and awaited the response from the Weinan Town students. As the incense stick burned down, they remained unable to produce a matching line. The chief examiner nodded, indicating, the opportunity was given to you, yet you failed to seize it. This is not favoritism on my part. He then revealed Li Yanqing's couplet for all to admire, noting that Li's response was, in times of hardship and adversity, one performs acts of kindness. With profound virtue comes abundant blessings, a testament for future generations to strive for. The three judges collectively praised, what a splendid couplet. The calligraphy, though written in clerical script, flowed beautifully and exhibited remarkable skill. The chief examiner nodded in approval, lamenting, what a pity this is only the second round. Had it been the third, I would have considered you passed. He then struck a bell with a small hammer, and the four celebrated together. At this moment, the chief examiner slowly inquired of He Zhen, the couplet I presented is, to pass down the values of loyalty, filial piety, benevolence, and forgiveness. Neither great prosperity nor severe decline. The wisdom of our ancestors extends far. The response from the Deer Mountain Academy is, in times of hardship and adversity, one performs acts of kindness. With profound virtue comes abundant blessings, a testament for future generations to strive for. Master He, do you find this acceptable? He Zhen found himself at a loss for words. The opposing couplet was both elegant and grand, with lofty aspirations, leaving him unable to point out a single flaw. Even Yao Ding's face brightened with a broad smile, realizing that his disciple was indeed a prodigy. The second round concluded in yet another tie. Chapter 29, the first match on the arena, Part 3. After the second round, both sides took a break for a short incense duration. Wang Gui and Tang Hui hurried to the restroom. Yu Fei gave Li Yanqing a thumbs up and remarked, I was truly anxious during that couplet. You thought you could not answer. Who taught you this? Li Yanqing winked and smiled. I learned to read at the age of 2, began practicing calligraphy at 3, could compose lyrics by 4, wrote poetry at 5, and by 6, I was crafting novels. Li Wensuan is quite renowned in the region. Are you not aware of this? Yu Fei, taken aback, shook his head and said, I truly do not know. Lier also mentioned that you once referred to me as a fool. Indeed, a fool. How naive he is to not comprehend that great wisdom often appears foolish. If Yu Fei were to comprehend, he would nod in agreement. Recalling the 2 lines of poetry he encountered yesterday, though lacking in overt success, I conceal my talents. If I were to achieve, I would gladly remain in obscurity. This indeed pertains to Yanqing. In Lushan town, the school answered 2 questions in succession, presenting a stark contrast to last year's performance, particularly with the second question. Even the school from Weinan town could not provide an answer, while the opposing team effortlessly passed. Hezhen could no longer afford to underestimate them and began to feel a sense of tension. They realized that this time, Yao Ding had come prepared, and they were facing a formidable rival. Hezhen approached Yao Ding, forced a smile, and remarked, "I never expected that Brother Yao would possess such hidden talents." Yao Ding Ly remarked, "It is merely the contest of the 7 heroes. This is merely the fortune of your esteemed academy. Wasn't Master he just as exhilarated yesterday? Akin to receiving top honors on the imperial examination?" Yao Ding fiercely stabbed Hezhen, causing Hezhen's composure to falter as he gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "There is still another round to go. Do not rejoice too prematurely. Shortly, I shall present to you my 3rd question." Likewise, at that moment, the presiding judge beckoned to Li Yanqing, who approached and bowed respectfully, saying, "I humbly request the guidance of the 3 esteemed masters." The chief examiner chuckled. "The couplet composed by the student Li is quite impressive. Given your youth, may I inquire how old you are this year?" The student is merely 6 years old this year and has not violated any rules. The 3 evaluators were astonished, exclaiming that at such a tender age. This was the youngest candidate in the history of the Tongzi examination, yet he exhibited remarkable prowess in couplets. One of the elder evaluators, unable to contain his curiosity, remarked, "Allow me to test your skills as well, esteemed teacher." At that moment, all eyes were drawn towards them, and Yao Ding felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety, fearing that Li Yanqing might make a mistake at such a crucial time. Hezhen stroked his goat beard, and Li Yanqing's calm demeanor only fueled his envy. After all, he was merely 6 years old. Humph. The examiner smiled and said, "There is no need to be anxious. I shall not ask you to compose couplets, but I would like to test your knowledge. As the new year approaches, let us explore the art of spring festival couplets." The earliest couplet for the spring festival was composed by whom? Just a reminder, I am referring to couplets. Can Li Shishi recite it from memory? This question is far from simple. Among the scholars in the capital, there may be whispers regarding it, yet for the rural students of Tangyin, where transportation is inconvenient and information scarce, this topic is undoubtedly quite obscure. Even Hezhen, seated nearby, is at a loss for words. Although Yao Ding is familiar with this couplet, he cannot recall the name of its author. The other students present are left utterly bewildered. However, Li Yanqing cannot help but chuckle softly, for in his hometown, it was customary for every household to display this very couplet during the New Year festivities. He pondered for a moment and then remarked, "If my memory serves me right, it is a couplet from the peach charm of Meng Chong, the former ruler of the Shu kingdom." The first line reads, "Embrace the residual blessings of the new year," while the second line states, "Celebrate the auspicious festival of eternal spring." Well said. As the 3 individuals applauded, the presiding judge raised his thumb in approval, exclaiming, "This young scholar is indeed worthy of instruction." The elderly scholar who had posed the question earlier chuckled at the 2 participants, remarking, "It appears I must take good care of myself and extend my years by a decade or so, lest I miss out on such a promising pupil." "You flatter me, esteemed teacher," came the reply. Hezhen, feeling a twinge of jealousy, icily interjected, "Hasn't the break been long enough?" Observing that the incense had burned down, the presiding judge cheerfully announced, "Please take your seats. We shall prepare for the 3rd round of debate." This round was the most challenging and lengthy, allowing half an hour. And according to tradition, as long as the opposing party could cite the source of a reference, the judge could not dismiss it. Thus, the outcome was typically determined in this round. Once again, Yao Ding drew the topic type, pulling out a slip of paper. The presiding judge proclaimed loudly, "It is to be composed on the spot." Indeed, this was the most arduous category. Yu Fei then extracted a prompt from the lowest tier of the on-the-spot category, which Yao Ding had prepared for the 3rd round. Standing up, Yu Fei read the prompt aloud with clarity. Compose a poem in the style of Jiangqing with the theme of snow, adhering to the Yang rhyme scheme. The Yang rhyme corresponds to the Yang sound. For instance, Su Shi's 2 poems titled Yanqing, including 10 Years of Life and Death, to Oblivious. and the old man recalls his youthful fervor. Both employ the Yang rhyme. Presently, Jiangqing was also the most popular poetic form of the Song Dynasty. The presiding judge gently remarked, "This prompt does not demand literary brilliance, as long as the structure and rhyme adhere to the rules and the imagery aligns with the theme. It will be deemed acceptable." His implication was clear. As long as the most fundamental guidelines were met, a slight deficiency in skill would not matter. While this may sound straightforward, it was, in reality, quite challenging due to the specific requirements of both character count and rhythm inherent in the poetic form. The first line of Jiangqing necessitated a 7-character opening, with the rhythm pattern being flat middle, flat oblique, oblique flat, flat flat. Furthermore, Yao Ding's prompt stipulated the use of the Yang rhyme. For example, in Jiangqing Hunting in Mijo, the opening line, "The old man recalls his youthful fervor," adheres to the rhythm flat middle, flat oblique, oblique flat, flat flat, with the final character fervor corresponding to the Yang rhyme. Typically, after a decade of arduous study, scholars would be capable of writing poetry, albeit with varying levels of skill. However, given that this was a competition among youths, it was only a select few prodigies who could compose poetry at the tender age of 12 or 13. As time ticked away, the 4 young scholars remained deep in thought, scribbling, erasing, and revising. Hijin, in particular, was anxious, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Last year, they too had faltered on the 3rd prompt, succumbing to the students of Tangbei Township Academy, being eliminated in the first round. Fortunately, the students had performed admirably in subsequent examinations, securing 4th place, aided somewhat by the unexpected withdrawal of Tangbei Township Academy. Time was up, as the presiding judge called out. The 4 students from Weinan Town lowered their heads in shame. They had failed to produce a response. Hijun's face darkened with anger. The previous night, he had instructed each student to compose 3 poems, one of which was Jiangqing, and they could easily modify it to fit the theme of snow. Yet these 4 rascals had been engrossed in watching the great sage captures demons, neglecting his assigned tasks. Hijun glared at the 4 students with fierce intent, vowing to reprimand them upon their return. "Please, Master He, draw your topic." Hijun rose swiftly, striding to the topic container, eager to select his own challenging prompt. In truth, he had prepared exceedingly difficult topics for the 3rd round, but he was determined to uncover the most formidable of them all. Hijun was determined to draw a competitive shooting question. Earlier, during the 2nd round, Yao Ding had drawn that particular question but subsequently returned it, so Hijun made a mental note of its original position. When it was his turn to draw, he executed a subtle maneuver. Today, Hijun had deliberately applied a bit of oil to his left ring finger. Upon seeing the question during the 2nd round, he smeared the oil onto it, ensuring that it would be visible in the right light. After scrutinizing for a while, Hijun slowly extracted the question, deftly wiping off the oil mark before handing it to the chief examiner. The examiner glanced at it, furrowing his brow, and to his surprise, it was once again a competitive shooting question. Competitive shooting falls under the category of selective answer questions. If drawn, one could choose to forfeit and draw again. In the past 4 years, such questions had never appeared in the youth competition. While competitive shooting might be manageable for boys aged 12 or 13, it posed a significant challenge for children aged 7 or 8. The chief examiner regarded Hijun, indicating that he could forfeit and draw another question, but Hijun insisted. "No changes. I will take this question." With the questioner unwilling to change, the chief examiner had no choice but to announce loudly, "Competitive shooting." Yao Ding trembled slightly, as he had never trained for a 4-person literary shooting competition. This was partly due to his own lack of skill, and partly because questions of this nature were typically returned. Competitive shooting had never surfaced in their youth competitions. Clearly, Hijun had set his sights on them, and a deep concern flickered in Yao Ding's eyes. A sinister smile crept onto Hijun's face, for he had long known that Yao Ding was unskilled in shooting, which was why he had laid this trap in the 3rd round. With his own disciple having failed in the 3rd round, Hijun was determined that the opponent would not succeed either. When the students of Weinan Town School drew their question, one stood up to read aloud, "Tu zhang line, 1 arrow into the pot." Instantly, there was an uproar in the room, for the requirement was to shoot from a distance of 2 zhang. Literary shooting involved aiming arrows into a distant pot, typically categorized into 1 zhang, 2 zhang, and 3 zhang distances, with the pot being a slender-necked bronze vessel with an opening the size of a bowl. The 3 zhang distance was generally a training method for military archers. It was beyond the capabilities of scholars. Even the 2 zhang distance was only achievable by those who were both literate and martial, such as the top scholars. It was customary for scholars to aim for the 1 distance, serving as the standard for literary shooting. However, He Jun's audacity in demanding a 2 shot with a single arrow into the pot was shocking, hence the commotion in the room. He Jun had cleverly exploited a loophole in the rules. The chief examiner could not refuse the 3rd question but could raise an objection. If the questioner could provide a reasonable explanation, the question would stand. The deputy hall master could indeed perform literary shooting at 3 zhang. And the chief examiner sighed inwardly before addressing Yao Ding. According to the rules, you may refuse this question. Yao Ding found himself in a predicament. If they refused and the opposing party could provide a valid explanation, they would lose. Thus, the risk of refusal was considerable, and unless absolutely necessary, they could not easily decline. Since He Jun was unwilling to change his question, it was evident that he had come prepared. Noticing Yao Ding's discomfort, the chief examiner ceased to press him further and turned to He Jun, inquiring, Master He, what is your basis for requiring a 2 shot? The so-called basis had to be either something the students of Weinan town could accomplish or a widely known fact. He Jun, with confidence, replied, 2 years ago, during the provincial examination in the capital, our scholar Zhao Wenba executed a 2 shot, 1 arrow into the pot, at the literary gathering in the great Xianghua temple. This is common knowledge, which is why I posed this question. Yao Ding fell silent, for he was well aware of the matter at hand. It was no wonder that He Jun dared to pose such a question. It was indeed not against the rules, though it bordered on the shameless. I have no objections, Yao Ding replied. He Jun, thoroughly pleased with himself, stroked his goatee and smiled with narrowed eyes, saying, since Master Yao has no objections, let the prodigies of Lushan Town Academy take on the challenge. Chapter 30, The First Match on the Arena, Part 4, in the Song Dynasty. A length of 1 zhang is equivalent to 3.17 meters. Thus, 2 zhang amounts to approximately 6.3 meters. Hurling an arrow into a small bowl situated beyond this distance is an endeavor that cannot be accomplished without rigorous practice over 2 to 3 years. Nevertheless, for Wang Gui and Tang Huai, this represented their sole opportunity to showcase their skills, and both were eager to tackle the challenge. Born into affluent families in Xia, the 2 grandsons not only pursued their studies but also trained in martial arts under the guidance of household instructors. Archery was a compulsory discipline for them. Wang Gui rolled up his sleeves and declared, in my home, I can hit the target from 5 zhang away, successfully striking the mark 7 out of 10 times. This challenge is undoubtedly mine. Nonsense. Last time, when you practiced archery at my home, you lost to me, naturally, as I was the one in charge. Tang Huai, feeling dissatisfied, restrained Wang Gui. At that moment, Li Yanqing inquired with a smile, addressing Yu Fei, hasn't 5th brother also trained in martial arts? Yu Fei was a neighbor of Wang Gui and Tang Huai, and the 3 of them grew up together. He practiced martial arts alongside them. Yet his innate talent and skills far surpassed those of Wang Gui. However, after entering the academy, Yu Fei found himself devoid of time to practice archery in Wang Gui's backyard. Instead, he devoted his efforts to squatting in his own small courtyard, training in horse stance and running at night with iron sandbags, thereby establishing a solid foundation in his martial arts. With a wry smile, Yu Fei remarked, I may attempt other pursuits, but when it comes to archery, I cannot rival these 2. Thus, he concluded that there was no need for competition. Li Yanqing intervened in the quarrel between Wang Gui and Tang Huai, asserting, I am the primary respondent. Naturally, I shall take the lead. You are not capable. Wang Gui and Tang Huai voiced their objections in unison. Li Yanqing, however, chose not to engage in their dispute. He fashioned 2 pieces of paper into small balls, placing one on Yu Fei's desk. From a distance that spanned between Wang Gui and Tang Huai, he deftly tossed the paper ball in his hand, striking the target with precision from 7 feet away. Why don't you both give it a try? He suggested, prompting Wang Gui and Tang Huai to simultaneously fall silent. A slender, 4-foot-tall, round-bellied bronze kettle rested against the wall. 2 bailiffs measured out 2 zhang and marked a line. The arrows were standard copper kettle arrows, approximately 7 inches in length and weighing 8 taels, providing a remarkably pleasing feel in hand. It was during his firewood chopping that Li Yanqing discovered this extraordinary talent within himself, a vestige of the former shire's innate ability. He was remarkably swift, able to strike stones from several zhang away, hitting the mark every time, reminiscent of Zhang Qing's unparalleled skill with featherless arrows. According to his father's account, the former shire likely exhibited signs of autism, a condition often accompanied by one or two distinctive gifts. Through diligent contemplation and practice, he had gradually integrated this talent into his own repertoire, and today marked his inaugural public display. At this moment, the debates in both contest arenas had concluded, with the schools of Yoli Town and Tangbei Township decisively overcoming their adversaries. Scholars surged to the windows on either side to witness the unfolding events, as this marked the first competitive archery contest in 5 years of the Tongzi Society. Even more astonishing was the unexpected performance of the previously acknowledged weakest institution, Lushan Town School, which had scored 2 points and gained the upper hand in the final decisive question. It remained to be seen if this scholar's final shot could redefine the illustrious history of Lushan Town School. Simultaneously, he would emerge as the third participant in the literary archery competition of Tangyin County, with a challenge posed from 2 zhang away that was simply extraordinary. County Magistrate Lu Jin and the County Deputy Ma Fu were seated at the main platform, each positioned on opposite sides. Lu Jin sat beside the presiding judge, who pointed his pen at Li Yanqing and inscribed 3 characters on paper, Divine Child. This, along with the couplet, was presented to the magistrate. Upon reading the couplet, Lu Jin's eyes widened in astonishment. He instantly developed a keen interest in Li Yanqing. Meanwhile, Deputy Ma and He Jin exchanged a quick glance, with he silently conveying to Ma that if this arrow struck true, the Weinan Town Academy would be eliminated. Ma had promised himself that the academy would secure a place among the top 3 in the competition. This promise had been bought with 300 taels of silver. If it went unfulfilled, what would become of the silver? Avoiding He's accusatory gaze, Ma took a slow sip of tea, his eyelids lifting as his sharp gaze fixed on Li Yanqing's somewhat immature back. Could this young scholar truly achieve a 2-zhang shot? Li Yanqing stepped behind the line, inhaling deeply before slowly closing his eyes to calm himself and find his focus. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, waved his hand, and released the copper arrow with resolute determination. At that very moment, a sharp crash echoed from behind. A cup had shattered. Startled, Li Yanqing's hand trembled involuntarily, yet the sound arrived just a beat too late. The arrow was already in flight. Despite the slight tremor, it did not hinder the copper arrow. It soared gracefully through the air and with a resounding thud, landed precisely in the target 2 zhang away. The 2 events occurred almost simultaneously. Deputy Ma Fu looked down in embarrassment at the broken porcelain pieces on the ground. Having accidentally dropped his teacup, Magistrate Lu Jin cast a sidelong glance at him but remained silent. The presiding judge, equally astonished, could not fathom why the deputy's teacup had fallen at such a critical moment. He Jin's face drained of color, and the 4 scholars from Weinan Town covered their faces in despair. They had been eliminated. In that instant, the room erupted in jubilant cheers. Wang Gui and Tang Hui leaped up, ecstatic and bouncing with excitement. Yu Fei stood and rushed over to embrace Li Yanqing tightly. They had triumphed. Even Yao Ding's face broke into a broad smile. After 5 years, he was savoring the taste of victory for the first time. Li Yanqing, feeling dazed, returned to the inn, his head spinning from the incessant chatter of Wang Gui and Tang Hui. As he stepped into the courtyard, the winter melon innkeeper scooped him up and dashed into the main hall. Qing'er, you have brought honor to our village chief tonight. We must celebrate. Enough, everyone. Calm down and listen to me. Yao Ding boomed, and the hall fell silent. Today marks merely the preliminary victory. We have only taken the first step in the Tongzi Association. Now, I want you to focus and consider how to confront tomorrow's challenges. I hope that you will take the second step as well. Master, who are we facing tomorrow? Li Yanqing raised his hand to inquire. At that moment, Tang Jingzong entered, solemnly announcing to the crowd, we will face the Tangbei Academy. What? The crowd fell silent, for Tang Beixiang Academy had triumphed for 3 consecutive years. Last year, they had only fallen to the last place due to a treacherous plot that forced them to withdraw early. Despite this, they had emerged victorious in last year's arena competition, facing off against the universally acknowledged top team, leaving a heavy weight in their hearts. Tang Jingzong addressed everyone once more. Just now, the county magistrate drew the match lots, with Team A facing Team C and Team B against Team D. You are in Team C, while Tang Beixiang is in Team A. Thus you will meet in the rematch. Do not dwell in despair. Yao Ding raised his voice to the assembly. The other 2 teams are the Academy of Yoli Town and the Primary Academy of Tangyin County, both equally formidable opponents. No matter which team you encounter, it will be a difficult challenge. To conserve your strength, the steward has prepared a meal for you at noon. After dining, you shall ascend and compose poetry. The topics have already been provided. At that moment, the steward emerged from the dining hall, clapping his hands with a smile. The meal is ready. Come and eat. Steward, what delectable dishes await us? Wang Gui inquired, patting his nearly empty stomach. For lunch, we have simple fare, meat buns, lava porridge, accompanied by sweetened tofu, chicken fish soup, and sauced lamb. We shall indulge in a more sumptuous dinner this evening. Upon hearing of the meat buns, Wang Gui and Tang Hui hurriedly rushed into the dining hall, each grabbing one to devour. Meanwhile, Li Yanqing and Yu Fei took their seats with a more casual demeanor, both straining to overhear the conversation behind the screen. Yao Ding and Tang Jingzong occupied an elegant booth shielded by a screen. Yao Ding took a spoonful of his favorite delicate white fish soup and remarked to Tang Jingzong, "Today, you must exercise caution." Tang Jingzong was taken aback. Has something occurred? Yao Ding replied coolly, "Nothing has transpired." But the timing of the county magistrate's teacup shattering was rather fortuitous. Having heard rumors of the county magistrate's deliberate interference in the competition, Tang Jingzong nodded. Indeed, my suspicions were correct. He Jin's visit to the magistrate last night carried significant implications. However, with Weinan Town already eliminated, I believe further surprises are unlikely. After all, he is the county magistrate. Yao Ding remained silent, slowly sipping his drink, casting a glance at Li Yanqing through the screen before finally speaking. Qing'er's father is Li Daqi. Tang Jingzong's jaw dropped in astonishment, and he turned anxiously toward Li Yanqing, slowly regaining his composure. Could it be? Would the magistrate still recall events from years past? Yao Ding scoffed derisively. Such matters are likely to linger in the memory of any county magistrate for a lifetime. That is a valid point, Tang Jingzong pondered. He was on the brink of promotion to county magistrate, yet that scandal surrounding exam substitution tarnished his ascent. Even though the blame fell upon Li Daqi, he still faced repercussions and lost his opportunity for advancement. If he were to discover that Qing'er is Li Daqi's son. Pausing, Tang Jingzong continued, "Yet, there are rumors circulating that County Magistrate Lu and Magistrate Ma are at odds. Have you heard anything, Master Yao?" Yao Ding smiled lightly. "I teach in a remote locale, far removed from worldly affairs. How could I be privy to such speculative gossip? This matter is indeed not a mere fabrication. Last year, during the transit through Tangyin County by the esteemed Wang Xingong from Hebei West Road, an accusation was lodged against Li Shishi, alleging that he had embezzled 3,000 guan under the pretext of clearing the Yangtze Canal. It is said that Li Shishi managed to suppress this incident through connections in Bianjing." Tang Jingzong's voice grew increasingly subdued, his body leaning closer to the table, as if he were divulging a matter that would invite severe retribution from the authorities, unaware that his sleeve had become entangled in the fish stew on the table. Yao Ding furrowed his brow and promptly extricated his damp sleeve from the dish. Casting a sympathetic glance at the fish stew he had just sipped, this was the renowned delicate white fish from Tangyin County, fetching a price of 1 guan per fish in winter. "Ah, my sincerest apologies. I shall request the shopkeeper to prepare another serving, and I will cover the cost." Tang Jingzong gestured to the shopkeeper, intending to explain. "There's no need." Yao Ding urged him to sit down and continued the previous conversation. "I believe I understand your implication. Are you suggesting that it was County Vice Magistrate Ma who submitted the accusation against the magistrate?" At that moment, the shopkeeper approached to clear the bowls of fish stew, prompting Tang Jingye to quickly seal his lips. Once the shopkeeper had departed, he lowered his voice and said, "If Li Shishi were to fall from grace, it would be Ma County Vice Magistrate who would assume his position, as he stands to gain the most. Since then, their discord has become somewhat public. I suspect Li Shishi must be aware of something." In truth, Yao Ding was quite cognizant of the source of conflict between Lu and Ma. It involved factional strife. Li Shishi was a protege of Wang Jingkang in his later years, while Ma County Vice Magistrate hailed from the same locale as Sima Stingong. Following Kai Jing's establishment of the Yuanyu Party, Lu and Ma found it increasingly difficult to work together. However, both of them held minor positions at court. And while they engaged in their squabbles, the higher-ups remained indifferent, contrary to Tang Jingzong's assertion that it was a struggle for power and profit. Yao Ding, however, had little interest in the internal disputes of the Tangyin County officials. Regardless of whether the magistrate or vice magistrate were dismissed, his son would not ascend the ranks. Instead, after a lifetime of hardship, he had finally encountered a promising disciple, and he was determined to safeguard Li Yanqing. "I believe that Qing'er is merely a 6-year-old child. Although Ma County Vice Magistrate is not a chancellor, he surely cannot possess such a petty disposition as to be unable to tolerate a mere child of 6. Even if we were to consider the hypothetical scenario of facing some slight, we could simply retreat to our countryside without the need to contend for such hollow accolades. Old Gao has dedicated himself to writing and earnestly requests everyone to cast their votes generously. Old Gao expresses his heartfelt gratitude to all Chapter 31. Seeking alternative strategies as dusk descended, the Weichuan Tavern in the northern part of the city thrived with business, bustling with patrons. The main hall, facing the street, was filled to capacity with revelers, creating a lively and clamorous atmosphere. The high stools of the Northern Song Dynasty had gradually become commonplace, although the low seating still symbolized a certain status, lingering on in some official families. However, in the common folks' realm, gathering around tables had become the norm. Beyond the main hall, the tavern featured a courtyard, which was also part of the establishment, though of a slightly higher caliber. It was partitioned with wooden boards and screens, creating individual compartments or private rooms. In the westernmost compartment sat Tangyin and County Magistrate Ma. County Magistrate Ma held his wine cup, gazing absent-mindedly at a large vessel outside the window. Beyond the glass, the river lay frozen, trapping a dozen ships upon its icy surface. Yet, Ma seemed perturbed, as a recent remark from Tangyin had inadvertently resurrected a painful memory. Ma had expended over 1,000 taels of silver to convince the authorities of his innocence in the cheating scandal involving Li Shishi, asserting that it was his family who acted without his knowledge. Nonetheless, the incident had left him with his head held low for 3 long years, only improving slightly after the appointment of a new governor last year. But now, Tangyin had mentioned that name, striking him like a venomous scorpion's tail, reopening a wound he thought had healed. How did you know he is Li Shi's son? Ma's hand trembled slightly as he raised the cup, struggling to maintain his composure, as if that name bore no weight upon him. For this examination, I specifically dispatched someone to investigate the various academies, striving for a thorough understanding of our competitors. Even the academy in Lushan Town required scrutiny. Your confidence is commendable, Ma remarked with a hint of sardonic amusement. Tangyin lips twitched slightly, for it was that seemingly inconsequential Lushan Town Academy that had eliminated them, turning them into the subject of ridicule in this examination. What shall we do? Tangyin inquired anxiously. We no longer qualify for the semifinals. Can we still hope to place in the top 4? I will endeavor to position you as the 5th in the discernment round, and then you must strive to secure a top 3 spot in the strategy examination. Entering the top 4 should not pose a challenge, Ma replied. But purely on merit, it will be difficult to reach the top 3. If only the magistrate could. Absolutely not. Ma slammed his cup down on the table, interrupting him. Yesterday, the county magistrate stated that Governor Li intends to observe this year's examination. I have already lost my composure today. I cannot afford another misstep. I cannot assist you this time. Disappointment surged within Tangyin. 200 taels of silver, just like that, vanished without a trace? Ma cast a sidelong glance at him and remarked coolly, no one has declared this year as the last. Why the urgency? If this year does not work out, there is always next year. A glimmer of hope rekindled in Tangyin heart. Could this be a subtle indication? He hastily produced a heavy package and placed it before Ma. This is 300 taels of silver, representing the hopes of the elders in Weinan Town. I implore you, County Magistrate, to ensure we secure a place in the top 4. Ma Fu squinted for a moment, unable to refuse the glimmering 300 taels of silver. He downed his cup of wine in one go, resolved to do his utmost. Master He, let this be an exception. For future matters, come to the county office, and I shall ensure that affairs are handled with due diligence. With that, Ma Fu hefted his pouch and hurriedly departed. Once he was out of sight, Tangyin spat disdainfully on the ground, exclaiming, Bah! What a pretense! If he had any real integrity, he wouldn't accept the silver. Wang Gui and Tang Hui finished their writing and hastily penned a few verses before retreating to their rooms. Look at those 2. Yufei remarked to Li Yanqing with exasperation. If they had half the fervor for their studies, I wouldn't perpetually find myself in a state of ire with them. Fiction, after all, is undeniably more captivating than academic pursuits. Li Yanqing yawned languidly, feeling weary after a bout of poetry writing. Truth be told, had he not been the one to compose the great sage's demon hunt, he would have dashed back to his room with the same speed as Wang Gui. He glanced at Yufei, observing the seriousness etched on his face, and chuckled. Besides, Master did agree to let them read a bit after completing their assignments, which is preferable to them sneaking out and causing mischief. Every disadvantage carries its own advantage. One must always look for the silver lining. This reasoning softened Yufei's irritation. Indeed, he acknowledged that he had once thought his grandfather rather rigid, only to realize that the old man possessed considerable acumen. He understood that the heavy snowfall outside would tempt Wang Gui and Tang Hui to venture out. Thus he preferred allowing them to indulge in novels rather than face the chaos of their escapades. This revelation had eluded him until now. When Master discovered the novel hidden beneath Wang Gui's clothing, he surprisingly did not erupt in anger. Instead, he merely perused it and returned the book, instructing them to finish their poetry before continuing to read. his demeanor unexpectedly gentle, a stark contrast to his usual self. Lost in contemplation, Yufei momentarily forgot about his poetry. Li Yanqing shifted to a more comfortable position, seizing Wang Gui's soft cushion to support his back, and after testing it out, he declared it far more pleasant. Now, let us discuss tomorrow's competition. How well does fifth brother understand Tang Beixiang Academy? Their exchanges were casual. Li Yanqing whimsically addressed Tang Hui in various ways, sometimes calling him Old Tang, other times Ah Tang, or simply Tango, depending on his mood. Wang Gui followed suit, alternating between Old Wang and Gui, but they consistently referred to Yufei as fifth brother. Yufei shook his head. I am as uninformed as you are. Perhaps Tanga knows a bit more. Shall I inquire with Old Tang? Would you care to join? You go ahead. I wish to seize the opportunity to compose a few more verses. Li Yanqing rose and made his way to the adjacent room, while Yufei resumed pondering his poetry. Less concerned with the state of Tang Beixiang Academy, focusing instead on his own diligent studies. However, Li Yanqing held a different perspective. Merely writing a few poems tonight would not suffice to surpass Tang Beixiang Academy. It was sheer folly. He mused that perhaps with strategic thinking, they might find a glimmer of hope. He was particularly struck by He Jin's strategy today, which, although ultimately unsuccessful for Wei Nan Town Academy, simply indicated that He Jin's fortune had faltered, as he had unwittingly chosen a contest in which he excelled. The room was illuminated brightly, with Wang Gui and Tang Hui curled up in bed, greedily devouring every line of text before them. They savored each word as if they could extract its essence. This was a novel unlike any they had ever encountered, igniting their excitement and obsession. Upon finishing a page, they would eagerly flip back and read it anew, seemingly determined not to rest until they had perused it 3 or 5 times. Tang, who do you think Hong Haiu is the son of? Wang Gui, having completed a reading, was unable to contain his curiosity about the lingering mystery. Guanyin Bodhisattva had taken Hong Haiu away, while the Rakshasa woman sought her husband on Mount Jile to rescue their son. The bull demon king, however, bellowed angrily, he is not my son. Go find his true father. Tang Hui, reading at a quicker pace than Wang Gui, had already begun his second round. Responding to Wang Gui's inquiry, he set the book aside and declared, I have pondered this, and I believe it is Taishang Laojun. Why do you think so? Consider this. Hong Haier possesses the Samadhi true fire. How could his father, the bull demon king, not also wield such power? Apart from Hong Haier, only Taishang Laojun could command the Samadhi true fire. And the banana fan of the Rakshasa woman is said to have grown from the same branch as Taishang Laojun's fan. Clearly a gift from him. What nonsense are you spouting? Li Yanqing chuckled as he entered. Hong Haier is the bull demon king's son. He merely said that in front of Princess Yumi. Rest assured, he will certainly go to rescue his son afterward. Wang Gui, perplexed, blinked and asked, I didn't see you reading. How would you know? I was hiding in the restroom, so you naturally didn't see me, Li Yanqing replied, taking a seat beside Tang Hui and playfully tugging at his notably long ears. Tang Hui yelled, ouch. Let go, it hurts. Wang Gui laughed heartily, eager to incite chaos. Why not just slice off this rascal's donkey ears for a drink? I'll fetch a knife. Li Yanqing released Tang Hui's ears and chuckled. Do you understand now? If the bull demon king admits that Hong Haier is his son, he would be deceiving Princess Yumi, and that would lead to dire consequences. Tang Hui, indignantly punching Li Yanqing in the shoulder while rubbing his reddened ears, retorted, when did the bull demon king ever say that Hong Haier isn't his son? The book doesn't mention that at all. It will in the next volume. Tang Hui scoffed. Do you think you're a literary genius? You can't just assert something exists without basis. Wang Gui was a simpleton, while Tang Hui was quite astute. Recognizing that too many words could lead to missteps, Li Yanqing decided to change the subject, saying, tell me about the situation at the school in Tang Beixiang. I need to devise a strategy to deal with them. Chapter 32. Intense competition in the semifinals in the rest area. Yufei sat on a small stool, clutching the question bag, lost in thought as he gazed at the tiled floor. Beside him, Li Yanqing urged, if the master intends to punish us, I shall bear the brunt alone. This is our sole opportunity, unless you wish to forfeit your chance to advance to the finals. Yufei pondered over the matter throughout the night. Although he acknowledged the feasibility of Li Yanqing's proposal, he was certain that their master would not easily forgive them afterward. With a sigh, Yufei replied, I believe it is still prudent to inform the master and seek his consent before proceeding. You know quite well that it would be futile to ask. The master will certainly refuse. I have already stated that I will take the responsibility. You should follow my plan. Ultimately, Yufei's desire for victory triumphed over his reservations. He straightened his posture and nodded, Very well, if the master truly intends to punish us, we shall face it together. Wang Gui and Tang Hui had just returned from the restroom when the entrance gong sounded. The four of them rose and made their way into the arena. Since the semifinals commenced, their master had chosen to withdraw, and Yao Ding stood outside the window, waving to encourage them to muster their spirits. Inside the main hall, the 6 judges had taken their seats, with the chief examiner being the same scholarly figure from the previous day. Tang Hui leaned in and whispered to Li Yanqing. Did you see? The tallest scholar at the edge is Zhang Yu. His father is a successful candidate and serves in the court. Li Yanqing nodded but noticed another scholar of similar age sitting beside Zhang Yu and curiously inquired, who is that next to him? He does not appear to be much older. I have heard that he is Zhang Yu's younger brother, Zhang Xian. This is his first time participating as well, presumably preparing to take over his brother's role. At the head table, County Magistrate Ma Fu sipped his tea while scrutinizing Li Yanqing. The sight of him evoked memories of Li Daqi, igniting an uncontrollable resentment within him. After enduring 11 years of hardship, he was on the brink of promotion 4 years prior, but it was Li Daqi's blunder that cost him his solitary opportunity for advancement. Now, at the age of 53, he had little hope for elevation in his career, and his son, lacking ambition, squandered his days in indulgence and extravagance. Meanwhile, Li Daqi had a son who could inherit his academic legacy, leaving him in turmoil. Bang! The sound of a bell resonated, signaling the commencement of the debate. The grand hall fell silent as the chief examiner rose to announce the rules. With their master absent, the examination would be conducted with the scholars choosing question types to pose to one another, with each type permitted only once, thereby intensifying the competition and making the contest more adversarial. Draw lots to determine the order, the chief examiner called out, prompting Yufei and Zhang Yu to step forward to draw their sequence lots. Yufei drew the answering lot, meaning the opponent would question them first. For our first question, we choose the silent recitation. I would like to request that the opponent recite the 3 chapters of Qing'er Luan from memory. Tang Beishi proposed as their initial inquiry. This question was not exceedingly difficult, aligning with the characteristics of the first round. However, it was not overly simple either. It primarily required the recitation of the 3 chapters of Qing'er Luan, as most individuals only studied the first chapter, concluding at, rarely delving into the middle and final chapters. Yet, this question posed no challenge to the scholars from Lushan Town, as their master had ensured they memorized it thoroughly. Li Yanqing turned to Tang Hui with a smile and said, "This is your forte. Not a word has been misremembered. Please, take your turn to answer." It was Tang Hui's first time standing to respond, and he felt an overwhelming surge of anxiety. Resolutely, he shut his eyes and began to recite slowly, Duke Qin. Relying on the impregnable passes of the Shao'an, commands the lands of Yongzhou, with sovereign and subjects steadfastly guarding in order to observe the House of Shou. Harboring aspirations to sweep the world, embracing the universe, encompassing the 4 seas, and aspiring to devour the 8 desolations. His pace was initially slow, marked by a hint of nervousness. However, as he progressed, Tang Hui gradually shed his anxiety, opening his eyes and seemingly returning to the classroom, reciting with increasing fluency. Ultimately, he concluded, the folk saying goes, to not forget the past is to serve as a teacher for the future. Thus, a gentleman, for the sake of his country, observes the ancient, verifies the present, references human affairs, discerns the principles of prosperity and decline, scrutinizes the appropriateness of power, and orderly navigates gain and loss, adapting to the times. Hence, the nation endures through the ages, and the state remains secure. Once he finished, Tang Hui suddenly became aware of his surroundings, casting a fearful glance at the reviewing officials, and hastily seated himself. Qing'er, did I make any mistakes in my recitation? He asked anxiously. No issues at all. You recited more proficiently than any of us, came the reassuring reply. At that moment, the chief examiner glanced at the county magistrate, who nodded in approval. The chief examiner then struck the chime success. Tang Hui let out a cheer, momentarily losing himself in the thrill as he playfully knocked Wang Gui to the ground, who quickly scrambled to his feet. My apologies. I lost myself in the moment. Wang Gui rubbed his jaw and grumbled. The next question is mine to answer. When it was their turn to pose a question, the 4 deliberated and decided to inquire about poetry. Yufei drew a topic and stood to ask, the esteemed Mr. Banshan has composed 18 strains of the Hujia, totaling 18 pieces. Please recite at least 15 of them. Mr. Banshan referred to Wang Engshi, a prolific poet and writer, whose 18 strains of the Hujia indeed consisted of 18 pieces. While the request to recite 15 was challenging, it implied that knowing 15 would likely imply knowledge of all 18. However, there was a hint of favoritism in Yao Ding's choice of topic, which did not escape the notice of the county magistrate. Ma Xianqing could not suppress a quiet snort, low though it was, it caught the keen eye of Lu Xun. The magistrate, how dare Ma Fu, a member of the Yuan Yu faction, insult his master, Wang Stinggong. Both were officials of Tangyin County, men of stature. And they instantly exchanged glances, as if to dismiss the incident entirely. Meanwhile, Zhang Xian, a scholar from Taipei, had already recited up to the 9th piece, Self. All the reviewing officials silently admired his performance, recognizing the depth of his family's scholarly heritage, with an outstanding elder brother. The younger sibling was no less impressive. It appeared that Tangbei Academy had a promising future ahead, while the examination in the Grand Hall progressed fervently. Yao Ding did not stand by the window to observe. Instead, he sat on the steps, squinting at the familiar door of the academy, which plunged him into a reverie of the past. At the age of 16, he achieved the title of scholar. Yet he faced the disappointment of failing 5 consecutive provincial examinations. After 15 years of wasted time, he felt disheartened and returned to his hometown, Tangyin County, where he took on the role of a teaching assistant. 2 decades passed in the blink of an eye, during which his children grew up and established their own families. His eldest son even became a school principal, thus becoming his superior. 7 years ago, Yao Ding had gone to the Lushan Town Academy, intending to spend his twilight years there. Unexpectedly, he encountered a certain Li Yanqing, reigniting his hope for the future. At that moment, someone behind him suddenly remarked, "Master Yao, you seem quite leisurely." Yao Ding turned to see Heijun from the Weinan Town Academy. With a faint smile, Yao Ding replied, "Indeed, the sun is splendid today. It is rare to have such sunlight in winter. Are you also out to bask in the sun, Master He?" Heijun settled beside Yao Ding, chuckling. "I am quite interested in today's debate examination. To be honest, I wish for Lushan Town to achieve remarkable results and advance to the finals." There was a hint of insincerity in his words, which did not escape Yao Ding's notice. No, I am sincere," Heijun feigned earnestness. "Though I may have a slight ulterior motive, my words reflect the truth." Perhaps Heijun's words held some truth, yet his demeanor lacked authenticity. Yao Ding had seen through this man long ago and merely shook his head noncommittally. The Lushan Town Academy had already exceeded expectations yesterday. Today, however, it was the Tangbei Township Academy, which had never lost a point in the previous 4 sessions. Heijun glanced around and lowered his voice. "As far as I know, the county magistrate holds your beloved disciple in high regard. This is an opportunity, Master Yao, so you must seize it well." With that, Heijun chuckled and departed. Yao Ding watched his retreating figure, spitting disdainfully. What a nuisance. Chapter 33. The unexpected turn. The debate in the Grand Hall had progressed to its 3rd round. In the 2nd round, Tang Beixiang opted for a poetic inquiry, challenging the participants to name all the poetic forms that had appeared thus far. Yu Fei answered with remarkable eloquence, naming each form and securing the 2nd point for the Lu Mountain Town Academy. Li Yanqing took on the role of the main questioner and selected an impromptu creation, requiring the opposing team to compose a 7-character poem on the theme of the Tangyin County Youth Society, with a time limit equivalent to the burning of a stick of incense. Zhang Yu responded with a fluent poem, garnering unanimous praise and earning a point, leaving the teams tied after 2 rounds. As the debate transitioned into the decisive 3rd round, the atmosphere in the hall grew noticeably tense. The academy's head, Yao Wanyan, leaned towards Lu County Magistrate and remarked softly, "Lu Mountain Town has made a slight misstep by choosing impromptu creation just now. Such a challenge typically appears in the 3rd round. Today, however, it was presented in the 2nd round, which is of moderate difficulty, granting Tang Beixiang Academy an undue advantage." Yao felt that Li Yanqing and his team had erred tactically. Lu Xun, intrigued, cast a sidelong glance at Li Yanqing and replied with a faint smile, "I beg to differ." Indeed, as the 3rd round commenced, Tang Beixiang Academy selected an impromptu topic for inquiry. They requested the opposing team to compose a poem with the rhyming scheme of Shao, using the poetic form Qingyuan, with the subject matter centered around the theme of a temple, as the Baoyan Temple lay directly opposite the county academy. The Qingyuan form was not frequently penned, with the most renowned piece being Yizhu's Qingyuan, Lingbo Bu Guahangtong Lu. Yet, the opposing team's demand for a temple theme was exceedingly obscure, rendering it a devastating blow. The incense had been lit, and they had half an hour to complete the task. A profound silence enveloped the hall, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. All eyes turned towards the 4 scholars of Lu Mountain Town Academy. Tang Hui gently nudged Wang Gui with his elbow and whispered, "Didn't you say you would answer the question just now?" Wang Gui's face was ashen, as if he could squeeze a bucket of water from it. He had not comprehended what the opposing team was saying, let alone compose a poem. Compose? That's absurd. Yu Fei cast a desperate glance at Li Yanqing, realizing he could not produce an answer. Li Yanqing was deep in thought, his head cradled in his hands. He too felt incapable. He could only ponder whether there were any existing verses he could draw upon, having read extensively from the Tangyin Song Dynasties. He thought of the Southern Song poetry, but they had a restriction on the rhyme scheme. Otherwise, he could have utilized his Zhu's Qingyuan. Li Yanqing ruminated on the rhyme scheme, xiao xiao. The only verses that came to mind were Su Dongpu Shui Long Ain and Li Bai's Chun Mian Bu Ju Xiao. Chuchuan Tin Yao, which also adhered to the xiao rhyme. No need to rush. Take your time. Lu County Magistrate offered with a reassuring smile. Li Yanqing looked up, meeting the magistrate's gaze. He noticed Lu, with his lightly flowing beard, gazing at him with an enigmatic smile. This Lu County Magistrate bore a resemblance to his uncle Li Dogwan, possessing an air of ethereal grace. A flash of inspiration ignited in Li Yanqing's mind, ethereal grace. Could it be that there existed a poem in the Qingyuan form that depicted the attainment of immortality? He recalled having read such a piece. Though the author's name eluded him, it was undoubtedly a work from the period following the Northern Song Dynasty. At this moment, the chief examiner spoke gently. This question is indeed somewhat challenging. According to the rules, if you truly cannot solve it, you may refuse. The chief examiner had a favorable impression of Li Yanqing and was subtly hinting that regardless of whether they could solve it or not, refusing would yield the same result of losing 3 points. Conversely, if they refused and were unable to answer, they would instead lose 3 points, thus making refusal a glimmer of hope. At this juncture, Yu Fei whispered, "We must not refuse." They must have crafted this question based on their own understanding, and it is unlikely they would present such a challenging problem without reason. Li Yanqing waved his hand, requesting Yu Fei not to disrupt his thoughts, as he was close to recalling the answer. After a brief moment, a smile suddenly illuminated Li Yanqing's face as he stood and clasped his fists, inquiring, "May I ask, does a Taoist temple count as a monastery?" The chief examiner conferred with a few learned scholars, and the eldest among them chuckled, stating, "A monastery is a place for ascetics to cultivate themselves. While it generally refers to Buddhist monks, Taoist priests are also ascetics. So we believe that a Taoist temple can indeed be referred to as a monastery." The 3 scholars appeared somewhat biased in favor of Li Yanqing. Given that the question was inspired by the Beiyin temple located south of the county school, which clearly referred to a Buddhist temple, thus, linking it to a Taoist temple seemed somewhat far-fetched. However, due to Li Yanqing's impressive performance the previous day, they were inclined to support him. The county magistrate smiled and added, "Since the 2 Jin dynasties, Buddhism and Taoism have become increasingly intertwined, with elements of each found within the other. Therefore, it is indeed unnecessary to draw a sharp distinction between them, as long as one is engaged in ascetic practice." With the magistrate's vote along with those of the 3 scholars, there were 4 votes in total, while even if County Clerk Ma had garnered the support of Yao Shuezhing, he would only have 2 votes. Consequently, County Clerk Ma remained silent, gazing at Li Yanqing with a complex expression. Li Yanqing then confidently presented his composed work, Qingyuan, to the chief examiner. The way of the Tao is difficult to comprehend, simply due to insufficient effort. With sudden enlightenment, the light returns. Within the 3 fields and 6 houses, dust and grime are swept away frequently. In the place where all connections cease, a clear heart embraces tranquility. A single point of ethereal clarity shines forth, recognizing the profound and serene Tao. With 100 gates harmonized, one nature becomes perfectly luminous, earning a passage to the Isle of Immortals. The assembly erupted in praise, exclaiming, "Beautiful words." A sound of a bell rang out, and the Lu Mountain Town Academy seized the first 3 points. Several scholars from Tangbei Township exchanged glances, speechless, as Li Yanqing's work far surpassed their prepared piece. The chief examiner nodded approvingly, stating, "At such a young age, to be able to compose such verses is truly remarkable. It is evident that your scholarly background is profound." "Very well, we shall discuss further later, but now it is your turn to pose a question." Yu Fei was filled with excitement, and his last lingering doubts vanished without a trace as he urged in a hushed voice, "Let us use your proposal. We shall shoulder the responsibility with master." Li Yanqing nodded slowly. Having pondered deeply the night before, he knew that to secure victory today, they would need to employ an unexpected strategy. He turned to Wang Gui and whispered, Gui, please present the question. Let it be a miscellaneous examination." Everyone had performed well today, leaving only Wang Gui. Wang Gui took the question envelope handed to him by Yu Fei, stood up, and stammered, "For our 3rd question, we shall present a miscellaneous examination." The scholars from Tangbei Township scoffed disdainfully, thinking, what could a miscellaneous examination possibly achieve? Li remained calm, for in 4 years, there had not been a question he could not answer. Wang Gui pulled out the question and read aloud. We present a couplet. Please respond with the corresponding line. The first line is, a monk painting lotus flowers. Li Yanqing crafted a couplet to present, employing historical wit to confound his adversaries. Initially, he contemplated the phrase smoke along the eaves. Smoke the swallow's eye. Yet he was unfamiliar with the corresponding line, and none could counter it. Should the opponent decline to respond, defeat would be theirs. Additionally, he considered Smoke Locks the Pawn's Willow, another timeless masterpiece. Yet he possessed no corresponding line that would align with the comprehension of a mere 6-year-old, risking exposure. The finest topics may appear mundane, yet they possess an extraordinary essence. Such notions occasionally flicker in the minds of scholars like them. After a night of contemplation, he finally conceived this couplet. After a moment, the chief examiner sighed and remarked, truly, one cannot underestimate old Yao's ingenuity. The questions he poses are equally formidable. Let the students of Tangyin take their turn. They are allotted half an hour. This couplet rendered the 4 students of Tangyin speechless. Zhang Yu discerned the intricacies of the couplet. Its palindromic and homophonic qualities rendered it identical when read forwards or backwards. How could he possibly respond? Just then, a furious shout from outside broke the silence. This question was not devised by me. Yao Ding, having overheard Wang Gui read the question, took a moment to comprehend. And his anger surged forth, unable to be contained. The hall fell into a profound silence. Chapter 34. An unpleasant parting. Li Yanqing, filled with despair, lowered his head. Never anticipating that all his efforts would ultimately come to naught, overheard by his master, Yao Ding. Oh, master, why must you be so obstinate? Is it necessary to oppose your own disciple? Could you not simply pretend not to hear? At that moment, County Magistrate Ma Fu seized the opportunity and bellowed. You have some nerve. Li Yanqing lifted his gaze to behold the grotesque visage of Ma Fu, whose triangular eyes blazed with hatred. Memories of his father flooded his mind. Not only had their bright future been shattered, but they had also endured years of poverty, culminating in his mother's untimely death. The root of their misfortunes lay with this very county magistrate. A fire of indignation ignited within Li Yanqing, prompting him to boldly rise and clasp his hands in salute. Declaring, during the debate, it is improper for the master to be present. I implore the adjudicators to prevent his entry. County Magistrate Lu nodded in agreement and instructed the scholar Yao Wanyan. Yao Ding's baseless outbursts are disrupting the debate. Expel him from the county academy. Wang Gui and Tang Hui turned pale with fear. Their friend was actually attempting to expel his master, and they would surely face severe consequences upon returning. Despite Yu Ding's furious demeanor, he was escorted out of the county academy by Yao Wanyan and several officials. However, County Magistrate Ma Fu was relentless in his pursuit of Li Yanqing. He sneered, you dare to change the questions and cheat, undermining the youth examination? What audacity! Speak. Who orchestrated this mischief? Li Yanqing, maintaining his composure, retorted, I composed this question. However, it cannot be deemed cheating, as we have not violated any rules. How dare you speak back? Ma Fu slammed the table and roared, come forth, expel them. Several officials rushed forward, prepared to remove them. While 3 elderly scholars could only watch helplessly, their expressions filled with sympathy. Meanwhile, the students from Tang Beixiang secretly reveled in their impending victory. At that moment, Magistrate Lu Zheng raised his hand and called for a pause. The officials halted, and Ma Fu, taken aback, voiced his displeasure. Magistrate Lu, you are not considering shielding them. Are you? Lu Zheng replied coolly, you were inquiring, and he responded truthfully, yet you chastise him for retorting. If he had remained silent, would you accuse him of disrespecting authority? Ma Fu found himself momentarily at a loss, and after a pause, he bitterly asserted, but they are indeed cheating. That cannot be wrong. Justice will prevail in due course. Allow me to hear their defense first, Lu Zheng countered. He then turned to Li Yanqing and offered. You have the opportunity to explain. Please proceed. Li Yanqing bowed deeply, expressing gratitude for the chance to present his case. This question was indeed formulated by the students. According to the 5th rule of the retest, each academy is responsible for crafting its own questions. There is no stipulation that the questions must originate from the master. Students are part of the academy and are fully entitled to propose questions. As for the master's earlier reprimand, it arose from a lack of communication between us. This is merely an internal conflict and is unrelated to the competition. I beseech both the magistrate and the county magistrate to discern the matter fairly. Lu Zheng nodded. The rules of the Tongzi Society were established by me. When these regulations were originally formulated, There was no intention to mandate that the master must pose the questions. The practice arose solely due to the limited knowledge of the students. However, a convention is not the same as a rule. The county believes that Li Shishi proposing questions does not contravene the established regulations. He then inquired of the three venerable scholars, what do they think? The three venerable scholars engaged in a discussion, and the presiding officer remarked candidly, to be frank, this question is exceptionally astute. Perhaps my experience is limited. But this couplet is the most exquisite I have encountered to date, one that even I could scarcely conceive. We believe that since the purpose of the examination is to identify exceptional talent, punishing the scholarly would contradict this very intention. The three scholars, wishing to avoid offending the county magistrate, expressed their opinions on the couplet itself, subtly conveying their support for the magistrate's stance. Surely, you agree that punishment is unwarranted, do you not? Lu Shishi pursued relentlessly, demanding a clear stance from them. The three had no choice but to express unequivocally, indeed, punishment should not be imposed. Lu Shishi then inquired about Yao Wanyan's position on the matter regarding the academic integrity. Yao Wanyan did not shy away from the matter, candidly stating that, in terms of the regulations, they had indeed not violated any rules. Ma Fu's face alternated between crimson and pallid, as Lu Shishi clearly seized the opportunity to target him. Suppressing his seething anger, he replied coldly, since County Magistrate Lu believes they have committed no infractions, I can no longer proceed with the review. I hereby withdraw from this year's Youth Association. With a flick of his sleeve, he turned and strode away, leaving the crowd in a state of astonishment. The county magistrate and the deputy magistrate had reached an impasse, resulting in the deputy's withdrawal from the examination, a most unprecedented occurrence. The scholar Yao Wanyan, feeling somewhat anxious, remarked, Your Excellency, the deputy magistrate cannot withdraw from the youth examination. Allow me to persuade him to return. Lu Shishi scoffed disdainfully, dismissing any need for persuasion. Let him be. Tomorrow, Mr. Li would arrive, and he would undoubtedly be more enthusiastic than anyone else. With a wave of his hand, Lu Shishi signaled to continue. Do not be swayed. As the crowd settled once more, the presiding judge glanced at the timer, which was nearing its conclusion, and inquired, Have you, Tangbei Xiang, managed to arrive at an answer? In Tangbei Township, for students paused for a moment amidst the uproar, their minds too troubled to focus on their tasks. After a brief consultation, they concluded that even if they applied for an extension, it would be futile, it would be more prudent to refuse to answer, thereby compelling their opponents to solve the problem. Perhaps there remained a glimmer of hope. Li Yu rose, offering a respectful bow, and declared, Esteemed judges, we respectfully decline to answer this question. The presiding judge nodded and turned to Li Yanqing, stating, According to the rules, since they have chosen to abstain from answering, it falls upon your team to resolve the issue. Should you also find yourselves unable to respond, or if your answer lacks merit, then the opposing team shall be awarded the points. Please proceed to tackle the problem. Li Yanqing, with unwavering confidence, composed the complimentary couplet and presented it. The crowd hurriedly gathered to examine his response, which read, The brush brings forth the lotus painted by the monk. The script flourishes in the Han ink of the Hanlin Academy. Lu Shishi took the original couplet again, reciting both lines twice. The brush brings forth the lotus painted by the monk. The script flourishes in the Han ink of the Hanlin Academy. What a splendid and exquisite couplet. As the crowd lavished compliments, Lu Shishi became utterly enamored and smiled at Li Yanqing, saying, Please bestow upon me this couplet. Li Yanqing hurriedly paid his respects, knowing that the county magistrate's appreciation was a great honor for the student. The chief examiner, seizing the moment, promptly declared, In the first debate of the second round, the Academy of Lushan Town emerges victorious. A chorus of cheers erupted from the four, who embraced each other in exhilaration, while the students from Tangbei Township wore somber expressions, having suffered their first defeat in 5 years. Outside the NS door, Li Yanqing and the other three knelt at the entrance, pleading for their master's forgiveness. Yao Ding, instead of expressing his ire through punishment, merely closed the door in disregard. They had been kneeling for 2 hours, having missed their dinner, yet Yao Ding remained unresponsive, and they dared not rise, resolutely maintaining their penance. At that moment, footsteps echoed from the staircase, and in walked Tangyin County, brimming with enthusiasm. Upon spotting the 4 students kneeling, he exclaimed in astonishment, What is going on here? The 4 quickly sought his assistance with their eyes, and Tangyin County instantly comprehended the situation. Winking at them, he feigned anger, saying, You lot, how audacious. No wonder Master Yao is upset. Had it been me, I would have given you a sound thrashing. Just then, Yao Ding's voice resonated from within. If Tang Langjun has something to say, please come in. Entering the room, Tang Jingzong found Yao Ding sulking at the table. He approached with a smile, saying, Master Yao, why take offense at a group of children? Although they are clever, they are still mere youths, lacking the wisdom of the world. Besides, their victory over the Academy of Tangbei Township has already spread throughout the county. Soon, fellow townsfolk will come to the inn to offer their congratulations. Upon hearing that the townsfolk would come to celebrate, Yao Ding sighed, these children evoke both joy and frustration within me. Their defeat of the Tangbei Township Academy was indeed unexpected, yet they altered the questions without informing me, clearly showing a lack of respect for their master. They would never dare to belittle their master. Rather, they feared that Yao Ding would disapprove. They had always held him in high regard. And in light of their efforts to bring him honor, Yao Ding intended to teach them a lesson for them to remember. Since Tang Jingzong had interceded, Yao Ding felt it inappropriate to dismiss him outright, and indeed, his anger was waning, simply in need of a way to de-escalate the situation, which Tang Jingzong conveniently provided. Come inside, you four. They scrambled to their feet and hurried into the room, obediently bowing their heads before their master. Yao Ding commanded, extend your hands. The four complied. And Yao Ding struck them 3 times with a bamboo rod, particularly delivering 5 lashes upon Li Yanqing's palm, glaring fiercely at him. Yao Ding then chastised them. Do you think your master is a rigid individual who cannot adapt? If a disciple presents an excellent question, would I not be pleased? You underestimate me. Li Yanqing, filled with shame, replied, I acknowledge my mistake. Yu Fei quickly added, I should not have concealed this from my master. Wang Gui and Tang Hui also lowered their heads in contrition. Yao Ding continued, the reason for your punishment is your lack of respect towards your master. Though it was not your intention, your actions conveyed otherwise. Previously, I may have failed to teach you adequately, but today, I wish for you to understand. Have you grasped this? We have. On account of your Uncle Tang, I shall spare you this time. Should you dare to err again, I will expel you from the academy and sever our master-disciple bond. Now, express your gratitude to Uncle Tang and go eat. The crowd expressed their gratitude to Tang Jingzong before hastily making their way to the front courtyard for a meal. As he watched them depart, Tang Jingzong turned to Yao Ding and remarked, I have just received a notification from the county office. Tomorrow, the esteemed prefect Li will arrive, and the county magistrate will go to greet him. Consequently, there will be a day of rest tomorrow, and the final competition will be postponed to the day after. Chapter 35. The picnic mishap. Though the winter season had fully set in, the past few days had brought forth clear and pleasant weather. The woods, houses, and streams in the vicinity of Tangyin County basked in a serene stillness in the bright chill of winter, enveloped in dazzling light and soft blue shadows. Everything appeared so pristine, soft, and immaculate, blanketed in a layer of pure white snow. In the morning, Li Yanqing and 3 companions eagerly followed Tang Jingzong on their donkeys to admire the snowy landscape along the Xiaotang River, located about 10 miles north of Tangyin County. This area was renowned in the region of Xiang for its picturesque snowy scenery. The official road was bustling with travelers, including many cultured gentlemen who, like them, sought to revel in the beauty of the snow. On either side stretched endless fields of wheat, covered in a thick layer of snow, under a vast azure sky that seemed to embrace the earth like a celestial canopy. You are fortunate, exclaimed Tang Jingzong, riding a majestic dark horse, as he animatedly introduced the 4 scholars to the scene. Although the snowy view at Xiaotang River is exquisite, it is not something one can witness every year. This year's weather is splendid, perfect for sightseeing. Look, many families are out to enjoy the snow. Wang Gui whispered to the others with a grin, honestly, I find riding a donkey more amusing than merely admiring the snow. His words resonated deeply with his companions, all experiencing their first donkey ride. The little donkey ambled along at a leisurely pace, and whenever it galloped unexpectedly, the exhilarating sensation felt like soaring through the clouds, thrilling the 3 friends. Among them, the most skilled rider was Yu Fei, while Li Yanqing struggled the most. This was not due to a lack of balance, but rather because he had not practiced the horse stance like the others. His inner thigh strength was slightly weaker, impairing his ability to control the donkey. Consequently, while Yu Fei rode with ease, Li Yanqing found himself in a state of constant alarm, nearly tumbling off the donkey several times. At that moment, a damaged ox cart came to a halt on the main road, where several family members were busy repairing the wheel. Just then, a horse-drawn cart approached, and as the 2 vehicles intersected, they occupied most of the thoroughfare, leaving only a narrow path of about 3 feet at the roadside for pedestrians to navigate. Tang Jingzong gently urged his horse forward, and Yu Fei, Wang Gui, and Tang Huai quickly followed suit. Li Yanqing, bringing up the rear, saw his little donkey galloping off as its companions hurried ahead. Anxious, he shouted, "Slow down! Slow down!" However, the donkey, unaccustomed to such urgency, not only failed to slow down but instead took off in a spirited dash. Caught off guard, Li Yanqing brushed past the edge of the cart, his garment snagged, leading him to lose his balance and tumble into the adjacent wheat field. The snow in the field was thick, and although Li Yanqing was unhurt, he found himself in quite a predicament, covered in snow from head to toe, with a small tear in his garment. At that moment, a young lady atop the cart exclaimed anxiously, "Father, a young man has fallen into the field." A middle-aged scholar trailing behind the cart promptly dismounted and hurried over to brush the snow off Li Yanqing, apologizing, "The cart's width caught your clothing. I sincerely apologize." The middle-aged scholar discerned clearly that it was his own carriage that had caught the child's clothing, causing her to fall. Li Yanqing, noticing the gentleman's cultured demeanor and seemingly profound knowledge, felt a fondness stir within him. He waved his hand dismissively, assuring, "I am unharmed, esteemed sir. There is no need for remorse." As he spoke, Li Yanqing cast a glance at the young lady atop the carriage. She appeared to be around 4 or 5 years old, her hair styled in twin buns, with rosy lips and pearly teeth gracing her delicate, oval face. Her slender brows arched gracefully above a pair of lively and charming eyes, and she held a petite palace fan, her expression imbued with genuine concern for him. She was indeed a little beauty, yet the memory of his clumsy tumble from the donkey made Li Yanqing acutely aware of his embarrassment. With a swift motion, he hurried after his donkey. "Foolish donkey, stop right there." The young lady watched with keen interest as Li Yanqing dashed away. Noticing him join several other young men in laughter and jest, curiously, she inquired, "Father, with so much snow on the road, where are they headed?" The middle-aged scholar surveyed the surroundings and replied with a smile, "They must be going to Xiaotanghe to admire the snow scenery." "Ah, Mother mentioned that it boasts the most beautiful snow scene in the region." "Father, I wish to go too. Today, I have matters to attend to. Perhaps next time." The little lady pouted her rosy lips, expressing her discontent. "It's always next time. I've accumulated dozens of next times already." The middle-aged scholar, clearly indulgent of his daughter, considered the time and realized that a brief excursion to appreciate the snow would not consume much of it. He smiled and said, "Very well, let us turn around ahead." Li Yanqing and his companions veered onto another official road, walking for a little over half an hour before reaching Xiaotanghe. Standing upon a bridge, they gazed into the distance below, where the renowned snow scenery of Xiaotanghe waited. Unlike the surrounding expanse of monotonous white snow, the distant banks of Xiaotanghe were adorned with clusters of trees, artfully arranged to create a soft, undulating curve that transformed every visible tree into magnificent or delicate silver corals. Xiaotanghe flowed like a beautiful jade ribbon, winding gracefully through the forests, where a thin veil of mist lingered. Golden sunlight filtered through the trees, suffusing the mist with a translucent, rosy hue, resembling an unfurling sheer red fabric. Access to the scenic area required walking, as the small bridge was crowded with ox carts and livestock. Tang Jingzong chuckled, "You all go ahead. I shall watch over the donkey." "Aren't you coming, uncle?" Li Yanqing inquired. Tang Jingzong laughed heartily. "I have witnessed this countless times. I shall sit this one out." Wang Gui and Tang Huai, unable to contain their eagerness, dashed down, while Yu Fei awaited Li Yanqing. "Qing'er, hurry up." "Uncle, we shall go ahead," Li Yanqing responded. "Stay with the crowd. Do not wander off." Tang Jingzong called after them. Li Yanqing and Yu Fei descended a narrow path beside the small bridge, following the flow of visitors eastward. The number of people coming to view the snow was considerable, mostly concentrated in the southern area of Xiaotanghe, while the northern side was relatively quiet, though the scenery was equally enchanting. Li Yanqing and Yu Fei cautiously traversed the icy surface of the small river and entered a realm adorned with jade-like trees and frosty branches. Though the scenery was breathtaking, the biting cold was relentless, and after a leisurely half-hour of exploration, Li Yanqing and Yu Fei decided it was time to return home. Where on earth have those two fellows gone? Li Yanqing and Yu Fei searched high and low, yet they could not find a trace of Wang Gui and Tang Huai. "Fifth brother, let us split up and search," suggested Li Yanqing. "You head south, and I shall take the north. We will meet at the bridge later." "All right," Yu Fei replied, then proceeded towards the southern banks of the Xiaotang River. Li Yanqing ambled back along a narrow path through the northern woods. Feeling the sting from a deep bruise inflicted by the cart earlier, the pain, which had been momentarily unnoticed, now surged fiercely, reaching a secluded clearing with few visitors. He sought refuge on a large stone, slowly peeling back his garment. To his dismay, he discovered a blood-red mark, approximately half a foot in length. Though it was not bleeding, it was swollen to a remarkable height, making it all the more alarming. Suddenly, a gasp echoed nearby. Startled, Li Yanqing hastily covered himself, only to see a group emerging from the adjacent woods. At the forefront was a father and daughter, indeed. The owners of the cart, followed closely by several attendants. The middle-aged scholar, upon spotting Li Yanqing from a distance, approached, only to find him inspecting his injury. "You are injured." "Let me see," the scholar insisted, quickening his pace. Behind him, a young lady clad in a green dress tugged at her father's robes, peering with concern. "I am fine, merely a scratch." Li Yanqing waved his hand dismissively. The scholar, however, paid no heed, pulling aside Li Yanqing's hand and lifting his garment for examination. Resigned, Li Yanqing turned his head away. "Father, there are bruises all around," the young lady exclaimed in alarm. Turning back, Li Yanqing noticed her leaning closely to inspect his wound. He quickly lowered his garment. "It's nothing. I must return," he declared, attempting to leave, but the scholar seized him firmly. "I just happen to have some medicinal ointment in my cart. Applying it will alleviate the swelling. Otherwise, the injury may worsen." Without allowing any objection, he dragged Li Yanqing towards the small bridge. Inside the cart, a servant of the middle-aged scholar applied a fragrant herbal salve to Li Yanqing's wound, carefully placing a dogskin plaster over it. Yufei stood at the cart's entrance, gazing at Li Yanqing with concern. Li Yanqing managed a brief smile and returned before turning away, only to find Wang Gui and Tang Hui crowding around the young lady, eagerly boasting of their heroic deeds. With a fierce glare, Li Yanqing scolded them silently, those two who valued beauty over friendship. "Lie still and do not move," commanded the servant, urging him down from the cart and hastening towards his master. The middle-aged scholar was conversing with Tangyin when he noticed the servant returning and promptly inquired, "How's his injury?" "Sir, the injury remains quite serious. Fortunately, the ointment was applied in time. Had it been delayed, it would have festered," the servant reported. Tangyin stepped forward, asking, "Will he be able to ride the donkey?" "I fear that is impossible." The servant shook his head. "He can only lie flat for now. Riding or even walking is out of the question. We shall see if he feels better by tomorrow." "What shall we do?" they lamented. "He must participate in the finals of the youth competition tomorrow. Without him, we are destined to lose." Tangyin was filled with profound concern and inquired, "Will he be able to sit up by tomorrow morning?" The middle-aged scholar replied, "I cannot say for certain. Here's what we shall do. I will escort the child into the city and seek out a skilled physician to examine his injuries. After a night's rest, his condition should improve." With no other recourse, Tangyin acquiesced to this plan. He decided to return to the inn and summon Zhang Delian from Qianjiantang, renowned in Tangyin for treating external wounds. Li Yanqing, unable to ride the donkey any longer, was compelled to lie within the confines of the cart as they made their way back to the county town. Meanwhile, Tangyin, accompanied by Yufei and the others, rode behind the cart on their donkey, returning to the city together. Chapter 36. The young lady of the family to alleviate the jostling. The carriage moved at a deliberate pace. Li Yanqing reclined upon the soft bedding, a quilt draped over him, and the discomfort in his waist began to subside, a refreshing coolness emanating from his wound. Beside him sat a young maidservant of striking features, wholly absorbed in mending the torn leather garment. Li Yanqing tilted his head slightly and noticed the young lady seated above, engrossed in a novel gifted by Wang Gui, utterly oblivious to the presence of a patient nearby. "Do you recognize all the characters?" Li Yanqing inquired with a smile. "Indeed," the young lady replied, yet she did not set the book aside. The maidservant chuckled. "My young mistress not only knows how to read, but can also compose poetry. Even the master praises her talent." Li Yanqing glanced at the young lady again, noting her deep concentration on the book, and gradually closed his eyes. A faint, warm fragrance filled the carriage, and he stifled a yawn, feeling slightly drowsy. Suddenly, the young lady set her book down, tilting her head curiously. "What were you about to ask me just now?" "Nothing much. Do you enjoy that book?" "Very much. I adore the character of the chubby 3-year-old boy, who possesses such remarkable abilities." Li Yanqing chuckled softly. "The book merely suggests he resembles a 3-year-old. In truth, he is an ancient creature of several hundred years." "Is your name Qing'er?" the young lady inquired with genuine curiosity. "Did those two rascals inform you?" Li Yanqing retorted playfully. The young lady giggled. "They also mentioned your prowess in poetry, particularly your skill in couplets." Allow me to propose one for you to respond to. You enjoy couplets as well? When I am bored, I like to engage in such pastimes. Let me present the first line. She pondered for a moment, then said, turn the page, quiet as 1,000 bamboo stalks. Li Yanqing smiled, recognizing the couplet, and responded, lean on the pillow, listening to the myriad winds. From the flowers, parting sorrows, 3 months of rain, the young lady proposed another line. That is a poem by Yin Shu. The second line should be, the lingering dreams atop the tower, the clock strikes 5, he affirmed. Excellent, excellent. The young lady clapped her hands in delight. Now, you present a couplet for me to respond to. Li Yanqing contemplated briefly before grinning. I shall offer a whimsical couplet. The first line is, at the southern mountain temple. A monk meets his end. The young lady paused, pouting slightly. What is this? So vulgar, I cannot respond. Li Yanqing smiled gently, then allow me to present the second line. It is, in the western land, another Buddha is added. As he finished, a hearty laugh from a middle-aged scholar outside the carriage rang out. How amusing. This couplet is truly splendid. The young lady, however, grew irate, pounding on the carriage window with her small fist. Father, you are eavesdropping. Your father is not eavesdropping. He merely wished to ascertain whether young Master Li's condition has improved. However, hearing you two exchange couplets suggests a favorable turn, he replied. Li Yanqing quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you for the miraculous medicine, sir. The wound is no longer painful. Then I shall be at ease. Jianyang, allow young Master Li to rest, he instructed. Understood. The young lady responded, though her enthusiasm remained undiminished as she leaned closer and whispered, What is your surname? My surname is Li. Ah, we are of the same family. You also bear the surname Li? Are you called Li Jianyang? Jianyang is merely my childhood name. I am called Jiozhen. Li Jiozhen, what a delightful name. It seems you must have many older siblings. Indeed. My eldest brother is nearing 30 and will be heading to the capital next year to take the imperial examination. My niece is already 3 years my senior, which is quite disheartening. Li Yanqing chuckled softly, finding this young lady to be rather charming. I shall not detain you further. I am off to read. The young lady resumed her reading, but after a while, she stealthily cast a glance at Li Yanqing. He closed his eyes, and as the carriage rolled forward, the warm atmosphere within lulled him into a gentle slumber. As night fell, the scholars, weary from a day of exploration, succumbed to sleep early. The Tangyin was enveloped in tranquility, with the innkeeper having retired for the night, leaving only a night watchman dozing at the counter. With less than a month until the new year, business at the inn had slowed, and only a handful of guests occupied the front courtyard, while the rear courtyard remained largely empty, hosting merely Li Yanqing and his companions. This evening, due to some matters at home, Yao Ding did not stay at the inn, leaving just the 4 of them in the courtyard. Around the first watch of the night, a shadow appeared on the courtyard wall, moving swiftly as it descended from a large tree, silently making its way toward Yao Ding's room. This was a petty thief, particularly active during the New Year's season. He pried open the window with a metal rod, peered inside for a moment, and confirmed that the room was unoccupied before skillfully climbing in. The thief, seasoned in his craft, first locked the doors and windows, then draped a cloth over the window to obscure the light, leaving a small opening in the back window for a quick escape, if necessary. Once his preparations were complete, he lit a fire stick and began searching at the desk. Before long, he discovered a large bag beneath the desk, containing 3 sizable sacks labeled questions from Weinan Town Academy, questions from Tangbei Town Academy, and questions from Yoli Town Academy. The thief was overjoyed. It was the last bag he sought. He swiftly extracted the questions, examining them meticulously, reading through them 3 or 4 times until he had committed them to memory. Carefully, he restored the questions to their original state, packed them back into the large bag, returned the room to its prior condition, and climbed out through the back window, hastily departing the inn. The Yoli Town Academy resided at the Bafong Inn in the northern part of the county, the largest inn in Tangyin County, capable of accommodating 200 to 300 guests. The academy had also reserved a courtyard, and although the night was deep, the courtyard remained brightly lit, with scholars and their master diligently preparing for the upcoming debate competition the next day. The master of Yoli Town Academy, surnamed Lu, was a middle-aged man in his 40s. The consecutive days of debates had left him somewhat fatigued, yet for the sake of victory tomorrow, he rallied his spirits to discuss the tactics for the examination questions with the students. Through 2 rounds of competition, Master Lu had discerned that Li Yanqing was the linchpin of Lushan Academy, particularly skilled at couplets. Thus, He resolved not to set any miscellaneous questions for the next day, but rather to focus solely on recitation, poetry, and spontaneous composition. At that moment, a knock resonated at the door. Someone was seeking Master Liu. He hurriedly stepped outside, and shortly thereafter, he returned with an envelope, his excitement palpable. He smiled at the students, proclaiming, "We have secured the questions. Let us toil a little tonight, striving for ultimate victory by tomorrow." The following morning, Li Yanqing lifted his garment, discovering that the wound had considerably subsided, forming a long, dark scab. Aside from a mild itch, he felt no other sensation. However, Yao Ding remained apprehensive, and together with the shopkeeper, they carefully placed Li Yanqing onto an ox cart. "Minimize movement. We must not allow the wound to hinder our performance." Yao Ding has unabashedly revealed his ambitions. Since he has already triumphed over the formidable Tangyin Academy, he believes that they can also contend with the Yoli Town Academy. Inside the ox cart, Yao Ding's eyes sparkled with fervor, his posture as straight as a rod. As he addressed his 4 disciples, although the Yoli Town Academy triumphed over the Tangyin County Primary School yesterday, one thing is certain, it is no match for you. Bring forth your vigor and let us vanquish them utterly. The 4 disciples felt invigorated. Their master was finally exuding the aura of a great general. At that moment, Tang Hui quietly inquired, "There are rumors that the Yoli Town Academy always knows the opponent's questions in advance. Since you were not at the inn last night, is the question secure?" Yao Ding smiled faintly, for he had already taken precautions. Even if they had managed to steal the questions last night, it would prove futile. He produced 3 envelopes and handed them to Yu Fei, declaring that the questions in the bag were rendered unnecessary, as they would utilize these 3 instead. Li Yanqing chuckled mischievously, inquiring whether Master had deliberately returned home last night. Yao Ding's face flushed with embarrassment as he gave himself a light knock on the head, muttering about his penchant for fanciful thoughts. Indeed, his master had matters to attend to last night. As for the topic at hand, it is merely a precaution, indeed. The reputation of the Yuli Town Academy is rather unsavory, so it is wise to remain vigilant. Li Yanqing turned to Yu Fei and whispered with a chuckle, "I suspect that today the 4 fellows at the Yuli Town Academy are all sporting bloodshot eyes, weary and fatigued." Yu Fei replied with a smile, "Isn't that rather fortuitous? The final question will be a test of their comprehension, allowing them to navigate through in a state of confusion." The 2 shared a knowing smile. Chapter 37. The arrival of the finals. With a resounding clap of the cloudboard, the 2 teams of scholars entered the arena. The panel of judges today was formidable. In addition to 3 venerable scholars, there were 7 officials seated prominently, including the magistrate of Tangyin County, the deputy magistrate, the county captain, the chief clerk, and the head of studies, all present to witness the final debate of the Youth Conference, as it was graced by the presence of Li Kuei, the governor of the prefecture. Li Kuei sat at the center of the judging table, akin to a moon surrounded by stars. If Li Yanqing were to catch sight of him, he would surely be taken aback. For this Li Kuei was none other than the gentleman who had tended to his wounds the previous day. Alongside Li Kuei was Yanqing, the head of the prefectural academy, who sat next to Yao Wanyan. The 2 engaged in hushed conversation. Not to be overlooked was Li Kuei's youngest daughter, Li Jiozhen. Despite having fathered 8 sons, with the eldest, Li Gang, already 27, he cherished this daughter like a precious gem, taking her wherever he went. This time, he attended the youth conference in a private capacity, having traveled here with ease the day before. While the grown-ups chatted, Li Jiozhen, seated beside her father, scanned the crowd with her bright, gleaming eyes in search of the injured boy from yesterday. At that moment, the scholars took their places, and Li Jiozhen spotted Li Yanqing just as he glanced her way, his eyes widening in astonishment upon recognizing her. A smile of triumph spread across her face, for she delighted in witnessing Li Yanqing's bewildered expression. At that instant, Wang Gui also caught sight of Li Jiozhen and urgently tugged at Tang Hui's sleeve. "Old Tang, look at that young lady." Before he could finish, Yu Fei struck him sharply on the back of the head, admonishing him to behave. For this was the finals. Wang Gui winced in pain and shot a glare at Yu Fei. Li Yanqing, upon seeing Li Kuei, realized with a start that the gentleman who had aided him yesterday was indeed the governor. He could not help but feel a wave of relief wash over him, grateful that he had refrained from uttering any indiscreet remarks the prior day. At that moment, Li Kuei also noticed Li Yanqing, smiling and nodding in acknowledgement. Li Yanqing promptly bowed in respect. The assembly was instantly filled with astonishment. The governor recognized Li Yanqing? A few quick-witted officials speculated that since they shared the same surname, could Li Yanqing be a distant relative of Li Kuei? The deputy magistrate, Ma, broke into a cold sweat, fervently hoping that Li Daqi was not related to the governor. Does the governor know this scholar? County Magistrate Lu inquired with a smile. Li Kuei chuckled softly. We are merely acquaintances. Though he stated such, the audience remained skeptical. For in the realm of officialdom, words often held more pretense than truth and should not be taken at face value. As the bell tolled, signaling the commencement of the finals, Li Kuei straightened his posture, intrigued by Li Yanqing. The couplet Heavenly India adds a position to the Tathagata had indeed caught his attention. Yu Fei drew the question slip, announcing that they would pose a query to their opponents, who would respond. He stood and read the question. Our first inquiry pertains to poetry. Please listen closely. In which year did the poet sage Du Fu compose 3 officials and 3 farewells, and what was the specific context? Please recite it in full. The question was not difficult, and perhaps even a tad simplistic, for the Song Dynasty's civil service examinations esteemed Du Fu's poetry, with full recitation often deemed a fundamental skill. Such a seemingly simple question left the 4 scholars of Yuli Town School in utter dismay. They had received the information that their opponent would inquire about the number of poems written by Wang Wei before the age of 30, and they were to recite 20 of them. After a sleepless night of preparation, they were confronted with an entirely different question, sharing glances filled with indignation. They realized they had been deceived. After a brief discussion, one scholar stood up and declared, the 3 officials and 3 farewells were composed in the 2nd year of Qin Yuan, depicting the aftermath of the Tang army's defeat in Xiangzhou, as witnessed by the poet sage on his return to Huaxiu. He then recited flawlessly the new official, the Stone Ditch official, the Tongguan official, the newlywed farewell, the old farewell, the homeless farewell. With a clear and resonant chime, Yoli Town School secured the first point. Immediately, Yoli Town School posed their question. Our question format is recitation. Please recite the passages on military unrest and turmoil from the annals of the El Shi Chuanxiu regarding the Mingqiu season. The 4 scholars, including Li Yanqing, were finally exposed to the shamelessness of Yuli Town School. Given the inherent bias of the El Shi Chuanxiu, a question of general knowledge would have sufficed for the initial difficulty. Yet they were instead tasked with reciting the 2 most obscure passages. Even the 3rd question did not present such a level of challenge. Before Li Yanqing could voice his dissent, the chief judge commanded, change the question. Lu County Magistrate quietly explained the rules to Li Kuei, who nodded in agreement, acknowledging the excessive cunning of the question. Reluctantly, Yoli Town School resorted to their backup question, still from the El Shi Chuanxiu. Please state the total number of volumes and chapters in it, and recite any passage of your choosing. This question was slightly easier. After some deliberation, Li Yanqing responded, this work is divided into 12 annals, 8 treatises, and 6 discussions, comprising 12 volumes and 160 chapters. He then recited from the El Shi Chuanxiu. In modern times, there were people from Chuhu, while crossing a river, dropped their sword from the boat into the water. They hastily secured their boat, saying, this is where my sword fell. The boat halted, and they sought the sword where it had fallen. The boat had already moved on, while the sword remained behind. Is it not perplexing to seek the sword in such a manner? With a resounding chime, Lushan Town School also earned a point, with an official observing. A brief intermission of 15 minutes was granted after the 2 rounds, allowing Li Kuei to better understand the rules. By this time, the 2 rounds had concluded in a tie. In the rest area, the 4 were engaged in discussion over the 3rd question when Li Jiuzhen stealthily entered. Upon seeing her, Wang Gui's face brightened. My lady, was the book enjoyable? Indeed. I finished it last night. Is there a sequel? Li Jiuzhen, captivated by the story, sought the next volume. Wang Gui scratched his head. It hasn't been published yet. Li Yanqing smiled slightly and remarked, the next book is titled The Great Sage Captures Demons, the Fiery Mountain, and will be printed next spring. Wang Gui and Tang Hui chimed in unison. How do you know? That day at the bookstore, I went upstairs, and coincidentally, the author, Lushan Zioxiatzi, was there. Manager Luo introduced me to him. Upon hearing that Lushan Zioxiatzi was present upstairs that day, Wang Gui lamented, thumping his chest in regret, and pulled Li Yanqing aside, asking, when will he come again? He resides in Daming Prefecture. I am uncertain when he will arrive, but what is it you seek from him? I wish to make an appearance in the book, so that all may know my name. Li Yanqing immediately burst into laughter, suggesting, perhaps I could carry a message for you. What character do you aspire to be in the book? Wang Gui pounded his chest and proclaimed, the valiant general, Wang Gui. That won't do. Li Yanqing retorted, somewhat exasperated. At most, you could be a minor demon, like Ben Borba. Very well. Wang Gui promptly acquiesced. Then I shall be Bimbo of Gui. Tang Hui also chimed in, and I shall be Bimbo with Tang. Me too. Me too. Li Jiozhen exclaimed in a flurry. I am their sister, Bimbo Erzhen. Li Yanqing laughed heartily. Excellent. I shall write to him as soon as I return. At that moment, Yufei gently inquired, Miss Li, is there anything else you wish to discuss with us? Her words reminded Li Jiozhen, and she hastily added, Father asked me to inquire about Qing'er. How is his wound? It has completely subsided and scabbed over. I owe my gratitude to your father for his assistance yesterday. Just then, the bell signaling the start of the third round told. Li Jiozhen whispered to Li Yanqing, my father intends to compose a 7-character poem for everyone, depicting the local customs and scenery of our hometown. The one who writes best will be the victor. With that, she dashed away. The academic head of the Xiangzhou school, Yanqing, hinted to County Magistrate Lu that Li Guanjin was quite eager to present a decisive question. Lu instantly grasped the implication and informed the presiding judge to assign the third question to the governor. As the third round commenced, the presiding judge announced a new rule. Both sides would face a question requiring immediate composition, however, this being the final decisive battle, to ensure fairness and universal acceptance. The third question would be posed by the evaluators, with only one question to determine the victor. Li Yanqing recalled Li Jiozhen's earlier words. Realizing this was likely a question posed by her father, Li Kuei. Suddenly, an idea sprang to mind. Perhaps this was an opportunity to voice his grievances, to win the favor of Li Guanjin, and to request a hearing of his father's plight. The presiding judge announced the prompt. Each participant could compose a poem or lyric describing the scenery and customs of their hometown, with half an hour to complete it. The prompt was broad, allowing ample opportunity for the scholars to showcase their talents, though it also concealed the potential for deceit. The 4 scholars from Yoli Town Academy were elated. Their master had crafted numerous poems depicting the beauty of Yoli for their reference, and each could select one. Similarly, the 4 from Lushan Town Academy were equally exhilarated, each eager to display their finest talents before the governor, yearning for his favor. Li Yanqing picked up his brush. Lost in contemplation, an inexhaustible well of poetic inspiration surged within him. In this final contest, he was determined to triumph. Chapter 38, The Struggle for Supremacy. The 4 scholars from Yoli Town School were the first to submit their answers. Their task was rather simple. Each merely had to transcribe an old piece by their master, ensuring that none repeated the same work. In stark contrast, the 4 scholars from Lushan Town School were deep in thought, and only submitted their poems as the deadline approached halfway. The 8 poems were distributed among the judges, leading to a flurry of hushed whispers in the hall, while the 8 scholars felt a mix of anxiety and anticipation. Soon, the first poem was rejected, and Li Jiozhen cast a sympathetic glance at Wang Gue, who immediately wilted, resembling a frostbitten leaf. In quick succession, Li Jiozhen's sympathetic gaze fell upon Tang Hui, who promptly became the second to wither, leaving the 2 forlorn comrades disheartened. The poems from the Yoli Town scholars were commendable, yet 2 of them clearly strayed from the topic, depicting the scenery of Daming Prefecture, and were thus eliminated. Your Grace, what do you think of this poem? The chief judge handed a poem to Lu Jin, who upon inspecting the signature, discovered it was the farmer's song by Yufei. The blazing sun scorches like fire. In the fields, the rice and grain half withered. The farmer's heart simmers like boiling water, while young lords fan themselves in leisure. Lu Jin was taken aback and quickly covered the poem, whispering to the chief judge, if Master Li sees this, we shall surely face severe reprimand. This poem must be discarded. With that, he tore the manuscript in haste and shot a fierce glare at Yufei, whose audacity to pen such a critique of current affairs at such a tender age troubled him. He mused to himself, what can a child understand? This must be the influence of Yao Ding. He must not be employed again. Originally, Lu Jin intended to reinstate Yao Ding at the county school. But after witnessing Yufei's poem, he changed his mind, deciding that it would be best for Yao Ding to remain in the remote countryside, thus abandoning any thoughts of reappointing him. At that moment, County Clerk Ma Fu handed a poem to Li Kuei with a smile, saying, we all find this piece quite commendable. It should secure first place. Please take a look, Master Li. Li Kuei glanced at the county constable and the chief scribe, both of whom nodded in agreement with Ma Fu's assessment. He then scrutinized the poem closely, which was titled Jigu Tian, Partridge Sky Jigu Tian. In Yoli, spring lingers. Winter has depth yet to shatter the plum. A solitary branch, thin and frail, withstands the frost gleam. Old peach and withered plum, left unattended, in the snow. The sparse whispers reveal the water's subtlety. As the gentle rain passes, early spring returns, the warmth of the sun heralds its arrival. Grateful to the Eastern Lord for his efforts, the jade buds bloom plump through the night. This poem was a cherished work of Master Liu Yun from Yoli Town School, brought forth by a student to vie for supremacy. Li Kuei nodded, noting that old peach and withered plum, left unattended and in the snow. The sparse whispers reveal the water's subtlety were quite well crafted, possessing a certain charm. However, he found the poem somewhat frivolous, lacking depth in its theme, and suggested it be rated second. Ma Fu and the others exchanged puzzled glances, and Ma Fu inquired, "May I ask who you believe deserves first place, Master Li?" Li Kuei handed them the poem in his hand, saying, "Perhaps you should examine Li Yanqing's piece. Traveling to Liwen village, do not mock the farmer's murky winter wine. In bountiful years, guests are plentiful with chicken and pork. Children, upon meeting, since the warmth of day, clad in simple garments, the ancient customs prevail. Drums and flutes follow closely as the spring festival nears. As the sun sets, the merry drinker is guided back to the village. The ground is strewn with blossoms. A chaotic scene, surely it is the mischievous grandchildren at play." Ma Fu gazed in astonishment, and the crowd passed the poems around, momentarily engulfing the hall in awe. Li Kuei stroked his beard and nodded in appreciation, proclaiming that to encounter such vibrant poetry made his journey to Tangyin County worthwhile. Lu County Magistrate immediately announced the final victory of the debate competition at the Lushan Town School, and the 4 companions from Lushan Town erupted in joyous embraces, celebrating their ultimate triumph in the contest. The news of Lushan Town School's victory spread like wildfire, creating a stir throughout the town. The most exhilarated were the local villagers, who had long been prepared. As the announcement of the Lushan Town School's victory reached them, firecrackers erupted around Tangyin, mingling with the cheers of the crowd. Several young men carried large baskets, and townsfolk eagerly tossed money into them, wealthy merchants contributing substantial sums, while even the less fortunate laborers offered a few coins to express their goodwill. In the end, over 100 strings of cash were collected as donations to support the school. "They're coming! They're coming!" Hundreds of villagers surrounded an ox cart making its way toward the inn. As the 4 children disembarked, the villagers surged forward, lifting them high into the air, tossing them repeatedly amidst cheers, applause, laughter, and the resounding crack of firecrackers that filled the inn. The celebrations continued, but the 4 had little time to revel in their fortune. After enjoying a sumptuous dinner, their master locked them in a room to prepare for the examination the following day. However, there was little cause for concern. Tang Huai, letting out a contented belch, propped his feet on the table and confidently declared, "Generally speaking, winning the contest virtually seals our fate, unless, like last year's unfortunate lads from Tang Bay, we all fall ill." "Why is that?" Li Yanqing inquired, puzzled. "Because the examination content is quite simple, memorizing excerpts from the 3 classics, the Book of Filial Piety, the Analects, and Mencius. We have thoroughly committed them to memory. What is there to fear?" "But some still struggle to recall them," Yufei remarked, casting a glance at Wang Gui. "What does that concern me?" Wang Gui muttered, "You've studied 5 more days than I have, so naturally you are better prepared. Even if you were to beat me senseless now, I still wouldn't be able to memorize so much. Don't worry, don't worry." Tang Huai waved dismissively. "In any case, only the top 3 scores will be counted, so even if old Gui submits a blank paper, it won't team matter." "Is that true?" the 3 asked in unison. "Of course it's true. They didn't count my score last year, did they?" Wang Gui exclaimed jubilantly, "Time to study." He tossed aside his pen and dashed to his room to read, determined to go through the material a second time, meticulously absorbing every word. Tang Huai intended to follow, but Yufei seized him, saying, "You can't go. Stay here and memorize your lines. If you fail the exam, our chance at victory will truly be lost." At that moment, Li Yanqing noticed a servant peering curiously from the doorway and approached him, asking, "Is there something you need?" "Someone is looking for the young master. They are waiting in the main hall." Li Yanqing turned to the other 2 and said, "You both continue. I'll be right back." Li Yanqing arrived at the front courtyard and beheld a man clad in a dark short coat seated in the main hall. Instantly recognizing him as the attendant who had first administered medicine to him, Li Yanqing approached with a respectful demeanor, exclaiming, "Uncle, what brings you here?" The man, an attendant of the governor Li Kuei, noted Li Yanqing's courtesy and returned the greeting with a smile, inquiring, "How's your injury, young sir?" "Thanks to your medicine, uncle, I am much improved and no longer in serious trouble," Li Yanqing replied gratefully. The man nodded. "My master invites you to have a conversation. Might you have a moment to spare?" "Of course. Shall we go now?" Li Yanqing responded eagerly. "The carriage is waiting outside." He turned to instruct the staff to relay a message to his master and companions before boarding the carriage, which slowly departed from the inn, heading south towards Tangyin City. Li Kuei had been staying at the residence of a retired official for the past few days. The elderly host, surnamed Zhou, had formerly served as a deputy minister of rights and was now enjoying his retirement in a prominent estate in Tangyin County. This afternoon, with nothing pressing to attend to, Li Kuei was engaged in a game of chess with his host in the study when the attendant announced at the door, "My lord, Li Shishi has arrived." Setting down his chess piece, Li Kuei smiled and said, "I encountered an intriguing young prodigy at the recent youth gathering. I wish for you to meet him." Aware that this was merely a polite pretext, the host excused himself, taking his leave. Moments later, Li Yanqing was ushered into the study. He approached and bowed respectfully. "I pay my respects to you, my lord." Li Kuei gestured for him to relax and said with a smile, "Let us converse freely." At that moment, a maidservant brought in 2 bowls of tea and an assortment of snacks. Li Yanqing glanced around, but noticed that the young lady, Jiozhen, was absent. Understanding, Li Kuei stroked his beard and smiled. "My daughter has become utterly captivated by a collection of supernatural tales she acquired recently. This is her second reading. She pays no heed to meals and is likely still hidden away in her room with her book." Li Yanqing expressed his apologies. "It must have been a gift from my friend. I truly regret any inconvenience this has caused." "Not at all," Li Kuei reassured him. "A love for reading is commendable. Besides, with the snow and ice outside, I prefer she remains indoors to avoid catching a chill." Li Yanqing smiled, although this official held a prominent position. His tone was gentle and his demeanor amiable, making Li Yanqing feel as if he were conversing with a benevolent elder rather than facing the pressure of authority. After a moment of contemplation, Li Kuei inquired, "At merely 6 years of age, you exhibit such erudition and wisdom beyond your years. It speaks volumes of your family's scholarly heritage. May I ask who your esteemed father is?" This was the crux of Li Kuei's interest in Li Yanqing. What manner of father could nurture such a prodigious young talent? While innate ability was essential, a strong familial education was equally significant. He had witnessed this firsthand with his own daughter, who at just 4 years old could compose poetry. Li Yanqing hesitated briefly before responding. "My father's name is Deqi." "Li Deqi," Li Kuei exclaimed, as a flicker of recognition crossed his face. Having been appointed to Xiangzhou for only 2 years, he was not deeply familiar with the past examination scandal in Xizhou, but had casually perused some documents related to it. Li Yanqing understood that certain matters were unavoidable. As soon as Li Kuei had even the slightest interaction with the local officials, he would inevitably learn about his father's past. Rather than allowing him to hear it from others, it was more advantageous for him to disclose it himself. Thus, Li Yanqing summoned his courage and inquired, "Have you heard of the examination case in Xizhou from 5 years ago?" Chapter 39. A father's quest for justice. Li Kuei pondered for a moment before recalling that he had indeed encountered an old record indicating that a scholar from Tangyin County, named Li Daqi, had been caught taking an examination on behalf of another in Xizhou, resulting in the loss of his title and a formal record of the incident. "Ah, so your father was." Li Kuei felt somewhat embarrassed and was at a loss for words. However, Li Yanqing fixed his gaze intently upon Li Kuei and stated, "I am aware of my father's tarnished reputation. The facts are indisputable. Nevertheless, I wish to pose a question to you. Esteemed sir, would a farmer willingly feed his hard-earned grain to pigs?" Li Kuei, initially perplexed by Li Yanqing's metaphor, chuckled. "Could you elaborate? I do not fully comprehend." "It is quite simple. My father was acutely aware of the consequences of being discovered while taking an exam for another. Moreover, he derived no monetary gain or other benefits from such actions. So why would he jeopardize his own prospects and reputation? Have you considered this reasoning, sir?" At last, Li Kuei grasped Li Yanqing's analogy. Indeed, no one would squander their grain on swine, typically opting for distillers' grains and pig fodder instead. Likewise, one would not willingly sacrifice a scholar's title for another's benefit. "Why is that?" Li Kuei inquired, now genuinely intrigued. "Because the person for whom my father sat the examination was the nephew of the county magistrate. Under duress from the powerful, my father, having a timid nature, felt compelled to comply. After the incident, his life was utterly ruined. My mother passed away as a result, yet the magistrate remained unscathed. What a profound injustice this was to my father." Li Kuei finally remembered. It was indeed the nephew of the county magistrate. He nodded and said, "I can empathize with your sentiments, yet many matters in this world are devoid of fairness. As ordinary individuals, we must tread carefully and refrain from undertaking that which we cannot afford." The implicit message in Li Kuei's words was clear, that there may be a semblance of injustice. Your father still chose to take the examination, which was inherently a mistake. As an ordinary person, how could he expect to be absolved of blame? At that moment, Li Yanqing knelt, tears welling in his eyes, and implored, "I do not seek to absolve my father of his sins, but rather beseech you, esteemed sir, To consider that my father was compelled to act as he did. In light of the hardships he has endured, his family shattered. His life in ruin for many years, might you be so gracious as to remove his record? I shall forever be grateful for your kindness. The penalties imposed on Li Daqi for taking an examination on behalf of another were twofold: the revocation of his scholar's title and a permanent record barring him from future imperial examinations. For Li Daqi, once recorded, no matter how well he performed in subsequent exams, no examiner would accept him. Furthermore, the official record would have dire implications for Li Yanqing as well, akin to carrying a criminal record, should he excel and become a top scholar in the future. Any examination official referencing his father's record would deny him even the chance to be a mere provincial scholar. Yet if Li Daqi's record were expunged, it would signify his redemption in the eyes of the authorities. Years hence, as officials changed, such a minor detail would likely be forgotten. Li Kuei understood this all too well. He cherished Li Yanqing's prodigious talent. It would indeed be a tragic loss if this gifted child were to miss opportunities for greatness due to his father's past. More importantly, Li Kuei possesses the authority to expunge Li Daqi's official records. He can dispatch someone to the village to assess Li Daqi's conduct over the past few years. Should it be found that Li Daqi has truly reformed and has contributed positively to the community, earning a commendable reputation, Li Kuei may grant him a chance to cleanse his record. However, re-entering the imperial examination would remain unattainable. After a lengthy contemplation, Li Kuei slowly articulated, "In light of your filial piety, I can take note of this matter. Yet, official business must adhere to protocol. The stipulated observation period is 5 to 10 years. I shall opt for the minimum. Next year, the prefectural education official will send someone to the village to evaluate your father's performance. If he meets expectations, I will assist in removing the negative records from his file." Li Yanqing felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. His intentions were not selfish, as he had no desire to participate in the examinations. His sole aim was to alleviate his father's official burden, lifting the oppressive shackles that weighed heavily on his father's spirit, allowing him to face life anew. Li Yanqing was aware that under normal procedures, the magistrate would not inquire into such matters unless the county education official submitted a request first, followed by layers of approval before it reached the magistrate. Yet, with the presence of the county clerk, who would dare bring up this issue again? Although Li Kuei appreciated Li Yanqing, this was not the reason for his assistance. Rather, it was his inherent benevolence and integrity that motivated him. Li Yanqing felt immense gratitude, bowing deeply to Li Kuei, whose kindness would be etched in his heart. As the examination loomed the next day, Li Kuei refrained from further conversation with Li Yanqing, merely inquiring about his studies and living conditions before sending him on his way. Upon leaving the study, Li Yanqing had just stepped into the corridor when he heard someone call out to him from behind. Turning around, he saw the spirited Li Jiozhen rushing towards him. "I was wondering why I hadn't seen you," Li Yanqing exclaimed with a smile. Li Jiozhen, slightly out of breath, retorted, "You clearly didn't wish to see me," darting out the door like a rabbit. "Not at all. I was merely hurrying home to review for the exam tomorrow." "Ah, a commendable excuse. I shall let it go. But how do you intend to get the new book to me?" Li Yanqing scratched his head, pondering why she wouldn't simply purchase it herself. An idea struck him, and he asked with a grin, "Are you hoping for Lu Shanxiaxia to inscribe a few words in it for you?" Li Jiozhen nodded eagerly, her intent clear. She then cautiously inquired, "Is that possible?" "Absolutely," Li Yanqing replied enthusiastically. It was a simple task for him, yet a fleeting thought crossed his mind. What if she recognized his handwriting and deduced he was the author? This notion was quickly dismissed as he devised a solution. He would have his father write a few words instead. "How shall I send it to you?" Li Jiozhen beamed, promptly handing him a note with their address. "You can take it to the post station and have them deliver the book to my father. Remember to package it well to prevent any damage." Li Yanqing accepted the address, waved goodbye, and said, "I must take my leave now. We shall meet again when the opportunity arises." Li Jiozhen watched as he exited through the side door. At the threshold, Li Yanqing turned back to wave at her, and his figure soon vanished beyond the main gate. "Jionyang, what troubles you?" Her father, Li Kuei, appeared behind her, affectionately stroking the top of his daughter's head. "Father, I came to bid farewell to Qing'er." Li Kuei smiled. "The poem he composed this morning was quite splendid. Would you like me to show it to you?" "Indeed." "Where is it?" "In your father's study. Let me take you there." Li Jiozhen took her father's hand, skipping joyfully alongside him to the study. Before dawn, more than 20 fellow villagers spontaneously gathered to escort the scholar in a cart towards the county school. They held torches aloft, with a young man leading the way, carrying a lantern inscribed with the prominent characters Lushan Academy, which stood out vividly against the night sky. Today's examination would commence precisely at the hour of the hare and conclude at noon, spanning a total of 3 hours. The test was relatively straightforward. Comparable in difficulty to the first question of the debate test, primarily assessing the student's foundational knowledge. The content encompassed the 3 classics of Confucianism, the classic of filial piety, the Analects, and the Mencius, while also evaluating the student's calligraphy skills. However, given the potential for unforeseen circumstances, only the top 3 scores from 4 students would be selected, culminating in a final aggregate score alongside the debate results. Although the examination was not particularly challenging, the grading criteria were stringent. A single mistake or correction could adversely affect one's score, necessitating utmost caution and reflection before committing thoughts to paper. As the bell tolled, the examination began. In the spacious hall, 32 desks were arranged, occupied by 32 scholars from 8 different academies, each deeply engrossed in contemplation as they wrote. The atmosphere was remarkably quiet. Save for the soft scratching of pens on paper, 3 venerable scholars patrolled the aisles as invigilators, while the county and prefecture officials presided over the proceedings from an elevated position in the hall. The 3 Confucian classics had been memorized countless times by the students in preparation for this moment. Each individual was well-versed, and with careful attention to detail, they could answer competently. Even Wang Gui, who struggled with the Mencius, found his pen moving swiftly, responding with remarkable ease. As time gradually elapsed, with only half an hour remaining until the examination's conclusion, Li Yanqing was working on the final question. He had reviewed the prompt several times, which required him to complete the missing phrases from the first chapter of Mencius concerning King Lianghui. After a moment of contemplation, he took his pen and inscribed in the blank spaces, "With 5 acres of land, one can plant mulberry trees, and at 50, one may dress in silk. If one raises chickens, pigs, and dogs without neglecting their care, at 70, one may feast on meat. With 100 acres of farmland, ensuring timely cultivation, a family of 8 can live without hunger. By diligently teaching the principles of respect and filial piety, the elderly shall not suffer on the roads. The old shall wear silk and feast on meat. The common people shall not know hunger or cold. Yet, if there is no king, such has never been." Li Yanqing gently set down his pen, cautiously blowing dry the ink, and meticulously reviewed his work twice, finding no errors. Bang! The bell chimed for the 3rd time. And the chief examiner, Yao Wanyan, proclaimed loudly, "Final reminder, there remains but a stick of incense's worth of time." Several students, unable to manage their time effectively, began to write in a flurry of anxious strokes. Alas! One student exclaimed softly, evidently having made an error in the chaos. Li Yanqing and others had finished their writing, and he raised his hand. An elderly scholar chuckled softly and approached to collect his paper. At that moment, Yu Fei also raised his hand, indicating that he too was ready to submit his work. Chapter 40. Unexpected challenges in the afternoon. It was time for the examination papers to be reviewed. Conducted behind closed doors by 8 assistant teachers from the county school, with officials no longer participating. The provincial governor, Li Shishi, was to return to Anyang County that very afternoon, and before his departure, he needed to express his opinions regarding the youth association in Tangyin County. Within the county hall, 5 officials, the county magistrate, the deputy magistrate, the county constable, the chief clerk, and the academic supervisor, listened attentively to Governor Li's discourse. With a gentle smile, Li Shishi addressed the assembly, stating that he had accepted the invitation of County Magistrate Liu to observe the competitions of the Youth Association in their esteemed county. Although his time there was brief, he had profoundly grasped the influence of the Youth Association in Tangyin County. Particularly, the victory of Lushan Academy in the debate competition yesterday, celebrated with the sound of firecrackers throughout the city, indicated the flourishing literary culture of Tangyin County. Such competitions serve as a subtle yet significant means of educating the populace, and thus, he commended the positive impact of the Youth Association. He pledged to promote the experiences of Tangyin County throughout the province upon his return and would also report to the court, while suggesting 2 recommendations for further improvement. Upon hearing that the governor intended to report to the court, County Magistrate Liu Jin felt invigorated, as the primary purpose of organizing the Youth Association was to bolster his own career. He promptly urged, "Please, Governor Li, do not hesitate to critique our shortcomings. We will learn from our lessons and strive for improvement." Li Shishi smiled mildly, responding that critique was too harsh a term, as he intended to offer merely 2 modest suggestions. The first pertained to the selection of competing students. He observed that most participants had been in the competition for several consecutive years, resulting in a lack of fresh faces. He recommended that each student be limited to a maximum of 2 participations, while also increasing the number of competitors, thereby providing more students with this invaluable opportunity for learning. Li Kuei's suggestion struck at the heart of the issue. Limiting the number of participations would dismantle the monopoly that a few prominent families held over the slots, allowing a greater number of students the chance to compete. He then proceeded to present his second suggestion, noting the significant age disparity among the competitors. With the youngest being merely 6 years old and the oldest 14, he expressed concern over this imbalance. He suggested imposing a slight age restriction on the participating students, such as allowing only those aged 12 and above but under 15. This adjustment would ensure a closer alignment in their levels of knowledge, or alternatively, organizing them into groups, one for ages 6 to 8, another for 8 to 12, and a final group for those over 12, leaving the specifics to the county's discretion. Both of Li Kuei's suggestions were exceedingly reasonable and addressed the shortcomings of the youth association. The deputy magistrate, Ma Fu, seized the opportunity to criticize Lu Xun, interjecting, "Governor Li's suggestions are indeed incisive. I have previously stated that 6-year-old students should not participate in the competition. Such students may possess talent but lack the accumulated learning process, which is unfair to those who have diligently studied." Yet, County Magistrate Liu persists in his insistence on granting the opportunity to the 6-year-old students. I fail to understand the rationale behind this. Is there something unspeakable within this? Lu Xun, however, showed no signs of anger and coldly replied, "You must be referring to Li Yanqing, Deputy County Magistrate Ma. His erudition is evident to all, and whether I exhibit favoritism is understood by everyone. However, it is indeed questionable that Magistrate Ma accepted 500 taels of silver, fervently assuring others of their victory next time. I wonder if this could be deemed a matter unfit for public scrutiny?" As Ma Fu's expression shifted dramatically, he rose in fury and exclaimed, You are spouting slander. Clarify this today. When did I ever accept 500 taels of silver from anyone?" Li Kuei's countenance had become exceedingly grim, yet he remained silent, coldly observing their fierce confrontation. The other officials averted their gazes, anxious to avoid being drawn into the fray. Lu Xun, unfazed, remarked, "Of course, you will deny it. However, you fail to realize that the 500 taels bear markings. They are official silver minted by the Yanqing Silver Mint in the first year of the Jingkang era. Each ingot weighing 25 taels. Do you doubt that I could search your residence now and unearth the 500 taels right before your eyes?" A ringing sensation filled Ma Fu's head as he suddenly comprehended. The silver that He Jin had delivered to him was, in fact, a trap orchestrated by Lu Xun, intended to expose him before the magistrate. He felt both furious and anxious, trembling all over as he pointed an accusatory finger at Lu Xun and shouted, You despicable wretch." The moment those words escaped his lips, it was tantamount to admitting his guilt regarding the 500 taels. The onlookers internally lamented Lu Xun's ruthless maneuver. It seemed Ma Fu's fate was sealed. Li Kuei's face darkened further as he rose, delivering a scathing rebuke. "This is utterly intolerable." With a swift flick of his sleeve, he turned and exited the county office. Moments later, a court attendant rushed in to report that the magistrate had departed. Ma Fu, who had been glaring at the county magistrate, finally realized the gravity of the situation. In a fit of frustration, he stomped his foot and chased after him. Lu Xun observed Ma Fu's flustered retreat with a cold smirk, although Li Kuei had not openly declared his stance. It was evident that Ma Fu would not escape unscathed this time. Meanwhile, the internal strife within the Tangyin County officials did not impede the proceedings of the Tongzi Association. That very evening, news emerged that the Lushan Academy ranked third in the examinations and secured the top position overall due to their first-place finish in the debate. Although the Tanbei Academy did not reach the finals in the debate, their overall performance, third in the debate and first in the examination, earned them second place. The Tangyin County Primary School claimed third place. Surprisingly, the Weinan Town Academy, with a fifth place in the debate and second in the examination, secured fourth place overall. However, the Yoli Town Academy, which ranked second in the debate, encountered significant trouble. They were reported for having submitted a poem written by their master 3 years prior as part of the debate. With irrefutable evidence of cheating found in the spring viewing pavilion in Yoli Town. Consequently, the Yoli Town Academy was disqualified and banned from competition for a year. Upon the dissemination of this news, firecrackers echoed throughout the night, blending various emotions with their crackling sounds. The following morning, after the awards ceremony, the scholars began their journeys homeward. The Wang family's spacious carriage awaited them outside the inn, adorned with vibrant decorations reminiscent of a wedding celebration. Amidst the resounding firecrackers, Li Yanqing and his companions bid a heartfelt farewell to the townsfolk as they embarked on their return journey. What rewards might my grandfather bestow upon me upon my return? Wang Gui had not slept a wink the previous night, his heart racing with excitement, as he continually fidgeted with the copper plum blossom adorning his chest, inscribed with the words Crown of Scholars. This was a personal accolade, and their names would be recorded in this year's county annals. Li Yanqing languidly reclined against a soft cushion, holding in his hands his own literary creation, The Great Sage Captures Demons, approaching it with the perspective of a reader. Upon hearing Wang Gui's words, he revealed half of his face from behind the book, smilingly remarked, "Ask your grandfather for a suit of genuine armor. That contraption is far too heavy. I would prefer a horse. Riding is out of the question. Your legs are too short." Tang Hui interjected incisively. "Get lost," Wang Gui retorted, playfully nudging Tang Hui's ear with his stubby leg before inquiring of Yu Fei, "Fifth brother, what do you think I should ask for?" Yu Fei, also engrossed in The Great Sage Captures Demons, concealed his face behind the book, only to let slip a discouraging remark, "If I were you, I would devote myself to diligent study from this moment onward, lest you truly dishonor the title of Crown of Scholars." Wang Gui's face flushed with embarrassment, muttering, "I knew you would say that." At that moment, a thunderous sound of galloping horses surged forth, approaching like a bolt of lightning from afar. The group exchanged glances, and Li Yanqing, reacting the swiftest, sat upright, leaned out of the carriage window to look behind. He beheld a squadron of formidable knights, their hooves kicking up splashes of dark mud and water. It was a bright and warm morning. The official road southward from Tangyin County was bustling with activity. Besides the local residents, many travelers and merchants passed through, as this spot marked the intersection of two official roads. Vendors lined the roadside selling hot ginger tea, wild game, snacks, and sundries, while numerous villagers crowded around the peddler stalls, selecting their desired items. However, as the hoofbeats echoed, chaos erupted along the official road. With children crying for their mothers, everyone stumbled and rushed into the snow beside the road for cover. The carriage driver turned pale, shouting, "Everyone, hold on tight." He had no time to assess the terrain and hastily urged the horses into the snow, causing the carriage to jolt violently, nearly overturning. The four youths inside the carriage tumbled into a heap, with Yuding biting his lip tightly, gripping a beam for support. "What on earth is happening?" Li Yanqing inquired anxiously. "It's the Khitan barbarians." Wang Gui's face drained of color, panic evident in his eyes. Li Yanqing's heart sank, and he quickly scrambled to peer out the window. Chapter 41. The cavalry of Liao the cart was already a distance of 15 or 16 zhang from the official road, when one of its wheels became ensnared in a gully concealed by snow. The driver, filled with dread, realized that movement was impossible. In a flurry of activity, he hastily covered the horse with an oilcloth, acutely aware that the Khitan would not tolerate the sight of a Song person possessing a horse, lest they be shot down with an arrow. As fate would have it, 12 Liao cavalrymen surged past the bustling thoroughfare, clad in iron helmets and black lacquered armor, with curved sabers sheathed at their waists and quivers brimming with long arrows strapped to their backs. They presented a formidable sight. The leading horseman raised his whip high, its crack echoing through the air before it fell heavily upon the flank of his steed. Stung by the pain, the horse let out a piercing whinny and galloped forward with the ferocity of a released arrow, charging southward along the official road. The other cavalrymen followed suit, their shouts rising in a cacophony as the 12 fierce riders swept through like a tempest, their presence overwhelming. At that moment, the foremost rider caught sight of the cart. In a swift motion, he drew his bow and released a deadly arrow that, in the blink of an eye, pierced the horse's eye. Emerging from the other side of its head, the horse let out a mournful cry before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The ensuing Khitan riders erupted in cheers, hastening their pace as they transformed into mere specks on the horizon, leaving behind a flurry of snowflakes swirling in the air. The driver fell to the ground beside the horse, wailing in despair. Li Yanqing and his companions emerged from the cart, silently gathering around the fallen creature. The warmth still lingered in the horse's body, and blood trickled from its eyes, pooling crimson upon the snow. People began to gather, yet silence enveloped the crowd. The weight of a century of warfare between the Song and Liao hung heavily in the air, as the Khitan brazenly slaughtered horses within Song territory, prompting each individual to reflect upon their own fate. Yoding sighed and helped the driver to his feet, offering consolation. "It is fortunate that you were unharmed." The driver, wiping his tears with his sleeve, lamented, "This was a 2-year-old stallion. I could not compensate for its loss even if I sold my entire family." Wang Gui, his blood boiling, stepped forward and declared, "I shall take responsibility for this matter. I will return and explain to my grandfather. You need not pay. Consider it my reward." Yanqing cast an approving glance at Wang Gui, recognizing the young man's sense of duty in a moment of crisis. Brother, have the Khitan always been so arrogant? Lianqing inquired of Yufei. Yufei nodded in affirmation, stating, "They are the palace troops of Liao. Their restraint in not killing a man is already a mercy. If the southern courtyard army were to descend upon them, it would be a scene of utter devastation, with families torn apart and lives shattered." Nearby, Tang Hui spoke softly. "This is a vanguard for the Liao emissaries. I heard my grandfather mention that in the first half of the year, Tong Taiwei visited Liao. And now the emissaries have returned for a visit, as has been customary." By this time, the crowd had dispersed, and the driver hailed a bullock cart for transportation. The group boarded the cart, taking the narrow path alongside the Yongji Canal back to Lushan town, while the driver remained by the side of the cart, waiting for the master to come and handle the aftermath. On the journey back, a heavy silence enveloped them. Lianqing gazed out of the window for an extended period. The arrow of the Khitan cavalryman stirring memories long buried. In the years to come, when the Jurchen would sweep across the central plains like a plague of locusts, what grim fate would befall the land where he was born and raised? Gazing at the distant village where wisps of smoke gracefully ascended, shrouded in the tranquil twilight, he was reminded of a poignant verse: "Do not mock the rustic wine of the farmer. In bountiful years, guests are welcomed with ample provisions." Such a beautiful homeland. Yet it was destined to be ruthlessly ravaged by foreign invaders, transforming into a desolate wasteland. A sharp pang of sorrow pierced his heart. What should he do? He possessed the valor to sacrifice for righteousness, yet he loathed his youth for lacking the power to alter fate. In that moment, Lianqing's heart brimmed with anxiety and helplessness. At that juncture, Yufei's gaze hardened with resolve as he clenched his fist and addressed the assembly. "If we do not learn the art of self-defense, we shall be as helpless as horses, mercilessly slaughtered by the Khitan savages. We must cultivate our minds and our martial skills in tandem." Wang Gui and Tang Hui responded with fervor, embodying the spirit of gallant heroes. Yet, Lianqing remained silent, prompting the two to exchange puzzled glances. Wang Gui nudged him gently and inquired softly, "Qing'er, what occupies your thoughts?" Lianqing turned to them, still ensnared in his own contemplation, and spoke slowly. "I ponder how I might safeguard our elders and fellow villagers when the Jurchen barbarians arrive." Jurchen barbarians? The group looked at him in confusion, even Yading's eyes reflecting uncertainty. They were a tribe tenfold more ferocious than the Khitan. What we perceived as Khitan were but remnants, akin to a decrepit, ailing tiger, while the Jurchen were a ravenous, bloodthirsty beast, leaving nothing but bleached bones in their wake. One day, they would inevitably descend upon us. "How do you know this?" "Qing'er?" Yufei asked solemnly. Realizing he had let slip sensitive information, Lianqing hesitated before replying. "It was Li Guanjing, the magistrate, who informed me." A profound silence enveloped the group. Since the words came from Li Guanjing, they held undeniable weight. As thoughts of impending conflict loomed, they felt their youth rendered them impotent, unable to even safeguard themselves, let alone protect their loved ones. Each individual spiraled into a state of bewilderment. Then, Yading addressed the assembly. "Do your utmost and leave the rest of fate. Focus on your studies and, in your leisure, practice martial arts to strengthen your bodies. If the Jurchen truly come, take up your blades and fight with all your might. If we are outmatched, it is merely destiny. Why dwell on it now?" Yading had come to a realization. He had previously opposed the notion of students training in martial arts, deeming it futile. However, after witnessing the Khitan cavalry's brutal display, his heart had been profoundly shaken. He finally recognized the necessity of encouraging the students to strengthen themselves. When the northern barbarians attacked, they must be ready to defend themselves rather than meet a fate akin to that of the slaughtered horse. Upon their return to Lushan town, it was already the third watch of the night. Yading arranged for everyone to stay at the inn. They managed a few restless hours of sleep, and upon awakening, their eyes were red-rimmed, indicative of a night poorly spent. Yet, being young, despite the previous day's harrowing encounter with the Liao cavalry, they quickly reverted to their cheerful and lively dispositions. "Qing'er, come to my home after school this afternoon." Wang Gui cheerfully invited Lianqing. "Let us practice archery in my backyard. I'll bring out a few straw figures dressed in Khitan attire for us to shoot at and vent our frustrations." Lianqing scratched his head, pondering that today might not be feasible. Having just returned, he felt the urge to go home and check on matters. Indeed, it seemed wiser to postpone until next time. Suddenly, Wang Gui recalled his own myriad of pressing tasks, realizing he likely lacked the time to invite everyone for archery. He had originally intended to extend an invitation to Yuwuga, but at this juncture, he swallowed his words. The two donned their garments and proceeded to the courtyard to rinse their mouths and wash their faces. At that moment, Tang Huai emerged with a basin in hand, and he tugged at Li Yanqing, saying, "I was not mistaken, was I? I inquired with the innkeeper, and it is indeed a delegation from the Liao kingdom. They passed through Lushan town a day earlier than us, and I heard there are over 1,000 people, creating quite a stir." "Well, where's Wuge?" Li Yanqing queried, noticing that Yufei was absent. "I am here," came Yufei's voice as he dashed in through a small door, clad in a short garment and brimming with energy. "I went out early this morning to practice martial arts." Li Yanqing gave a thumbs up, sincerely admiring Yufei's decisive character. "I truly admire your ability to act on your words, Wuge. Tomorrow, I shall rise early to train as well." "I too shall rise early to practice martial arts," Wang Gui replied, though his voice lacked conviction. Yufei nodded thoughtfully, stating, "Last night, I contemplated deeply, and I believe my master was right. Instead of merely gazing enviously at the fish in the depths, it is better to retreat and weave our nets. In the grand scheme of the world, our voices may be faint, but we can alter ourselves, honing our martial skills to safeguard our homes and our nation in the future." Li Yanqing felt a surge of optimism within, and he responded with a cheerful smile. As Li Guanjun mentioned, even if the Jin soldiers were to invade, it would take at least a decade, providing us ample time to learn something valuable. Unlike our current state of frustration, where we cannot even mount a donkey, let alone draw a bow from horseback. At this, the group collectively recalled the incident of Li Yanqing's tumble from the donkey, and laughter erupted among them. Chapter 42. The Great Turnaround today marks a day of celebration in Lushan town, as a grand ceremony unfolds within the local academy. The news of Li Yanqing and his companions clinching the top rank at the Tongzi conference reached the town yesterday, igniting a fervor among the townsfolk. This is the first time in decades that Xiahe Township has secured the county's first place, an achievement that eclipses even the excitement of the day when the Li family's second son attained the title of Jingkang. While the Jingkang title was a personal triumph, the academy's victory represents the collective honor of the entire township, leaving every resident proud. The four prominent gentry promptly decided to host a lavish celebration at the academy, inviting nearly everyone of standing in the community. All the benches were pulled out, and the small playground was filled with close to 100 guests. Several university students took on the role of temporary hosts, borrowing over 100 coarse ceramic bowls from the tavern, bustling about to serve water and dishes. Li Daqi received an invitation as well. Filled with pride for his son's achievement, he felt an overwhelming urge to conceal his emotions. Retreating into a throng of Li clan members, fearing that others would point at Qing'er and exclaim, "Look, there's the son of Li Shuidao." He was immensely proud of his son but felt an overwhelming guilt for the burden his own reputation placed upon him. "Daqi," a voice called from behind. Turning, he found it was the clan leader, Li Wenyu. He quickly approached to pay his respects. Li Wenyu, with a beaming smile, remarked, "I heard from friends in the county that our victory this time is largely due to Qing'er's outstanding performance. You brought honor to our family, Daqi. This is a testament to your wise guidance." Li Daqi humbly responded, "It is the ancestors' benevolence that has shielded Qing'er. Indeed, that is a wise sentiment." Li Wenyu said appreciatively, fully understanding its depth. He glanced around before lowering his voice. "Let us keep this between us, for it would not benefit Qing'er if it were to spread." "I understand. Rest assured, clan leader." At that moment, someone called out to Li Wenyu from a distance. He shook his head with a rueful smile. "It seems everyone seeks me out. My legs are bound to grow thin from running around. Those capable bear more responsibility. Please do attend to your duties, clan leader. I shall manage here on my own." Li Wenyu assigned another clan member to attend to Li Daqi and hurried away. As Li Daqi settled down, he turned to find himself seated next to Du Baozhang, Li Wengui. A jolt of anxiety coursed through him. He considered leaving but felt it would be impolite. He mustered the courage to greet him. However, Li Wengui maintained a stern demeanor, as if he did not recognize Li Daqi. Tensions had flared between him and his brother due to Li Yanqing's rise. First over Lu Chihong and then when his grandson was supplanted by Li Yanqing. The latter's exceptional performance felt like a slap to Li Wengui's face. Were it not for his position as Du Baozhang, he would not have bothered attending such a celebration. With a cold glance at Li Daqi, he huffed and moved to another seat. Li Daqi found himself in an exceedingly awkward position. Just then, the sound of firecrackers erupted at the entrance, accompanied by shouts of excitement. "They're here! They're here!" Forgetting his embarrassment, Li Daqi quickly rose and looked toward the door. The crowd obstructed his view, prompting him to stand on a wooden stool, stretching his neck until he finally caught sight of his son. Li Yanqing, accompanied by 3 others, was carried through the grand entrance by dozens of young men, each adorned with vibrant red flowers. Amidst the applause and cheers, they made their way to the forefront. Li Daqi, unable to contain his emotions, felt tears streaming down his face as he wiped them away, glancing around. At that moment, he suddenly heard someone behind him whisper, "That man is the father of Qing'er. He has raised such a commendable son." Li Daqi's heart raced with excitement, yet he dared not turn around. He strained to catch every word spoken behind him. It was said that he was once a scholar, but after offending the county magistrate, he had suffered greatly. Now, with his son achieving such distinction, it was evident that the father had provided an excellent education. Indeed, another voice chimed in. "If I were to educate my son in a similar manner, perhaps he too could claim the top spot in the county." Straightening his posture for the first time in many years, Li Daqi felt a swell of pride at receiving admiration rather than scorn for his son. The celebration continued until noon, gradually dispersing, after which Li Daqi was called forward by the clan leader, who introduced him to two local gentry, Wang Wanhao and Tang Lian. Although they were already acquainted, the past was best left unmentioned, and they pretended it was their first meeting. Both Wang Wanhao and Tang Lian praised Li Yanqing's intelligence and commended Li Daqi's parenting skills, warmly inviting the father and son to visit their homes when time permitted. As the crowd began to disperse, Li Daqi spotted his son waiting for him at the school gate, leading a sturdy donkey. His heart warmed, and he hurried over. "Father, what do you think of this donkey?" Li Yanqing asked with a smile, patting the strong creature beside him. This donkey was his reward, and in addition, each participant received 20 cash coins, a bountiful harvest indeed. Li Daqi stroked his son's head and examined the donkey, replying, "This is a fine donkey, a Dejo Sanfen breed. Tall and robust, it could fetch at least 15 cash coins at the mule market." "This donkey will be your mode of transport, father," Li Yanqing insisted. Li Daqi waved his hand. "I want to need it. You should ride it to school. It's only 3 miles to the school. And I can walk with Li Er and Li San on the way. Besides, there's south no place to tie the donkey at the school. It's best if I ride it to the county." Seeing his son's filial intention, Li Daqi joyfully acquiesced, leading the donkey with a smile. "Let us first buy some provisions in town, then head home." "Father, how is Dehe?" Li Yanqing inquired. "Dehe is splendid. Just yesterday, we caught a large pregnant weasel, and Anhu was thrilled, rewarding him with a big bun." "What about our house? It should be repaired by now, right?" "Yes, it has been repaired, and there is even an extra room. I've saved it for you. You will have your own room now, and I've bought some furniture." As father and son conversed, they walked together with the donkey towards the town. Upon reaching the village entrance, the sound of firecrackers erupted once more. Baozhang Lijin, accompanied by the villagers, came out to greet them, leaving Li Yanqing both surprised and deeply moved. He hurried forward to express his gratitude to everyone. Uncle Hu, accompanied by a dozen young men, lifted him up, and the entire village erupted in jubilant cheers and applause. Lijin gave a thumbs up to Li Daqi, exclaiming, "Qing'er has truly brought honor to our village this time." Beside them, Aunt Gusan eagerly interjected, "Indeed, I went to the town today to buy some goods. And the shopkeeper, upon learning I was from Liwen village, sang praises and even offered me discounts. All this glory is thanks to Qing'er, Daqi. I must apologize for my previous harsh words towards you, big sister." Li Daqi quickly waved his hands, insisting, No. Everyone has been very kind to me." As Li Daqi beheld the warm smile surrounding him, he raised his hands in gratitude, declaring, "I am deeply thankful to all my fellow villagers. Qing'er has always been under your care, and I am eternally grateful. Should Qing'er achieve success in the future, he will surely repay this kindness. Please, to visit our humble abode." The villagers applauded and surrounded Li Yanqing and his father as they made their way to their new home. Upon arriving at the doorstep, Dahe bounded forward, tail wagging, and joyfully knocked over his young master, showering him with affectionate licks. Laughter erupted as the crowd followed Li Daqi into the courtyard, quickly filling it to capacity. And Hu, accompanied by her daughter-in-law, came to assist, serving tea and water to everyone. Li Yanqing, in turn, unwrapped his parcel, distributing candies, pastries, pine nuts, and sweet melon seeds purchased from the county for all to savor. Li Daqi's heart brimmed with joy as he decided to share a few coins with the children. The atmosphere was filled with laughter. And even two families contended to establish a marriage alliance with Li Daqi, prompting a wave of mirth among the crowd. After an hour of revelry, the villagers gradually began to disperse. Hu Xing clapped Li Daqi on the shoulder with a smile, saying, "Having such a son truly fills one with pride." With reddened eyes, Li Daqi wiped away a tear and murmured, "If only Yun Young were here, she would be so delighted." And Hu chimed in, "Daqi, you've reminded me. Your father-in-law visited this morning while you were away. He asked that you and Qing'er find a time to pay him a visit. They are thinking of Qing'er." Li Daqi's expression darkened slightly, recalling vividly how his father-in-law had treated him and his son in the past. Now, having caught wind of Qing'er's modest success, he suddenly remembered his grandson. Husheng offered gentle counsel. After all, they are a prominent family. For them to take the initiative to reconcile is commendable. Moreover, Qing'er should pay respects at his mother's grave, don't you think? It is better to resolve grievances than to harbor them. For the sake of Qing'er's mother, let bygones be bygones. Li Daqi nodded, acknowledging, you are right. They are indeed Qing'er's maternal grandparents. I will send a word their way and plan to take Qing'er to pay New Year's greetings on the second day of the Lunar New Year. Chapter 43. The hidden depths. Li Yanqing once resided in a dilapidated thatched cottage, and he had little attachment to his home. However, during the recent renovations, he discovered that the foundation of his house was quite substantial. Not only was there a courtyard in the front, but there was also a yard at the back, which he had previously mistaken for a barren plot due to its overgrown weeds and lack of walls. Now, with the backyard leveled and enclosed by a wall, it turned out to be even larger than the front yard. In the yard stood a jujube tree. Though this year it bore only a sparse harvest of 100 or so small jujubes due to being an off year. His father had mentioned that in good years, the tree would be laden with golden jujubes, and every autumn, he would climb the tree to indulge in its bounty. This time, the clan leader had indeed been generous in constructing their new home, providing them with 4 rooms, a central hall, 2 side rooms, and a bedroom at the back, all built with brand new blue bricks and tiles. The floor was laid with large blue bricks, completely eliminating the previous dampness. Li Daqi had also purchased a considerable amount of new furniture, replacing old tables and chairs. He had dismantled the earthen pit and bought new beds, bedding, and straw mats for both himself and his son. The only piece of furniture retained was a large camphor-wood chest, stripped of its paint, which had been a part of Li Yanqing's mother's dowry and served as a keepsake for Li Daqi, a memorial to his late wife. As dusk settled and the clamor faded, Li Yanqing's heart found tranquility, and he was ready to commence writing the second volume of the great sage's journey to subdue demons. Li Yanqing occupied the right wing of the house, the second largest room aside from the main hall, slightly larger than Li Daqi's bedroom. The little donkey temporarily resided in the left wing, as Li Daqi planned to have a livestock shed constructed in the backyard the following day. Early the next morning, the black donkey was reluctant to enter the house to sleep, so Uncle Hu fashioned a nest for it in the yard, allowing it to sleep outside and keep watch. Under the glow of a bright oil lamp, Li Yanqing was fervently penning his story, the plot already vividly formed in his mind, flowing effortlessly onto the page. At that moment, a voice called from outside, Qing'er, your father has something to say to you. I'm fine, father. Please come in. Li Daqi entered the room, holding the manuscript of the great sage's journey to subdue demons, the Red Boy, written by his son. Naturally, he wished to read it thoroughly. He sat across from Li Yanqing, smiling as he said, I just read your book, and it is truly impressive, quite captivating. I could never write something like this myself. Just unable to create a story, right? Li Yanqing set down his pen and replied with a smile. How about I devise the plot, and you write the book, father? We could collaborate and earn a good sum together. Li Daqi shook his head. If I were to write it, it would undoubtedly lack flavor and be exceedingly dry. Besides, I must visit the county tomorrow to meet with Yu Shiwejing and other colleagues. The work on the local records officially begins tomorrow, and we will also be compiling the clan genealogy. It will be a busy time, and I won't be at home much. I fear I may not be able to attend to you as I should. Li Yanqing chuckled. I will take care of myself, father. So there is no need for concern. In truth, Li Daqi was not overly worried. He had often spent several days in the county transcribing books, entrusting his son to the care of neighbors, and everything had turned out well. Li Daqi said, after much contemplation, I have decided to leave the family donkey to you. It will facilitate your travel to and from school. You may keep it at the mule and horse shop, and I shall procure another donkey. Father, I truly do not need it. Neither Li Er nor Li San rides donkeys. If I were to ride, I would be unable to accompany them. You should take it instead. There is no need to buy another. Seeing his son's refusal, Li Daqi relented and was about to depart when Li Yanqing recalled something and said, Father, wait a moment, I have one more matter to discuss. What else could there be? Li Yanqing retrieved a large bag of money from the bedside. It was the 20 guan awarded to him by the village. He explained to his father, I consulted my teacher, and if I only attend 2 years of primary school to learn reading and writing, 4 guan will suffice. I wish to use this 20 guan in your name to support 5 children in our village for 2 years of schooling. Li Daqi was astonished and asked in confusion, what led you to consider funding children's education? It is because, after the new year, the county office will send someone to assess your situation. Li Yanqing did not withhold the truth and recounted his encounter with the magistrate, Li Guanjin, requesting his assistance in removing unfavorable records. Li Daqi was left completely speechless. Noticing his father's unusual demeanor, Li Yanqing waved his hand before him. "Father, are you all right?" Li Daqi managed a weak smile, his eyes welling with tears. Unable to contain his emotions any longer, his legs weakened, and he sank into a chair, sobbing quietly upon the table. Li Yanqing remained silent, merely observing his father as he expressed his pent-up feelings. After a considerable time, Li Daqi slowly composed himself and wiped away his tears, saying, "Father is truly overjoyed. Qing'er, how did you manage this? I mean, how do you know the magistrate?" "It was merely a coincidence. We encountered each other while admiring the snowy scenery. He was in plain clothes, and no one recognized him as the esteemed magistrate." Li Yanqing had initially intended to suggest that with the deletion of the unfavorable records, they could relocate to prepare for the imperial examination, but fearing his father would scold him on the matter, he chose to remain silent. Li Daqi finally understood his son's heartfelt intention to support the village children's education, recognizing it as a means to establish a good reputation for himself in the short term. He counted on his fingers for some time before addressing his son. "There are 13 children in the village suitable for schooling. You, along with the Li brothers, are already enrolled, leaving 10 others. Since you have already pledged to support 5, I shall contribute another 20 guan to sponsor the remaining 5. This way, it will not cause discomfort among the families. That is entirely feasible. You may take the 20 taels from my writing fee. Please do not touch your hard-earned money." Li Daqi shook his head. "Keep your earnings. They may be needed in the future. This is my responsibility, so allow me to handle it." Li Yanqing did not argue further, understanding his father's intent. Li Daqi then affectionately ruffled his son's hair with a smile. "Make sure to sleep early and do not stay up too late. You must rise early for school tomorrow. I will write a few more lines and then retire." Li Daqi nodded thoughtfully, closed the door behind him, and stepped into the courtyard, gazing up at the star-studded sky. His mind was awash with myriad thoughts and emotions surged within him. He exhaled a long breath of white mist, reflecting on how he had garnered the favor of the heavens, as his son had transformed from a simpleton into a prodigy endowed with extraordinary talent. The following day, at the 4th watch of the night, Li Daqi left a note and took the donkey, knowing he would be away for at least 4 or 5 days. Not long after, Li Yanqing awoke. Unlike Yufei, who acted decisively, Yanqing was a man of contemplation, yet once he made up his mind, he pursued it with unwavering resolve. He was determined to practice some martial arts, not with the intention of joining the military, but to ensure he could defend himself should the Jurchen soldiers invade. Upon glancing at the note on the table, he learned that his father had entrusted the matter of the village children attending school to the Baozheng, advising him not to worry. For meals, he could join Aunt Hu's household, and his father had left 2 guan in the chest for him to purchase food in town if hunger struck. Having washed his face in the courtyard, Li Yanqing ventured to the back. As he contemplated practicing martial arts, he felt utterly lost, unsure of where to begin. Nevertheless, he was certain he had some experience. Otherwise, he would not have dispatched that mastiff with such efficiency, nor would he have hit the stone target with precision. Even with talent, guidance was essential. After a moment's thought, he resolved to start with the horse stance. Mastering it would facilitate his ability to ride the donkey. Just as he squatted down, he heard distant shouts and calls. Momentarily stunned, he followed the sound to the woods beyond the back courtyard. Li Yanqing's home was situated in the southwestern corner of the village, bordered by a vast expanse of forest stretching over thousands of acres, beyond which lay the famous Yanqing Canal. Peering over the wall for a moment, he saw nothing but darkness. Resolutely, he picked up a machete, secured it at his waist, and gingerly climbed over the wall, making his way into the woods. This was his first venture into the forest. Yet he sensed that the former Li Yanqing had frequented it, as he navigated through several thickets and soon arrived at a clearing. To his astonishment, he found Uncle Hu practicing with a spear, the weapon soaring gracefully in the air, surrounded by shimmering lights, reminiscent of pear blossoms in full bloom. With several other weapons resting nearby, Li Yanqing's eyes widened. This was undeniably a display of formidable martial prowess. He had not anticipated that LWN village concealed such a skilled warrior. Just then, Hu Xing halted his spear, and the atmosphere seemed to shift as the tension dissipated. "Is that you, Qing'er?" Hu Xing called, glancing over his shoulder with a smile. "How did you know it was me, uncle?" Li Yanqing stepped out from behind the tree. "I have long been familiar with your footsteps." At that moment, Li Yanqing realized that the techniques he had mastered were undoubtedly taught by Uncle Hu. Still, he sought confirmation, approaching with a grin and asking, I've been a bit muddled these past 2 months, and my memories are hazy. Did I learn martial arts from you, Uncle Hu? Hu Sheng tilted his head and gazed at him for a long while, shaking his head in confusion. If I hadn't watched you grow up since childhood, I would certainly believe you are no longer the original Qing'er. Have you truly forgotten what happened just 2 months ago? Li Yanqing scratched his head, recalling some things after falling into the well, such as the various books his father had taught him to read. Yet, there were indeed matters he could not remember, as if several plugs had been pulled from his mind, only to be replaced by others. This metaphor is quite vivid. Hu Sheng chuckled. In truth, this state of yours is for the best. It is better not to remember those foolish past events. Li Yanqing mimicked a boxing stance and remarked, So, I really did learn some martial arts from Uncle Hu back then. I never taught you any martial skills. You merely watched me practice daily and occasionally mimicked my movements. The only thing I taught you is how to flick stones, and you possess a remarkable talent for it. In just one afternoon, you surpassed those who have practiced for over a decade. However, I hesitated to teach you further. Why? Hu Sheng hesitated, finally sighing. 2 months ago, I was training my strength in the yard, lifting a bucket of water with one arm. You witnessed it, and the next day, you fell into the well. Although I rescued you, I truly dare not tell your father about this. Uncle, please teach me some martial arts, Li Yanqing implored. Hu Sheng shook his head. In this world, if one could pursue literature, no one would wish to practice martial arts. I was compelled to take this path out of necessity. Qing'er, listen to your uncle. Focus on your studies. If you succeed in the imperial examination, we warriors will have to heed your command. Uncle, this is not a fleeting whim. You saw with your own eyes that had I not learned a few moves from you, I would have been killed by that vicious dog. I study martial arts solely for self-defense. However, being bitten by a dog is a rare occurrence. If you pass the examination, not even 10 Lu Hongqings would dare to lay a finger on you. What do you fear? After a moment of silence, Li Yanqing whispered, When we returned from the county, the Khitan shot our draft horse dead with an arrow. Uncle, I do not wish to become another horse that the Khitan can slaughter at will. Hu Sheng found himself momentarily speechless. His reluctance to teach Li Yanqing martial arts stemmed from the certainty that Li Daqi would never permit his son to pursue such training. However, Li Yanqing's words held merit. The Hebei West Road was in close proximity to the Liao state. Should the Liao soldiers descend upon the grasslands, these feeble scholars would be incapable of protecting themselves, let alone their families. After pondering for a while, Hu Sheng finally spoke. Each skill has its specialty. Your primary task remains your studies. In your leisure time, you may practice some basic exercises with me to strengthen your body. Li Yanqing felt a twinge of disappointment, as it seemed merely about fitness. Nevertheless, since Uncle Hu had agreed, he resolved to find ways to persuade him further. Immediately, he exclaimed, I have time right now. Uncle Hu, teach me something. Hu Sheng laughed heartily. If the Liao soldiers come, our foremost task is to flee. So today, we shall practice running. Let us go. Hu Sheng turned and sprinted into the depths of the forest. Li Yanqing was momentarily taken aback. He had assumed it was merely a practice of swordsmanship or staff techniques, never expecting it to be a run. With no other choice, he could only follow Uncle Hu towards the west, in the direction of the Yangji Canal. Chapter 44. Conquering without battle. Li Yanqing had been running since childhood, and never had he experienced such exhilaration as he did today. The reason was remarkably simple. Uncle Hu had imparted to him the most straightforward breathing technique. He ran for a full hour, and his legs felt neither weary nor sore. Upon entering the classroom, he remained spirited and full of vigor. Qing'er, Li approached, visibly agitated. I waited for you half the morning. Where have you been? It was only then that Li Yanqing remembered he had forgotten to inform Li. Feeling a pang of guilt, he quickly replied, I went for a run this morning. I plan to run every day from now on, so you need not wait for me. I will run with you, Li exclaimed. Of course, Li Yanqing readily agreed. Smiling, let us meet at the crossroads tomorrow at the 5th watch. At the 5th watch? Li's face displayed concern. He never seemed to get enough sleep, often being dragged out of bed by his mother. Let me think it over. If you don't see me tomorrow, don't wait. Suit yourself. What about Lao Gui? Li Yanqing glanced around, noticing Wang Gui was absent from the classroom. He took leave today. Something seems to be amiss at home, Li replied. At that moment, Li Yanqing spotted Tang Hui entering the schoolhouse and quickly made his way over. Tang Ge, what is going on with Lao Gui's family? Tang Hui spoke slowly. It's about that horse. His grandfather insists that the horseman must pay for it, and Lao Gui has clashed with him over it. He declared that if they pressed the horseman, he would cease his studies. What will happen then? Li Yanqing inquired anxiously, hoping Wang Gui would not truly abandon his education. Who knows? That lad is quite stubborn. However, I heard that his grandfather has placed Lao Gui's bronze plum blossom on the ancestral altar. If he stops studying, his grandfather will likely be beside himself with worry. Li Yanqing chuckled. Wang Gui isn't foolish. He knows how to exploit his grandfather's weakness. It should be manageable. Just then, Yufei arrived, and the trio engaged in small talk as they proceeded toward the schoolhouse. Upon reaching the entrance, they encountered their master, Yao Ding. Emerging from within, the three hurried forward to pay their respects. Yao Ding's expression had returned to its usual grim countenance, foreboding as the ominous clouds before a summer storm. Addressing the trio, he stated, "There have been some changes in the school. I will select a few students for individual instruction. You shall accompany me." After taking a few steps, he paused and inquired, "Where is Wang Gui?" Tang Hui promptly explained. And Yao Ding nodded. Remarkable. The three followed their master into the designated training classroom, where they found 8 or 9 students already seated, including Li Feng and Zhang Daxiao, along with several others preparing for the county examination in the spring. Li Yanqing understood that this was a pre-examination intensive class. The trio settled into their seats. And after calling the roll, Yao Ding remarked, "We are still 3 short, but there is no need to wait. According to our tradition, preparations for the county examination must commence after the disciples' meeting. I am aware that some among you wish to pay for your education, yet even with financial means, participation in the county examination is mandatory. As your master, it is my duty to ensure you pass the fundamental tests. I shall refrain from further idle chatter and convey but one message. The door is open. Feel free to leave if you wish. I shall not impede your departure." Having delivered his opening remarks, Yao Ding commenced his lecture. The county examination is fundamentally based on calligraphy, followed by tests on the classic of filial piety, the Analects, and the Mencius, with a greater level of difficulty than that of the disciples' meeting. Not only must the texts be memorized, but they must also be interpreted, requiring the students to correlate passages from the sages with corresponding historical events. This, in essence, serves as a measure of the master's proficiency. A skilled master will provide precise interpretations, leading to successful students. However, today, as Wang Gui was absent, Yao Ding opted not to cover interpretations, directing the students instead to continue memorizing the 3 Confucian classics. He instructed them to memorize the Analects 10 times today, which would also serve as practice for their calligraphy. After assigning the task, Yao Ding departed, leaving a dozen scholars to scribble away. Li Feng cast a cold glance at Li Yanqing, pondering what was on his mind. Yufei wrote a message on a slip of paper and passed it to Li Yanqing. Upon reading it, Li Yanqing saw it stated, "The county sent a document yesterday. All students may only participate in the disciples' meeting once." Why? Li Yanqing wrote below. "To allow more scholars the opportunity to attend the disciples' meeting," was the response. "This is a good thing. Why is the master displeased?" Li Yanqing wrote again. Yufei chuckled softly and continued, "Without your participation, how will Lushan Academy claim victory next year? The master feels immense pressure." Li Yanqing found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He had won the title through a combination of talent and luck, but such fortune might not repeat itself next year. At that moment, Li Yanqing suddenly sensed someone standing before him. Upon looking up, he found Li Feng there. Li Yanqing instinctively tucked away the note and resumed his writing, ignoring him. "What were you just writing? Show me," Li Feng demanded. Li Yanqing continued to ignore him, focused on his work. Suddenly, Li Feng lunged forward, snatching the pen from Li Yanqing's grasp. Only then did Li Yanqing lift his gaze, calmly regarding him. Li Feng had been swindled out of 2 strings of cash by a man selling crickets, a matter he dared not disclose to his grandfather. The resentment festered within him, especially after his grandfather had berated him for his lack of ambition, lamenting that after years of study, he could not surpass even a 6-year-old child. Seeing Li Yanqing now, both old grievances and new frustrations erupted within him. He had expected Li Yanqing to leap up and contest him for the pen. Instead, he was met with a calm, unperturbed gaze that left him feeling as though he had swung and missed. "This is study time. What are you secretly scribbling? Show me, or I shall inform the master," Li Feng threatened. "Inform me of what?" came Yao Ding's stern voice from behind. The students jumped in surprise and hurriedly buried their heads in their work. Yao Ding approached, casting a fierce glare at Li Feng. "What are you doing with someone else's pen?" Li Feng, startled, hastily placed his pen on the desk and lowered his head, stating, "When the students saw you all neglecting your writing, they could not help but intervene. Is that so?" Yao Ding's stern gaze shifted to Li Yanqing. He extended his hand, demanding, "What are you writing? Show me." Li Yanqing, feeling helpless, reached over to retrieve the piece of paper from the adjacent bench, sensing a subtle shift. This paper seemed different from the one before. He handed it to Yao Ding, who glanced at it and softened slightly, saying, I will gradually explain these interpretations later. Do not be anxious. For now, focus solely on your writing. He returned the paper to Li Yanqing and shot a glare at Li Feng, admonishing, You are so indecisive yourself, yet you dare to criticize others. Go back to your writing. If I see you wandering again, you shall witness my reprimand. Having faced a setback, Li Feng could only resentfully glare at Li Yanqing before returning to his seat. Yao Ding then made his rounds and proceeded to the neighboring classroom. It was only then that Li Yanqing noticed the content of the paper, which read, Mencius said, without a steady income, yet possessing a steadfast heart. Only the scholar is capable. There were 6 or 7 questions on how to comprehend this text. It turned out that the paper had been secretly swapped by Yu Fei. When Li Yanqing glanced back at Yu Fei, he saw him maintaining a neutral expression, diligently writing as if nothing had transpired. In the afternoon, as classes dismissed, Li Yanqing emerged from the school with a few companions. Tang Hui quietly tugged at Li Yanqing, who then noticed Li Feng standing nearby with 4 or 5 accomplices waiting for him. All were around 12 or 13 years old. Each a head taller than Li Yanqing and his friends, yet they exuded an air of nonchalance, almost as if they were casually smoking. Li Feng, fearing to confront Li Yanqing in class, decided to wait for him outside. Li Yanqing shrugged off Tang Hui's grip and approached Li Feng calmly, saying, I am unaware of how I have offended you, but if you insist on causing trouble, I am not afraid. Let us go to the ancestral hall. Do not allow outsiders to witness this folly. Li Feng, daunted by the idea of causing a ruckus at the ancestral hall and wary of his family's reputation, hesitated. Though he was envious of Li Yanqing, who, despite being a distant branch of the Li family, was cherished by the clan leader to the extent that even his grandfather could not reprimand him, Li Feng desired to settle a score in a more discreet manner. Yet, the thought of Li Yanqing reporting him to the clan leader if he were to strike first gave him pause. With a feigned innocence, he remarked, It is not that I wish to fight you. I merely came to warn you that someone intends to teach you a lesson. He gestured to Zhang Daxiao, signaling him to step forward. However, Zhang Daxiao hesitated, as he had shared a room with Li Yanqing at the inn and had a good rapport with Tang Hui. He found it hard to follow through. Understanding the situation, Li Yanqing smiled and proposed, Let us not resort to fighting. Instead, let us compare our martial skills. If I lose, I will pay you 10 guan. If I win, you shall cease to trouble me in the future. The other students, sensing an opportunity for gain, eagerly encouraged Li Feng to accept the challenge, confident in their victory. Li Feng had undergone training in the village of Xiaohe and possessed some martial skills. After all, his opponent was merely a 6-year-old child. As long as it did not involve a contest of wit, he felt no fear. Encouraged by his companions, he rolled up his sleeves and declared, I will compete with you. Wield whatever you like, sticks or fists. What shall we contest? Li Yanqing bent down, picked up a stone, weighted in his hand, and with lightning speed hurled it. A dove perched upon a tree was caught off guard, and with a resounding crack, it was struck, feathers scattering, plummeting directly to the ground before a few scholars. Li Yanqing clapped his hands and proclaimed, Let us compete in this. The stage is yours. The scholars were taken aback, exchanging astonished glances, and suddenly turned to flee. This was a loss of face they could not bear. Li Feng's face flushed crimson as he waved his hand in resignation. Forget it, forget it. Engaging in a fight with you would only invite ridicule for bullying a child. Let this be the end. Do not provoke me again. He too turned to chase after his companions, exclaiming, You rascals, why are you running away? The students erupted in laughter, encircling Li Yanqing with exuberant chatter, marveling at his impressive display. At that moment, someone inquired from behind, Brother Qing, Old Tang, what transpired? Li Yanqing and Tang Hui turned to see Wang Gui and his grandfather emerging from the schoolhouse. Wang Gui wore a beaming smile, while his grandfather's expression was stern. The crowd promptly bowed to Wang Gui's grandfather, who nodded and said, You may continue your play. He then addressed Wang Gui, Gui'er, Come to the shop and find me later. With that, he strode away, hands clasped behind his back, heading towards the town. Once Wang Gui noticed his grandfather's distance, he grinned mischievously and boasted, School resumes tomorrow. I won. At that moment, Li waved the dove before Wang Gui, teasingly asking, Do you know how Brother Qing caught that bird? What bird? Wang Gui inquired. Tang Hui recounted the earlier events, and Wang Gui, stamping his foot and pounding his chest, exclaimed, Such an exciting spectacle, and you did not wait for me. He insisted on Li Yanqing demonstrating his prowess again by catching another bird for him to witness. Chapter 45. The arrival of the new year. At the break of dawn the following day, Li Yanqing once again found himself in the small grove, where Huxing awaited him. Upon seeing Li Yanqing approach, Hu Sheng smiled and remarked, "Yesterday, I was unprepared, so we merely ran. Today, however, we shall add some extra rigor." Li Yanqing's heart leapt with joy. "Are you going to teach me to wield the sword?" "Not quite," Hu Sheng retorted with a hint of annoyance. "Today we shall still run, but first, you must lift the stone locks 100 times. Turning around, Li Yanqing noticed 2 stone locks resting beneath the trees, one weighing approximately 100 pounds and the other around 20. Hu Sheng effortlessly lifted the heavier lock high above his head, calling out to the dazed Li Yanqing, "Let us begin. Once you finish your 100 lifts, we'll go for a run." With no choice but to comply, Li Yanqing stepped forward to struggle with the stone lock. The biting cold wind swept through as the two of them ran south along the Yangtze Canal for over 30 miles. Li Yanqing, panting heavily, found himself unable to speak. His legs feeling as though they were filled with lead, an entirely different experience from the previous day's run. Glancing at him, Hu Sheng pointed to a large stone not far away. "Today, I'll grant you a reprieve. Rest for a moment, but we shall resume running shortly." Li Yanqing collapsed onto the stone, finding it far more comfortable than any feather mattress. He had never felt such exhaustion in his life, as if his body no longer belonged to him. Meanwhile, Hu Sheng did not pause, commencing to practice his boxing routine on the open ground. The vigorous movements left Li Yanqing dizzy and breathless. After Hu Sheng completed his set, Li Yanqing managed to catch his breath and clapped in admiration. "What a splendid display! You are truly formidable, uncle." Hu Sheng merely scoffed. "The spear techniques you observed yesterday and the boxing you witnessed today are nothing but mere show. They hold no value on the battlefield. What then is truly useful in combat? Running. If you cannot win, flee. This is far more practical than any other skill." Li Yanqing could only manage a wry smile, realizing that uncle Hu was indeed imparting the art of survival to him. With a wave of his hand, Hu Sheng resumed running, insisting that they could not stop now. Full of questions, Li Yanqing quickened his pace to keep up. "Uncle, why was running so effortless yesterday? It feels so taxing today?" Hu Sheng laughed heartily. "How could running ever be easy? You merely carried yesterday's fatigue into today, by having you lift the stone locks. I aim to alleviate some of that fatigue, otherwise you wouldn't be able to run 10 miles today. Is lifting the stone locks akin to resting? Of course. Isn't practicing calligraphy a form of rest as well? Then you mean for me to run is to build my endurance, correct? Indeed, you are quite astute. In battle, those who fall are often either too weak, lack stamina, or flee too slowly. Running strengthens both endurance and speed, making it the finest method for fortifying one's body. And what about strength? How should I train for that? What purpose does strength serve? Even if you train your entire life, you could never catch up to me. However, without training my strength, how can I stand against the Khitan barbarians?" Hu Sheng suddenly halted, gazing intently at Li Yanqing, in a contest of strength with Lu Chenghong. Even if you exert all your might, you would still be outmatched by just one of his arms. Yet that day, you nearly disemboweled him. Have you forgotten? Li Yanqing seemed to grasp the implication. Uncle was implying that my speed is remarkable. Hu Sheng resumed his pace, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked to Li Yanqing, "You possess 2 extraordinary talents, swiftness and precision. If you delve deeply into honing these gifts, mastering them thoroughly, your martial prowess will emerge. Why burden yourself with an array of techniques when a single knife can suffice to end a life?" Enlightenment dawned upon Li Yanqing. "Uncle, I understand now. It is well that you comprehend. Refrain from speaking further. Utilize the breathing techniques I have taught you, and soon you shall find yourself unburdened by fatigue." Hu Sheng quickened his stride, and Li Yanqing, silenced, focused on regulating his breath, keeping pace with Hu Sheng. At such a tender age, he exhibited no signs of lagging behind. Hu Sheng silently praised the boy's remarkable comprehension. He might indeed become a person of significance in the future. Thus, Li Yanqing accompanied Hu Sheng on morning runs each day. The breathing techniques imparted to him significantly enhanced his running efficiency, and with each passing day, his stamina improved. Li Yanqing soon began to relish the benefits of running. He awoke each day invigorated and full of energy, and his memory sharpened, making his studies less arduous. On the 11th day, Hu Sheng commenced binding lead weights to his legs and arms, increasing the running difficulty. In Hu Sheng's words, this was to prepare him for the day he might need to flee with the family fortune. As time progressed and the new year approached, the festive atmosphere grew increasingly palpable. The first new year since Li Yanqing's arrival in the Song Dynasty was imminent. Li Daqi had returned home early and was aware of his son's daily morning runs with Hu Sheng. He harbored no objections, provided that his son did not neglect his studies in favor of martial pursuits. Running was beneficial for strengthening the body and conducive to scholarly endeavors, a realization Li Daqi deeply understood. However, as the new year drew near, Li Daki became busier as many clan members returned from distant lands, which coincided with his efforts to compile the family genealogy. For the past few days, he and Li Dagwan had been rising early and returning late. On the 26th day of the 12th month, the school began its winter break, allowing the students to indulge in a rare opportunity to sleep in. Yet, Li Yanqing was not afforded such luxury. Once he followed Uncle Hu for a run, there was no room for pause. That morning, upon returning from their run, Hu Sheng smiled at Li Yanqing as they parted. "Today, we shall make rice cakes. Come lend a hand." "Certainly," Li Yanqing replied with enthusiasm. In his childhood, his family had also made rice cakes, and during his time at the county's youth assembly, he had observed the local people preparing them. He was thrilled to discover that the process was no different from his childhood memories, and now he had the chance to participate. After returning home to eat a few coarse flour buns and rinsing his body with cold water at the well, he had just finished tidying up when he heard Qing'er calling for him in the yard. "I'm coming." Li Yanqing donned a short jacket and hurried outside. "Second brother, it's time to make rice cakes," Qing'er exclaimed, bounding about like a little rabbit, brimming with excitement. In the past, Li Daki lived in dire poverty, relying on Uncle Hu to provide them with a bit of glutinous rice cake after he had prepared it. This year, their circumstances improved, allowing both families to collaborate in the preparation of the rice cakes. They purchased 7 dough of sticky rice and 3 dough of glutinous rice, which Hu steamed to perfection, leaving the remaining tasks to their son, Hu Sheng. There are 2 types of containers for pounding rice cakes. 2 people can use a stone trough, while 1 person can use a stone mortar. The tools for striking are wooden mallets. Regardless of whether it is a duet or solo, someone must be present below to continuously turn the rice dough to ensure an even and delicate consistency, enhancing the flavor. Hu Sheng donned a sleeveless short coat, revealing his strong, dark arms, while Li Yanqing dressed similarly, though his arms were slender and pale, yet still appeared robust. "I'll strike above while you turn below. You must be quick and agile, and avoid my mallet, understood?" Hu Sheng instructed. "Uncle, is this also a form of martial training?" Li Yanqing inquired, excitement evident in his voice. Hu Sheng chuckled. "This is not martial training. I am merely leveraging your speed to help me turn the rice dough. No one else can keep up with me, but I believe you can." After washing their hands, Hu Sheng warmed up his arms. "Let us get started." Li Yanqing understood his role. Initially, he was not needed, but after a few dozens of strikes, the cooked rice began to stick together. Hu Sheng called out, "Turn." At the moment Hu Sheng raised the mallet, Li Yanqing swiftly turned the rice dough in the mortar. Noticing Li Yanqing's slight nervousness, Hu Sheng reassured him. "Take it slow at first. Once we find our rhythm, we can quicken our pace." The quality of the rice cakes relies not solely on the striker but significantly on the one turning the dough. Generally, the faster and more evenly the dough is turned, the more uniform and delicious the final product becomes. Thus, one struck while the other turned, their speed increasing to an exhilarating pace. After half an hour of continuous work, Hu Sheng shouted, "Stop!" They both paused, with Li Yanqing drenched in sweat, his clothes thoroughly soaked. Hu Sheng, equally fatigued, gave a thumbs up, praising, "What a delight! Qing'er, you are the first to allow me such satisfaction in striking." Li Yanqing laughed. "At first, I could see what I was doing, but eventually, I relied entirely on instinct. Miraculously, I didn't get struck by the mallet. It was indeed fortunate. It was not mere luck." Hu Sheng smiled at Li Yanqing initially. "You relied on your eyes, but later you relied on your heart. This talent has been with you since childhood. Come, let us continue with another batch of rice." They pounded through 3 large buckets of cooked rice, while Hu and Qing'er's mother began shaping the rice cakes. One by one, the round and delicate rice cakes took form. Little Qing'er, brimming with enthusiasm, played nearby, crafting 2 little rabbits and a fawn. After finishing the rice cakes, Li Yanqing stood up to catch his breath, completely drenched in sweat. He lifted his garment to wipe his brow. Just then, a few voices were heard at the door. A middle-aged woman leaned in and inquired, "Is Qing'er here?" It was Aunt Gu from the village. Li Yanqing smiled and replied, "Aunt San, I'm here." Suddenly, 5 or 6 individuals from the same village surged in, their faces beaming with smiles. They surrounded Li Yanqing, chattering excitedly, "Brother Qing, could you assist us in crafting a few couplets for the spring festival?" Naturally, Li Yanqing could not refuse the pleas of his fellow villagers. He turned to Hu Sheng and inquired, "Uncle, is there anything else you need my assistance with?" Hu Sheng shook his head with a chuckle. "I initially intended to take you along to slaughter pigs, but it seems I will take Huzi and Juzi instead. You focus on writing couplets for everyone. And don't forget to write one for me as well. Rest assured, I won't forget," replied Li Yanqing. He returned home, donned a garment, and was soon surrounded by the eager crowd, ready to write the spring festival couplets. Chapter 46. An unexpected visitor on a particular afternoon. Every household in Liwen village adorned their doors with couplets penned by Li Yanqing. His collection of couplets was vast and varied, ensuring that no two were alike. The novelty and auspiciousness of his writings quickly spread, creating a stir across the surrounding villages. Families flocked to seek his couplets, and Li Yanqing was always accommodating to their requests. Even the shops in Lushan town approached him for his calligraphy, to which he was less than lenient. Charging a fee of 500 won per establishment, he effortlessly crafted a dozen exquisite couplets, amassing a tidy sum for the new year. As the new year approached, the foremost concern for every family was to prepare for ancestral worship. While modest households did not construct ancestral halls like the Li clan, nearly every family cleared their main halls to display tablets for their forebears, offering chickens, ducks, fish, and various delicacies. Lighting incense and candles in anticipation of the first day of the lunar month to pay homage to their ancestors. On the afternoon of New Year's Eve, families busily prepared their reunion dinners, with smoke rising from kitchens, filling the village with the aroma of cured meats and rice wine. Li Daqi was summoned by the clan leader to assist at the ancestral hall, as his family traditionally did not partake in the reunion dinner. Li Yanqing planned to dine at Uncle Hu's house that evening. Alone in the backyard, Li Yanqing idly practiced throwing stones. A copper coin dangled from a jujube tree, and standing 3 zhang away, he aimed stones at it. His loyal dog, Dehe, diligently retrieved the stones he threw, bringing them back to his feet, the courtyard echoing with the clinking of the coin. Suddenly, Dehe barked excitedly at the wall, prompting Li Yanqing's curiosity about the disturbance outside. He climbed onto the wall and spotted a figure emerging from the distant woods, a tall, brawny man adorned with a fanyang hat and clad in a short, dark robe. He carried a staff over his shoulder, which bore a small bundle and a wine gourd. The man's appearance resembled that of Lin Chong from Water Margin. Yet as he approached, Li Yanqing sensed something ominous about him. His skin was dark, his face gaunt and elongated, marked by a 2-inch scar, and his triangular eyes glinted with a chilling coldness. Upon noticing Li Yanqing, the man called out from a distance, "Young man, is this Liwen village?" His accent was distinctly non-local, reminiscent of the tavern keeper from the capital. "Indeed, this is Liwen village," Li Yanqing replied. "Is there a man with the surname Hu in your village?" The stranger inquired. Li Yanqing, feeling a flicker of suspicion, informed him, "There is no Hu with that surname, but there is someone whose surname sounds similar." The man approached within 10 feet and reiterated, "This is indeed the village of Xia, Liwen. Perhaps he has changed his name. He is a robust man in his 30s, as tall as I, with formidable martial skills." Think carefully. Does that ring a bell? A sense of alarm surged in Li Yanqing. This description unmistakably matched Uncle Hu. This man did not appear benevolent. Was he seeking trouble with Uncle Hu? Just as he was about to deny the inquiry, he heard Hu Xing's voice approaching from the nearby path. "Bien Lao Sin, how did you know I would be here?" As the stout man turned around, his face lit up with surprise. "Brother Hu, I have finally found you." However, Hu Xing remained unamused, responding coldly, "You have yet to answer my question." The stout man, feeling somewhat awkward, hesitated before replying. "Last year, someone spotted my brother in town." "Humph. You've even figured out which village I reside in. You truly are diligent." "Brother, please do not speak so harshly. Master Fong holds great admiration." "Silence." Hu Shang interrupted, casting a glance at Li Yanqing perched atop the wall, then said icily, "Since you are already here, let us converse at my home." The stout man hastily clasped his fists in gratitude and stepped forward with a smile. "How is Aunt's health? Do old injuries still flare up in winter? We shall discuss that later." The two made their way along a narrow path, while Li Yanqing looked on with astonishment. "Master Fong, could it be Fong La, the leader of the Moni sect?" This year was 1111, and Li Yanqing recalled a significant event. The Song Dynasty faced financial strains, prompting Emperor Zhao Ji to appoint Yang Jian in the spring to establish the Guaiyan Bureau east of the capital, seizing land and imposing increased taxes, leading to widespread ruin and countless wrongful accusations. Simultaneously, in the southern regions of Jiangsu and Zhejiang, the Suhang Tribute Bureau was created to extract various treasures and curiosities from the populace, shipped to Bianjing in large vessels, 10 ships forming a fleet, known as the infamous Huasher Gang. These events ignited the uprising of Song Jiang and Fong La. However, they had not yet revolted, though preparations were secretly underway. Li Yanqing connected the earlier conversation to the stout man, surmising that it was likely Fong La seeking to recruit Uncle Hu. Yet, from their dialogue, Li Yanqing sensed that Uncle Hu's background was also far from simple. Unable to remain seated, Li Yanqing leapt down from the wall and sprinted towards Uncle Hu's residence. Upon entering the courtyard, he spotted Qing'er squatting by the vegetable patch, playing in the mud, her displeasure evident as she pouted and ignored him. Noticing that the door to the west room was closed, he presumed that Uncle Hu and the stout man were conversing inside. At that moment, he heard Aunt Hu's voice coming from the kitchen and stealthily approached, discovering her in conversation with her daughter-in-law. Mother-in-law, who exactly is that man? So extravagant as to present 50 taels of gold right away? Li Yanqing pondered silently. 50 taels of gold equated to 500 taels of silver, a considerable sum anywhere, indicating that the man was indeed trying to recruit Uncle Hu. We cannot accept the gold. My brother will certainly return it. Daughter-in-law, that man is not of good character. We must remain vigilant. Mother-in-law, what did my brother do before? You never mentioned it. Qing'er's mother, surnamed Zhang, had always been referred to as Aunt Zhang by Li Yanqing. Her family hailed from Daming Prefecture, not from the same place as Uncle Hu. Li Yanqing had heard Aunt Hu speak of her past, yet even Aunt Zhang was unaware of Uncle Hu's previous life, highlighting the mystery surrounding him. Did I not inform you before? My brother was originally a martial artist in the capital, who injured someone and fled to Tangyin County. However, I cannot shake the feeling that the man earlier clearly introduced himself as Delang heir De Wang. Mother-in-law, please speak the truth, was Delang not? Li Yanqing's curiosity intensified. Could it be that Uncle Hu was once a bandit ruling over a mountain? And who appeared somewhat displeased. You have been married for 5 years. And Qing'er is already 3. Why do you persist in inquiring about Delang's past? Has he not treated you well? With a loud crash, and who hurled the pot down and turned to leave the kitchen. Startled, Li Yanqing quickly crouched down, digging in the mud. As Anne Hu exited the kitchen, she caught sight of Li Yanqing and paused momentarily. Qing'er, what are you doing here? Li Yanqing forced a naive smile, replying, Auntie, I'm playing in the mud with Qing'er. Oh, when will your father return? We need to eat New Year's Eve dinner soon. Auntie, I forgot to mention. Father will be at the ancestral hall keeping vigil with the clan leader tonight, so he won't be home for dinner. Anne Hu smiled, noting, it seems your clan leader holds your father in high regard. This is a good thing. Now, quickly wash your hands, and Qing'er, you should go wash your hands with your second brother. Li Yanqing took Qing'er by the hand and headed towards the well. Meanwhile, the mother-in-law duo fell silent as they carried the dishes towards the main hall. Suddenly, the door to the west room swung open, and Hu Sheng coldly declared, finish your meal and leave. Out of brotherly affection, I will not confront you today, but do not disturb me again. Brother, why must you be so obstinate? Must you wait for the leader to come and persuade you? Shut your mouth. If he dares to come, I will report him to the authorities. Brother, do you not even desire gold? With a loud thud, Hu Sheng slammed his hand on the table, fuming, take your gold back. I want none of it. The other man was enraged as well, shouting, Hu, let me give you one last piece of advice. This is the leader showing you favor. Do not refuse a toast and force yourself to drink punishment instead. Get lost. Hu Sheng, in a fit of rage, dragged the man out into the courtyard, commanding him to leave. The man, equally furious, seized Hu Sheng by the throat, and they tumbled to the ground, grappling fiercely. Li Yanqing quickly pulled little Qing'er aside, attempting to shield her. To his surprise, the typically gentle Qing'er transformed into an unexpectedly fierce little tiger upon witnessing her father being bullied, charging forward and sinking her teeth into the man's thigh. The man yelped in pain, allowing Hu Sheng to break free and seize his daughter, handing her to Li Yanqing. Take care of her. Li Yanqing held onto little Qing'er tightly, feeling her struggle fiercely, determined to aid her father, as if the innate bravery within her had been awakened in that moment. At that moment, Aunt Hu burst forth from the kitchen, wielding a knife and pointing it at the man, angrily declaring, Bien Lao San, today is New Year's Eve. I do not wish to quarrel with you. I have not forgotten the past, and if you dare return, we will settle both old and new accounts. Ultimately, the scar-faced man refrained from continuing the fight. He glanced at the mother and child, then at Li Yanqing and little Qing'er, suppressing his fury. Very well, I shall not press further. I will return to report to the leader and let him decide. Until we meet again. Having uttered his words, he turned on his heel and departed in a fit of rage. Chapter 47. New Year ancestor worship. The New Year's Eve dinner was steeped in an atmosphere of profound restraint. The Hu family of 4 sat in utter silence. Li Yanqing hastily finished a bowl of rice, consumed a couple of pieces of cured meat, and then picked up a bag of bones, saying, Uncle, I shall take my leave now. Hu Sheng nodded. I may not be able to accompany you for your morning run tomorrow. You shall have to go alone. I will. whose wife quickly served him another bowl of food, urging him to eat in case he grew hungry later. "Thank you, Aunt." Qing'er, whose wife called out as he was about to exit. "What is it, Aunt?" Li Yanqing paused and inquired. With a calm demeanor, she replied, "Aunt knows you are a sensible child, yet there are certain social intricacies you may not grasp. What you witnessed today must remain unspoken, not even to your father." "Do you remember Aunt's words?" "Rest assured, Aunt. Qing'er understands well." Li Yanqing dashed home, tossing the bones to Dehe upon arrival. Shortly thereafter, Li Er and Li San came by, inviting him to set off firecrackers. Feeling a sense of boredom at home, he joined them. That night, every household in Liwen village was filled with laughter and joy, the air resonating with the sounds of firecrackers. Li Yanqing was especially well received at each home. He was pulled inside to partake in cured meat and gnaw on bones. Even Li Er and Li San basked in his popularity, their pockets brimming with sweets. In stark contrast, the Hu household was enveloped in silence. As darkness fell, the lights within their home extinguished. Standing atop a haystack, Li Yanqing gazed at the Hu residence, his heart heavy with contemplation. The Hu family was but a microcosm, a mere reflection of the broader turmoil looming over the Song Dynasty. At the break of dawn, Li Yanqing rose once more to run. He traversed the woods, sprinting southward along the Yangtze Canal, now completely frozen, with various boats trapped in the icy grip of winter. Many of the drifters accustomed to life on the water had temporarily relocated to the shore, erecting makeshift shelters as they awaited the arrival of spring. Today marked the first day of the Lunar New Year, a time-honored tradition dictating that every household partake in ancestor worship, a custom that even these impoverished drifters adhered to. They set up incense and offerings at the entrances of their shelters, displaying ancestral tablets, and nearly every makeshift home was bustling with the ritual of honoring their forebears. Li Yanqing ran uninterrupted for 20 miles southward, arriving at the small town of Zhangji, which comprised merely 20 or 30 households, considerably smaller than Lushan town. It featured only a dilapidated inn, surrounded by vast expanses of woods and meadows. Today, he was the sole runner, which felt somewhat disconcerting. As he ran, he glanced about. It was around 5 o'clock on this winter morning, still shrouded in darkness. The sky sparkled with stars, and the air was exceptionally crisp, enveloping the earth in a delicate silver haze. A few sparse figures appeared along the official road, significantly fewer than usual. As today was the first day of the Lunar New Year, suddenly, Li Yanqing spotted a whistle stick adorned with a wine gourd beside a thicket. He hesitated, slowing his pace, only to find a man sleeping on the grass. Indeed, it was the same fellow from yesterday. With a small bundle serving as his pillow and a fan yang hat covering his face, the man was not devoid of wealth. Nearly a mile to the south lay Zhangji town, where he could seek lodging, yet he preferred to slumber in the wilderness. Upon noticing a slight movement in the man's feet, Li Yanqing dared not ponder any further and quickened his pace northward. Today, there was no obligation to attend school. Yet as the hour of the rabbit approached, precisely 6 o'clock in the early morning, the Li family was to commence their ancestral worship. His father had repeatedly admonished him not to be late. Glancing at the stars, Li Yanqing calculated that less than a quarter of an hour remained until the appointed hour. He had no time to return to the village, and thus made his way directly to Lushan town. The newly renovated ancestral hall was considerably larger than before. Though its layout remained unchanged, the architecture was identical, with the primary alteration being an expanded courtyard. At this moment, the hall was already crowded with hundreds of members of the Li clan. Relatives from Lushan, Jianshan, Wensuan, and Songha had gathered at the ancestral hall. And even clan members from the county had arrived, some traveling from distant locales. The Li family flourished, multiplying from 4 male descendants to over 300 within a mere century, a testament to the stability and economic prosperity of the Song Dynasty. Nearly half of the villages in Xiahexiang had emerged in the last 50 years. As the ancestral rites had yet to commence, clan members congregated in small groups, engaged in lively conversation, while a dozen or so individuals involved in the preparations bustled about, moving in and out incessantly. At that moment, Li Yanqing spotted his father, Li Daqi, seated at the entrance, tasked with registration and surrounded by a throng of relatives. Though his father appeared somewhat fatigued, his face radiated with a rosy glow and enthusiasm, a reflection of his long-overdue recognition within the family after years of neglect. Naturally, he felt quite elated. Li Daqi noticed his son and gestured with his pen towards the courtyard, urging Li Yanqing to enter and enjoy himself, as he was far too occupied to spare a moment for greeting. Upon entering the courtyard, Li Yanqing was greeted by a dazzling display of lanterns, illuminating the area as brightly as day, and it too was teeming with relatives. Beneath an ancient locust tree sat a man in his 30s. encircled by a throng of youths. You cannot fathom it. In the capital, money is plentiful. 10 coins take us 2 or 3 years to accumulate. Yet for the denizens of the capital, it is merely the cost of a meal. The crowd erupted in astonishment, eyes gleaming with envy. Li Yanqing recognized the man, Li Dongdong, a relative from Qianshan village, who, as his fourth uncle Li Dogwang had mentioned, owned a tea house in the capital and was regarded as one who had fared well within the Li clan. He had just returned from the capital to pay homage to their ancestors. Curiosity piqued, Li Yanqing squeezed his way among the youths to hear tales from the capital. During the Qing'er festival, when the fresh gourds first hit the market, how much do they sell for here? One boy interjected. At most 10 coins. Another responded. But do you know how much they fetch in the capital? A pair of newly arrived fresh gourds commands 30 taels of silver. The crowd erupted once more in disbelief, with Li Feng excitedly exclaiming, "Let us hasten to transport the gourds to sell. We shall surely amass a fortune." Unable to restrain himself, Li Yanqing interjected with a sardonic chuckle, "In 2 or 3 days, 10 coins will be worthless." Recognizing Li Yanqing, Li Feng's face flushed crimson, and he quickly turned away, feigning ignorance of his presence. Li Dongdong chuckled. This young man is absolutely correct. People in the capital are indeed preoccupied with their reputation. If you can afford a gourd worth 30 taels of silver, and even those wealthy families who do purchase it often display it tied with a red string at their entrance, merely to signify their affluence and ability to buy a new gourd. In a few days, when gourds flood the market, a pair will cost merely 6 or 7 won. At that moment, Li Wengue emerged from the main hall, his face ashen, and bellowed, "The time has come. Let us begin to line up." Naturally, not all 200 or 300 people could enter the main hall for the ancestral worship. Only a select few elder clan members were permitted inside, while the rest gathered in the courtyard for the rites. Children under 12 were not allowed even in the courtyard, forced to stand outside. The courtyard was a cacophony of chaos as everyone searched for their respective family groups. Li Yanqing, however, planned to slip away. Since children under 12 were barred from the courtyard, he saw no reason to remain. Just then, someone tapped him on the shoulder. Turning around, he found it was none other than Li Dongdong. Li Yanqing quickly bowed in respect. Li Dongdong, with a beaming smile, remarked, "I must express my gratitude to Brother Qing for the couplets. They are truly splendid. I've yet to see such fine couplets even in the capital. It's a pity I learned of them too late. Otherwise, I could have made a tidy profit this year." Understanding his implication, Li Yanqing grinned. "I believe I wrote around 70 or 80 this year. If we transcribed them, we could make some money next year, couldn't we?" Li Dongdong's eyes narrowed into a sly smile. This was indeed a brilliant idea. This young man was sharper than he had anticipated, a true entrepreneur. After a moment's thought, he said, "On the 5th day of the new year, my family will host a few tables of wine. You must come, Brother Qing. I will reserve a place for you at the main table." "How could I possibly sit at the main table?" Li Yanqing protested. "Let us not concern ourselves with seating. Your presence is what matters." Li Yanqing had some thoughts he wished to share with Uncle Dong, and so he smiled and agreed. Just then, Li Wenyuan squeezed through the crowd. "Qing'er, what are you doing here? I've been searching for you everywhere." Li Dongdong quickly bowed to the clan leader, but Li Wenyuan ignored him and pulled Li Yanqing aside. "You must enter the main hall for the ancestral worship. If Baoxing speaks any harsh words, just disregard him. I will take responsibility for everything." Li Yanqing understood that the clan leader's brother was causing a rift on his behalf and replied, "Clan leader, have you forgotten my words? Matters concerning our ancestors should never be flaunted. With so many clan members, idle gossip could reach the authorities and cause trouble. I believe it would be best for me to remain outside, preserving our family's dignity and avoiding unwarranted speculation." Li Yanqing's reasoning was sound, leaving Li Wenyuan momentarily in a quandary, as he feared displeasing the spirit of their ancestor. Li Yanqing then took out the bronze plum blossom from the Youth Association's competition and handed it to him, placing it on the offering table. "This ensures the ancestor will not hold you accountable, clan leader." Li Wenyuan was overjoyed. Li Yanqing's foresight was commendable. He promptly accepted the bronze plum blossom, saying, "Very well. You shall perform the rites in the courtyard, but do not wander off. Go tend to your duties, clan leader." "I understand," Li Yanqing replied. With that, Li Wenyuan hurried off, while Li Yanqing turned and walked toward the courtyard. Bowing in the courtyard would require him to prostrate himself, and he had no desire to do so. The outside offered far more comfort. More importantly, Li Yanqing was eager to return to his village. The man he had encountered on the road lingered in his mind, and he felt compelled to rush back and warn Uncle Hu that the man had not departed from Tangyin County. Suddenly, a bell tolled within the ancestral hall. signaling the arrival of the hour for the ancestral worship ceremony. Seizing the opportunity, Li Yanqing discreetly exited the hall and hastened towards Liwen village. Chapter 48. Tearful farewell. Li Yanqing rushed to the village entrance, where the eastern sky had begun to lighten, heralding the dawn. Upon arriving, he spotted Aunt Hu supporting her daughter-in-law, who was stumbling and struggling to maintain her balance. Aunt Zhang was weeping inconsolably, her frail form collapsing intermittently as she retched. A sense of alarm gripped Li Yanqing, prompting him to approach hastily. "Aunt, what has happened?" "Qing'er is missing," Aunt Hu replied anxiously. "What? How could this be?" Li Yanqing exclaimed. "We were offering sacrifices at home, and she was playing in the courtyard. By the time we emerged, she had vanished. Your uncle who has already gone in search of her." Realization struck Li Yanqing. The man from yesterday must have abducted Qing'er. Regret flooded his heart. He should have returned to the village to inform Uncle Hu, but his momentary carelessness had led to this calamity. In a state of urgency, he sprinted southward, but Aunt Hu called after him. "Qing'er, where are you going?" The man came from the south. Uncle Hu must have pursued him in that direction. "I am going to assist him in the search." "Wait, Qing'er." Aunt Hu hurriedly approached, having momentarily released her daughter-in-law. She shielded her daughter-in-law from view and produced a small dagger from her bosom, offering it to Li Yanqing. "Take this for your protection. Be cautious. If things go awry, flee. That man will not be able to catch you. Do not worry, Aunt. I will not act foolishly." Li Yanqing assured her as he accepted the dagger and concealed it within his clothing before dashing off. At that moment, Dehe also emerged from the village, sprinting after his young master. Li Yanqing did not head toward Zhangji town. He understood that the man who had taken Qing'er aimed to coerce Uncle Hu into compliance, rather than genuinely abducting her. Thus, the scoundrel would not venture far and was likely still in the vicinity. "Dehe, this way." Li Yanqing called as he ran several miles, leaving the main road to pursue a smaller path southward. The southern region was cloaked in dense woods, merging seamlessly with the forest behind his home. Remembering that the man had emerged from the woods the previous day, Li Yanqing deduced that he was most likely hiding within. With the dawn still shy, the woods remained shrouded in dimness, the ground carpeted with fallen leaves that crunched beneath his feet. After taking over 100 steps, he abruptly gestured for Dehe to halt, sensing something amiss. He listened intently for a moment, and then faintly heard an angry roar emanating from the southeast. "Over there." Li Yanqing urged Dehe as they sprinted toward the sound. After covering approximately a mile, Li Yanqing suddenly halted, clutching Dehe tightly and hushing him. He had spotted two figures a short distance away. One, clad in a manner indicative of Uncle Hu, faced him directly, while the other stood with his back turned, a burden slung over his shoulder, wielding a club. Upon closer inspection, Li Yanqing saw that the other hand was raised high, clutching none other than Qing'er. Beneath her, a jagged stone loomed ominously, and Li Yanqing's heart sank. If Uncle Hu did not comply, Qing'er would be in grave peril. A surge of rage coursed through Li Yanqing as he pressed Dehe's head down, stealthily advancing toward the back of the man in dark clothing. "Brother, I approached you with goodwill, extending an invitation for you to enjoy wealth in the south. Yet this is how you choose to treat me? How shall I return to Master Fong and explain? Your explanation is your own concern. Set my young lady down, and let us part ways. Otherwise, if any harm befalls her, you needn't expect to live." The man in black did not notice anyone approaching from behind. He continued to shout, "For individuals like us, burdened with blood debts, every additional day of existence is a gain. Brother Hu, how magnificent were you and your father in Weizhou back in the day? At just 16, you commanded thousands, and Master Fong regarded you with newfound respect. Yet, you remained ungrateful, though you have evaded capture for a decade. Do you truly believe you can escape for a lifetime? Come with me. The authorities will eventually locate you." These words elicited no response from Hu Sheng, whose gaze remained fixed on the man's left hand. His daughter appeared to have fainted, motionless, which only heightened his anxiety. However, Li Yanqing finally grasped the nature of Uncle Hu's background. He was a participant in the Hebei militia uprising in 1084. Tens of thousands rose in rebellion in Tanzhou and Weizhou, persisting intermittently for a decade until they were utterly suppressed 16 years ago. Presumably, Uncle Hu's father was one of the leaders. After the uprising's failure, Uncle Hu fled to Jiangnan, where he spent several years and became acquainted with Fong La. Yet their ideologies did not align, leading him to settle in Tangyin County, where he had remained for a decade. "Brother Hu, if you do not return with me, Master Fong will not spare me either. I have made up my mind. I will count to 3. If you do not acquiesce, we shall perish together." The man glared fiercely at Hu Sheng, raising the young lady in his grasp. gritting his teeth as he uttered the first count. 1. What of it if I agree? Do you think I shall accompany you? Hu Sheng retorted angrily. Who does not know that king whose word is his bond? Once you promise, you never retract. Spare me the chatter. Will you agree or not? 2. The man bellowed again. At that moment, Li Yanqing sprang into action, a glint of cold light shooting from his hand. This was the dagger gifted to him by Madame Hu, a mere 6 inches in length, weighing 8 taels, identical to the copper-hued arrows. From 30 feet away, he struck, and the man was completely unprepared. Thud! The dagger pierced his wrist, and the excruciating pain elicited a scream from him. The young lady fell from his grasp. Simultaneously, as the man's cry echoed, Li Yanqing shouted, "Defy, attack him." Both he and Defy lunged forward, the latter roaring as he tackled the man, causing him to stumble. Li Yanqing swiftly scooped up the fallen young lady and sprinted into the depths of the forest. Seeing his daughter rescued, Hu Sheng felt a surge of joy and, with a fierce swing of his iron whip, charged towards the man. Li Yanqing ran for a mile before halting, noticing that although the young lady was unconscious, her breathing and heartbeat were steady. He concealed her behind a large tree and returned. He found Uncle Hu unsteadily rising to his feet, while the man lay motionless on the ground. Observing the blood-soaked and mangled flesh on Uncle Hu's right shoulder, Li Yanqing hurried to support him. "Uncle, you are injured." "I am fine. How is Qing'er?" "She is well, merely temporarily unconscious. I have hidden her in the tree." Li Yanqing glanced once more at the man on the ground, and Hu Sheng let out a bitter smile, saying, "He is already deceased. Had it not been for the wound you inflicted upon his wrist, I would truly have found him a formidable opponent. Given that his martial prowess surpasses that of my uncle, why then does Fong La place greater importance on him?" "You are acquainted with Fong La?" Hu Sheng gazed at Li Yanqing in astonishment. "I heard of him while participating in the youth association in the county. He appears to be a leader of some sect. The Maniac sect, also known as the Ming sect, enjoys considerable popularity in the Jiangnan region. However, Fong La values me not for my martial skills, but rather for my esteemed reputation in the Daming prefecture. What are your plans moving forward, uncle?" Hu Sheng shook his head. "At present, I am uncertain. Qing'er, please help me bury this man's body, lest it be discovered." Together, they dug a grave in the woods and buried the corpse deeply. Once everything was in order, Hu Sheng carried his daughter and Li Yanqing back to the village. At noon, Hu Sheng sought out Li Yanqing, who sat silently at the table for a moment before speaking. "Qing'er, I have made the decision to leave this place." Li Yanqing felt no surprise, since Fong La had learned of Uncle Hu's whereabouts and that Bien Laosan had not returned. An investigation was inevitable, leaving them no choice but to depart. "Will the entire family be leaving?" Hu Sheng nodded. "My father is buried in Daming prefecture, and my mother wishes to accompany him. I plan to return to Daming to conceal ourselves there, to ensure my family is settled. And then I shall venture once more to Jiangnan. It is likely we shall not return." Li Yanqing went to fetch 30 taels of silver, his earnings from writing, and added the 7 guan he had made from inscribing couplets for the shop, placing them on the table with a clatter. "Take this 30 taels and 7 guan with you, uncle." Hu Sheng was taken aback, shaking his head vigorously. "Qing'er, how can I accept your money? This money is my own earnings. If you delay your departure by a few days, I could earn another 30 taels. No, no, no." Hu Sheng shook his head like a rattle drum. That man possessed a considerable amount of gold. "It is sufficient for us to establish ourselves. Moreover, I have saved several guan over these years. We truly do not require it. Uncle, this money is for Xiao Qing'er. If you leave without any funds, she may be taken advantage of." Hu Sheng felt touched, silently nodding. "Very well. Consider it a loan from you. I shall repay you in the future." He then smiled. "I had previously promised your father that I would never teach you martial arts, but he had no objection to strengthening your body. After I depart, you must continue to run every morning for an hour, following the breathing techniques I taught you. If you persist for 10 years, you will comprehend the deeper significance behind my insistence on running." Li Yanqing nodded. "I shall certainly persevere." Hu Sheng produced a thin, yellowed silk booklet from his bosom and handed it to Li Yanqing, saying, "This was left to me by my father. It contains several practical sword techniques. However, as I have chosen the path of brute strength, it holds little value for me. I bestow it upon you, combined with your speed. I believe even 6 or 7 chitin soldiers would be no match for you." Hu Sheng rose to take his leave. Upon reaching the door, he turned back with a smile and remarked, "Your skill in throwing stones is truly remarkable. You might as well practice archery, for both pursuits share a common essence. I shall take my leave now. Qing'er, may fate bring us together again." That afternoon, Hu Dinyang and her family boarded a hired ox cart, departing from Liwen village. Li Yanqing accompanied them all the way to Lushan town, where tears were shed as they bid a heartfelt farewell. Chapter 49. Martial arts secrets. Li Yanqing returned to the village and entered Aunt Hu's home, where stone mills and various farming tools lay scattered about, gifts from Uncle Hu. The doors of several rooms were locked, and the thought that he would no longer savor Aunt Hu's meals or hear the laughter of Qing'er left Li Yanqing with an emptiness in his heart, a profound sense of loss he could not articulate. At that moment, he suddenly heard someone calling from outside. Qing'er. Li Yanqing hurriedly rushed out, only to see two servants from the Li residence assisting his father, Li Daqi, as they returned. Startled, Li Yanqing approached them. "What happened to my father?" "Your father has had too much to drink. The master sent us to bring him home," replied one of the servants. Seeing his father inebriated, Li Yanqing quickly led the way, and the servants helped Li Daqi into the house and laid him down before taking their leave. In Li Yanqing's memory, his father had never indulged in alcohol. It seemed that today, in a moment of joy, he had broken his vow and ended up quite inebriated. With no other option, Li Yanqing removed his father's shoes, assisted him into a comfortable position, covered him with a blanket, and then closed the door, allowing his father to rest peacefully. Returning to his own room, he sat down and began to write. He had been quite diligent lately. He had finished the great sage's capture of demons at Flame Mountain and had written 47,000 words of the third installment, the great sage's havoc in heaven. With just 3,000 more words, he could submit the manuscript, and he hoped to finish it tonight. He planned to find time in the next few days to visit the county town. However, after writing only a few lines, he recalled something important. He hastily set down his pen and retrieved a small iron box from beneath his pillow. Carefully opening it, he discovered a small, sharp dagger and a silk booklet inside. The dagger was the very one Aunt Hu had given him after he saved Qing'er, a keepsake bestowed upon him by Uncle Hu. He placed the dagger aside and picked up the yellowed silk booklet, the so-called martial arts manual. The cover bore the inscription "Hu's sword technique," revealing that it was indeed a swordsmanship guide. He had mistakenly thought it was about knife techniques. Li Yanqing glanced below to find the name of the owner, Hu Wen of Daming Prefecture, presumably Uncle Hu's father's name. So Uncle Hu truly bore the surname Hu. Hu was merely a pseudonym. Flipping to the first page, he found a depiction of a short-clad man executing a sword strike from the side, with the move's name inscribed beside it, Wushan Duanyan. Li Yanqing scratched his head. This move seemed familiar. It was the very technique he used to dispatch a dog. As he continued to peruse, he discovered there were only 7 techniques in total, 4 offensive and 3 defensive. Their defining characteristic was their swift and decisive nature, devoid of any unnecessary embellishments, which suited his personality well. Li Yanqing decided to keep the silk booklet safe, resolving to practice it when time permitted. It might very well save his life in a critical moment. Li Daqi awoke from his slumber only when darkness had fallen, parched and thirsty. After downing 2 large bowls of water, he finally felt satisfied. Li Yanqing informed him that Uncle Hu's family had gone to Daming Prefecture and would likely be away for several months. Nodding, Li Daqi replied, "I understand. From now on, you should join the family of the Baozhong for meals. He has mentioned it to me several times. If you contribute 1 guan of money to his household each month, your meals will be taken care of." Li Daqi was not particularly concerned about the whereabouts of the Husheng family. Unlike Li Yanqing, although he held a certain gratitude towards them, he harbored a subtle disdain for the coarse nature of someone like Husheng. In the past, he had been forced to lower his stature due to his misfortunes. However, now that he was gradually ascending into the upper echelons of the family, he needed to cultivate a good relationship with the clan leader and the bailiff. With the departure of the Husheng family, it presented a perfect opportunity for his son to associate with the Li Jin family. It seemed that his father was quite pleased, as he even indulged in drinking. Li Yanqing, wishing to avoid further discussion about Uncle Hu, deftly shifted the subject. Li Daqi struck his palm with his fist, exclaiming with enthusiasm, "Today brings a succession of delightful news. The clan leader is set to travel to Bianjing to negotiate the merger of the family genealogy with the Li clan over there. He has decided to take me along and mention the possibility of entrusting the county's enterprises to my management." Li Yanqing was taken aback. Did the Li family truly possess enterprises in the county? Indeed, they did. Li Daqi waved his hand, signaling not to interrupt him. This was not yet the best news. The most delightful tidings were that County Magistrate Ma was about to be transferred, seemingly demoted to serve as the chief clerk in some distant county. At last, heaven had opened its eyes. Li Yanqing's mind was instantly filled with the image of a 1-foot-long horse's face. Was that fellow about to be transferred? Indeed, This is truly wonderful news. Father, what enterprises does the Li family possess in the county? It seems there is a tavern, along with several other establishments, the specifics of which have slipped my mind. Li Daqi was immensely excited, having lost all hope of participating in the imperial examination. He was nonetheless unwilling to lead a life of mediocrity. He yearned for a modicum of authority that would earn him the respect of his kin. Thus, securing the favor of the clan leader and obtaining the power to manage the family's enterprises became his fervent aspiration. Li Yanqing, however, was somewhat skeptical, believing that managing the family business was merely working for others. If one wished to stand tall, one must become the master oneself. Yet, this notion remained but a vague idea for Li Yanqing, one he intended to clarify before discussing it with his father. As Li Daqi made his way to the guest hall to prepare the incense altar for the commemoration of his deceased wife, he suddenly recalled something and hurried back to Li Yanqing, saying, "Qing'er, tomorrow we must make a trip to Tangbei Township. Are we going to pay respects at Mother's grave?" Li Yanqing only knew that her mother was buried in Tangbei Township, where her maternal family resided. Li Daqi nodded. Of course, he would pay respects at her mother's grave, as their father had not visited in nearly 3 years. Why? Li Yanqing was taken aback. It was utterly inconceivable that he had neglected to visit his deceased wife's grave for 3 long years, a behavior that starkly contradicted his father's character. Li Daqi hesitated for a moment and softly remarked, "Your mother is interred in the Ding family cemetery, and they do not permit your father to approach." Li Yanqing, somewhat bewildered, tapped his forehead and inquired, "Could you clarify for me, father? Wasn't my mother's burial site purchased by you for several hundred guan? Why is it that even after purchasing a grave plot with my own funds, I am still unable to approach it? What reasoning lies behind this?" Li Daqi let out a sigh. "Qing'er, even the burial plots in the capital are not so exorbitantly priced. It is your grandfather's animosity towards me that compels me to purchase the Ding family's grave at such a high cost. In truth, it is merely a form of indirect compensation. Your father feels a deep sense of guilt towards your grandfather, which is why he acquiesced. I am also indebted to the clan leader for graciously lending me the money." Li Daqi bit his lip and remarked, "Your grandfather is a petty man. I had sworn never to see him again in this lifetime. Yet for the sake of your mother's grave, we must put on a show. I have already sent word through an intermediary. Tomorrow, I shall take you to pay New Year's greetings. Tangbei Township lies 60 li northwest of Xiao Township. One must follow the official road northward, then turn west at the fork where the Khitan cavalry once shot their horses, proceeding another 20 li to reach the destination." The next day, before dawn, Li Yanqing hurried home and set off with his father. Li Daqi borrowed a sturdy donkey from the bailiff, Li Zhen, and the father and son rode northward along the official road, each straddling a donkey. Li Yanqing's riding skills were lacking, primarily due to the weakness in his legs. He had not trained like Yu Fei and Wang Gui, who had spent years mastering their stance. However, after discovering that running alongside Uncle who had significantly strengthened his legs, he found himself riding much more comfortably. The initial struggle he faced when first mounting a donkey had vanished. He realized that Uncle Hu's running technique indeed bore miraculous benefits. It was no wonder that Uncle Hu had repeatedly urged him not to falter midway and to await the results in 10 years. Having tasted the fruits of his labor, Li Yanqing's confidence in running only deepened. "Father, have you ever been to Dongjing?" Li Yanqing casually inquired during their journey. "I went 6 years ago. At this very time," Li Daqi replied. "I traveled to Dongjing for the provincial examination, and what a splendid place it is. 100-fold more bustling than Tangyin County. On my first day there, I even got lost while wandering the streets." As memories of past amusing incidents surfaced, Li Daqi's mood brightened, and he couldn't help but chuckle. "I roamed about for half the night, only to be escorted back to the inn by patrolling soldiers. Some companions thought I had gone off to indulge in brothels and wouldn't return. How swiftly the years have passed. Do you know Li Dongdong?" Li Yanqing asked with a grin. Li Daqi hesitated, then recalled, You must mean the second Dongwu from Chieshan House. He seems to be doing well in the capital, having opened a tea house, though I suspect it's one of those laborer tea houses located outside the city." "Why do you think so?" Li Yanqing queried, puzzled. Li Daqi's lips curled into a slight smirk. "Those who manage to open shops within the city often have connections. He does not belong to that category." "What did you ask him for?" Li Daqi inquired, intrigued. "Just a few days ago, I wrote a couplet for his family, which he found quite pleasing. Yesterday, at the ancestral hall, he invited me to dinner on the 5th day of the new year, saying he has prepared several tables of wine." "Did he invite only you?" Li Daqi felt a twinge of disappointment. How could he invite his son and not his father? Yet, upon reflection, he dismissed the notion as trivial and chuckled. You may go. But remember, even though he is the same age as I, he must still address me as second uncle. He is of your generation. Do not make a fool of yourself. Li Yanqing laughed heartily. Then should I prepare some New Year's money for my junior? Chapter 50. The father-in-law acts as matchmaker when Li Daqi achieved the remarkable distinction of being the top candidate in the provincial examination in Suzhou. He instantly became the center of attention. At that time, Li Daqi was still unmarried, and many affluent families in Tangyin County were keenly interested in his matrimonial prospects. Ultimately, it was the clan leader, Li Wanyin, who facilitated his union with Ding Jiaoyan, the second daughter of the prominent Ding family from Tangbei Township. The following year, Ding Jiaoyan bore Li Daqi a son, Li Yanqing. Unfortunately, their fortunes took a turn for the worse when Li Daqi became embroiled in the Suzhou examination scandal. Ding Zhong, her father, promptly demanded that his daughter divorce Li Daqi and remarry, yet Ding Jiaoyan resolutely refused to comply. As Li Daqi descended into despair, their family fell into poverty. And their son, who was afflicted with a mental disability, further exacerbated Ding Jiaoyan's distress. Overwhelmed by her troubles, she fell gravely ill and soon passed away. Following her death, she was interred in her family's cemetery, a decision that, although not in accordance with traditional customs, was enforced by Ding Zhong's domineering will. Moreover, Ding Zhong extracted several hundred guan from Li Daqi to cover funeral expenses, deeming it a compensation for the loss he incurred in marrying off his daughter. This heartless and self-serving father-in-law, who had shown little regard for the well-being of Li Daqi and his son, suddenly took an interest in reconciling when he learned that his grandson had triumphed in the youth competition and garnered the favor of an influential official. In the afternoon, as Li Daqi and his son departed the main road and traversed a few miles along a rural path, a village appeared before them. Qing'er, that is the Ding family's grand residence, Li Daqi exclaimed, gesturing towards a large house with white walls and black tiles at the village entrance. It was from here that I brought your mother home. As he gazed at the path, memories of his wedding to Yunyang flooded back, bringing a hint of moisture to his eyes. Father, do not forget that I just fell from the donkey and my leg is injured, making it impossible for me to bow. Li Daqi quickly wiped away the tears at the corners of his eyes, forcing a smile as he replied, If you do not wish to bow, then do not bow. What need is there for so many excuses? Is it not to save face for your father? We wouldn't want to put him in a difficult position later. Li Daqi rolled his eyes in response. Was this truly for the sake of saving face? As they approached the entrance, a steward hastily ran inside to report their arrival. Moments later, Ding Zhong emerged with his second wife and two sons, a broad smile adorning his face. Daqi, this is rather improper. After all these years, you Haven Tea come to visit your old father-in-law. Without waiting for Li Daqi's response, he continued, Of course, I understand that you might be reminded of the past, but one cannot resurrect the deceased. It is best to let go and think positively. Li Daqi nodded silently, bowing respectfully. Your humble son-in-law pays his respects to you, father-in-law. Ding Zhong signaled to his two sons to take Li Daqi aside, for his interest now lay solely in his grandson, Li Yanqing. The two brothers hastily approached, saying, Brother-in-law, let us have a drink. It has been years since we last met. We must first toast you 3 times. As Li Daqi was pulled away, he turned back to say, Father-in-law, please apply some medicine to Qing'er's knee. He has sustained a slight injury. Ding Zhong smiled broadly as he gazed at his grandson, having only seen him once at birth. It had been 6 or 7 years since then, and his grandson had grown into a remarkably handsome young man. He was eagerly awaiting his grandson to bow and pay respects, when suddenly, upon hearing Li Daqi's words, he was taken aback and quickly inquired with concern, Where did you fall? Let your grandfather take a look. Li Yanqing pointed to his knee, grinning as he replied, I fell off a donkey and hurt my knee. Hurry, hurry, go fetch Dr. Yang and bring the rotten frame. Ding Zhong's flurry of commands sent the family into a state of chaos, momentarily forgetting that the young master had yet to pay his respects to the elder. Li Daqi had come to Ding Zhong's home solely to pay homage to his late wife. After much insistence, Ding Zhong reluctantly allowed his son to bring along his son-in-law and grandson to his daughter's grave. To make a good impression on his grandson, Ding Zhong had taken the initiative to clear the weeds from the tomb and add fresh soil, making it quite presentable. However, the inscription on the tombstone darkened the faces of Li Daqi and his son. The grave of beloved daughter Jiaoyun bore no mention of the surname Li, as if she had perished unmarried. Ding Wan, the brother-in-law leading them, quickly devised a clever excuse, saying with a smile, Father wishes for Qing'er to personally inscribe a tombstone for his mother and has been waiting for him to grow up. Now, let Qing'er leave a mark for his mother. We shall have the stone engraved at once. Li Yanqing stood silently before the grave of this mother from the Song Dynasty. Although he had no memory of her, he was aware of her tragic fate, knowing she must have loved him dearly, only to be forced into a heart-wrenching separation from her son. Overwhelmed by the thought of this mother who had never enjoyed a day of happiness, his nose tinged with sorrow and his eyes moistened. Slowly, he knelt down and bowed deeply 3 times to his mother. From a distance, Jingkang huffed in annoyance. Just moments ago, the boy had complained of leg pain and refused to kneel for him, yet now his knees seemed miraculously fine. Master, Qing'er is such a dutiful child. Kneeling for his mother despite his leg pain, Jingkang's second wife remarked wistfully. He shot her a fierce glare before storming off, his expression dark. Though Li Daqi was resolute in his refusal to spend the night at his father-in-law's house, he persuaded Li Yanqing to stay for dinner, so they could visit his late wife's grave during the Qingming festival. The dining hall was set with a lavish spread, with Ding Zhong, his second wife, and 2 sons in attendance. In the Song Dynasty, meals were served family-style, where everyone sat together yet ate from their own plates, each filled to the brim. At that moment, the sound of jingling ornaments filled the air, accompanied by a strong, fragrant breeze. A young woman, appearing around 25 or 26 years of age, emerged from the inner room. She was tall and plump, her face heavily coated in lead powder, rendering her complexion as pale as paper, obscuring her natural skin tone. Adorned in opulent attire, she wore a short white fox fur coat and a pleated skirt embellished with golden patterns, her feet encased in embroidered spring shoes adorned with pearls. Her wrists were adorned with several large gold bracelets, and her fingers bore 10 rings. Yet what struck Li Yanqing as peculiar was her hairstyle, a crow's nest bun, a hallmark of unmarried women, which seemed incongruous with her age. The woman shyly glanced at Li Daqi before taking a seat right beside him, startling him so much that half of his drink spilled. Li Yanqing was left bewildered, wondering who this woman could be. Li Daqi appeared quite intimidated by the young matron. Leaning closer to his son and introducing her, "Qing, this is your aunt." It turned out she was his mother's sister. Li Yanqing promptly smiled and bowed, greeting, "Annie, is that you? You've grown taller." The woman's words lacked sincerity. Although she was indeed an aunt, she had never met Li Yanqing before. So how could she comment on his height? Her large, startling almond-shaped eyes darted towards Li Daqi, and in a sultry voice, she inquired, "Daqi, how long has it been since you visited? Why haven't you come to see me?" Uffed. Li Yanqing couldn't help but burst into laughter. Realizing his father might be entering a romantic entanglement, Li Daqi shot his son a fierce glare. That mischievous boy had a wild imagination. After all, this was his aunt. "Let us drink. Let us drink," Ding Zhong jovially interjected, and the group began to clink cups and drink. Yet, Li Yanqing remained intrigued by this aunt, observing how her affectionate gaze never left his father, while Li Daqi appeared visibly apprehensive, his body rigid, unable to meet her eyes, and despite the cold weather, beads of sweat formed on his brow. "Have you considered taking a new wife, son-in-law?" After a few rounds of drinks, Ding Zhong, emboldened by the alcohol, posed this question to Li Daqi. It was indeed a somewhat awkward inquiry for a father-in-law to make at the table, yet the topic drew considerable interest. Even the 2 younger brothers paused their drinking, and Li Yanqing, too, felt curious. Could it be that the Ding family truly wished to marry the aunt off to his father? Li Daqi, however, was resolute in his response. Shaking his head vigorously like a rattle drum, "I have no such intentions. There is no need for you to be so obstinate, son-in-law. Marriage is a significant matter. How can a household be without a wife? You are only 32, still quite young, and should certainly consider remarrying, if only to care for Qing'er. You must not think solely of yourself." Li Daqi held deep affection and guilt for his late wife and had no desire to remarry. However, his father-in-law, cunning and shrewd, used the argument of a motherless child to render Li Daqi momentarily speechless, forcing him to drink in silence. Li Yanqing, growing more curious, directly asked, "Grandfather, do you intend to introduce a new wife for father?" Ding Zhong stroked his beard and chuckled. "Your aunt is widowed and only 26. It seems a widow and a widower would suit each other quite well." Li Daqi nearly spat out his drink, incredulous that they would consider marrying him to this fierce woman. How could he possibly survive? Ding Zhong had 2 daughters, whose personalities were utterly contrasting. The second daughter, Ding Jiayun, was gentle and virtuous, praised by all, while the elder, Ding Jiaoqiu, was a shrew, known for her foul temper and bullying demeanor. feared by all in Dingjia village, earning her the nickname Mother Tyrant. Feeling a surge of panic, Li Daqi blurted out, "Didn't T. Annie remarry last spring? Why is she still here?" At this, the plump aunt's expression darkened, and after a moment of silence, she replied coldly, "My husband passed away again at the end of the year. I had no choice but to return." Li Yanqing discreetly stuck out his tongue. Before the rise of rationalism, it was quite common for women in the Song Dynasty to remarry. Even the Empress Dowager had remarried in her youth, let alone common women. The issue was not the remarriage itself, but rather that the husband had died within the year of the new marriage. And now it was only the second day of the new year. This family must be in quite a hurry. Observing his father's discomfort, Li Yanqing stepped in to alleviate the tension, saying, "Father, grandfather is merely jesting. How can such significant matters as marriage be casually decided over drinks? Grandfather would never be so disrespectful." Li Daqi, grateful for his son's intervention, quickly played along. "Of course, I am aware, my son. Never mind about that. Let us eat quickly. There are pressing family matters that I must attend to." Ding Zhong shot a glare at Li Yanqing, thinking how clever the young lad was despite his age. He had intentions of marrying his eldest daughter to Li Daqi. He had witnessed the latter's family build a new home, furnish it with new items, and secure a well-paying job, along with a promising son. Marrying his daughter to Li Daqi would be advantageous, allowing him to maintain control over the father and son, while also sparing himself the daily complaints from his daughter about wanting to marry, a true win-win situation. However, Li Yanqing's remark had silenced him. How could marriage be treated lightly at a drinking table? He realized he could no longer pursue the matter and decided to discuss it later with the clan leader. As there was no rush, unexpectedly, another party involved became enraged. Ding Xiaoqiu abruptly stood up, causing the dishes before her to clatter loudly, her formidable presence leaving Li Daqi pale with fear. Ding Zhong, sensing his daughter's impending outburst, quickly stepped on her foot beneath the table, prompting her to feign shyness with a stomp. "Father, I don't want to," she declared, before turning and running away, leaving everyone with goosebumps. Li Yanqing cast a sympathetic glance at his father, understanding why he would be so apprehensive of this formidable aunt, acknowledging that today would yield no resolution. Ding Zhong shifted the topic with a smile. "Since my esteemed son-in-law has family matters to attend to tomorrow, I shall not impede you. But why must Qing'er leave as well? His knee is injured. Wouldn't it be better for him to rest here for a couple of days?" Li Daqi paused, realizing his son had brought this upon himself. How would he respond? Yet, Li Yanqing remained unperturbed, replying, "Grandfather may not be aware, but early tomorrow, I must pay my respects to the county magistrate. It has already been arranged. I cannot fail to attend." Li Daqi was taken aback. How could his son involve the magistrate in this? Wasn't he that a bit too audacious? Ding Zhong narrowed his eyes, pondering over his grandson's ambition. Was he genuinely going to pay respects to the magistrate, or was this a ruse? His eyes twinkled as he smiled. "Then I shall arrange for a carriage to take you. Since you must travel at night, it would be more convenient." Li Yanqing smiled in delight. "That would be much appreciated, grandfather." Li Daqi felt puzzled. What was his son truly up to in the county? Li Yanqing, however, discreetly scribbled 2 characters on the back of his father's hand. Bookstore. Li Daqi suddenly understood. His son intended to visit the county bookstore. This crafty lad had clearly planned this all along. After finishing their dinner, Li Daqi and his son set off on their journey. Li Daqi rode on 2 sturdy donkeys while Li Yanqing took a seat in the Ding family's carriage, heading towards the county. Having completed the manuscript for his second book the previous night, Li Yanqing had intended to visit the county to submit it after paying respects at his mother's grave. Since the Ding family offered him a ride, he was more than happy to accept this reprieve from travel fatigue. Once aboard the carriage, Li Yanqing reclined and soon fell asleep, only to be awakened by the driver at the break of dawn. "Young sir, it is the 5th watch," the driver announced. Li Yanqing sat up, rubbing his eyes, and inquired, "Where are we now?" "We have arrived in the county, but the city gates remain closed. We must wait another half hour. Then you may return," Li Yanqing replied. The driver was taken aback, exclaiming, "That cannot be. The master instructed me to take you to the county yamen." "That is unnecessary. I shall go there myself. You may leave. Telling my grandfather you have delivered me to the yamen. He will not know otherwise." With that, Li Yanqing handed the driver 51, suggesting he use it to enjoy a breakfast on the way. "Thank you, young sir, but I fear." "Fear what?" Li Yanqing interrupted, his voice rising. "If you do not depart at once, I shall inform my grandfather that you attempted to extort money from me along the way. And then we shall see who has reason to be afraid." The driver, startled, quickly clasped his hands together and said, "I shall take my leave immediately, young sir. Please take care." The driver turned the horse around and drove off, while Li Yanqing gathered his belongings and dashed towards a nearby official road that circled the city, ready to run as the break of dawn approached. Chapter 51. A chance encounter in the county town today marks the third day of the Lunar New Year. And the Shilin Yuan bookstore opened its doors early. Despite the festive season, business must continue. The bookstore only closed on the first day of the new year, remaining open for the rest of the days. Li Yanqing entered the bookstore, expecting solitude, only to discover that the floor was filled with youths and children, each cradling a copy of his own work, The Great Sage's Journey to Capture Demons, The Red Child. Upon hearing the door chime, Manager Luo peered down from the staircase and, upon recognizing Li Yanqing, was so ecstatic that he nearly stumbled down the stairs. He rushed forward and grasped Li Yanqing, exclaiming, "Finally, you have come, my dear Qing." Li Yanqing winced at the tight grip on his wrist, but managed to chuckle as he extricated himself, saying, "Calm down, manager. You are my lifesaver now. If you hadn't come, I would have had to visit your home tomorrow. Is it truly that dire?" "It is far worse." Manager Luo ushered Li Yanqing upstairs, closed the door, and with a tone of desperation implored, "May the Bodhisattva bless, dear sir, please bring me the manuscript." Li Yanqing chuckled and produced 2 manuscripts from his bosom, placing them on the table. Manager Luo's eyes gleamed with excitement upon seeing not 1, but 2 manuscripts. He snatched them up, spinning in place with exhilaration. "At last, it has arrived. I am saved." Li Yanqing could empathize with Manager Luo's fervor. Wang Gui and Tang Hua lamented daily, fervently wishing for the next installment, as if their souls were lost. The other students in the academy were similarly affected. Having purchased Wang Gui's book, they were as addicted as to a potent drug, incessantly jingling coins by Wang Gui's ear, urging him to produce another work for sale. If the Lu Mountain Academy was thus, it was likely the same elsewhere. After a moment, Manager Luo regained his composure, brewed a pot of tea, and sat down with a smile. "Just the other day, the owner sent someone to urge me daily, driving me nearly to illness. I sought out your father every day to convey messages to you." Li Yanqing paused, wondering when his father had ever sent him a message. Had he forgotten? As his thoughts turned, he realized his father must be concerned about disrupting his studies. "How will the manuscript be delivered?" Li Yanqing inquired. "I shall depart immediately. I intend to personally deliver it to the Daming Prefecture. The owner has insisted that the manuscript be handed over as soon as it arrives." At this, Manager Luo suddenly slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "How could I be so forgetful? I completely overlooked your payment." He promptly retrieved a scroll of paper from the cabinet, grinning as he said, "This is a deposit slip from the neighboring silver shop, containing 200 taels of silver, 100 of which is your payment for the second and third manuscripts." He handed the scroll to Li Yanqing, adding, "Your seal is required on this. We shall go to the silver shop shortly to finalize the transaction." Li Yanqing, filled with curiosity, examined the slip made from fine paper. It was not a currency note, but rather akin to a deposit receipt. The practice of saving had begun as early as the mid-Tang dynasty, not to mention the highly developed commodity economy of the Song Dynasty. In the early years of the Northern Song Dynasty, the practice of saving money through the use of promissory notes, known as jiaozi, began to emerge in the Basha region. Gradually, this practice spread across the nation, evolving into a form of paper currency. However, due to the emergence of a currency redemption crisis, the imperial court abolished private jiaozi and took charge of its issuance. During the reign of Emperor Huizong, another form of paper currency called qianyin was introduced. Nevertheless, qianyin is currently only valid in a few major cities. For instance, it is not yet available in Tangyin County. The jiaozi that Manager Luo provided to Li Yanqing serves as a deposit receipt from Hongdang Silver Store in Daming Prefecture, redeemable only at the Hongdang Silver Stores located in Xiangzhou, Weizhou, Xizhou, Mingzhou, and Daming Prefecture. Li Yanqing set down the jiaozi and remarked, "Wasn't it agreed upon for 30 guan? Why has the amount increased?" The response was, "This is the master's intent. I am offering you the highest remuneration according to the customary fees for ordinary scholars, and I hope that the young sir can continue to write." Grateful for the generous treatment, Li Yanqing accepted the jiaozi with a smile, not wishing to be overly concerned. After completing his errands in the county town, Li Yanqing planned to have lunch before returning home. The street he was currently on, Dongdaiji, is the most bustling commercial avenue in Tangyin County, featuring 3 taverns, as well as inns, tea houses, silver shops, pharmacies, bookstores, and various eateries. The shops are densely packed, their signs layered upon one another. Today, being the third day of the Lunar New Year, the street has begun to buzz with activity, thronged with people, and most taverns are nearly full. Although the Song people traditionally do not eat lunch, there are exceptions, particularly for laborers whose hunger knows no time, and with many rising late during the New Year festivities. A midday meal is quite normal. At that moment, Li Yanqing spotted a bun shop ahead and strolled toward it. Just as he reached the entrance, he heard someone calling him from behind. Turning around, he was surprised to see a familiar figure running toward him, Li Dongdong, whom he had encountered during the ancestral rites. Knowing that he intended to visit Li Dongdong's home on the 5th day of the new year, he was pleasantly surprised to meet him in the county town. Li Yanqing quickly approached. Dongge, what brings you to the county? Fortunately, his father had informed him that Li Dongdong was of the same generation. Otherwise, he might have mistakenly addressed him as Dongshu. I came to the county to buy some items. I thought I recognized your silhouette and decided to chase after you. Li Dongdong replied with enthusiasm. You haven't had lunch yet, have you? Allow me to treat you to a meal. Li Yanqing pointed to the bun shop, suggesting, this place should be quite good. Oh, what's so special about buns? Come with me, Li Dongdong insisted, leading Li Yanqing into the Linji tavern across the street. They ascended to the second floor and settled at a window-side table. Li Dongdong ordered 4 or 5 dishes and a pot of wine, then cheerfully inquired, what brings you to the county, little brother? I came to the bookstore to purchase some books. What about you, Dongge? Li Yanqing replied. To be candid, I returned home this time for 2 reasons. 1, to pay respects to my ancestors, and 2, to procure a batch of medicinal herbs to bring back to the capital. But Dongge, aren't you in the tea business? Why venture into medicinal herbs? Li Yanqing asked, puzzled. Li Dongdong chuckled. How much can one earn from selling a few bowls of cold tea? It's barely enough to cover the rent. I must diversify my ventures. Coincidentally, I know a herbalist who, upon hearing of my return, entrusted me with purchasing several thousand pounds of our special local product, cooked courtesan. How much can Brother Dong earn from this trip? Li Dongdong smiled and waved his hand, saying, I won't disclose it to just anyone, but since you ask, I shall not conceal the truth. It amounts to this. He extended 2 fingers, and Li Yanqing chuckled, 200 guan. Where is that? Retorted Dongdong, it's merely 20 guan. Li Yanqing was taken aback. How could one earn only 20 guan from several thousand pounds of medicinal herbs? What do you expect? I only make a laborer's wage. The substantial profits lie with the brokers. If it were my capital, I would at least earn 300 guan from this trip. The brokers act as intermediaries, bridging buyers and sellers, extracting commissions in the process. Some well-capitalized brokers become middlemen, reaping greater profits. Li Yanqing had heard of this practice, but was astonished that the seemingly prosperous Li Dongdong was toiling for a mere 20 guan. It seemed his fortunes in the capital were not as favorable as they appeared. Brother Dong had mentioned a few days ago that there was money aplenty in Tokyo. Why not engage in other businesses? Li Dongdong shook his head. Indeed, there is much wealth in Tokyo, yet it is not easily obtained. Commodities such as salt, tea, liquor, alum, iron, and fragrant medicines are monopolized by the government. If you dare to meddle, you risk losing everything or facing legal repercussions. Moreover, many enterprises, even if not government-controlled, are dominated by the powerful, transforming into guilds that impose various restrictions. In short, to earn money, one must possess both capital and influence. As for someone like me, lacking in both, I can only run errands or sell a few bowls of cold tea as a small venture. Then why doesn't Brother Dong return to the county for business? Li Dongdong sighed ruefully. Once you've experienced the world in the capital, you can hardly settle for a small county. Frankly, while the county is decent, the income is meager. That Baozi shop I mentioned earlier, the owner, whom I know, works tirelessly with his family, earning only 6 or 7 guan a month, and cannot even afford to hire help. Presently, hiring a worker in Tangyin County costs at least 3 guan a month. In the capital, it is 5 guan. My tea shop cannot afford such expenses. I handle the tea and water, while my wife serves the tea. Even then, we barely earn over 10 guan a month, pretending to be affluent when returning home. Li Dongdong initially intended to express the poverty of Tangyin County, but, as the conversation progressed, he found himself divulging personal grievances. Having consumed a few cups of wine, he began to ramble, revealing his own plight. This was a reflection of his inner turmoil, which he seldom voiced, opting instead to confide in Li Yanqing, a child who would not be taken seriously by most. Li Yanqing, however, contemplated the situation, knowing that earning money in Tangyin County was arduous, and it would be even more challenging in Lushan Town. Uncle Hu, for instance, toiled in slaughtering pigs, transporting goods, and laboring in the fields, yet had only saved a few dozen guan over the years. His father was even worse off, having accumulated just 10 guan in 4 years. In the Song Dynasty, prices were not exorbitant. In Tokyo, A dough of rice cost merely 30 coins, and in the grain-rich plains, it was even cheaper. In Tangyin County, a dough of wheat was only 15 won. For ordinary farming families, food and clothing were not issues. The most significant problem lay in the lack of money at home. To seek fortune, one must turn their attention to the capital, thus he harbors considerable interest in Li Dongdong. Conveniently, Li Dongdong lacks the necessary capital, while Li Yanqing possesses it. Should the two forge a partnership, it could indeed serve as a viable investment opportunity. More importantly, Li Dongdong is of the same lineage. The familial bond ensures that he would be disinclined to deceive his own kin. How much capital did Brother Dong spend on the medicine this time? In truth, it was not substantial, approximately 1,000 strings of cash. After deducting labor and shipping fees, a profit margin of about 30% could be realized. Li Yanqing has 200 taels of silver at his disposal, which he could invest. However, he must not rush into this venture. It would be prudent to first consult with the clan leader. When does Brother Dong plan to return to the capital? Li Yanqing inquired further. Currently, he is still receiving goods and anticipates returning by the end of the month. Li Dongdong is an exceedingly astute individual. His desire to cultivate a relationship with Li Yanqing stems not from the latter's ability to compose a few couplets, but rather from the knowledge he has gleaned from his kin that the clan leader holds Li Yanqing in high regard. If Li Yanqing were to speak favorably on his behalf, there exists a possibility of securing a loan from the clan leader. Having grown weary of the tea shop, where his clientele primarily consists of laborers who yield minimal profits, and where his wife, serving tables, is often harassed by these rough men, Li Dongdong has gradually discerned a new path during his years in the capital. He aspires to transition into the lucrative trade of dental services, which would yield even greater profits if he were to acquire the necessary capital. With this in mind, Li Dongdong offered Li Yanqing a piece of his dish and smiled. "Brother Qing, could you possibly speak a few kind words to the clan leader on my behalf?" "What should I say?" Li Yanqing responded. "This time, I wish to procure a larger quantity of medicine, but I lack sufficient funds. I intend to request a loan of 500 strings from the clan leader, but he does not trust me. Alas, I find myself at a loss." Li Yanqing chuckled softly. "If your sole intention is personal profit, I suspect the clan leader will not acquiesce. You ought to consider a partnership that benefits the family as a whole, which would also be advantageous for you. Would that not be preferable?" Li Dongdong remained silent for a considerable duration, then sighed softly. "You make a valid point. Over the years, as I have strived away from home, I have witnessed many around me prosper, having found their paths. Yet, I have never pondered the possibility of collaborating with my family. Your words have indeed illuminated my thoughts." Li Yanqing replied with a smile. "Let us do this. I shall speak to the clan leader on your behalf. I possess some capital to invest as well. With you, me, and our family joining forces, we can create a triad of mutual benefit." Li Dongdong felt invigorated by this prospect. "Then it is settled. If you can secure the clan leader's agreement, come to my home the day after tomorrow, and we shall discuss the details further." Chapter 52. Partnership of Shares. Li Yanqing hired an ox cart to return to Lushan town, pondering a matter that had occupied his thoughts. He intended to find something for his father to engage in, as compiling the local history and family genealogy would only take a year or two at most. What would follow then? From a long-term perspective, it was essential for his father to secure a stable and enduring source of income. During this period, his father had been deeply engrossed in family affairs, laboring diligently. Li Yanqing completely understood his father's sentiments. He yearned for dignity and the restoration of his reputation. However, mere hard work was insufficient. To earn the respect of their kin, one must also address their interests. Take Li Dongdong, for instance, illiterate yet highly respected. Why was that? It was simply a matter of profit. When one's pockets are filled, the kin and neighbors naturally partake in the benefits, leading to earned respect. Upon arriving in Lushan town that evening, Li Yanqing did not head home immediately. Instead, he visited the chieftain's residence. The family recognized him and promptly ushered him to the guest hall. Before long, Li Wenyuan emerged upon hearing the news. "Qing'er, didn't your father mention you were going to the county today?" Li Wenyuan inquired as he entered the hall. Li Yanqing bowed respectfully to the chieftain, smiling as he replied, "I went to the county this morning and returned after completing my tasks." Li Wenyuan had also learned from Li Daqi about Li Yanqing's endeavors in writing for profit, which did not astonish him. With the spirit of their ancestor guiding him, what could Li Yanqing not achieve? "Please, have a seat," Li Wenyuan invited, signaling a maid to bring tea. "I was initially concerned about your father going to the capital without anyone to look after you. But now, I need not worry. You're earning money and surely can find a place to dine, can't you?" The chieftain's reassurances were valid. Such trivial matters were indeed no cause for concern. I came today to discuss a certain issue with you, esteemed chieftain. What is it? Li Wenyuan asked. What do you think of Li Dongdong? Li Yanqing inquired. Li Wenyuan pondered for a moment before responding. To be frank, I am not particularly fond of him. He tends to boast excessively. Despite merely running a humble tea stall at the dock outside Kaifeng, he insists on claiming he operates a grand tea house on the Imperial Street. Does he think I am oblivious to the truth? Who would allow him to establish a shop on the Imperial Street? Yet, the chieftain should also understand him. Everyone desires face. Who returns home without a bit of self-aggrandizement? You make a valid point. Why do you bring him up? Li Yanqing recounted his encounter with Li Dongdong in the county, sharing his plans. I believe that if Li Dongdong truly has connections in the capital, our family could provide the capital and establish a trade in goods, which he could sell in the city. This would indeed be a lucrative venture. With the profits, we could support the education of our younger kin, nurturing capable youth, thereby gradually prospering the family. What do you think, esteemed chieftain? Li Wenyuan, firmly believing that Li Yanqing was guided by their ancestors' spirit, noted his consideration for the family's prosperity. He promptly nodded. Qing'er is entirely correct. I shall act upon your suggestion. Li Yanqing smiled and waved his hand. I merely propose an idea. The specific execution requires thorough discussion. I have thoughts, and you possess experience. Let us share our insights. Li Wenyuan is an astute individual. He has indeed pondered this matter. Yet his distrust of Li Dongdong has caused him to withhold his agreement. However, since Li Yanqing has broached the subject, the situation transforms entirely. After a moment's contemplation, Li Wenyuan remarked, in truth, Li Dongdong has not conveyed the entire truth to you. His reluctance to open a tea house stems from the unfortunate investment of his hard-earned savings into a clandestine trade of illicit liquor, which was subsequently seized by the authorities. The involved parties faced legal repercussions, and Li Dongdong's financial ruin left him with no recourse but to contemplate becoming a tooth collector. My hesitation in lending him money arises from the fear that he may utilize my funds to settle his debts. Is he still in debt? Li Yanqing inquired, somewhat surprised. I cannot ascertain the state of his debts, but I harbor an aversion to his character. Nevertheless, if you believe he is viable, then it warrants consideration. Li Yanqing mused. I am merely concerned about whether he possesses connections in the capital. Li Wenyuan smiled faintly, reassuring him. There is no need for concern on that front. His father-in-law is a tooth collector with numerous connections. His recent trip to the countryside to procure medicine was indeed a commission from his father-in-law. However, his father-in-law harbors disappointment in him and refuses to lend him a single coin. I have already dispatched someone to investigate his background in the capital. He has not spoken falsely. It is merely his fear of ridicule that prevents him from mentioning his father-in-law. Li Yanqing understood, realizing that the clan leader shared his sentiments and was also keen on leveraging Li Dongdong's connections, which prompted him to send someone to uncover the truth. He recalled that during the clan's memorial service, the leader had deliberately ignored Li Dongdong, seemingly to test him. It appeared the leader was a cunning and shrewd individual. With this in mind, Li Yanqing smiled and proposed, I have another suggestion. Speak. I am listening, Li Wenyuan replied. Li Yanqing continued, why not establish a commercial venture based on this matter? The clan leader and I could provide the capital, while Li Dongdong could contribute his connections as an investment, with each party holding a share. Even in the event of losses, the limit would be the initial capital, and profits could be distributed according to our shares. Additionally, we could employ several clan members to handle operations, deducting their expenses as costs. Once the business flourishes, we could allocate a portion of the profits to assist clan members with education and other forms of aid. What do you think, clan leader? Li Yanqing's suggestion essentially outlined a corporate structure, articulated in simpler terms. Li Wenyuan comprehended the proposal and nodded, smilingly inquiring, how much capital do you possess, Qing'er? Li Yanqing produced a promissory note from the table, representing an amount of 200 taels of silver from the Hongdingji silver shop in Daming Prefecture. Declaring it as his investment, Li Wenyuan was taken aback. 200 taels was a substantial sum. Even in Xiaohe village, few could muster such an amount. After a moment's reflection, Li Wenyuan proposed, let us set the initial capital at 1,000 guan, and I shall contribute an additional 800 guan. Giving me a 50% stake, you 30%, and Li Dongdong 20%. Li Yanqing contemplated this arrangement and remarked, Li Dongdong's 20% seems rather insufficient to motivate him. I suggest we allocate an additional 0.5% to him. There is no need for that. Li Wenyuan decisively interjected. I shall grant him 1% more, allocating 40% to myself, 30% to you, and 30% to Li Dongdong. Let us finalize this agreement. Although the framework and shares of the commercial bank have been finalized, numerous details still require meticulous consideration, such as financial management, material circulation, operational scope, and supply and marketing authority. These elements have been passed down through the ages, albeit with varying terminologies. Particularly, this matter involves Li Dongdong's father-in-law, as Li Dongdong intends to leverage his father-in-law's connections for business ventures. How will his father-in-law calculate the benefits in this scenario? Li Wenyong is an exceedingly astute individual. Thus, he would never allow his finances to go to waste alongside Li Yanqing's. He must clarify certain matters with Li Dongdong, leaving no room for ambiguity. That very evening, he dispatched someone to deliver a message to Li Dongdong, requesting him to meet the following day. However, there was one matter that Li Wenyong deliberately overlooked. He did not inform Li Wengui of this situation. The Li family's assets are entirely under Li Wengui's control, and he did not wish to involve his brother in this business endeavor, since Li Daqi took his son to pay respects at his late wife's grave. A burden had been lifted from his heart. Nevertheless, he still wished to relocate his wife's resting place. In the past, the Ding family held considerable power, leaving him with no options. Now, as he gradually rises, he cannot accept the reality of his wife being buried in her family's cemetery. Li Daqi is acutely aware that the Ding family's attitude is beginning to shift, primarily due to his son. If he wishes to move his late wife's grave back, he must rely on his son. Although Li Daqi understands that this endeavor cannot be accomplished swiftly, he feels an unbearable restlessness in his heart, akin to a cat's claw, if he does not discuss it with his son. Thus, he proceeded to his son's room. Li Yanqing was diligently working at his desk, as they had 11 days of vacation, and classes were set to resume on the 7th day of the lunar month. Master Yao Ding had assigned them a substantial amount of calligraphy work. Having been preoccupied with writing a book, Li Yanqing had fallen behind on his studies. With the beginning of school fast approaching, he was compelled to hastily complete his assignments. Qing'er, your father wishes to discuss something with you. It will take but a moment of your time. No worries, father, please come in. Li Daqi entered the room and saw his son bent over his writing. Yao Ding placed great emphasis on his students' calligraphy, and the assignments during the break primarily revolved around this art, especially for students like Li Yanqing, who received particular attention. It was impossible to simply scribble out a few pieces and pass them off as completed work. After observing his son for a moment, Li Daqi nodded to himself. Compared to when he first entered school, his son's calligraphy had improved significantly, and passing the imperial examination was now within reach. Furthermore, the content he was writing was none other than the records of the Liu family, a rather obscure text even to Li Daqi. Puzzled, he wondered how his son had come to choose this particular work. Was it a requirement from Yao Ding? Without lifting his gaze, Li Yanqing sensed his father's curiosity and explained while continuing to write, "This is not a requirement from my master. Other students are writing the Analects or the Mencius. Master believes I have grasped those well enough, so I am free to choose my own." Last time at the Tongzi meeting, we nearly stumbled over the records of the Liu family, so I wanted to make sure I understood it thoroughly. Oh, I see. Then please continue your writing. We shall discuss this another day. What is it that you need, father? Li Yanqing inquired, setting down his brush with a smile. I am contemplating the need to relocate your mother's grave back to our ancestral land, which spans 3 acres. Among this land, there is 1 acre that possesses favorable feng shui. I wish to lay your mother to rest there, so that a century hence, I may join her in eternal repose. With this in mind, father shall approach the Ding family to discuss this matter. Li Daqi hesitated for a moment and said, I fear that if I speak up, the Ding family may not take it seriously. Father is likely apprehensive about encountering the concubine. Li Yanqing chuckled merrily. Li Daqi's face flushed with embarrassment as he shot his son a fierce glare, admonishing him to cease his foolish talk, for in his heart, there was only room for the memory of his late wife. He would never remarry. Sensing his father's irritation, Li Yanqing subdued his playful demeanor and pondered thoughtfully. In military campaigns, one must consider 3 strategies, upper, middle, and lower. When we relocate Mother-S coffin, we too must devise a suitable plan. Li Daqi perked up, intrigued. What are these 3 strategies? The optimal approach is to assertively demand what is rightfully ours. If the efforts of our venerable elder prove futile, we may seek the assistance of the clan leader. Generally speaking, this should alleviate the issue at hand. However, if even the clan leader's intervention fails, we shall have no choice but to resort to a more moderate strategy. What, then, is this middle course? Li Daqi hastily inquired again. The middle strategy involves reporting to the authorities, where the magistrate would render a judgment. Lu, the magistrate, is a person who values propriety. He would not turn a blind eye to matters that contravene moral principles. However, if the Ding family were to create a scene and refuse to comply with the official decree, steadfastly rejecting any resolution, what recourse would the magistrate have in the end? Li Daqi felt a twinge of concern. If the middle strategy also failed, what would they do then? They would have no choice but to resort to the lowest tactic, employing extreme measures to entice or coerce the Ding family into compliance. However, the young man was confident that this was not a significant issue. It could be resolved without descending to such means, as the head of the family could handle it directly. Li Daqi nodded. Having made up his mind to find an opportune moment in the coming days to discuss the matter thoroughly with the clan leader. At that moment, Li Yanqing wished to speak to his father about establishing a commercial venture with Li Dongdong. Although his father lacked experience with the clan leader's guidance, his father could certainly assist by running errands. Father, there is another significant matter. Although it has yet to be finalized, I would like you to be informed beforehand. Let's visit Li Dongdong's family together the day after tomorrow. Chapter 53. Unexpected gains. Although the name of Qianshan village contains the character for mountain, it bears no relation to any hills and is situated upon a plain. Qianshan village lies to the west of Li Wen village, approximately 2 to 3 li apart, separated by vast stretches of wheat fields. It is a small hamlet consisting of several dozen households, among which the Li family comprises about 8 households. Li Dongdong is the most prosperous member of the Li clan in Qianshan village. At the tender age of 20, he accompanied a fellow villager to the capital, where he initially worked as a bartender in a tavern. Quick-witted and eager to learn, he saved diligently over the course of 5 years, eventually establishing a tea stall by the banks of the Bian River on the city's outskirts. As the years passed, his humble tea stall evolved into a tea house. Recognizing his intelligence and diligence, a local merchant arranged for him to wed his daughter. The couple toiled from dawn till dusk, striving to nurture their modest enterprise. However, harboring ambitions for greater wealth, Li Dongdong took a perilous gamble, investing his entire savings into the illicit liquor trade. Unfortunately, the authorities seized the contraband, leaving him destitute, and he was compelled to sell the tea house he had painstakingly built over 7 or 8 years. With no other options, Li Dongdong resorted to assisting his father-in-law with menial tasks to earn a meager income for his family. Yet, he remained discontented with failure. Having gained insight into the business world, he sought his father-in-law's approval to enter commerce, but lacked the necessary capital. His attempts to borrow money were met with refusal until he encountered Li Yanqing. On the morning of the 5th day of the new year, Li Daqi and his son rode their donkey along the narrow paths towards Qianshan village, several li away. Today, Li Dongdong was hosting a feast, having formally sent out invitations the day before, which Li Daqi and his son graciously accepted. With the passing of the new year, a hint of warmth had begun to permeate the air. The white snow blanketing the fields had melted away, leaving only a trace in the shaded areas. Unable to withstand the encroaching warmth, even the thin ice in the small ditches showed signs of thawing. With the delicate layer on the water's surface now too fragile to tread upon, the wheat fields flanking the paths revealed tender green shoots, bestowing a gentle green hue upon the otherwise barren landscape. A sweeping glance revealed a vista of vibrant green, a pleasing sight that alleviated the eyes from monotony. Li Daqi wore a somber expression, appearing somewhat reluctant to attend the banquet. He had yet to fully digest the business acumen his son had imparted over the past few days. Being a scholar, the realm of commerce was foreign to him, and he felt pressured to comply with his son's fervent ambitions. Were it not for the clan leader's involvement in the enterprise, he would have abstained entirely. Earning 5 or 6 guan a month sufficed for his contentment. He pondered the necessity of accumulating such wealth. As they approached the village entrance, Li Daqi said with irritation, "If Li Dongdong wishes to discuss business with me alone, I shall not entertain him. You may converse with him instead." Li Yanqing replied with a smile, "Father, today there is but one task for you, to sign and seal a cooperation agreement. The clan leader will handle the details. You need not worry about anything else. Simply enjoy your meal and drink. We shall return home this evening. And what will you be doing?" Li Daqi cast a sharp glance at his son and inquired. Li Yanqing, with a playful smile, patted his bulging satchel and replied, "I must catch up on my homework. The day after tomorrow marks the commencement of the new school term, yet I find myself with a plethora of assignments still left unfinished." In an instant, the son transformed from a seasoned veteran of the marketplace into an innocent elementary school child. Although Li Daqi had long grown accustomed to this, he still found himself somewhat bewildered at times. Who, after all, held the reins of authority between father and son? Before long, The father and son arrived at Li Dongdong's residence, which had been expanded to include 6 or 7 brick houses, marking them as one of the wealthier families in the village. Although he was the youngest among 3 brothers, his parents chose to live with him. While he spent most of his time in the capital, his parents resided in his home. Uncle has finally arrived. Welcome. Welcome. Li Dongdong and his elderly father personally went to greet him at the village entrance. Despite being in his 60s, Li Dongdong's father held a similar status to Li Daqi, and the two greeted each other as brothers, strolling towards the nearby home. My dear nephew, please find a room for Qingdi to do his homework. If he doesn't finish soon, he'll be facing punishment the day after tomorrow. Li Dongdong beamed with a smile. Uncle, how can you say that? Qingdi is the leader of the Tongzi society, the best in the entire county. How could the master bear to punish him? No pain, no gain. You were often chastised by your father in your youth, and now look at your success. Li Daqi spoke eloquently, causing Li Dongdong and his father to beam with joy. The 4 of them chatted and laughed as they entered the courtyard, where Li Daqi went to the main hall for tea, while Li Dongdong led Li Yanqing to the inner chambers to study. Seizing an opportunity, Li Dongdong expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Li Yanqing, acknowledging that had it not been for Yanqing's assistance, he would never have had this opportunity for advancement. Although the clan leader had only granted him a 30% share, he had come to terms with the fact that working for his father-in-law would always mean being merely a runner, earning only a small fee regardless of how much he helped. However, working with the clan leader meant he would be one of the principal stakeholders. As long as the business flourished, a 30% profit could lead him to wealth. Qingdi, I spoke with the clan leader yesterday, and all details have been finalized. We can sign the contract today, and from now on, we are in this together. Li Yanqing rolled his eyes at the statement. What was that you just said? Li Dongdong quickly smiled and replied, I was just joking with my younger brother. From now on, we will weather the storm together and prosper. That's more like it. Yanqing responded, then inquired, will this herbal medicine business still meet the deadline? Not a problem. I procured the herbs early this time, covering all of my father-in-law's supplies in Zhangji Township alone. A few more trips to other townships, and I can wrap it all up in a matter of days. Moreover, the clan leader has promised to use the family's cargo ship for transportation, which will save quite a bit on shipping costs. The river will thaw next month, and we can set sail then. This time, we can earn at least 300 guan. And what about the future? Li Yanqing was more concerned with the long-term plans, as this was his father's steady livelihood that needed to be solidified. He pressed further, what are your plans moving forward? Of course, I have plans. Li Dongdong rubbed his hands together, unable to contain his excitement, and his face lit up. Yesterday, I discussed with the clan leader the potential for engaging in grain trade. Tangyin is a major grain-producing county, where wheat and millet are priced at half of what they are in the capital. Purchasing directly from farmers will lower costs even further. Once transported to the capital and after deducting taxes and fees, we can expect at least a 20% profit. While the profits may not match those from the herbal trade, they are stable and secure, encouraged by the government. With a few more trips, we can recoup our investment within a year. As he spoke, Li Dongdong's eyes sparkled with visions of the future, gleaming as if filled with piles of shining coins. Li Yanqing wholeheartedly endorsed this notion. With a population exceeding 1 million in Bianjing, the daily consumption of grain was immense. By the end of the Northern Song Dynasty, the court had already lost control over the grain supply to the capital, relying solely on a few large rice merchants to sustain the city. Engaging in the grain trade was not only stable but also promised long-term profits, making it particularly suitable for a prominent landowning family like the Lis. This was undoubtedly the patriarch's strategy, one that had likely been contemplated for quite some time. Li Yanqing merely found himself in the right place at the right time. At that moment, the door creaked open, and 2 young girls emerged, one following the other. The first, a petite girl of around 4 or 5 years, wore a bright red cotton coat, her hair styled in double buns. With a delicate, oval face, slender eyebrows, and rosy cheeks, she appeared quite charming and obedient. The second girl, considerably older at just over 10 years, was similarly dressed, though lacking the same delicate features. Her skin was fair, and she busily cracked melon seeds in her hand. Third uncle. The younger girl called sweetly as she dashed forward. Li Dongdong's eyes sparkled with joy. What a sweet tongue you have, my dear. The older girl, however, scrutinized Li Yanqing and inquired, Third uncle, where did this little monkey come from? Don't speak nonsense. Li Dongdong's expression darkened. Come here and greet Uncle Qing. Li Yanqing nearly burst into laughter at being called Uncle Qing. These 2 girls must be Li Dongdong's nieces. He puffed out his chest, preparing to receive the salutations of his younger relatives. The younger girl obediently stepped forward and performed a deep bow. Greetings, Uncle Qing. The older girl, taken aback, blushed at the thought of addressing this child as her uncle. She muttered under her breath, I won't call him that. If you don't, your uncle won't give you your New Year's money next year. Li Dongdong clearly knew how to persuade her niece. Reluctantly, the girl shuffled forward, forcing herself to bow to Li Yanqing. I have seen Uncle Qing. Li Yanqing nodded in satisfaction and casually pulled out a handful of coins from his pouch. This is your New Year's money from Uncle Qing. Go have fun. Thank you, Uncle Qing. The younger sister exclaimed joyfully as she reached out to receive the coins. The older girl, her face flushed, snatched the money and shot Li Yanqing a fierce glare before dashing away. Big sister, wait for me. The younger sister called as she hurried after her. Li Dongdong observed their retreating figures and remarked, These are my elder sister's 2 daughters. They came to visit today. And I feel quite embarrassed for having caused you to spend. It's merely a few coins. It's just for good fortune in the new year. Indeed, Li Dongdong acknowledged, knowing well that Li Yanqing was a minor landowner with 200 taels of silver to his name, far wealthier than himself. To him, a handful of coins truly meant little, so he chose not to dwell on it further and invited Li Yanqing to enter the study to do his work, while he himself went to greet the guests. The room designated for Li Yanqing's studies was a space in Li Dongdong's home where miscellaneous items were stored, chosen primarily for its tranquility, ensuring he would not be disturbed by guests, and it conveniently contained a table and chairs. Li Yanqing settled by the window, extracting paper and pen in preparation for his writing. As he ground the ink, he surveyed the room, which was cluttered with an assortment of discarded household items, such as a leaking copper lamp, a chipped bowl, a legless stool, and a tattered bamboo mat, all enshrouded in a fine layer of dust, untouched for an indeterminate period. It was evident that an elderly individual had been responsible for this, unable to part with any possessions. At that moment, Li Yanqing's gaze fell upon a short sword tucked beneath the cabinet. Intrigued, he approached, slightly lifting the cabinet to retrieve the blade. Chapter 54. The Wild Goose and the Magpie. The short sword weighs approximately 6 to 7 pounds. Measures about 50 centimeters in length, is 1.5 centimeters thick, and 3 centimeters wide. Its tip is triangular in shape. Despite exhibiting some slight rust spots on its surface, the steel grain on the blade remains fine and uniform. Li Yanqing, adept at discerning the quality of steel, recognized that this weapon was crafted from exceptionally high-grade true steel, representing the pinnacle of metallurgy during the Song Dynasty. Li Yanqing's eyes gradually brightened with realization. He hastily wiped the spine of the sword with his sleeve, revealing a delicate inscription, Sword of the Cavalry Division. A surge of excitement coursed through him. This sword was none other than the renowned thick-spined short sword of the Song, specifically designated for the cavalry soldiers. During the Han and Tang dynasties, the era was dominated by sabers, yet the sword experienced a renaissance in the Song Dynasty. This shift was partly due to the Song army's scarcity of horses, resulting in a lesser demand for slashing sabers. However, the more significant factor was the advent of the heavy armor era in the Song Dynasty. After the Khitan people seized Yuzhou, they acquired advanced ironworking techniques, leading to a substantial increase in cast iron production. The armor they produced became indistinguishable from that of the Song army. Given that the Khitan were predominantly cavalry, their sabers proved ineffective against the foe's armor. Only the thrusting capability of the sword could penetrate the gaps in the armor, inflicting injuries or death upon their adversaries. This necessity marked the beginning of the extensive use of spears and swords in the Song Dynasty. The thick-spined short sword became the most celebrated weapon of the period. And following the fall of the Southern Song, it was nearly annihilated by the Mongols, rendering it virtually extinct in later generations. Li Yanqing had once glimpsed its likeness in a Song painting. It was versatile enough to thrust, slash, and even serve as a striking weapon akin to a flail, showcasing its practicality. Such a specialized weapon was utterly unattainable in the county swordsmith shops, making it all the more astonishing that he discovered one in a farmer's household. He swung the sword a few times, feeling its exquisite balance, although it was slightly heavier than he preferred. Yet, he found it acceptable and immediately grew fond of the sword, which would serve perfectly for practicing the swordsmanship techniques imparted to him by Uncle Hu. That is my grandfather's sword. How dare you take someone else's belongings? Upon turning around, Li Yanqing noticed that the 2 young ladies, who had previously called him Qing Shu, had returned without him realizing. He placed the sword back in its original position. Although the owner used it to prop up a cabinet and did not cherish it, it was not his to keep, and he did not wish to lose face in front of the 2 younger ones. Dear sister, if Qing Shu likes that sword, let us gift it to him, urged Qing'er, tugging at her sister's sleeve. He bears the surname Li, while we are Zhangs. What business does that make him an uncle? The elder sister shot a displeased glare at her sibling, prompting Qing'er to lower her head in silence. The elder sister stepped forward, scrutinizing Li Yanqing from head to toe. I thought you looked familiar. I recall playing with you before, though you were not quite like this back then. You were from Li Wonsuan, and your family had a large black dog, correct? Li Wonsuan lies no more than 2 to 3 miles from here. So it was not surprising that this young lady had seen him before. However, he had once been a little mud monkey, rather foolish, and now appeared as a refined gentleman. It was no wonder she had initially failed to recognize him. Li Yanqing smiled. Your mother and I are of the same generation. She calls me brother. If you do not wish to call me Qingshu, then what should it be? My father's surname is Zhang, and he has no connection to your Li family. How my mother addresses you is of no concern to me. Li Yanqing listened to her nonsensical chatter and felt a twinge of displeasure, so he casually inquired, since your surname is Zhang, what is your name? My elder sister is called Zhang Dian, replied the younger sister on behalf of her elder sibling. Dian shot her sister a glare. Why are you speaking out of turn? Li Yanqing found the obedient younger sister endearing and smiled. I see. Your name must be Zhang Xiaoyan. Am I correct? No. I am called Magpie. Uncle Qing calls me Magpie, or you can call me Xia. The little fool, you revealed everything. Dian glared at her sister once more. The younger sister stuck out her tongue and lowered her head in response. Dian then regarded Li Yanqing with a smirk, inching closer. Little brother, don't move. I have a secret to share with you. As Dian sweet-talked Li Yanqing, she suddenly reached out to tug at his ear, sensing her ulterior motive. Li Yanqing swiftly sidestepped before she could grasp him. Dian missed her target and stomped her foot in frustration, pouncing towards Li Yanqing like a cat, exclaiming, You mischievous monkey. Making me call you uncle. Just wait and see how I deal with you. Please don't hit her. Uncle will get angry. The younger sister, Magpie, pleaded, hopping anxiously. Li Yanqing, swift as the wind, deftly evaded her, retreating to the doorway. He then produced 10 coins, weighing them lightly in his hand, and grinned. I'm not asking you to call me for free. If you respectfully call me Uncle Qing, this 10 coins are yours. Upon seeing the 10 coins, Dian's eyes sparkled, and her anger dissipated entirely. Earlier, Li Yanqing had gifted her 20 coins, enough to buy a copper hairpin. This was the first time she had received such a generous amount of New Year's money. Her family was rather poor, with parents who would stretch a single coin to its limit, often giving any good things to her younger brother, leaving little for her and her sister. This new outfit had been a gift from their uncle. The New Year's money typically amounted to just a few coins, and only when their uncle from the capital visited would they receive a bit more. She had never before encountered such a windfall as today. She fixated on the 10 coins in Li Yanqing's hand, plotting how to procure them from this foolish boy. With this money, she could buy a silk flower. Beaming, she coaxed Li Yanqing, Good little brother, if you give the money to your sister, she won't be angry anymore and will accompany you to collect bird eggs. No. It is the custom to respect one's elders. Your mother calls me brother, thus you must call me Uncle Qing. Dian hesitated, and seeing her on the verge of capitulation, Li Yanqing chuckled. If you do not wish to call me, then forget it. I shan't force you. As he made to pocket the coins, Dian felt a surge of urgency and finally exclaimed, Qing. Uncle, that's more like it. Respecting one's elders brings benefits. Why not indulge? Dian snatched the 10 coins, fearful that Li Yanqing might retract his offer, and without uttering another word, she dashed away. Magpie followed her sister. But Li Yanqing caught her arm, chuckling, Wait a moment, I will give you 10 coins as well. Magpie waved her hands repeatedly, I don't want it. Calling you uncle is the right thing to do. How can I take money for that? Li Yanqing, upon observing her obedient and sensible demeanor, found himself quite fond of her. He pressed 10 coins into her small hand, saying, Here, go buy some sweets. Thank you, Uncle Qing. The girl beamed with delight as she took the money and dashed out to catch up with her sister. Once the sisters had run off into the distance, Li Yanqing finally settled down to focus on his studies. As evening approached, Li Dongdong arrived to invite Li Yanqing to dinner. By this time, he had completed his work and was admiring a short sword. If you like this sword, I shall gift it to you, Li Dongdong said with a smile as she entered the room. How could I accept such a generous offer? Li Yanqing replied, This sword belonged to my uncle. He cherished it dearly. After his passing, it was left unwanted. My father, who enjoys collecting antiques, retrieved it. I feared you might find it unworthy. But if you truly wish to give it, I shall not be impolite. Then I shall not insist. Li Yanqing's heart swelled with joy. This visit proved far from futile, as he had acquired a fine sword. At that moment, Li Dongdong playfully pulled Li Yanqing along, exclaiming, Dinner is about to be served. We have been waiting for you. He carefully tucked the sword into his satchel and followed her towards the main hall. Has the clan leader arrived? He inquired with a smile. He arrived long ago, and the contract has already been signed. Your father requested that we not disturb you, hence we did not call for you, she replied. Li Yanqing felt no concern. He had visited Lushan town the previous day to review the draft of the contract. The clan leader had taken great care in its preparation, far more meticulous than he had anticipated. The contract was finalized, and today was merely for signatures and seals. Upon entering the hall, Li Yanqing found it buzzing with activity. Approximately 30 people had gathered, with Li Dongdong having arranged 3 tables of feasting, 1 at the head of the hall and 2 in the courtyard. The guests were predominantly from Qianshan village, and aside from a few clan members he recognized from ancestral rites, he was unfamiliar with most. Li Dongdong introduced him to the neighbors, and upon learning that the young man before them was the celebrated Li Yanqing, the victor of the youth association, they all stood in respect and reverence, bowing to him. Li Yanqing returned their greetings with a smile. As he was led into the main hall, he spotted Li Wenyao seated at the head table, who immediately gestured for him to come over. Qing'er, come sit here, Li Wenyao called out. The guests in the main hall lavished compliments upon Li Wenyao, praising the Li family for producing yet another scholar, which filled him with delight as he stroked his beard and chuckled heartily. After exchanging pleasantries with the guests, Li Yanqing noticed the absence of his father and asked Li Wenyao, clan leader, where is my father? With a chuckle, Li Wenyao replied, he had to leave for an urgent matter. Li Yanqing was taken aback. His father had returned without informing him? Clan leader, what was so pressing? Today, the county school accompanied a visitor from the state, who came to inquire about your father's reputation. This may pertain to an old matter from the past, and your father was anxious, so he left early. Chapter 55. A stroke of bad luck. Li Yanqing leapt to his feet. For this was a promise made by the prefect Li Kuei, and he had not anticipated its arrival so soon. He felt an urgent need to depart. However, Li Wenyuan grasped him firmly, imploring, do not go. Your father specifically entrusted me with this task. He is capable of handling it himself, and he wishes for you to remain here and partake in the feast on his behalf. With reluctance, Li Yanqing slowly settled back down, his heart still racing with anxiety. What if his father struggled to articulate his thoughts and thereby jeopardized a significant matter? At that moment, Li Dongdong rose to offer a toast. As I am occupied with earning a living in the capital and unable to return home to fulfill my filial duties, I am profoundly grateful to all the neighbors and elders who have cared for my father. In appreciation, I have prepared a toast of water and wine for everyone. I shall drink first as a sign of respect. He drained his cup in one gulp, prompting the others to raise their glasses and drink as well, before they finally began to eat, sharing laughter and conversation. At this juncture, a diminutive man in his 30s, poorly dressed and seemingly impoverished, approached Li Yanqing with a cup raised in jest. Allow me to toast the young official. Instantly, Li Dongdong's father's expression darkened. This was his eldest son-in-law, Zhang, an ne'er-do-well who indulged in idleness. Were it not for his son's invitation, he would never have allowed him to partake in their meal. Yet, Zhang's cup was already before Li Yanqing. Not wishing to lose face before the clan leader, Li Dongdong's father begrudgingly introduced, young master, this is my son-in-law, Zhang. Li Yanqing responded with a simple "oh," realizing he was the father of the charming girl, Dian. He scrutinized Zhang, noting his round face and narrow eyes, which glimmered with a hint of cunning. It struck him how closely Zhang and Dian resembled one another. Unsure why Zhang wished to toast him, Li Yanqing exchanged a few polite remarks and took a sip with him. However, Zhang showed no intention of leaving. He appeared eager to say more. Li Dongdong's father grew increasingly irate and urged him. The young official wishes to enjoy his meal. You have toasted, so be swift in your departure. Feigning ignorance to his father-in-law's words, Zhang continued with a grin. I just heard from Deqi that he is often away from home, leaving the young official without proper care. I suggested that he might need assistance, and he said it would depend on the young official's willingness. Li Yanqing smiled cheerfully. What excellent advice has Zhang brother offered my father? Meanwhile, Li Dongdong's father felt agitation rising within him. His son-in-law was not only indolent but had also succumbed to vices of gambling and debauchery, selling off their household's valuables. Each time he offered his daughter a meager sum, this scoundrel would snatch it away. What could he possibly suggest that was beneficial? Surely, he was concocting some ill scheme against the young official. Worried that his son-in-law might ruin his son's reputation, Li Dongdong's father stood and pushed Zhang aside, declaring, this matter does not concern you. Li Yanqing quickly intervened. Uncle, do not be angry. Since brother Zhang has already spoken to my father, it is best to hear him out. Ping shot a glare at his father-in-law but bent his body slightly, smiling again. I told your father that if the young official lacks company, my daughter could attend to him. What kind of advice was this? Li Yanqing was momentarily taken aback. Li Dongdong's father could no longer contain himself. In a fit of rage, he lunged at his son-in-law, seizing him by the collar and raising his fist. You drink and then act like a fool, bringing shame upon me. The crowd, alarmed, hastily urged restraint. Li Weiyuan seated Li Dongdong's father and said with a smile, "It is not such a bad thing. As daughters grow older, they venture out to contribute to the household. As long as the timing is well calculated and it does not interfere with their prospects for marriage." Li Yanqing finally grasped Zhang Ping's intentions. He was suggesting selling his daughter as a servant. However, the role of a servant in the Song Dynasty was markedly different from the past. It was essentially a contractual employment relationship, with both parties signing a time-limited agreement that reverted to freedom upon its completion. Thus, many impoverished families willingly sent their daughters to serve as young maids, alleviating their own financial burdens while earning a modest income, which could be saved for the daughters' eventual marriages. Due to the abundance of supply, the market price for maids was quite low, typically around 5 or 6 guan per year. If the maid was particularly charming and well-mannered, the cost might rise slightly, but it rarely exceeded 10 guan annually. Consequently, many middle-class households employed young maids, such as the families of Li Er and Li San, who each had 2. Nonetheless, this arrangement was not without its shame, as it implied a recognition of one's own ineptitude, necessitating the selling of one's daughter to generate income. Li Dongdong's father was infuriated that his son-in-law would consider selling his granddaughter in front of others. It left him feeling humiliated. Li Wenyuan smiled at Li Yanqing, saying, "Your father will often be away from home in the future. I believe you could benefit from having a maid to attend to your daily needs. What do you think?" "Thank you for your kind offer, but I must decline," Li Yanqing replied firmly. He was not fundamentally opposed to having a maid, but he knew that Zhang Ping intended to sell his eldest daughter, Zhang Dian, and he had no desire for that young lady to serve him. Though he might have preferred a different maid, she was unfortunately too young. Li Wenyuan, a shrewd businessman, understood the deep bond between Li Dongdong and her elder sister. He had invited the brother-in-law to the feast precisely for this reason. Zhang Ping was notorious in Qianshan village as a scoundrel. If Li Wenyuan could win him over, he could keep a watchful eye on Li Dongdong from the sidelines. Seeing Li Yanqing's refusal, Li Wenyuan turned to Zhang Ping with a smile. "As it happens, my wife requires a seamstress. Why not allow your daughter to come work for me? You can bring her tomorrow, and we shall negotiate her wages." Zhang Ping was overjoyed and bowed deeply, saying, "It would be an honor for my daughter to serve in the Li household." Though Li Dongdong's father was vexed by his son-in-law's ineptitude, he realized that, given his son-in-law's character, his granddaughter would undoubtedly need to find work this year, rather than suffer in the employ of an ordinary household. It would be far better for her to work in the chief's residence, where she would be well-fed and compensated adequately, allowing her to contribute to her family's finances. He shot his son-in-law a fierce glare but fell silent thereafter. Li Yanqing, however, was unconcerned about Zhang Dian becoming a maid in the chief's household. His primary concern was the situation with his father, uncertain of how the negotiations were proceeding. Anxiously awaiting, yet reluctant to take his leave, Li Yanqing endured until the banquet concluded. As he prepared to depart, he noticed that Li Dongdong had become inebriated, and her father escorted them out of the house. Li Wenyuan said with a smile, "Qing'er, ride in my carriage. I have something to discuss with you." With no choice, Li Yanqing climbed into the carriage. While Li Wenyuan instructed a servant to ride Li Yanqing's donkey back home, and only then did the carriage set off. Inside the carriage, Li Wenyuan produced a copy of a commercial contract, handing it to him in triplicate. "This is your portion, please keep it safe." Li Yanqing accepted the document and inquired, "Where does the clan leader intend to commence?" "I plan to start with this batch of medicinal herbs. Tomorrow, your father will accompany Li Dongdong to Weinan town to procure the materials. Subsequently, I intend to entrust him with the financial matters, as I do not trust others. Once the canal thaws next month, I shall accompany your father on the journey to the capital with the shipment of herbs. This will serve a dual purpose, to address the matter of the family genealogy and to assess the grain market. Once arrangements are made in the capital, we will commence the procurement and transportation of the first batch of grain in March. Qing'er, I have been planning this for nearly 4 years, yet I hesitated until now. It is indeed because of you that it has finally come to fruition." Li Wenyuan felt a surge of emotion from this moment onward. They would gradually engage with the capital, which posed a challenge for him as well. Li Yanqing was equally pensive, after enduring many hardships. His father was finally poised to embark on a new chapter in life. He hoped his father would find a virtuous wife to complete this new beginning. However, he harbored some reservations about entrusting his father with the accounts, as their impoverished state was partly due to his father's ineptitude in managing finances. For instance, in the Song Dynasty, sugar was exceedingly expensive. A syrup cake cost 10 coins. Li Shishi, concerned for his son, hesitated to spend 10 coins on a cake, unaware that with just 5 more coins, they could purchase a dough of wheat, thereby alleviating their reliance on vegetable buns. Nevertheless, the clan leader's trust in his father was a different matter altogether. At that moment, Li Yanqing suddenly recalled something and promptly addressed Li Wenyuan. I wonder if my father has mentioned relocating my mother's grave. Li Wenyuan nodded. Your father has indeed spoken to me about it. I bear some responsibility for this matter from years past. I should not have acquiesced to your grandfather. However, rest assured, your grandfather has business dealings with our Li family, which involves substantial annual profits for him. If I propose the relocation of the grave, he would not dare to refuse. But we shall defer this matter until our return from the capital. Please be patient a while longer. I have no objections. Thank you, clan leader. Li Wenyuan smiled. Your task is to focus on your studies. I noticed you acquired a sword from Li Dongdong's family. It would be beneficial to cultivate both literary and martial skills. In this world, there are 3 things of utmost value: either a full purse, considerable power, or a strong fist. Everything else is mere nonsense. The clan leader's teachings resonated deeply with Qing'er. Li Wenyuan chuckled heartily, his round face lighting up with joy. I dare not instruct you further. Now, you may return. As the carriage came to a halt, Li Yanqing leaped down and hurried towards the village. Upon reaching the village entrance, he fortuitously encountered Aunt Gu-san, who was angrily wielding a rolling pin as she exited the village. Aunt San, why are you out so late? Juzi's father went to the town to buy vinegar, but has yet to return. I have no idea where he has gone. I intend to check. Li Yanqing hesitated momentarily before asking, would you like me to accompany you, Aunt San? No. You should hurry home. Aunt Gu-san took a few steps before turning back to say, Qing'er, today someone came to inquire about your father's condition. We have all spoken well of him, even signing our names on paper. Everyone hopes for your father's recovery. Thank you, Aunt San. I will surely repay everyone in the future. There's no need for such formality. Hurry and see your father. He has cried today. Li Yanqing rushed home, finding the courtyard and door wide open. He dashed inside to find his father seated in the dimly lit parlor, covering his face and weeping softly. Startled, Li Yanqing quickly lit the lamp. Father, what is the matter? Li Yanqing asked anxiously. Li Shishi picked up a piece of paper from the table and handed it to his son, his voice choked with emotion. You read it for yourself. Li Yanqing took the paper and examined it closely. To his astonishment, it was an official investigation report from the government. It clearly stated that although Li Shishi had committed an infraction during the imperial examination 5 years ago, after 5 years had passed, and following an on-site investigation, it was found that Li Shishi had sincerely reformed and had greatly benefited the community, earning high regard among the people. They recommended the annulment of his previous examination offense, hoping he would henceforth abide by the law and not reoffend. Below was the investigator's signature. Generally speaking, as long as the investigator confirmed the facts through on-site checks, there would be no issues, and the record would certainly be expunged. Li Yanqing's eyes glistened with tears. After 5 long years, his father had finally been vindicated. At that moment, Li Shishi looked at his son, unable to contain his overwhelming emotions any longer, and broke down in loud sobs over the table. The first volume concludes. Chapter 56. Facing a choice, time flies swiftly, and 5 years have elapsed in the blink of an eye. It is now the 6th year of the Zhenghe era, and Li Yanqing has matured into a 12-year-old youth. He has spent 5 years at the Lushan Academy, and this spring, he, along with Yufei and Wang Gui, is set to participate in the county examination, preparing to study in Tangyin County. However, their master, Yao Ding, has begun to feel a sense of unease. With the knowledge Li Yanqing has amassed, he is capable enough to take the examination directly, should he succeed. He would become the youngest scholar in the history of the region. Yet, Yao Ding believes that Li Yanqing should undergo further refinement. Achieving success too early may not be beneficial for him. After several days of contemplation, Yao Ding ultimately resolves to seek Li Yanqing's opinion. Yao Ding's room remains as austere as ever, with little change over the years. The walls still display the couplets Li Yanqing had written for him, albeit on refreshed paper. Yet, Yao Ding has aged considerably, his hair and beard now completely white, his back slightly stooped. At 60 years old, his vigor has waned, his speech slower, and his breath somewhat feeble, yet his gaze retains its characteristic sternness. I still maintain my previous stance. I suggest you study at the county academy for another 2 years and then attend the provincial academy for a year before taking the examination. However, your father wishes for you to participate this year. I believe it is ultimately your decision. Li Yanqing fell silent for a moment and replied, I fear that if I take the examination too early, the county may not recommend me. Yoding chuckled, the crow's feet at the corners of his eyes deepening, and a rare softness flickered in his aged gaze. You need not worry about that. With your reputation in the county, how could they possibly overlook recommending you? Moreover, the current county magistrate is preoccupied with military affairs and pays little heed to the imperial examinations. If the county truly refuses to recommend you, I can enlist a few scholars to jointly vouch for you. Qualification will not be an issue. The key lies in your own willingness. Li Yanqing certainly did not wish to squander time at the county academy, acutely aware that only a decade remained until the Jingkang incident. And he felt a sense of urgency, yet with nearly a year until the examination, his anxiety was of little consequence. After pondering, Li Yanqing suggested, the examination is not until the end of the year, leaving almost a year ahead. Perhaps I should participate in the county examination, study for a year, and then take the imperial examination at year's end. This way, the county academy's expectations would also be fulfilled. What does my master think? Seeing that Li Yanqing was resolute in his stance, Yao Ding, though he had been consulted, recognized that the decision had effectively been made. That sounds agreeable. In fact, that was my intention as well, to spend 2 years at the county academy before taking the examination. However, the academic atmosphere there is rather lax. 1 year or 2 will make little difference. Let it be decided thus. Understood, master. Yao Ding then casually picked up a manuscript titled The Great Sage Subdues Demons, The Journey to the West, authored by Li Yanqing, and inquired with a smile. The final volume should be completed by now. May I have the pleasure of an early glimpse? Over the past 5 years, Li Yanqing has composed a total of 29 volumes of The Great Sage Subdues Demons, with the final installment, The Journey to the West, on the verge of completion. It was during a home visit 2 years ago that Yao Ding inadvertently discovered the manuscript of The Great Sage Subdues Demons in Li Yanqing's residence, leading him to the realization that the illustrious Lu Shan Xiaoxiaozi was, in fact, his beloved disciple. After expressing his displeasure and chastising Li Yanqing, Yao Ding delved into the unpublished volumes of The Great Sage Subdues Demons, which had been confiscated during Li Yanqing's years at the academy. Consequently, he became an ardent admirer of Li Yanqing's work, often seizing the opportunity to peruse his manuscripts ahead of time, taking advantage of his position as a mentor. Li Yanqing promptly replied, It is already completed. I shall deliver it to you tomorrow. Tomorrow is too late. It must be today, at noon. You shall return briefly to retrieve the manuscript. A mischievous glimmer danced in Yao Ding's eyes, reminiscent of a playful child. Li Yanqing, feeling resigned, could only acquiesce. And Yao Ding waved his hand, urging, Go on. Go on. I am about to attend class. Li Yanqing rose and bowed respectfully before departing from his master's chamber. As he reached the entrance of the study, he felt a sudden embrace around his lower back, recognizing it to be none other than Wang Gui. Li Yanqing seized the moment when Wang Gui's momentum had not yet dissipated. With a deft twist, he flung Wang Gui away, causing him to stumble precariously, nearly toppling to the ground. Tang Hui, standing by, shook his folding fan and erupted into laughter, lamenting that if only old Li had exerted a bit more force, old Gui would have ended up in quite the predicament. Wang Gui retorted dejectedly, Is it not enough that I did not exert my full strength? Would I, Wang Gui, resort to such underhanded tactics as attacking from behind? Enough already. Enough. I concede that the prowess of Wang is unmatched. Are you satisfied now? Li Yanqing smiled cheerfully and said, I am not satisfied unless you agree to duel with me at noon. He scratched his head and added, I must return home at noon. My master wishes to review the manuscript. Wang Gui's eyes sparkled with excitement as he immediately raised his hand, exclaiming, I shall be second. Tang Hui anxiously urged, Lao Gui, hand it over to me once you finish. Both Wang Gui and Tang Hui were well aware of Li Yanqing's secret. Consequently, under the relentless persistence of these two youngsters, Li Yanqing reluctantly acquiesced to their unreasonable demands. Zhu Beiji, before attaining immortality, was the valiant general of the Western Qi Kingdom. Known as Wang Gui, while Sha Sang, whose family name was Tang, was the young lord of the Tang family in the village of Lu Shahi, named Tang Hui. Even Master Yao Ding had subtly hinted to Li Yanqing that since Tang Song had undergone 9 lifetimes of cultivation, could one of those lifetimes bear the surname Yao? This left Li Yanqing in a state of bemusement, compelling him to pen a supplementary narrative in the 18th volume, recounting the past and present of the great sage's vanquishing of demons, specifically detailing the stories of Tang Xing, Zhu Beiji, and Sha Seng before their reincarnations. As a result, Wang Gui and Tang Hui ascended to fame, yet they upheld their promise, refraining from divulging Li Yanqing's secret to others. Naturally, their motivations were not entirely selfless. They aspired to continue portraying other roles within the narrative, unwilling to let the likes of Li Er and Li San seize the spotlight. Just as their argument escalated, Yu Fei swiftly emerged from the study, pulling Li Yanqing aside and urgently inquiring, "What have you decided?" Yu Fei, Tang Hui, and Wang Gui are all preparing for the county examination this year. Naturally, they hope that Li Yanqing will continue to accompany them in their studies at the county academy. At this moment, Wang Gui and Tang Hui also approached, eager to learn of Li Yanqing's decision. Li Yanqing remarked, "My master and I have already agreed to first participate in the county school examination, study for a year at the county school, and then head to Xiangzhou for the provincial examination at the end of the year." After a moment of contemplation, Yu Fei responded, "My master intends for me to take the path of the Imperial Academy. Thus, I shall also study at the county school for just 1 year. At year's end, I will join you in Xiangzhou. I will take the state examination, while you will partake in the provincial examination." Wang Gui, suddenly anxious, interjected, "But what about old Tang and me?" Li Yanqing and Yu Fei exchanged glances, revealing a shared sense of helplessness. The two were naturally inclined towards martial pursuits, particularly Wang Gui, who was consumed by his training and lagged in his studies. Given their current capabilities, it was unrealistic to expect them to pass the provincial examination, let alone the state examination. Li Yanqing chuckled, "We have a year ahead of us. Let us decide at the end of the year. Perhaps by then we can all go together. Together. Together." Wang Gui declared with fervor, "From this day forth, I, Wang Gui, shall hang my head from the beam and pierce my thigh with a awl, dedicating myself to my studies, and a year later, I shall partake in the imperial examination and achieve greatness." No sooner had he finished speaking than a cold voice from beside them broke in. "I have heard your words at least 10 times already." The four of them instinctively recoiled and slipped into the study room. The Lu Mountain Academy had undergone significant changes compared to the past. The most notable transformation was the surge in student enrollment. 5 years ago, when the academy triumphed in the County Child Association, it inspired many families of slightly better means to send their children to study there. Even affluent families from neighboring Weinan Town and Zhangji Town sent their children to Lu Mountain Academy, seeking to study under Yao Ding. This increase in student numbers led to the construction of additional classrooms to the north of the playground and the hiring of 2 more teachers. One, surnamed Zhou, was a local from Lu Mountain and a successful scholar, tasked with teaching in the middle school. The other was Li Yanqing's uncle, Li Daguang. Li Wangui ultimately relieved him of his duties as the guardian of their ancestral hall and arranged for him to teach at the academy, where he specialized in instructing young children. Though not a successful scholar himself, he had sat for the provincial examination for over a decade and was more than capable of teaching 6 or 7-year-olds to recognize characters. Another notable change was the shift in the academic atmosphere, which was also related to the new county magistrate. 3 years prior, the magistrate, Lu Zhan, had effectively managed the academy and was subsequently promoted to the position of Tongpan in Xizhou. The new magistrate, surnamed Jiang and named Jiang Dadao, was nicknamed Jiang the Great Blade. This magistrate, a military official by background, took inspiration from the former magistrate Tongguan's approach. As Tongguan remarked, "Tangyin is a crucial county in the northern frontier, having languished in weakness for too long. It is better to employ martial talent to invigorate the martial spirit and defend against the Liao tribes. In light of this noble cause, the current emperor granted Tongguan's request, allowing Jiang Dadao to shed his armor and don the robes of a civil official." True to his name, Jiang Dadao was decisive in his actions. On his first day in office, he transformed the student association's examination from a literary to a martial one, which met with fierce resistance from all the academies. Nevertheless, Jiang Dadao remained unyielding and ultimately abolished the student association. Despite his rough demeanor, he was not foolish. The student association had been a political achievement of his predecessor, and no matter how well he performed, it bore no relevance to him. Jiang Dadao was committed to a martial path, forcefully implementing martial arts classes in the county academy and various schools, mandating that students dedicate an afternoon every 2 days to martial practice, which led to a flourishing martial spirit in Tangyin County. In just a few short years, The once unpretentious literary atmosphere of Tangyin County has dissipated entirely. The students, robust and vigorous, have become adept in martial arts. However, last year's examination results were dismal, with not a single scholar from the county achieving the status of a provincial graduate. The martial spirit in Tangyin County has surged, and the academy in Lushan Town has felt its profound impact, as students now attend classes armed with swords and knives. Although Yanqing attempted to resist this trend, the newly instituted regulations mandated by the county required martial skills to be a compulsory subject. In order to ensure his students could attend the county academy, Yanqing reluctantly conformed to the prevailing circumstances. Compounded by Li Dagwan's eagerness to curry favor with the county magistrate and his encouragement for students to bring weapons to school, Yao Ding, now advanced in years, chose to relinquish control and focus solely on nurturing his few beloved disciples. In contrast, Li Yanqing and his companions exemplified restraint. Neither Li Yanqing nor Yu Fei had ever brought weapons to school. Only the martial enthusiast Wang Gui wielded an exceptionally sharp short sword, which he flaunted throughout the day, displaying bravado in the academy. Tang Huai, on the other hand, adopted a novel approach, brandishing a folding fan purchased by a relative for 10 strings of cash from the capital, often seen reciting poetry and adopting the demeanor of a flamboyant scholar, a style reportedly fashionable in the capital. As the four entered the study room, Li Er burst in, breathless, exclaiming, "Breaking news! The commander of the 80,000 elite troops from Tokyo is on his way." Chapter 57. The mysterious elder. As early as last autumn, rumors circulated that County Magistrate Jiang Dadao intended to hire a highly esteemed instructor from the Imperial Guard to teach martial arts at the county academy. After months of speculation, when hope seemed to wane, the prospect unexpectedly materialized. Li Yanqing remained silent, a knowing smile gracing his lips. He was aware of the truth. Zhou Tong was indeed coming. Wang Gui was the first to leap up, exclaiming, "Is it true or merely hearsay? My father mentioned it. He just returned from the county and said the academy has officially announced it." Li Er's father, Li Zhen, had taken over the position of chief constable from Li Wangui last year, and his words certainly held weight. Wang Gui cheered with delight, while Tang Huai, fanning himself, remarked, "He is teaching at the academy, not us. Why all the excitement?" Li Yanqing chimed in with a jest. Didn't old Gui just declare his determination to hang a rope around his neck and insert a needle in his backside? He is bound to excel at the academy, isn't that right, old Gui? Yu Fei pulled a sewing needle from the table and solemnly handed it to Wang Gui, saying, "I happen to have a needle right here." Laughter erupted in the study. Yet Wang Gui remained unperturbed, puffing up with pride as he declared, "I'm not afraid of your envy. My grandfather has already visited Magistrate Jiang, who personally assured me of my admission without examination. What do you think of that?" The 20 or so aspiring scholars in the academy gasped in admiration. Yet Tang Huai scoffed, "You're not taking the county exam. Do you really think an esteemed instructor from the Imperial Guard would consider you? While we all seek the guidance of the instructor, you're still grinding away with that old buck. It's laughable." Tang Huai's comment sparked a flicker of concern in Wang Gui. Although martial arts were a requisite for the county examination, Jiang Dadao was known for his flexibility. One could pay to attend the academy without taking the martial arts test. However, the presence of the Imperial Guard instructor on the examination panel made Wang Gui anxious. If he did not catch the instructor's eye during the county exam, would he ever be noticed afterward? Li Yanqing patted his shoulder, chuckling. "Thus, clever tricks won't suffice. You ought to take the martial arts exam. You should have no problem." Wang Gui's enthusiasm deflated instantly, and he slumped down, losing the spark of conversation, prompting the others to return to their studies in silence. The county examination was scheduled for the 5th day of the 2nd month, a mere 10 days away. After years of preparation, the students were well aware of the format. The exam itself was not arduous. It primarily involved the Analects, Mencius, and the classic of filial piety, testing the candidate's comprehension. Mastering these texts and thoroughly reviewing past examination questions would ensure a solid foundation. The true challenge lay in calligraphy. As the county examination demanded a high standard in this art, failure to meet this criterion would undoubtedly result in disqualification. As for martial arts, Magistrate Jiang had a reputation for being quite lenient, as long as one was physically robust. Running 5 laps around the academy's perimeter within the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, lifting 50 pounds, and shooting 10 arrows would suffice to pass. Thus, the crux of the county examination hinged on calligraphy. In the days leading up to the exam, the students diligently practiced their penmanship. filling the room with the soft rustling of brush strokes. Over the past 5 years, Li Yanqing's calligraphy has evolved from its initial elegance and grace to a style that approaches the mastery of the greats. The Northern Song Dynasty's 4 prominent calligraphers, Su, Huang, Mi, and Kai, have served as the most frequently emulated models, and Li Yanqing particularly excels in running script. He has absorbed the robust and profound style of Yanqing, while also embracing the refined and ethereal qualities of Su Dongpo. Through relentless practice of the running script techniques of Huang Tingjin and Mi Fu, his writing has improved remarkably, to the point where even his father, Li Daqi, and his mentor, Yao Ding, feel somewhat overshadowed. It is precisely because of his exceptional calligraphy that his father, Li Daqi, encourages him to take the imperial examination directly. In comparison, Yu Fei's calligraphy is slightly less impressive. However, it retains a similar solid foundation and ranks just behind Li Yanqing at the Lushan Academy. As Li Yanqing was immersed in the tranquility of writing, a note suddenly appeared on his desk. Upon opening it, he discovered it was from Wang Gui, requesting a duel by the riverside after school. Throughout the past 5 years, while engrossed in their studies, they have not abandoned their martial pursuits. As their physiques matured, each individual's talents gradually emerged. Li Yanqing retained his innate speed, perfecting a sword technique imparted by Uncle Hu, wielding his sword with unparalleled swiftness. His secondary skill involved an extraordinary precision in stone striking, hitting targets consistently within 7 zhang. However, in terms of strength, Li Yanqing did not match Yu Fei, who possessed a natural might and displayed a vigorous style reminiscent of Uncle Hu's formidable presence. Among the 4, Tang Hui favored the practice of lightness and agility. Although he was the oldest, he was the shortest, yet his body was the most nimble and quick. Wang Gui, on the other hand, was characterized by his versatility, possessing a smattering of skills without mastering any, even having attempted to learn stone striking from Li Yanqing. Though his limited talent confined his accuracy to a mere zhang, Li Yanqing chuckled, inscribing the character on the paper before crumpling it into a ball. Wang Gui's face lit up with delight. He had diligently practiced a whip technique over the past 6 months and was eager to test his skills against Li Yanqing. After school that afternoon, the 4 friends traversed the official road to the banks of the Tang River, a location where Li Yanqing had previously sparred with Wang Gui. The riverside was adorned with a vast expanse of grass, imbued with a warm atmosphere. The willow branches had begun to sprout tender green buds, and the river, just thawed, was sparsely populated with vessels. A passenger boat lay docked by the shore, its owner temporarily absent as he went to procure supplies. An elderly gentleman stood at the bow, gazing contemplatively at the new buds on the willow branches. "Let us commence," Wang Gui exclaimed with enthusiasm, brandishing a wooden whip as he warmed up, resembling a monkey leaping about in excitement. He had mastered an impressive whip technique from a martial instructor 6 months prior and was eager for another match with Li Yanqing. "You two serve as witnesses. I shall determine the victor against old Li." Wang Gui struck a pose reminiscent of a white crane spreading its wings, infused with a hint of the grace of Wang Fei Hong, beckoning Li Yanqing with a slight bend of his hand. Li Yanqing, casually holding a wooden sword, stood relaxed, a smile gracing his face as he appraised Wang Gui's demeanor. The other 2 had yet to assume their roles as judges. Tang Hui, fanning himself with his folding fan, pretentiously recited several verses from Liu Sanbian's romantic poetry. Although he had never had an interest in poetry, he had memorized hundreds of verses since acquiring the fan. Yu Fei found himself lost in thought, idly chewing on a stalk of grass as he gazed blankly at the Tang River, contemplating his future. Should he pursue further studies at the provincial academy, or join Li Yanqing in attempting the civil service examination in Xiangzhou at the year's end? Wang Gui, feeling neglected, shouted fiercely at Li Yanqing, "This time is different from the past. If you don't take this seriously, don't come crying to me later when you get beaten. Bring it on." Li Yanqing's exclamation caught the attention of an elderly man at the bow of the boat, who turned to observe the youths engaging in a sparring match. Intrigued by their display, "Then I shall not hold back," Wang Gui declared, brandishing his whip with a flourish, as if he had grown 3 heads and 6 arms. While his movements appeared chaotic, upon closer inspection, there was a discernible rhythm to his technique. This was the whip technique taught to him by Master Liu, the guardian of the Wang family estate, who had imparted a few authentic skills to Wang Gui as a gesture of gratitude before his return to his hometown in Daming Prefecture. However, Wang Gui had only practiced for a few months and had yet to grasp the subtleties of the whip technique, possessing merely its superficial form, lacking its essence. The elderly man nodded in approval, noting that the boy's whip technique was intriguing, chaotic yet not disorderly, reminiscent of the renowned whip style from the Liu family of Daming Prefecture, rarely shared with outsiders. It was remarkable to see it wielded by a youth from Tangyin County, suggesting that this seemingly humble locale concealed hidden talents. Li Yanqing remained motionless as Wang Gui approached, suddenly bursting into laughter. In a flash, he moved with lightning speed, delivering a swift thrust of his sword that struck Wang Gui's left shoulder. What an excellent sword technique! The elderly man exclaimed in astonishment, drawing the attention of the 4 youths who turned to notice his presence on the boat. The old man observed closely. Li Yanqing's swordplay appeared simple and unadorned. Yet combined with his incredible speed, it became exceptionally formidable. Even an average martial artist would struggle to replicate such a technique. It was a masterful embodiment of the principle of simplicity. The old man was momentarily stunned, unable to fathom encountering such refined swordsmanship in Tangyin County, especially from a young boy. Wang Gui's face burned with embarrassment, as Master Lu had assured him that this whip technique would render him invincible among the youths of Tangyin County, filling him with excitement that had robbed him of sleep for several nights. To his dismay, he found himself defeated by Li Yanqing on his very first attempt. Humiliated and enraged, he threw the wooden whip to the ground and cursed vehemently. What a worthless master! Just a fraud. If he dares to show his face again, I'll have him bound and taken to court. At that moment, the elderly man descended from the boat, picked up the wooden whip, and handed it back to Wang Gui with a smile, saying, "There is no need to be upset. Your whip technique is quite commendable. It is indeed a treasured skill of the Lu family from Daming Prefecture and rarely shared with outsiders. You simply need more practice, with a few more years of training. You could have easily countered that last sword strike." Only then did Li Yanqing and the others notice the elderly man's imposing stature. They had not realized his height while he was on the boat, but now standing before them, he resembled a half-iron tower, particularly with his remarkably strong arms. Wang Gui was overwhelmed by the imposing presence of the other party, astonished that he was familiar with the Lu family's whip technique. He murmured softly, How do you know?" The elder smiled gently and addressed Li Yanqing, saying, "I cannot discern the origins of your sword, but it is undoubtedly a product of the battlefield, forged through countless trials. It is a technique of killing. Henceforth, exercise caution in its use, particularly when wielding a true sword, for it could inadvertently harm a friend." Li Yanqing immediately bowed, responding, "Your words are of invaluable wisdom, esteemed elder. They shall be etched in my heart." "Your name is Li Yanqing?" the elder inquired. "Indeed. We are students of Lushan Academy, and these are my close friends, Yu Fei, Wang Gui, and Tang Huai. I humbly request your guidance in the future." Li Yanqing introduced his 3 friends to the elder, who nodded approvingly, acknowledging their potential. They are indeed fine talents. Should the opportunity arise, we shall meet again. At that moment, the boatman returned from his errand, cheerfully calling out, "Master Zhou, we are ready to depart." The elder boarded the vessel and waved goodbye to the group as it set sail, heading north towards Tangyin County. Who is this elder? That he possesses knowledge of my Lu family's whip technique? Wang Gui still expressed his astonishment. Li Yanqing smiled faintly, replying, "If I am not mistaken, he must be the newly appointed military instructor at the county school." "How do you know?" the 3 friends asked in unison. Li Yanqing did not respond, but within his heart, clarity dawned. Given the elder's stature and surname Zhou, who else could he be but Zhou Tong, the Iron Arm? Chapter 58. The purchase of a maid. After a brief discussion, the 4 individuals returned to their respective homes. Li Yanqing still resided in Liwen village, and his life appeared to have seen little change over the past 5 years. However, unbeknownst to them, Li Yanqing had become a wealthy magnate in the countryside. The Li Ji grain shop, which they had established 5 years prior, had grown into the largest grain merchant in the region. Having relocated from Tangyin to Anyang in the state capital 2 years ago, their business now spanned across Hebei's western corridor, with assets increasing from an initial 1,000 to 10,000 guan, along with a fleet comprising 10 large vessels. Nonetheless, in the capital, they were merely categorized among the mid-sized grain merchants. With hundreds of grain traders operating in the capital, they had yet to make a significant mark. This was hardly surprising, as the 8 prominent grain merchants controlling the capital's grain supply had familial ties to royalty and had been established for over a century. For a small merchant like them, who had only been in operation for 5 years, gaining a foothold in the capital was no small feat, especially with the assistance of Li Wenyu and his brother Li Wenxi, which had helped them evade 2 near-catastrophic disasters. Despite the tenfold increase in assets at Li Ji grain shop, under Li Yanqing's strong advocacy, Li Wenyu and his father chose not to distribute the profits, but to continue accumulating wealth, preparing to purchase land in the Azhou area for the Li family's eventual southward migration. Although he had not profited from the business, Li Yanqing possessed several thousand taels of silver, earned from 5 years of writing, sufficient to secure his position among the top 10 gentry in Xiahe Township. Li Yanqing's residence had doubled in size since before, as 4 years ago. Uncle, who had secretly returned to ascertain whether Feng La had continued to send people to search for him. Upon his departure, he sold the foundations of several old houses to Li Daqi. Subsequently, Li Daqi constructed 5 or 6 brick houses on the Hu family's foundation, transforming their home into a courtyard with 2 sections. Since Li Daqi spent most of the year in Anyang, he employed an elderly servant to care for Li Yanqing and hired a cook to prepare meals, thus freeing Li Yanqing from dining at Li Zhen's home. As Li Yanqing entered the courtyard, Dahei, basking in the sun, rose unsteadily and approached him, affectionately nudging his small master with his head. Dahei was a year older than Li Yanqing and had entered his twilight years, no longer capable of catching weasels, spending most of his time soaking up the sun in the yard. Li Yanqing patted his head and offered him a syrupy pancake, Dahei's favorite treat, which he took back to his den. "Young master has returned?" The cook, Sister Aju, called out with a smile from the kitchen. Sister Aju, whose surname was Wu, hailed from Tangbei Township and was the niece of Aunt Gu San from the village. After her husband perished in battle against the Shixiao last year, she became a widow, struggling to care for her 2-year-old daughter. With their house and compensation seized by her in-laws, the mother and daughter sought refuge with her aunt, Aunt Gu San. Seeing her niece's plight, introduced her to Li Daqi, who needed a cook. Sister Aju began working full-time for Li Yanqing, earning 4 guan a month, with meals and lodging included, allowing the mother and daughter to find stability. "Hello, Sister Aju. Where's Ding Ding?" "She is sleeping in the room." "Would the young master like something to eat?" "I have stewed old winter melon with a bit of brown sugar. It is quite sweet." "Yes. Please bring me a bowl." Li Yanqing made his way to his chamber, and after taking a few steps, he inquired, "Where's Uncle Zhong?" Uncle Zhong, a servant from their hometown in Yang, shared the same surname, Li, yet bore no relation to their family. He was a man of utmost honesty and integrity. In the past, when Li Daqi endured mistreatment while tending the horses at the Li residence, only Uncle Zhong extended his sympathy. Consequently, Li Daqi requested the clan leader to bring him to care for Li Yanqing. "Uncle Zhong has gone to Qianshan village for some matter. I did not inquire further," came the reply. "I understand," Li Yanqing responded, returning to his room. He settled down and began to write, aware that his academic workload was substantial, and it would likely keep him awake until late. Before long, Inju brought him a bowl of sweetened winter melon soup and retreated. Just as he had resumed his writing, voices permeated from the entrance, indicating the arrival of guests. Reluctantly, Li Yanqing set down his pen and ventured to the outer courtyard. He found several individuals gathered there, Uncle Zhong, a middle-aged man, and a petite young woman trailing behind him, her head bowed in shyness, dressed in a faded, coarse short garment, clutching a small bundle. Uncle Zhong greeted, "This is Zhang Ping from Qianshan village. He claims to have met the young master before." Li Yanqing recalled that Zhang Ping was the brother-in-law of Li Dongdong, a rogue of sorts. Li Dongdong frequently aided Zhang Ping's family, yet upon receiving any money, Zhang Ping would squander it at the Yichuan pavilion, accumulating vast debts. If not for his fear of Li Dongdong, he would have resorted to selling his wife. Zhang Ping approached, bowing and smiling. "Young master, I heard from Dian that you are in need of a maidservant. I happen to have a daughter. Might you consider taking her in?" Dian was Zhang Ping's eldest daughter, who had been sold to Li Wenyu for 7 years and was soon to marry. However, the clan leader's wife had grown fond of her and intended to retain her services. Li Daqi had written to the clan leader from Anyang, requesting assistance in finding a maid for his son. Li Wenyu entrusted this matter to his wife, and upon hearing the news, Dian promptly informed her father. Zhang Ping, eager not to miss this lucrative opportunity, immediately brought his daughter to the young master. Li Yanqing recognized the petite young woman behind Zhang Ping. She resembled the magpie he had encountered years prior. He held a fond impression of the girl, glancing back at Uncle Zhong, who smiled and said, "I visited Qianshan village earlier and inquired with the Baozheng. There should be no issues. In these times, when acquiring a maidservant, one must be wary of the risk of dual sales, which could lead to convoluted disputes." Thus, Uncle Zhong sought confirmation from the Baozheng. Li Yanqing then asked Zhang Ping, "I can accept her. How much do you want? What is the duration of the contract?" Zhang Ping, brimming with excitement, his crafty eyes gleaming, rubbed his hands together and replied, "Last year, someone offered 70 taels of silver to purchase the magpie for 10 years. I felt the family was of poor means and feared for her well-being, so I declined. If the young master is interested in the magpie, I hope to receive 70 taels for a 10-year term, plus an additional 30 taels for the contract." The magpie is obedient and diligent, and her appearance is quite charming. Acquiring her would not be a loss for you. The distinctions between indentured servitude and hired labor are notable. Hired labor entails a fixed monthly wage, with the total remuneration provided in a lump sum to the parents upon the completion of the contract, granting freedom to the individual at the end of the term. In contrast, indentured servitude involves an additional sum, serving as a form of personal collateral, which must be returned to secure the individual's release at the end of the contract. Failure to do so makes liberation exceedingly difficult. Yanqing harbored no intention of redeeming his daughter. He had already indentured Dian to Li Shishi, and he certainly would not sell Qing'er at a bargain price. Nearby, Uncle Zhong coughed heavily, suggesting that the asking price was exorbitant, asserting that 50 taels of silver would suffice. Observing Qing'er's pitiable appearance and Yanqing's merciless disposition, Li Yanqing felt a twinge of compassion and proposed to Yanqing, "Let us agree on 100 taels of silver. You may take her home for now, and upon finalizing the contract with the steward tomorrow, I shall deliver the payment." Yanqing, elated, could hardly believe his fortune. His youngest daughter had been deemed unsellable, as her frail physique rendered her undesirable as a laborer. Many families found her to be a burden, refusing to purchase her, which incited Yanqing's daily wrath against her for being a drain on resources. To his astonishment, he had struck a deal with Li Yanqing for 100 taels of silver. Fearful of Li Yanqing's potential change of heart, he hurriedly insisted, "No need for that. She shall remain here. I will return tomorrow to finalize the paperwork with Uncle Zhong." After turning to reprimand his daughter sharply, instructing her to be obedient and submissive to her new master, threatening dire consequences if she were to be sent back, Qing'er trembled in fear, wiping away her tears. As Yanqing hastily departed, Li Yanqing muttered to himself, "Such a father exists in this world. My eyes have truly been opened today." Noticing Qing'er still nervously bowing her head, he instructed Sister Aju to provide her with a meal and prepare a room for her in the West Wing. Aju and Uncle Zhong exchanged knowing glances, both understanding that since the young master had decided to house the young lady in the inner quarters, it implied he intended to treat her as a personal maid. In truth, their assumptions were misplaced. Li Yanqing merely wished to accommodate Qing'er in the vacant West Wing due to her youth, with no intention of making her a personal attendant. He subsequently arranged for Uncle Zhong to handle the formalities with Yanqing the following day and returned to his studies. While engrossed in his writing, Li Yanqing suddenly sensed a presence behind him. Startled, he turned abruptly, only to find the young girl holding a bowl of tea, clearly taken aback and visibly alarmed. Remembering he had a little maid, he quickly reassured her, "Do not be frightened. I merely forgot you were there," which startled me. Qing'er softly replied, "The little maid understands. I shall not stand behind the young master again." Li Yanqing found her words awkward, scratching his head as he replied, "In the future, do not call yourself the little maid. Simply refer to yourself as Qing'er. It's a name that is both auspicious and pleasant." "Yes, Qing'er will remember," she responded. Setting the tea on the table, her hands nervously entwined as she inquired, "Does the young master have any further instructions?" Li Yanqing regarded her with a smile and asked, "Do you still remember me?" "I do," Qing'er replied softly. "How swiftly time passes. You were but a tiny thing then. Now you have grown so much. Are you 9 or 10 years old this year?" "9." She lowered her head, appearing increasingly self-conscious. Li Yanqing initially intended to jest with her, encouraging her to call him Uncle Qing once more, but upon observing her timidity, he refrained from his playful intentions and inquired, "Have you gathered everything? There is a bed over there, but it lacks bedding and pillows. Aunt Aju has already brought them to me." "Very well, you may go to sleep now. I shall be working late into the night, so do not wait for me." The magpie remained silent, standing to the side. Li Yanqing, aware of her timid nature, chose not to press her further and resumed his writing. He penned 3,000 characters in one breath, when suddenly, he sensed something and cast a sidelong glance at the magpie. He noticed her struggling to keep her eyes open, her hand covering her mouth as she stifled a yawn. Though his tasks remained unfinished, Li Yanqing felt no inclination to continue. He set down his pen and remarked with a smile, "That will suffice. Go prepare a basin of warm water. I shall wash my feet and retire for the night. Please wait a moment, young master. I shall attend to it right away." As he watched her slender figure scurry away, a pang of sympathy stirred within him. At merely 9 years of age, she had already taken on the role of a servant girl. In his era, what 9-year-old girl was not cherished in the embrace of her parents? The saying that children of the poor mature early held a grain of truth. However, He soon reflected that her circumstances were not solely due to poverty, but rather a consequence of her father's lack of ambition. Chapter 59, The County Magistrate's Inspection, Part 1. At the break of dawn the following day, Li Yanqing stealthily ventured out. The newly appointed maid, Magpie, remained sound asleep, blissfully unaware of the young gentleman's penchant for early morning runs. For 5 years, Li Yanqing had diligently adhered to the running regimen taught by Uncle Hu, braving all weather conditions, and his stamina had gradually become remarkably robust. Last year, he had even undertaken an experiment, managing to run an astonishing 150 miles to Anyang in a single breath. After a short incense stick had burned down, Li Yanqing arrived at the entrance of the Lushan Town Inn, where he found Yufei already waiting. Yufei had joined Li Yanqing in his running endeavors 4 years prior, and Li Yanqing had imparted the breathing techniques to him as well, from which Yufei had greatly benefited. Li Yanqing similarly attempted to teach Tang Hui and Wang Gui, but those two were notoriously inconsistent, often indulging in laziness, thus yielding no significant results. "How long have you been here, old you?" Li Yanqing inquired, panting as he approached Yufei with a smile. Yufei, engaged in his warm-up exercises, replied with a laugh, "I just arrived, but those two fellows have yet to show up." Li Yanqing cast his gaze toward the other end of the town, which lay shrouded in darkness, obscuring any visibility. The drowsiness of spring and the fatigue of autumn made it a perfect time for slumber. "Do you think they will come today?" he asked. "I believe they should." Yufei responded, scratching his head. "You mentioned to Agui yesterday that there were martial arts skills to learn. He usually gets quite enthusiastic about that. And so does old Tang. Yesterday, Li Yanqing had promised to teach Wang Gui a defensive technique, which did not require excessive speed, making it attainable for Wang Gui." No sooner had Yufei finished speaking than Wang Gui and Tang Hui appeared, both panting heavily. "Old Li, show me the martial arts manual," Wang Gui exclaimed, seizing Li Yanqing's arm, impatiently urging him. Wang Gui had a particular fondness for martial arts manuals and had been excited all night, eagerly awaiting the secrets Li Yanqing would share. Li Yanqing retrieved 3 pieces of paper from his pocket, which he had meticulously copied from Uncle Hu's book the previous night, and handed them to Wang Gui. "Here are 3 techniques, one for defending against swords, one for knives, and one for staffs. Practice them on your own." Wang Gui accepted them as if they were treasures, unfolding them under the dim light of a lantern. While Tang Hui leaned in to take a closer look, the techniques appeared astonishingly simple, seemingly just requiring a few backward steps. "Is it really that simple?" Wang Gui asked, disappointment flooding his voice, as he had anticipated a more sophisticated defensive art. Tang Hui shared the same sentiment, though he kept his discontent to himself. Yufei, upon examining the instructions, began to understand. He addressed Wang Gui. "These techniques are about simplifying complexity. The key lies in swift movement and accurate judgment. I believe mastering them requires first honing your agility and reflexes." Upon hearing that he needed to improve his agility and reflexes, Wang Gui's enthusiasm waned, and he lamented, "I've always been slow. Practicing more seems futile. Perhaps old Tang might be suited for it." He handed the 3 papers to Tang Hui, who rolled his eyes in refusal, finding the techniques too simplistic. "Don't give this to me." Yufei snatched the papers from Wang Gui's hands. "I'll practice them myself and make you 2 regret your lack of commitment." "I won't have any regrets." Wang Gui yawned widely, stretching. "Sleeping seems far more practical. I think I'll catch some rest at the grocery store while you 2 run. I'll also take a nap. Running doesn't seem to suit me." Tang Hui agreed, echoing Wang Gui's sentiments. Tang Hui followed Wang Gui in an attempt to escape, but Li Yanqing turned to Yufei with a smile and said, "I have inquired, and the newly appointed commander of the Imperial Guard is named Shotong. He was once the commander of the 800,000 Imperial Guards in the capital. The same venerable elder we encountered yesterday." Immediately, Wang Gui and Tang Hui halted in their tracks. Wang Gui turned back, wearing an imploring expression, and asked, "Old Li, what kind of tests does he usually administer to his apprentices? I have only heard that during his tenure as commander, he particularly enjoyed making soldiers run. His requirement for accepting apprentices is that they must cover 20 li in half an hour to be deemed qualified." "Surely not. You must be jesting with us, correct?" Tang Hui looked at Li Yanqing with suspicion in his eyes. Li Yanqing shrugged and replied, "Whether to speak or not is up to me. Whether to believe or not is up to you. Old you, let us depart." He turned and dashed away, with Yufei closely following. After running less than 100 steps, they heard hurried footsteps behind them. "Wait for us," Wang Gui shouted from behind. Li Yanqing and Yufei exchanged a glance and burst into laughter. This run from Lushan Town to Zhangji Town and back covered over 40 li. Li Yanqing and Yu Fei were invigorated and full of energy, feeling no fatigue whatsoever, while Wang Gui and Tang Huai were utterly exhausted, panting as they returned. Finally, they collapsed by the roadside, unable to move any further. I will fetch the book bags. Yu Fei ran towards the inn across the official road, where they had stored their bags. Others are laughing at you. Hurry up and get up. Li Yanqing lightly kicked the two of them, but they groaned and refused to budge. He then squatted down, smiling at them. Usually, when I ask you to run, you refuse. If you follow my training method for a month, you won't feel tired at all, and you will at least pass Master Zhou's apprenticeship test. What do you say? Shall we continue running tomorrow? We will discuss that tomorrow. Wang Gui struggled to utter, feeling as if he might perish from exhaustion today. What are you doing? A familiar voice suddenly came from behind them. Li Yanqing turned to see their master, Yao Ding, standing not far away, hands clasped behind his back and his gaze as stern as ever. Li Yanqing quickly stood up and saluted, saying, reporting to master, we have just returned from our morning run. Morning exercise is commendable, but do not lie on the official road like two dogs, providing a spectacle for others and bringing shame to Lushan Academy. Wang Gui and Tang Huai had already clambered to their feet, standing awkwardly before their master. Yao Ding glared at them and then inquired, where is Yu Fei? Master, I am here. Yu Fei had run across the official road, cradling 4 book bags in his arms. Yao Ding instructed him, wait a moment. You and Yanqing come to my room later. We need to discuss the examination. Unlike Li Yanqing, Yu Fei was Yao Ding's grandson, and his life was largely orchestrated by Yao Ding, with even Yu Fei's father having no say in the matter. Both Yu Fei and Li Yanqing bowed and replied, we understand, master. Return and tidy yourselves up. Today, County Magistrate Jiang will visit Zaihishan for an inspection, and he is likely to come to our Lushan Academy as well. However, it does not concern you much. You can focus on preparing for the examination. After Yao Ding finished speaking, he turned and walked towards the academy, clearly indifferent to the arrival of the county magistrate, knowing that others would enthusiastically prepare, thus relieving him of any worries. Early in the morning, Li Dagwan led over 100 students in cleaning the academy. He personally knelt at the entrance, pulling out weeds, and meticulously washed the stone path with well water until it gleamed. He also assigned 8 students to stand at the entrance, strictly prohibiting vendors from entering. Under Li Dagwan's mobilization, the entire Lushan Academy took a half-day off for a thorough cleaning, preparing to welcome the county magistrate. In a study room referred to as the White Tiger Hall, more than 20 students opted out of the cleaning efforts, engrossed instead in practicing their calligraphy. In just 9 days, they would face the county examination, and each student was particularly tense. Although the exam was not exceedingly difficult, half of the students would still be eliminated each year. Wealthy students could afford to continue their studies, while those from impoverished backgrounds had no such options. In the adjacent room, Yao Ding slowly addressed Yu Fei, stating that his academic prowess was slightly inferior to that of Yanqing, making it unrealistic for him to directly take the provincial examination. However, qualifying for the State Academy was within reach, and he wished to understand Yu Fei's aspirations. Yu Fei lowered his head and replied, expressing his desire to study at the County Academy for a year like Yanqing and then sit for the state examination at the year's end. In the Song Dynasty, there were 2 pathways to officialdom, one through the imperial examination and the other via the National Academy. The former was notably arduous, while the latter was considerably more accessible, especially after Wang Engshi implemented the 3-dormitory system in the National Academy. It had been promoted across local state academies. The State Academy was a vital stepping stone to enter the National Academy, with the County Academy being an essential path to ascend to the state level, thereby establishing a comprehensive educational system. Naturally, the 2 pathways were interconnected. Graduates from the National Academy could take the imperial examination, and those who excelled in the provincial examination could also apply to enter the National Academy, evaluating both students' capabilities. Yao Ding decided to guide Li Yanqing toward the imperial examination route while encouraging Yu Fei to pursue the National Academy. Given Yu Fei's expressed willingness to study at the State Academy, Yao Ding felt no need to impose further restrictions. Yao Ding smiled, saying, this is quite acceptable. Last year, after the county students faced a complete failure in the provincial examination, they all turned to the State Academy, and surprisingly, 60% succeeded. I believe that with a year of diligent study, you too will have the opportunity to succeed. Yu Fei quickly bowed in gratitude, thanking his master for his support. Yao Ding chuckled and then turned to Li Yanqing, saying, yesterday, I received news that there are 2 students from the Tangbei Township Academy, similar to you, preparing to take the provincial examination this year. Master, is one of them named Zhang Xian? Li Yanqing recalled vividly an incident from 5 years prior during the Tongzi meeting. Indeed, Yao Ding sighed again, expressing his understanding of why outstanding students were reluctant to attend the county academy. Last year, the students from Tangyin County faced a complete failure in the state examination, with none achieving the title of Jiren. This was no coincidence. The new county magistrate's harsh interference with the county academy had begun to show its adverse effects. Initially, Yao Ding had intended for them to study at the county academy for another 2 years, but now he had changed his mind, stating, "You shall go to Anyang for the examination at the end of this year, one for the imperial examination and the other for the state academy." Li Yanqing and Yu Fei exchanged glances, both revealing expressions of delight. Their master had finally come to a realization. Yao Ding, stroking his short beard, smiled faintly at Li Yanqing and remarked, "Moreover, the examination has become considerably less arduous than in the past. In fact, even the imperial examination has become more accessible. Previously, only a little over 100 candidates could be admitted each year, yet last year, an astonishing 670 scholars were accepted. The provincial examination has relaxed its standards, and so too has the imperial examination. Thus, I hold great confidence in your abilities. Master, what further shortcomings do I possess?" Li Yanqing inquired. Yao Ding pondered for a moment before responding. "In recent years, I have instructed you in accordance with the subjects tested in the imperial examination. The same holds true for the provincial examination. Your foundation in the 3 classics and contemporary interpretations, as well as your essays and discourses, is remarkably solid. However, you still lack practical experience, much like Yu Fei. Even in provincial studies, one must engage with numerous practice questions." Taking a sip of tea to moisten his throat, he continued, "I recommend that you review previous examination questions and study the answers of successful candidates. Yu Fei should also devote more effort to his calligraphy. That should pose no significant issue. You still have over half a year left, ample time to prepare." Pausing, Yao Ding added with a wry smile, "Additionally, Yanqing must refine his martial skills. Although the imperial examination does not require martial prowess, our county magistrate has his expectations. I worry that if your martial skills are lacking, he may create obstacles for you. Regardless of how well you perform, if you do not meet his standards, you may not be admitted." "Master, could that truly happen?" Yu Fei asked in astonishment. "How could it not?" Yao Ding replied with a cold laugh. "Previously, County Magistrate Liu explicitly stated that those who did not attend county school were not guaranteed success in the imperial examination, although Magistrate Jiang has not imposed such a requirement. If your martial skills are insufficient, he will find ways to make things difficult for you. Do you know why not a single candidate from Tangyin County passed last year?" At that moment, the sudden tolling of the emergency bell pierced the air. Yao Ding's expression shifted. The county magistrate had arrived. He hurriedly urged Li Yanqing and Yu Fei, "You must gather immediately. Do not offend the magistrate. His temper is as sharp as his blade, and crossing him could lead to dire consequences." Yu Fei and Li Yanqing swiftly exited the room, witnessing students rushing towards the open area. In hushed tones, Yu Fei remarked to Li Yanqing, "Not a single scholar was admitted due to inadequate martial skills? This magistrate's interference in the examination is shockingly blatant. I hear he is connected to the Grand Commander Tong Guan, with formidable backing. The provincial government cannot afford to offend him. Moreover, the provincial examination is not the same as the imperial. It is entirely normal for a county candidate to fail. If the chief examiner deems the essay unsatisfactory, what recourse do you have?" "You are correct," Li Yanqing replied. "Just as in the past, if a poem strays beyond the prescribed rhymes, no matter how exquisite the composition, it will be deemed unsatisfactory. We cannot concern ourselves with others' matters. We must focus on our own preparation. Old Li, old Yu over here. This way." Wang Gui and Tang Hui waved at them from within the throng. As Li Yanqing and Yu Fei approached, Wang Gui and Tang Hui each handed them a whistle, a requirement from above, mandating that they bear weapons to greet the magistrate. Chapter 60. The County Magistrate's Inspection, Part 2. Before long, a throng of individuals entered the schoolyard. Leading the procession was the County Magistrate of Tangyin, Jiang Dedeo, known colloquially as Jiang the Great Blade. He possessed a square face, eyebrows as coarse as a brush, and skin of a deep shade. Although Jiang Dedeo had a medium stature, he was broad-shouldered and robust, exuding an impressive presence that would have been accentuated in armor. However, clad in the garb of a civil official, he appeared somewhat out of place. His tendency to gesticulate while walking starkly contrasted with the refined demeanor of his predecessor. Trailing behind him were the county constable, the head of the academy, and a dozen attendants, surrounding him like stars around the moon. Li Dogwang, as the school's representative, walked alongside the magistrate, towering in stature but bending slightly to reduce his height. With a smile that bordered on sycophancy, he lavished flattering words upon Jiang, eliciting hearty laughter from the magistrate, who intermittently praised Li. This only heightened Li's elation, his eyes sparkling with delight. Why does this magistrate resemble a great monkey? One student quipped, provoking a ripple of suppressed laughter among the peers. Yanqing, however, shot a stern glance at the students, compelling them to bow their heads in silence. With a dark expression, Yin stood rigidly to the side, refraining from greeting the magistrate, instead observing him with a frosty demeanor as Jiang entered the school. Although Li Dogwang relished the opportunity that Yin had afforded him to curry favor with the magistrate, he was acutely aware that Yanqing was the true master of Lushan Academy. Without him, the institution would likely falter. He promptly gestured to Yin, exclaiming, "Master Yin, the esteemed official has inquiries." It was only then that Yanqing slowly approached, bowing respectfully. "I pay my respects to Magistrate Jiang." Despite Zhang's seemingly coarse exterior, Yin had discerned the man's pettiness from last year's disastrous examination results for the students of Tangyin County. Thus, when Li proposed the ludicrous notion of having all students don weapons to welcome the magistrate, Yin did not object. "I have long heard of Master Yin's illustrious name. The county has eagerly anticipated this meeting. Indeed, you have done commendably. Lushan Academy appears quite prosperous," Jiang remarked, observing the numerous students in neat formation, each brandishing swords and daggers, which to Jiang signified success. Yin sighed internally, reluctantly responding, "You flatter me, Magistrate Jiang. Indeed, the academy is commendably established, yet." Jiang scrutinized the training grounds, his brow furrowing slightly. How can one train martial skills in such a confined space? Li Dawang hastily replied, "We take our training to the community temple, where the space is ample enough to set up a battlefield." Upon hearing Li's assertion of setting up a battlefield, Jiang burst into hearty laughter, clapping Li on the shoulder. "You are quite the eloquent speaker. I appreciate that." Seizing the moment, Li hastily suggested, "Shall we demonstrate some skills for Magistrate Jiang right now?" In the crowd, Wang Gui feigned a gagging motion, while Tang Hui fanned his nose as if repulsed by an unbearable odor. Indeed, Li's overt flattery was a touch too brazen. Addressing the magistrate as sir was reserved for high-ranking officials, and even the term esteemed official was excessive, let alone sir. Li Yanqing furrowed his brow, taken aback by the unexpected nature of his fourth uncle, who had revealed his true self in the presence of the magistrate. However, Magistrate Jiang appeared quite pleased. He waved his hand, suggesting they could practice another day. "Today, I must inspect several other townships. Now, where are the students preparing for this year's county examination? Step forward so I may take a look." Yao Ding suddenly comprehended that Magistrate Zhang's visit to the townships was likely aimed at the academy, and it seemed he intended to enforce his agenda starting this year. Yao Ding beckoned, and over 20 students emerged from the crowd, lining up. The magistrate approached them with a smile, exclaiming, "You are the pillars of our great Song Dynasty." As the esteemed Tong Taiwei often says, scholars must be capable of both entering the court and engaging in battle. I have observed those students rushing to the capital for examinations, utterly unprepared, unable to distinguish between basic sustenance, merely indulging in food and drink. What distinguishes them from mere bags of rice and wine? Thus, the magistrate declared two significant announcements. This year's county examination would place increased emphasis on martial skills, asserting that as long as one excelled in martial assessments, a slightly lower performance in academic ones would be permissible. Upon hearing this, the faces of several students turned pale. Their physical capabilities were lacking, and they had hoped to score higher on the academic portion. With only 9 days until the exam, could they possibly improve their martial skills in time? Magistrate Jiang raised his voice once more, proclaiming, "The second announcement concerns the Tongzi Hui. It shall encompass both literary and martial disciplines. Previously focused solely on literature, it will now emphasize martial prowess. Henceforth, every April, the county will host a Tongzi martial assembly, with each academy required to send 20 participants. Let me be clear, those who do not participate in the Tongzi Hui will not qualify for the county examination. Whether you aspire to take the imperial examination or wish to study at the provincial academy, such ambitions will be utterly unattainable." Having delivered his directives, the magistrate hurried off to other townships, leaving the students to return to their study quarters, chattering animatedly, filled with excitement and concern. Even the students within the White Tiger Hall found it difficult to focus on their studies, gathering to discuss the magistrate's fervent remarks. It was akin to a declaration of war against the academies. Wang Gue, brimming with agitation, exclaimed, "In the past, we resisted the Tongzi Martial Assembly, leading to its cancellation. And subsequently, last year's students failed to achieve the title of Jiren. Now, the Tongzi Hui is once again tied to the county examination. Jiang, resolute in his vision, intends to transform Tangyin County into a bastion of martial preparedness. At this rate, in 10 years, there will be no scholars left in Tangyin County." The crowd echoed Wang Gui's sentiments, banging their fists on the tables in agreement. Yet, Yu Fei, with a furrowed brow, turned to Li Yanqing, who leaned against the wall. "In truth," he mused, "I believe Magistrate Jiang possesses a degree of insight. The pursuit of scholarship must be coupled with martial capability. This is the aspiration of a true gentleman. His insistence on martial training may indeed benefit the students, enabling them to defend themselves when faced with the encroaching Jurchen barbarians." Yu Fei never forgot Li Yanqing's earlier warnings about the rising threat of the fierce Jurchen forces in the northeast. Li Yanqing stood with his arms crossed before his chest, lazily leaning against the wall. He gazed at Wang Gue and remarked, "This matter must be viewed from two perspectives. While the county magistrate's approach is advantageous for enabling students to cultivate both literary and martial skills, his true intention is to seek promotion, much like his predecessor, who sought to distinguish himself through martial prowess. I am deeply concerned that a war might erupt. Tangyin County will undoubtedly be the most ruthless in conscription, and the students of the county academy will not be spared. Will it be this way? It certainly will." Li Yanqing spoke incisively. "Did you not perceive it? He has disparaged the scholars heading to the capital for the imperial examination in the harshest terms. At his core, he holds disdain for those who pursue knowledge. To him, we students are merely a reserve of soldiers, and this is the fundamental reason behind his insistence on martial training." Yu Fei fell silent, compelled to admit that Li Yanqing's insights surpassed his own. At that moment, Li Er approached with a sorrowful expression and said, "Qing'er, what should I do? My martial skills are lacking, and I fear I won't pass the county academy examination." Li Yanqing reassured him, "Your martial prowess is of no consequence. What matters is that your father is formidable." "Why?" Li Er was momentarily taken aback. With a gentle pat on Li Er's chest, Li Yanqing smiled. "The son of a district chief should certainly be able to enroll in the county academy. It would be quite embarrassing if word got out otherwise. So, you need not worry at all. Your father is even more anxious than you." Realization dawned upon Li Er, and he departed cheerfully. Yu Fei, understanding the situation, also smiled. He recalled something and said to Li Yanqing, "Master has asked us to review past examination questions. I was thinking of visiting the county bookstore in the next couple of days. Would you care to join me?" Li Yanqing nodded. "Perfect timing, as I need to visit the bookstore as well. Let us go tomorrow." Yu Fei glanced at Wang Gue, who was passionately delivering a speech, and playfully inquired, "Do you think they will join us?" Li Yanqing looked at Wang Gue and Tang Hui, shaking his head with a smile. "Even if we were to sprint to the county town, it would be impossible to shake them off." Chapter 61. Purchasing books in the county town. Upon returning home in the afternoon, Li Yanqing was greeted by Uncle Zhong, who cheerfully informed him, "Young master, the arrangements for Qiao have been completed. Has the money been given?" "It has, but not to Zhang Ping. I handed it directly to his wife." Shaking his head, Li Yanqing murmured, "It's futile. If Qiao's mother could manage her husband, they wouldn't have had to sell both daughters." With that thought, he hastened to his room, uninterested in further discussion. Uncle Zhong followed, adding, "However, Qiao cried the entire morning." "Why?" Li Yanqing paused, perplexed. "The reasons remain unknown. Junyang and my wife tried to comfort her, but to no avail. She ceased crying by noon." Feeling a pang of sympathy, Li Yanqing reflected on how deeply troubled the young woman must be, knowing her father had sold her. Such a fate would last a decade, devoid of parental affection. Nevertheless, he reasoned that she could return home during festivals. The following day, Li Yanqing planned to visit the county with several companions, having specifically requested a day off from his master. To his relief, the master readily consented, albeit with the stipulation that they must catch up on the lessons missed during their absence. Consequently, he would have to endure another sleepless night. As he retrieved his paper and pen, he noticed Qiao placing a dish of freshly prepared ink before him. This clever girl, understanding the value of time, endeared herself to him instantly. "I heard from Uncle Zhong that you cried all morning." "Why?" "Oh, it's nothing. It's my own fault," Qiao replied softly. "I haven't served young master well, and it makes me sad." Li Yanqing was taken aback. Aren't you upset because your father sold you? Not at all. Perhaps sensing Li Yanqing's concern, and with Uncle Zhong and Sister Jiao treating her kindly, Qiao gradually shed her previous timidity, occasionally displaying the innocent charm typical of a young girl. Pouting in frustration, she said, "My father always hits me and my mother when he's drunk. And my brother often snatches my food, leaving me hungry. I've long wanted to leave home." Realizing he had misjudged her feelings, Li Yanqing inquired, "Then why did you cry?" Suddenly, Qiao remembered her shortcomings from that morning. What if her master sent her back home? She would surely face her father's wrath. A swirl of fear and anxiety filled her, and her eyes turned red as she choked on her words. "I didn't even notice when young master left this morning. I didn't serve you well on my first day, and it pains me." Li Yanqing couldn't help but chuckle, gently tapping her forehead. "It's not your fault. I rise early every morning to run. It's really no trouble at all. You should sleep in a bit longer." "That won't do." Qiao vigorously shook her head. "My sister told me that serving the master early is of utmost importance. Otherwise, a maid is of no use. It's my laziness, young master. I promise to improve tomorrow." Li Yanqing felt a sense of helplessness. This timid girl was far too sensitive. There was no point in over-explaining. He resigned himself to allowing her to adapt gradually. Li Yanqing immersed himself in writing, having long been prepared for the county examination 5 years prior. Now, he was devotedly preparing for the end-of-year assessment. His master had often remarked that the examination was not particularly difficult, merely extensive and varied, requiring years of accumulation. With a high standard for calligraphy, his foundation was secure. What remained was to practice more problems. The crux, however, lay in the strength of his calligraphy. His cursive script was exquisite, yet his regular script fell short of perfection. As the examination predominantly required regular script, he resolved to devote the upcoming months to honing this skill. In the dead of night, a sudden clatter echoed through the main hall, jolting Li Yanqing from his slumber. He donned a coat and hurried to the door, only to find a figure frantically tidying up within the room. "Who is it?" he inquired. "It's me," came a timid voice from the shadows, revealing itself to be Qiao Jiao. Puzzled, Li Yanqing wondered why she was awake in the guest hall. He lit an oil lamp and stepped outside, discovering a chair toppled on the floor, having knocked over a basket of radishes that now scattered across the ground. Qiao Jiao was busily gathering them. Seeing her attire unchanged from the previous night, he asked in surprise, "Have you been here all along?" Blushing, Qiao Jiao replied softly, "I was afraid of oversleeping again, so I dozed off here and accidentally toppled the chair." Li Yanqing found himself both amused and exasperated, uncertain how to respond. He reassured her, "Do not rush. You will adapt in time." Qiao Jiao bowed her head in silence, leaving him momentarily speechless. He scratched his head and inquired, "What time is it now?" "It has been quite some time past the 4th watch, likely approaching the 5th. "Very well. Can you style hair?" "I can. I help my father with his hair every day." Li Yanqing's hair had grown thick and unruly. The daily task of styling it was his greatest vexation. He often tied it haphazardly, resulting in loose knots that would unravel in the classroom, much to the amusement of his peers. Qiao Jiao's ability to style hair would alleviate this considerable burden. He sat down, and Qiao Jiao, armed with a comb and hairpin, stood behind him, skillfully arranging his hair. Styling hair was not difficult. One twisted the locks at the crown, which naturally curled when tightened, then wound them into a bun, concealing the ends and securing them with a hairpin, finally adorning it with a headscarf. Though the process was straightforward, achieving a perfect style was not. As he felt the warmth of Qiao Jiao's small hands, he chuckled and asked, "Qiao Jiao, how old is your brother, and what does he do at home?" "My brother is the same age as you. Grandfather wanted him to study, but he lost interest after a few days and spends his time playing at home. Planning to go to the capital in a couple of years to assist our uncle." "And what about you? Do you wish to study?" Qiao Jiao sighed softly. "You jest. Young master, how could a young lady attend school?" Li Yanqing replied with a smile, "I did not suggest attending school. In the future, you shall grind ink for me. And I will teach you some characters along the way. You will find them useful someday." The magpie was overwhelmed with joy. The prospect of learning to read and write was something she had never dared to dream of. However, recalling Uncle Zhong's words from the morning that the young scholar would be participating in the imperial examination, she wondered if his instruction might impede his studies. With a hint of concern, she suggested, "Perhaps we should wait until the young scholar has completed his examination." Li Yanqing chuckled, assuring her, "Teaching you a few characters will hardly hinder me. We can discuss it later. I must take my leave now." The magpie promptly adorned her master with a headscarf, while Li Yanqing, pleased with the secure tie of his hair, made his way to the well to wash his face and brush his teeth. Such a delightful journey to the county seat would not be complete without the presence of Wang Gui and Tang Hui. After a brisk run, the four of them mounted a donkey and set off toward the county town. Their laughter and chatter filled the air, and by noon, they arrived at Tangyin County. "Let us find something to eat. My stomach is growling," Wang Gui suggested, patting his belly. His proposal received unanimous agreement, and Li Yanqing added with a grin, "Let us go to Shunfeng Tower. I'll treat everyone to lamb buns." The buns at Shunfeng Tower were renowned throughout Tangyin County, thin-skinned, generously filled, and bursting with flavor. The lamb buns, in particular, were exquisitely delectable, especially when paired with a bowl of hot and spicy soup made from 13 ingredients, providing unparalleled enjoyment in the brisk spring chill. The four friends' appetites surged, prompting them to urge the donkey to quicken its pace toward the town. The county town was abuzz with excitement that day, filled with the joyous laughter of children. In the distance, the faint sound of drums echoed. While the number of street vendors had notably increased, people hurried about, greeting one another with smiles that lit up their faces. All these signs indicated that a significant festival was on the horizon. "Have you all forgotten?" Wang Gui suddenly exclaimed, his excitement palpable. "What day is it in just a few days?" The three exchanged glances and simultaneously shouted in delight, "Spring Festival! The Spring Festival!" Celebrated on the second day of the second month, is the oldest and most joyous traditional festival in the land of Huaxia, bringing even more joy than the New Year or the Lantern Festival. The mere thought of the approaching Spring Festival made the four friends temporarily forget about the county examination scheduled for the 5th of February. "We need to prepare gifts for our master for the festival. We can buy something to take back," Li Yanqing suggested, prompting Yu Fei to respond first. Raising his hand with a smile, "I'll buy a book for our master. He mentioned just the other day that his selected Tang poetry book was worn out and needed replacing. You certainly know what our master needs most. But what shall we do?" Wang Gui pondered, then declared, "Our master adores lamb buns. I shall buy 30 to take back. And you, old Tang?" Li Yanqing inquired with a smile directed at Tang Hui. Tang Hui, feigning sophistication, waved a fan and replied, "Our master's robe is old. I shall purchase him a fine piece of blue cloth." "Indeed. Why didn't Tia think of that?" Wang Gui, with a grin, leaned on Tang Hui's shoulder and suggested, "How about we trade? You buy the buns, and I'll buy the cloth." "Go away." Tang Hui pushed him aside. "Who would want to follow your tasteless whims? Just because you enjoy buns, you think our master would want them too. Perhaps we should also buy a few books." "Old Li, what will you buy?" Wang Gui turned back to Li Yanqing. "For quite some time, I have yearned to present my master with a set of the 4 treasures of the study, and fortuitously, I encountered the auspicious occasion of Shiri. What shall I purchase? I implore you to offer me some suggestions." Wang Gui, feeling a bit anxious, turned to Yu Fei, who hesitated momentarily before suggesting, "I do have a recommendation that you might find intriguing." "What suggestion?" Wang Gui eagerly turned around. "Isn't your large green donkey about to give birth? Upon the arrival of the foal, you could bestow it upon your master. His old donkey has been ridden for 20 years and is nearing its end. Given your master's advanced age and limited mobility, he truly requires a sturdy companion." Wang Gui smote his forehead in realization. "What a fool I am to have overlooked this. Excellent. I shall gift him a donkey." Wang Gui's family operates the largest livestock business in Tangyin County, with more than half of the donkeys in the county being sold by them. That year, the prizes for the Tangzi Hui included 4 fine donkeys, generously sponsored by the Wang family. "First, let us indulge in some buns, then procure a gift," Li Yanqing proclaimed, and the 4 of them enthusiastically responded, urging the donkey to hasten towards Shunfeng Tower. The quartet spent nearly half the day wandering through the county town, treating themselves well while also selecting gifts for their master. Li Yanqing purchased a set of the 4 treasures of the study produced by the renowned Jiu Zhitang in the capital, while not the finest in the realm. It is indeed of superior quality in the capital. Yu Fei acquired a beautifully bound anthology of Tang poetry, which, though it cost only 200 yuan, depleted his entire savings. Tang Hui procured a piece of high-quality green cotton cloth from an old store in Fuzhou, while Wang Gui led a 2-year-old green donkey from Wang's livestock business. Though his large green donkey would not give birth for another 2 months, he could no longer contain his excitement. However, today held another significant purpose for Li Yanqing. He needed to deliver his final manuscript to the Shilin Yuan bookstore, thus fulfilling a 5-year contract he had sustained with them. The manager of Shilin Yuan had changed. The previous manager, Luo, had been promoted to a position in Daming Prefecture, and the current manager, surnamed Zhao, hailed from Anyang County. Li Yanqing had already interacted with manager Zhao several times, and compared to Luo, Zhao's enthusiasm was noticeably diminished, though his manners remained courteous. He arranged for his staff to attend to Yu Fei and the others while inviting Li Yanqing upstairs. "This is the final volume," Li Yanqing remarked with a smile as he handed over the manuscript to Manager Zhao. "At long last, it is concluded. You have endured much hardship over the years." "My young lord," Zhao replied as he perused the manuscript before placing it in a box, preparing to dispatch it to Daming Prefecture in a few days. "How did the last court case in Shanzhou fare?" Li Yanqing inquired. Manager Zhao shook his head and sighed. "Like many other places, although we won the case, we could not locate a printer, and in the end, it came to naught." Despite the booming sales of the Great Sage's monster-catching chronicles across various regions of the Song Dynasty, rampant piracy severely impacted the bookstore's profits, significantly affecting Li Yanqing's income. Thus, he signed an agreement with Shilin Yuan and submitted his final manuscript, bringing their contract to a close. Sensing the atmosphere had grown somewhat somber, Li Yanqing cheerfully changed the subject. "I heard that Shilin Yuan has opened its 4th bookstore in the capital. How delightful." Zhao, the shopkeeper, bore a faint smile, grateful for the book penned by the young official, which had gradually brought renown to his humble establishment. Last month, during the literary evaluation in the capital, his shop had secured the 7th position, a commendable advancement from the previous year. The owner had expressed his intent to personally thank the young official when the opportunity arose. "Your owner is exceedingly gracious," Zhao remarked, retrieving 50 taels of silver from the cabinet and presenting it to Li Yanqing. "This is the final payment for your manuscript. I beseech you to accept it." Li Yanqing, displaying no reluctance, graciously accepted the sum, feeling as if a great weight had been lifted from his heart. He then rose to take his leave. Meanwhile, Yu Fei and his companions had purchased a substantial bundle of examination books and were preparing to settle the bill. Zhao quickly interjected, "There is no need to pay for these books. Consider it a small token from my shop." The group expressed their gratitude profusely as they departed with the books. Once outside the city, Wang Gui, brimming with delight, proclaimed, "Today has been a tremendous success. To acquire so many books without cost. I shall return in a few days." Tang Hui, fanning himself with a folded fan, retorted with sarcasm, "Oh, spare me. Your visage is hardly worth anything. It is old Li's face that holds value. Go ahead, test it. If old Li is absent, try to take another book without paying. I assure you, you would be met with a thrashing akin to that of a petty thief." Wang Gui raised his chin defiantly, but at that moment, Li Yanqing realized something was amiss and hurriedly inquired of Wang Gui, "Old Gui, what of the lamb buns we bought for our master? Where have you placed them?" Wang Gui felt his bag and suddenly exclaimed, turning his donkey around to dash back into the city, his voice echoing in the distance, "I left them at the bookshop." Chapter 62. The gift incident. By the time Li Yanqing returned to Liwen village, it was already deep into the night. As he arrived at the village entrance, he spotted a slender figure standing by the roadside, holding onto a large dog. A warmth surged within Li Yanqing's heart, prompting him to call out from a distance, "Magpie." "Is that you?" "Young master, it is I," Magpie exclaimed, rushing towards him, while her large black dog joyfully bounded to greet its owner. Li Yanqing dismounted from his donkey, affectionately stroking the dog's long snout as it nudged against his nose. He then smiled at Magpie and inquired, "What brings you here?" "Big Black wanted to come fetch you, so I brought him along," she replied. "What a good child." Li Yanqing lovingly embraced Big Black and rewarded it with a bun, causing the dog to wag its tail and lead the way ahead of them. Uncle Zhong mentioned that young master would be staying in the county tonight. I told him young master was preparing for the imperial examination and would surely return to write. Indeed, my master only granted me a single day off. If I fail to attend school tomorrow, I'll face the lash, Li Yanqing said, having concluded his last book for the day. He felt as though a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Under the gentle caress of the spring night breeze, his spirits soared, and he found himself speaking more freely. In just a few days, it would be the spring festival. I shall grant you a day off. Go home and enjoy yourself, he declared. I have made plans to play with A Tao, Magpie replied. A Tao was a young maid from the Li family, who had only recently joined but had quickly formed a bond with Magpie. Not wishing to impose, Li Yanqing smiled and said, "Regardless, I grant you a day off. How you choose to spend it is entirely your decision." Magpie's heart brimmed with joy as she hurriedly bowed, exclaiming, "Thank you, young master." It is a tradition among the scholars of Northern Song Dynasty to express gratitude to their masters with gifts during the spring festival. The value of the gift lies not in its costliness, but in the sentiment behind it. Even impoverished students would offer a few gourds or a basket of beans. and their master would cherish them just the same. With only 2 days remaining until the festival, scholar Yao Ding's study was already overflowing with gifts from his students. Though this was an annual occurrence, Yao Ding remained genuinely delighted, sensing the affection his students held for him through each offering. Despite the abundance of gifts, Yao Ding felt compelled to reciprocate. He found himself busier than ever, writing dozens of calligraphies each day. For the students, there was no greater thrill than receiving encouragement from their master. Inside the room, Yao Ding was engrossed in his writing when laughter erupted from outside. It was noon, and remarkably, he had not taken his customary afternoon nap. Just then, Li Dagwang appeared at the door, a broad smile illuminating his face as he inquired, "Are you very busy, Master Yao?" Yao Ding gestured towards the myriad of gifts cluttering the room and replied with a chuckle, "With so many gifts to acknowledge and letters to write in return, how could I not be busy? I too have received numerous gifts, but I am at a loss for how to respond. It fills me with anxiety," Li Dagwang confessed. He was particularly drawn to the large blue donkey tethered at the entrance, a gift from Wang Gui to their master, which had caused quite a stir in the academy. The donkey was undeniably striking, and Li Dagwang's eyes turned red with envy as he estimated its worth to be no less than 15 coins. As he spoke, he perused the gifts sent to Yao Ding, quickly appraising each one and feeling that every single item surpassed the value of his own offering. He picked up a piece of finely woven, soft blue cloth, sighing to himself. This was indeed a premium cotton fabric from Fuzhou, worth at least 3 strings of cash. He found himself in need of a spring shirt, wondering why no one had gifted him one. At that moment, Li Dagwang suddenly noticed a beautifully crafted black lacquer wooden box beside him, adorned with crimson edges. He paused. Could this be from Jingkang? Quickly picking it up, he confirmed that the markings were indeed those of the esteemed Jingkang from the capital, known for its scholarly treasures, which he had seen priced at 10 strings of cash in Anyang. Upon closer inspection, he was even more astonished to discover that it was a gift from Li Yanqing to his master. A wave of bitterness surged in his stomach. Li Yanqing, his own nephew, had bestowed such an extravagant gift upon his master while neglecting to offer anything to him. This was utterly unacceptable. "Master Yao, look at this." He began to contemplate the value of these gifts. While he felt too embarrassed to request the donkey, he hoped that Master Yao might bestow upon him either the blue cloth or the scholarly treasures. However, unexpectedly, Yao Ding approached and unapologetically snatched the scholarly treasures from his hands, declaring, "Each of these gifts is my most cherished possession and cannot be given away. If you are interested, Master Li, I could offer you a piece of calligraphy instead." "That's not necessary. By the way, I wanted to discuss the arrangements for the Spring Festival with Master Yao." Yao Ding rolled his eyes, responding, "What is there to discuss? It will be the same as last year. Aside from the 20 or so students preparing for the county examinations, you can manage the rest." "I understand. I shall make the arrangements." Li Dagwang cast a lingering gaze at the scholarly treasures and the blue cloth, wishing vehemently that he could seize them with his own hands. Disappointment morphed into frustration, igniting a spark of anger within him. He resolved to confront Li Yanqing. If he could afford such lavish gifts for his master, why could he not spare a little something for his own uncle? Li Yanqing encountered the irate Li Dagwang by the walls of the academy. "Qing'er, I need to speak with you." Li Yanqing looked at him quizzically, then signaled to Wang Gui and Tang Huai, who quickly took their leave while keeping a watchful distance. "What is it, fourth uncle?" Li Yanqing asked with a smile. Li Dagwang stifled his anger, pressing Li Yanqing, "I wish to know what grievance you hold against me." "Fourth uncle? What do you mean by that?" Li Yanqing replied, puzzled by Li Dagwang's seemingly aggrieved demeanor. "Have I wronged you in any way?" "Humph. As your fourth uncle, I see the festival approaching, yet my table is bare. Shouldn't a student express some gratitude?" Realizing this was the cause of his uncle's discontent, Li Yanqing chuckled. "You are being overly dramatic, fourth uncle. I see that your room is far from empty. There are plenty of provisions and essentials." Li Dagwang's expression soured as he coldly retorted, "But I have no donkey tethered at my door, no fine blue cloth upon my table, and certainly no scholarly treasures from Jingkang. Qing'er, my heart feels quite heavy." Li Yanqing, unperturbed, offered a gentle smile and remarked, "I can empathize with my esteemed uncle's sentiments. However, I implore you to remain optimistic. Master Yao once shared that when he first entered the academy as a teacher, on the day of the Spring Festival, he received merely half a bag of beans, yet he was overjoyed, for it meant that there were still students who remembered him. In comparison, my uncle is far superior to Master Yao. I firmly believe that in 20 years, what awaits at my uncle's doorstep will not be a donkey, but rather a magnificent horse. Have faith in yourself, and do not lose heart." Li Dagwang, taken aback by Yanqing's words, found himself at a loss for words. Yanqing then bowed respectfully, stating, "I shall not impose further on my uncle's busy schedule." With that, he turned and departed, leaving Li Dagwang seething with frustration, his teeth clenched. Muttering to himself, "You little rascal, I will settle this with your father." As the spring festival approached, the students found their focus diverted from studies, captivated instead by the burgeoning festive atmosphere. Although the festival was celebrated on the second day of the second month, preparations had commenced days in advance. Numerous large tents were erected in the open space before the community temple, where the village leaders, accompanied by spirited young men and women, meticulously adorned their designated pavilions. It was akin to a competitive arena, each group striving to outdo the other in a clandestine contest. One would bring 10 jars of aged wine, while another would present 3 plump pigs. Flower petals were scattered atop the tent roofs, and willow branches were entwined around the supporting pillars, with creativity flourishing amidst fierce competition. The resounding beats of the festival drums echoed, and the blaring of horns filled the air. The deity of the land donned the ceremonial robes of a 7th-grade official, while baskets brimming with paper candles and incense were transported to the temple. The most vibrant scenes unfolded at the various stalls, which sprouted across Lushan town like mushrooms after a spring rain, occupying every available space. On the second day of the second month, the Lushan Academy took a holiday, however. 20 or so scholars preparing for the county examination did not share in this fortune. For the exam was but 3 days away. No one was allowed to indulge in the festivities. Master Yao Ding wielded his bamboo rod, striking the desk with sharp cracks, casting a pall of despair over the White Tiger Hall. This year's spring festival, we are doomed. At noon, as Master Yao stepped out for a brief respite, Li Er let out a wail that resonated with the others. Even Li Yanqing felt that Master Yao's strictness was unwarranted. After all, the students' minds were elsewhere, and little learning could be achieved under such circumstances. Why not grant them a brief reprieve to enjoy the festivities? In the distance, the thunderous sound of drums and gongs heralded the commencement of the festival play, igniting a sense of urgency among the students. At that moment, Wang Gui could no longer contain himself and exclaimed, "Let us negotiate with the master." As soon as he spoke, Yao Ding returned with his bamboo rod in hand, his expression dark. "What is there to discuss?" The students fell silent, heads bowed, too intimidated to speak. Yet, Li Yanqing raised his hand and said, "Master, we are willing to stay for extra lessons tomorrow evening. We humbly request half a day off today." With Yanqing leading the plea, the others echoed, "Master, please grant us half a day off. We promise to make up for it tomorrow evening." Yao Ding, gazing into the sea of pleading eyes, felt his resolve soften. "Very well. We shall have lessons tomorrow evening. You are dismissed for today." The students erupted in joyful cheers. With a jubilant cheer, the students surged out of the classroom at an unprecedented speed. However, Yao Ding pointed his bamboo whip at Li Yanqing and said, "Wait a moment." The students gazed at Li Yanqing with sympathetic eyes, realizing that the leader was indeed facing an unfortunate fate. Qing'er was about to face punishment. "What further instructions do you have, master?" Li Yanqing stood before his mentor with his hands at his sides. Yao Ding, with a stern expression, declared, "Your father has sent word through an intermediary. Should your grandfather wish for you to engage in courtship, you are to consider it temporarily." The students lurking outside erupted into laughter, rushing away like the wind, their voices echoing with exclamations of immense joy. Qing'er was to embark on a courtship. Li Yanqing's face burned with embarrassment, feeling a twinge of resentment towards his master for making such matters public instead of addressing them privately. Finally, even Master Yao Ding could not suppress his amusement, laughing heartily as he walked away. As soon as the master departed, Wang Gui and Tang Hui burst in, exchanging sly glances and grinning. "Old Li, congratulations. When shall we celebrate with sweet cakes?" Infuriated, Li Yanqing delivered a sharp blow to their heads, retorting, "Congratulations? I am utterly perplexed. What courtship are you even speaking of?" Wang Gui, cradling his head, chuckled, "Do not be embarrassed. Such matters can be discussed with old Tang. He is quite experienced and has been through courtship more than once." Tang Huai's face flushed crimson as he angrily pinched Wang Gui's neck from behind, exclaiming, "You promised me you wouldn't say a word. I'll strangle you, you little rascal." "Ah, so old Tang has been courting someone. When did this happen?" Li Yanqing promptly shifted the focus, playfully probing Tang Hui. "Do tell, which young lady's family was it? Did anything come of it?" Tang Hui struck Li Yanqing on the head with his folding fan, insisting, "They are talking about you. Don't drag me into this." At that moment, the drumbeat sounded once more, with Yufei outside urging them, "Hurry up. Wang Gui's expression shifted to one of alarm. Oh no. The performance was about to conclude. They abandoned the discussion of courtship and hurriedly dashed out of the classroom. Chapter 63, The Spring Festival of Lushan, Part 1. The townsfolk of Lushan were bustling with excitement as people from the 10 villages of Xiahexiang flocked to the town, creating a vibrant and lively atmosphere. The air was filled with the sporadic sounds of firecrackers. As a group of mischievous children lit a firecracker at the corner of the latrine and tossed it inside before scampering away. A resounding bang echoed as an elderly man burst out of the latrine, trousers in hand, bellowing in outrage. Both sides of the official road were commandeered by numerous vendors, with stalls lined up next to one another, showcasing an array of intriguing novelties that captivated men, women, and children alike. There were stalls selling snacks, needles and threads, wild chickens and ducks, seeds and fruits, various inexpensive trinkets, and everyday necessities. At the entrance of each courtyard, a group of young women, adorned in vibrant reds and greens, were engaged in a heated argument with a vendor operating a bullock cart filled with miscellaneous goods, which had obstructed their entrance and disrupted their business. However, the small vendors in the town failed to pique the interest of the scholars who dashed through the streets, making their way to the community temple at the northernmost part of the town. Qing'er, Li Yanqing heard someone calling him from the side. Turning, he recognized Aunt Gu-san waving at him. Aunt Gu-san lived not far from his home, and after Uncle Hu's family moved away, they became the closest neighbors. What brings you here, Aunt San? Li Yanqing asked with a smile as he approached her. Aunt Gu-san replied with a beaming smile. I happen to have some chickens and ducks at home, so I thought I'd take this opportunity to sell a few. Would you like to buy a couple for your family? Only then did Li Yanqing notice the 2 bamboo cages at her feet, filled with a dozen chickens and ducks. Sure, take a few chickens and ducks to Uncle Zhang. Aunt Gu-san's face lit up with joy. Our Qing'er is so straightforward. And what about Uncle and Juzi? Juzi has been taken by the Baozhong to beat the drum. As for your uncle, oh, he was just here. Aunt Gu-san began searching for her husband, only to find him hiding in a corner, craning his neck to gawk at the group of flower girls at each courtyard, chuckling to himself. Furious, she marched over and seized his ear. If you keep staring over there, I'll be sure to pluck your eyes out. Li Yanqing stuck out his tongue, realizing he had perhaps interfered too much. He called out, Aunt San, take your chickens and ducks to my home, and I'll have Uncle Zhang pay you later. With that, he swiftly ran off. The community temple was located at the northernmost edge of the town, nestled at the foot of Lushan, not far from the Li family ancestral hall. This small structure was dedicated to the local deity of Xiahexiang. In front of the temple lay an expansive open space, several hundred acres in size, serving as both a threshing ground for the villagers and a cultural center for entertainment. Various activities were held here during festivals and celebrations. The curtain for the spring festival of Xiahexiang was drawn here, with large pavilions set up around the open area resembling a banquet layout. Each of the 13 villages had its own designated space, with 2 or 3 young men vigorously beating drums and gongs, striving to outdo one another with their fervor. Li Yanqing discovered the greenhouse of Li Wensuan. Compared to the nearby Zhejiakan, the structure in Li Wensuan was somewhat smaller. Yet it was considerably larger than that of Qianshan village. As the saying goes, there is always something to be desired compared to the better, yet always something to be appreciated compared to the worse. The grand drum was situated beneath a large tree, where Gu Dazhu, the son of Aunt Gu-san, was energetically beating the drum. At just 17 years of age, he was robust and honest, working alongside his father in the fields. Juzi, would you like to switch hands? Li Yanqing approached, cracking his knuckles with a grin. I'm just getting the hang of it. The village head was looking for you earlier. Yes, inside the greenhouse. The village head of Li Wensuan was originally Li Zhan, the father of Li Er. After Li Zhan was promoted to the position of chief village head, the role in Li Wensuan was taken over by Li Dan. At under 40 years of age, Li Dan was lean and wiry, in stark contrast to his robust brother, Li Daguan. Residing at the eastern end of the village, his family owned over 100 acres of arable land, making them one of the wealthier families in the village. At that moment, Li Dan was seated at a table, conversing with several guests. Li Yanqing approached and cheerfully inquired, Did Uncle Sen summon me for something? Qing'er, your timing is impeccable. Li Dan introduced a couple in their 30s beside him. This is Mr. Qin and his wife, who have come from Tangyin. Mrs. Qin hails from our own Xia township, and according to custom, she has returned to her maternal home today. He then introduced Li Yanqing to the couple, stating, This is the Qing'er you were asking about. Noticing their elegant attire and well-nourished appearance, particularly Mrs. Qin, who donned a delicate veil, It was evident they belonged to a prominent family in Tangyin. Li Yanqing quickly bowed in respect and greeted Mr. Qin and his wife. The couple scrutinized him closely, especially Mrs. Qin, who lifted her veil to examine him from head to toe. They exchanged glances, clearly satisfied with what they saw. Especially as Li Yanqing's respectful address of Mrs. Qin reflected his cultured upbringing and respect for his elders. Unlike Li Dayan's more crude manner of referring to her merely as the wife. Is the young gentleman still studying at Lushan Academy? Mr. Qin asked with a smile. Li Yanqing replied with utmost respect, in a couple of days, I will be sitting for the county examination. With your talents, passing the county exam should pose no challenge. In a few years, achieving the status of a Qing'er will be a mere formality. I hope you will diligently pursue your studies, bringing honor to your family, Mr. Qin encouraged. Thank you for the encouragement, Mr. Qin. Li Yanqing responded. I heard your esteemed father is away. Do you know when he might return? My father is in Tangyin County and will be back in a little while, Li Yanqing replied. Oh, that is somewhat regrettable. After a moment's hesitation, Li Yanqing asked, Is there something Mr. Qin wishes to discuss with my father? Mr. Qin, known as Qin Xian, was the grandson of a former circuit judge and belonged to a family second only to the Zhang family in Tangbei County. He enjoyed a good relationship with Li Yanqing's maternal grandfather, Ding Zhong, in a bid to align himself with the Qin family. Ding Zhong had proposed a matrimonial alliance with Qin Xian. Unfortunately, Qin Xian's own descendants were underwhelming, leading him to consider his grandson, Li Yanqing, as a suitable match for his daughter. Hearing of Li Yanqing's prodigious talents from 5 years ago piqued his interest, and he took the opportunity during this spring festival to visit and see Li Yanqing, hoping his daughter would find him to her liking. Qin Xian chuckled softly and beckoned. Manner, come over here. Li Yanqing had already noticed a young lady standing nearby. He was just too shy to look closely. Now, as the girl stepped forward, bashfully positioning herself behind her mother, Li Yanqing finally discerned her features. She appeared to be around 12 or 13 years of age, rather tall for her age. With her hair styled in double loops, adorned with a large red pomegranate silk flower. Her oval face was complemented by delicately arched brows, rendering her exceptionally lovely. She wore a red and white silk blouse of fine quality. This was the young lady Manner, whom Qin Xian introduced to Li Yanqing as the granddaughter of Ding Yuanwei, who had once claimed the title of champion in the youth examinations. Li Yanqing's heart skipped a beat as he suddenly recalled his master's message. Could she be the young lady destined for their match? Qin Manner stole a glance at Li Yanqing. Her cheeks instantly flushed crimson, and she quickly turned her head away. Just then, at the entrance of the pavilion, the breathless voices of Wang Gui and Tang Hui echoed. Old Li, we've been searching everywhere for you. Wang Gui and Tang Hui finally spotted Li Yanqing, darting under the awning to approach him with feigned annoyance. What are you hiding here for? They then noticed the Qin couple before them, and upon raising their eyes, they were taken aback by the blushing face of Qin Manner. Will not disturb you if you have matters to attend to, they said, turning to leave. Li Yanqing promptly grasped their arms, addressing Mr. and Mrs. Qin. If the esteemed elders have no further business, I shall excuse myself. Go on, go on. Qin Xian laughed heartily. We wouldn't dream of hindering your enjoyment of the spring festival. With a bow, Li Yanqing hurried off. At that moment, Li Dayan noticed more guests arriving at the entrance and got up to greet them. Qin Xian then quietly inquired of his wife, What do you think of him, Mrs.? Qin pondered briefly and responded, I can't shake the feeling that he falls a bit short compared to Qing'er. Perhaps it's a matter of social standing. She then turned to her precious daughter and asked, Manner, what is your opinion? Qin Manner, slightly vexed that Li Yanqing had overlooked her without so much as a greeting, frowned and coldly remarked, I think he is still an immature child. While Qin Xian held a favorable impression of Li Yanqing, the dissatisfaction expressed by his wife and daughter compelled him to abandon this matchmaking endeavor. Observing the lively villagers around him, he decided, this place is too chaotic. It is not where we ought to linger. Let us depart. The three of them, accompanied by 2 maids, exited through the back door of the large pavilion. Old Gao drew inspiration for the spring festival from poetry, reminiscent of Lu Xun's portrayal of the village opera in the past. Many regions still celebrate such traditions today, though one wonders if Old Gao's depiction holds true. All beautiful things are deserving of our appreciation. Thus, I humbly request your support once more. Chapter 64. The Spring Festival at Deer Mountain, Part 2. Not far from the greenhouse, Wang Gui and Tang Hui pressed Li Yanqing from either side, demanding he confess whether that young lady had come to court him. You 2 rascals have ruined my matchmaking. How will you compensate me? Li Yanqing exclaimed, grabbing the collars of both in a fit of anger. Wang Gui and Tang Hui were momentarily taken aback, and with genuine regret, they replied, "Oldly, we apologize. We truly had no idea. We did not intend to interrupt." Seeing their sincerity, Li Yanqing burst into laughter, realizing their folly. Wang Gui and Tang Hui raised their fists to strike him, but Li Yanqing broke free and dashed into the crowd. "Catch him!" The trio raced into the throng. It was not yet mealtime, and the people inside the greenhouse were busily preparing the communal feast. Meanwhile, the village theater beside the Earth God Temple was nearing its conclusion. Dozens of imposing celestial soldiers had captured several grotesque, masked demons, bringing them onto a wooden platform surrounded by thousands of villagers, creating an unyielding crowd. Though the annual performances were largely similar, depicting the demons' havoc upon the people and the heavenly emperor's wrath and sending celestial soldiers to vanquish them. The villagers reveled in the spectacle. Whenever a demon was defeated, applause erupted, especially when several flamboyantly dressed female fox spirits were brought forth, marking the climax of the performance amidst laughter and cheers. Before the temple, fragrant smoke wafted through the air as over 100 elderly men and women burned incense and paper offerings. They knelt reverently before the statue of the Earth God, praying for favorable weather and family safety. While the open space before the temple was crowded with people, street vendors skillfully maneuvered through, either displaying their talents to earn a living or peddling goods such as sugar figurines, dough sculptures, candied hawthorns, and small carts selling silk flowers and copper jewelry. Particularly popular among the young ladies, Li Yanqing strolled through the crowd with Wang Gui and Tang Hui, each savoring a skewer of candied hawthorns. Yu He, the father of Yu Fei, served as the village constable of Tang Wang Village, and today's spring festival was under his purview. With insufficient manpower, he had enlisted his son to play the drum. As the village theater concluded and dinner had yet to begin, many people rushed to the stalls in Deer Mountain Town, slightly diminishing the crowd in the open area. "Old Tang, over there is an archery stall." Wang Gui suddenly spotted an archery booth by the mulberry grove, igniting his excitement as he pulled Tang Hui along. "Oldly, hurry up." "Coming right up." Li Yanqing responded but remained stationary. He had noticed the young maid, Magpie, accompanied by another girl resembling her, presumably a Tao, the maid of Li'er. The two were gazing hungrily at a jewelry stall, watching a group of young ladies purchase trinkets. With a smile, Li Yanqing approached, gently clearing his throat behind them. Magpie turned around, startled, and promptly bowed respectfully, while a Tao blushed slightly and followed suit. "Have you bought anything?" In the morning, Li Yanqing specifically instructed Uncle Zhong to give the magpie a bit of pocket money, ensuring she would not be empty-handed. The magpie blushed and shook her head. A quick glance from Li Yanqing revealed that the magpie clutched a handful of coins, while a Tao had none. Realizing that the magpie's funds were merely sufficient for a small trinket, Li Yanqing could not help but silently chastise Li'er for his stinginess. He smiled and beckoned the two young ladies, saying, "Whatever you desire, I shall purchase for you." The magpie and Tao timidly approached, both yearning for a piece of jewelry yet hesitant to impose on Li Yanqing's generosity. The vendor, quick-witted, promptly presented them with 2 phoenix hairpins, exclaiming, "These are the most popular items, perfect for young ladies like yourselves." Li Yanqing accepted the copper hairpins and addressed the vendor. "Additionally, I would like 2 of those pearl hairpins and 2 silk pomegranate flowers." The vendor immediately complied, and Li Yanqing joyfully handed the gifts to the 2 young ladies. Delight sparkled in their eyes as he further purchased embroidered accessory pouches for each, settling the bill. At that moment, someone nearby suddenly called out, "Magpie." Turning around, Li Yanqing spotted a girl of around 15 or 16, clad in a somewhat worn silk dress. Her hair was slicked back, her oval face framed by delicate brows and slender eyes, her complexion fair. He found her somewhat familiar yet could not recall her identity. "Big sister," the magpie exclaimed joyfully. It was then that Li Yanqing remembered her. She was the magpie's sister, Dian, whom he had encountered at Li Dongdong's home. She seemed to be the personal attendant of the matriarch, well favored by Madame Li. The magpie quickly presented her phoenix hairpin, saying, "Big sister. This was bought for me by the young master." Dian had initially feigned ignorance of Li Yanqing's presence, but upon hearing her sister, she could no longer pretend and approached him, offering a courteous greeting. "This humble servant has met the young master. I thank you for your kindness towards my sister." Li Yanqing had intended to purchase a piece of jewelry for Dian as well, but he suddenly noticed a young man standing not far off, seemingly accompanying her, which made him feel it inappropriate to interfere. With a smile, he greeted Dian, retracting the coin pouch he had just taken out. Dian, perceptive as she was, instantly realized Li Yanqing had no intention of buying her anything, and feeling a pang of annoyance, she lowered her head, revealing a shiny silver hairpin, and smiled at her sister. "Does this pin look beautiful, dear sister?" "Well, it's a silver hairpin," exclaimed the magpie and Tao in unison. "This was gifted to me by the mistress." "Humph, I have no need for such worthless copper hairpins." Diane cast a glance at Li Yanqing, her pride evident, before turning to leave. "Magpie, I shall come to play with you another day." After walking a few dozen steps, the young man quietly followed her. Li Yanqing observed that the young man was of average height, dressed plainly yet possessing a strong physique, with bronze skin and muscular arms, evidently a trained martial artist. Though he was unfamiliar to Li Yanqing, how curious it was that such a martial artist existed in Xiaha village. In a brief moment, the pair vanished into the bustling crowd, engaged in lively conversation and laughter. Li Yanqing shook his head, momentarily setting aside the wild goose and the unfamiliar man, as he searched for Wang Gui and Tang Hui. "Young sir, we wish to explore that lively area," the magpie said, pointing ahead. "Excellent." Li Yanqing promptly produced a generous handful of coins and handed them to the magpie. "Go buy yourself some treats." "Ah, this is far too much," the magpie protested. "Purchase what you like." With that, Li Yanqing dashed toward the mulberry grove, having spotted Wang Gui practicing archery. At the edge of the forest stood an archery stall, a novelty set up by two outsiders this year. In the northern regions of the Song Dynasty, archery societies were widely organized, with young men gathering to practice during their leisure time, receiving full support from the court in the form of tax reductions and other benefits. In the border regions of Ding and Bao, there were 588 archery societies, totaling over 30,000 members, which accounted for approximately 15% of the local population. Although the number of societies in Xiangzhou was slightly less, every township boasted several, with 6,000 to 7,000 participants. The two outsiders quickly captured the attention of the crowd, as hundreds gathered, eager to partake. The leading man, robust in stature, addressed the villagers with a respectful bow. "I am Ruan Xiaoer from Shandong, and this is my brother Ruan Xiaowu. Passing through your esteemed land during the spring festival, we thought to join in the merriment. Behold, a target lies 60 paces ahead. Hit the outer blue circle, and we shall reward you with 500 wen. Strike the yellow circle for 2 guan, and should you manage to hit the bullseye, we offer 10 taels of silver." Of course, with such high stakes comes a hefty wager of 100 won per arrow. To demonstrate their sincerity, Ruan Xiaoer produced a 10-tael silver ingot and hung it from the treetop beside the target. The glint of silver stirred many hearts, prompting a villager to shout, "What if you have tampered with the arrows?" Ruan Xiaoer chuckled, lifting his bow, a robust 8-do bow, armed with military-grade wolf-tooth arrows. "Allow me to show you," he declared, drawing 3 arrows from his quiver and launching them one after another, each finding its mark in the bullseye, eliciting cheers from the crowd. "How about it? Which brave soul wishes to try?" Ruan Xiaoer called out. "I shall go first." Wang Gui was the first to leap forward. "Young sir, are you certain you wish to shoot?" Ruan Xiaowu queried with a grin. "This is an 8-do bow. Should you lose, do not blame us for your inability to buy sweets." Offended by the implication of doubt, Wang Gui tossed a tael of silver to Ruan Xiaoer. "Give me 10 arrows, and prepare to be outmatched." The Ruan brothers exchanged knowing glances, and Ruan Xiaoer handed the bow to Wang Gui. Upon gripping the bow, Wang Gui began to regret his decision. It was a finely crafted longbow, thick in the back and considerably heavier than the standard military bows he was accustomed to. Normally, he wielded a 5-do bow, and while he could barely draw the 8-do, this one felt like a stone bow. "Old Gui, can you manage? If not, let me take over," Tang Hui chimed in. "Nonsense. Did I ever say I couldn't?" Wang Gui grasped an arrow, steeling himself to draw the bow. The bow creaked ominously as he pulled it back, his arm trembling slightly. With gritted teeth, he aimed at the target, and upon releasing the string, the arrow shot forth, hurtling towards its mark. His heart raced in his throat, uncertain of his aim, relying solely on instinct. At that moment, applause erupted around him. What a magnificent shot! A wave of relief washed over Wang Gui, realizing he had indeed struck true. Tang Hui cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted, "Hit the blue circle." 500 when secured. Wang Gui felt a twinge of disappointment. He had expected at least 2 strings of cash. Meanwhile, Ruan Xiaowu exchanged a glance with his elder brother, slightly taken aback by Wang Gui's performance, while Ruan Xiaowu stood with arms crossed, a smile gracing his face as he observed the young official's archery. The heroes of Liaoshan will make a brief appearance in this narrative, though they do not constitute the main storyline. Lao Gao has drawn inspiration from the characters depicted in the 7 revisions of Lang Ying's narrative, which may imbue the characterizations with a hint of dramatization. However, This is merely fiction and should not be scrutinized too rigorously. Chapter 65, The Spring Gathering at Deer Mountain, Part 2. As Li Yanqing arrived at the archery field, he found Wang Gui already finished, leaning against a large tree with a face full of dejection, while Tang Hui was still shooting arrows in the arena. What happened? Lao Gui? Wang Gui mumbled, but Li Yanqing could not catch his words. A nearby villager chuckled. This young gentleman hit the blue circle with his first arrow and won 501, but his second and third arrows went awry. By the fourth arrow, he could barely draw the bow, thus losing another 501 in vain. Wang Gui bitterly complained, those two rascals are deceitful. They claimed it was a military grade 8 dough bow, but it is simply not true. Squatting nearby, Ruan Xiaowu, with his long ears, overheard Wang Gui's grievance and quickly interjected with a grin. This young gentleman must speak with integrity. We never claimed it was a military exclusive 8 dough bow. Only that it was an 8 dough bow. The arrows, however, are indeed military grade. The many villagers around can attest to that. The Ruan brothers have roamed the world for many years, and our reputation is built on credibility. A sudden realization struck Li Yanqing, and he mused quietly, could they be the Ruan brothers from Liaoshan? He recalled that in history, during the uprising led by Song Jiang, there were indeed the 3 Ruan heroes. While they might not be masters of the waters, these two were likely among them. He smiled and inquired, are you Ruan Xiaoyi, Ruan Xiaowu, or perhaps Ruan Xiaoqi? Ruan Xiaowu pointed to his elder brother and said, my elder brother has introduced himself. I am Ruan Xiaowu, and he is Ruan Xiaoyi. Suddenly, Ruan Xiaowu froze, astonished at Li Yanqing's knowledge. How do you know there is a Ruan Xiaoqi? Li Yanqing smiled slightly. I cannot say. It was merely a casual question. Ruan Xiaowu, now even more perplexed, recalled that when his brother introduced himself earlier, this young gentleman had not yet arrived. Now, he not only knew their names, but also spoke of Ruan Xiaoqi. Had he heard of the Ruan brothers? In the eastern part of the capital, perhaps. But here in the western part of Hebei? At that moment, a collective sigh of disappointment arose as Tang Hui's 5th arrow barely grazed the target, missing it entirely. Tang Hui's countenance darkened. Having shot 5 arrows without hitting the target, his performance was worse than Wang Gui's. Wang Gui, feeling a spark of encouragement, thought to himself that he was not the worst, with Lao Tang taking that honor. Ruan Xiaoyi handed the last arrow to Tang Hui, saying, this is your final chance. Tang Hui's arms were already weak and feeble. After 3 attempts, he could not draw the bowstring and had no choice but to set the bow down, stating, I concede. He approached Li Yanqing and Wang Gui, shaking his head. Strange, I hit 7 out of 10 at home. How is it that I cannot hit a single arrow here? Wang Gui scoffed, I hit 10 out of 10 at home. Anyone can boast. I am not boasting. Hey, you too, Ruan Xiaoyi called out. If you fail this last arrow, I must make it clear that I will not refund your money. Wang Gui nudged Li Yanqing, urging, boldly, you should take the last shot. You are better than us. In recent years, Li Yanqing has also practiced archery at Wang Gui's residence. As Hu Xing once remarked, he possesses a unique talent for striking stones, which can be extended to archery. In his youth, during the Tangzi Society, he had already demonstrated his aptitude for this skill. Within just a month, his archery surpassed that of Wang Gui and Tang Hui, who had practiced for several years. At that moment, Li Yanqing suddenly spotted a robust old man among the crowd, his hair and beard completely white, with powerful arms. It was Master Zhou, whom they had encountered by the river. Li Yanqing had suspected he was the iron-armed Zhou Tong, but he wondered how he had come to Xiahe Township. As Li Yanqing noticed the elder squinting at him with piercing eyes, as if reading his very soul, a fierce courage ignited within him. Without hesitation, he approached, picked up the bow and arrows, and examined the target and a silver ingot hanging nearby. With an air of pride, he inquired, what if I shoot down the silver? Ruan Xiaowu, astonished, produced another silver ingot weighing 10 taels and said to Li Yanqing, if you can bring down the silver, I shall double the reward, 20 taels. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the surrounding villagers. 20 taels could purchase 10 acres of prime land. Envy flickered in their eyes as they regretted not honing their archery skills at the society, thus missing a chance for fortune. Li Yanqing smiled lightly, declaring, then it is settled. He drew the bow, pulling it back like a full moon. When he released the string, the arrow shot forth like lightning. With a resounding crack, the arrow struck the silver ingot with immense force, severing the rope, and the silver flew away with the arrow. Such remarkable skill. The villagers erupted into thunderous applause. Having never witnessed such exceptional archery before, excitement filled the air as they cheered, while Wang Gui and Tang Hui leaped in elation. Their earlier disappointment entirely washed away by Li Yanqing's impressive shot. Meanwhile, Zhou Tong stroked his beard in approval. This young man was not only adept with the sword but also skilled in archery. More importantly, he was astute enough to mention shooting down the silver without specifying the severing of the rope. Akin to how the two men referred to the bow without clarifying it was specifically meant for military use, using their own words against them. The Wan brothers exchanged glances. Both having assumed the youth would attempt to cut the rope, they were taken aback that he had aimed for the silver instead, achieving the same result. Wan Shower felt a surge of anger. After years of navigating the underworld, he had never been outsmarted before, and now he was outwitted by a mere village boy. He felt utterly humiliated, fearing how his brother Song would mock him if he learned of this. Before he could voice his frustration, Li Yanqing, smiling, addressed him, "Brothers, having roamed the Jianghu for years, surely your reputation is built on credibility?" Wan Xiaowu's face flushed red, as if he had received a slap, while Wan Xiaoer wore a sullen expression, feeling somewhat cornered. At that moment, Li Yanqing chuckled and clasped his hands together, saying, "Let us disregard that last shot. We all understand it was a clever trick on my part. I ought to have aimed for the rope instead. Might I request another attempt?" Wan Xiaoer let out a heavy snort and followed Li Yanqing's lead. He picked up an arrow and handed it to Li Yanqing, saying, "I only wagered with you because I thought you would shoot the rope. Since you admit to taking shortcuts, we can disregard that arrow." Wang Guo and Tang Hui were about to protest, but Li Yanqing shot them a fierce glare, silencing them. He took the arrow and laughed. "While I indeed cannot shoot the rope, I have practiced archery." He drew his bow once more, releasing an arrow that flew like a meteor, striking the bullseye. Cheers erupted again, and even Zhou Tong could not help but applaud. Wan Xiaoer realized he had encountered a true master today. Not only did he never miss, but he could also hit a silver ingot with a single arrow, something they might not be able to achieve. Moreover, the other party had shown them courtesy, which Wan Xiaoer fully acknowledged. He stepped forward, picked up 10 taels of silver, and handed them to Li Yanqing with a smile, saying, "Since we have made a wager, we shall accept our loss gracefully. You possess remarkable archery skills, worthy of a hero in his youth. I wonder if Wan Xiaoer might be fortunate enough to befriend you?" Li Yanqing clasped his fist and smiled. "I am Li Yanqing. I have long heard of the esteemed Wan brothers' fame. It is indeed an honor for me to encounter you at the Spring Festival." Wan Xiaoer, being a man of generosity, noticed that although Li Yanqing was young, he was quite adept at navigating social situations and maintaining his dignity. He laughed heartily indeed. "It is our honor to meet you, young Master Li, at the Spring Festival. Allow me to treat you to a cup of wine." Li Yanqing gestured towards the large pavilion in Li Wensuan and said, "Why don't we go to our village's pavilion and enjoy ourselves thoroughly? In that case, we shall not stand on ceremony. Let us tidy up our belongings and come at once." Li Yanqing returned the 10 taels of silver to them, but they insisted on refusing, stating that Li Yanqing's refusal would tarnish their credibility. Reluctantly, Li Yanqing accepted it. At that moment, a deep bell toll resonated from afar, the sound of the Spring Festival feast ringing out, marking the climax of the celebration. The villagers, having wandered for most of the day, were now ravenous and made their way to their respective pavilions to gather and drink merrily. Li Yanqing searched the area, but could not find Zhou Tong. Curious, he asked Wang Guo and Tang Hui, "Did you see that old man we encountered by the river?" Wang Guo and Tang Hui exchanged glances. They had been too engrossed in watching Li Yanqing shoot arrows to notice any old man. "Old Li, you must be mistaken. Headmaster Zhou is in the county. How could he be here?" Wang Guo insisted that Li Yanqing had misseen. Li Yanqing searched again, but still could not find Zhou Tong, so he gave up. At that moment, both Wang Guo and Tang Hui received messages from their grandfather, prompting them to return to their pavilions. Inside Li Wensuan's pavilion, the atmosphere was vibrant and filled with laughter, a scene of great revelry. Long rows of tables were filled with villagers, and aside from a few who could not return from afar, the entire village was gathered together. At this time, Li Yanqing brought Wan Xiaoer and Wan Xiaowu before the village head, Li Dayan, and said with a smile, "These two are my friends. Their wine expenses will be on my account." Although the Spring Festival is the most lively and festive time of the year, it is also governed by certain rules. Each household must contribute a sum of money based on the number of attendees from their family. For every person present, a corresponding amount is donated. Additionally, the villagers who help organize the event receive subsidies, ensuring that everyone can enjoy the festivities to the fullest. Li Dayan chuckled and warmly welcomed everyone to Li Wen village, inviting them to take a seat. Although Li Yanqing's father was absent, his household was still bustling with activity, comprising Uncle Zhong and his wife, Sister Ju and her daughter, as well as the magpie and Li Yanqing himself, making a total of 6 individuals. With the addition of the Yuan brothers, there were now 8 of them, occupying a considerable portion of the table. However, the spring festival thrives on merriment, and the more participants, the better. The women brought forth bowls of freshly cooked dishes, while the younger men broke the seals on the wine jars, pouring wine into everyone's bowls. Li Dayan raised his wine bowl with a smile, proclaiming, "As the new year of farming commences, let us indulge and drink to our heart's content tonight. For tomorrow we shall begin our labor. Cheers." The villagers responded with exuberant cheers, lifting their wine bowls high, and began to feast and drink heartily. The Yuan brothers were in high spirits, drinking from large bowls while chatting with Li Yanqing and Uncle Zhong. Meanwhile, the magpie pulled a tao to sit beside her, and the 2 young maidens exchanged smiles, sipping their wine and whispering to each other. As the revelry continued, Wan Shower remarked with a grin, "To be honest, we have come to Lushan Town this time in search of someone, an elder brother we have lost contact with for many years." Li Yanqing took a couple of sips of wine and replied, "Do tell, we are all from the same village. Who are you looking for? Perhaps we might know him." After a moment of contemplation, Wan Shower inquired, "Do you know a man named Hu Cheng? He is around 40 years old and quite robust in stature." Chapter 66. Songjiang of Liashan. At the foot of Lushan, the wheat is lush and plentiful, while pigs and chickens roost nearby, their clucking and grunting resonating against the doors. The shadows of mulberry and locust trees stretch long as the spring festival disperses, with families helping the inebriated return home. The gathering commenced in the afternoon and lasted for an hour and a half, finally breaking up as night fell, leaving the open space before the community temple filled with tipsy villagers. Many had indulged to excess, their slurred speech urging others to drink. At Li Yanqing's home, 2 of the guests succumbed to intoxication first. Uncle Zhong was the first to become inebriated, supported by his wife as they stumbled home. Meanwhile, Qishue, experiencing her first taste of alcohol, was blissfully unaware of her limits. Enchanted by the sweet, rich flavor of rice wine, she was coaxed into consuming 7 or 8 cups by several gossips, ultimately rendering her utterly oblivious to her surroundings. Li Yanqing had no choice but to carry her home. The Yuan brothers had other matters to attend to, and after a brief interval, they bid farewell, leaving Li Yanqing with a troubling thought. He could hardly fathom that. After 5 years, Uncle Hu had once again caught the attention of the heroes of Liangshan. Once it was Fang La, now it was Song Jiang. What extraordinary deeds could Uncle Hu and his son have accomplished that continued to stir such interest nearly 2 decades later? As Li Yanqing carried Qishue along the official road towards Liwen village, Sister Ju, cradling her daughter, followed closely behind. The infant had already succumbed to slumber in her mother's arms, and the path was lined with villagers returning home, reminiscent of the scenes after an outdoor film screening in the village of Ur. In front of them, Aunt Gu and her son Daju supported the swaying figure of Uncle Gu, while Aunt Gu occasionally pinched her husband's ear in annoyance. Behind them, Old Man Yin and his wife aided their inebriated son home, with their daughter-in-law trailing behind, holding the hands of their 2 grandsons while grumbling softly. "Little master, today Qishue's father came looking for her." Sister Ju whispered to the side. "What does he want with Qishue?" He demanded that Qishue give him her pocket money, but she refused, insisting it was given to her by Little Master and that she would return it when she had no use for it. Her father was furious and scolded her for quite a while before leaving in a huff. "Oh," Sister Ju chuckled, "Qishue must really like Little Master." How would Sister Ju know? She confided in me, believing that as a little maid she would be subject to her master's scolding. Yet she discovered that Little Master treats her with even more kindness than her brother does. Indeed, it is a blessing for Qishue to serve such a master. Ahead, Aunt Gu turned back with a smile. "Little Master, Qishue is a good girl. When she grows up, I hope she is promised to my son Taitu." Daju, the eldest son, was quick to interject. "Mother, I have yet to find a wife. Why are you already making plans for my brother?" Laughter erupted among the group, and Aunt Gu, both amused and exasperated, playfully poked her son's forehead. "Silly boy, can't you tell when your mother is joking?" Li Yanqing couldn't help but chuckle heartily. "You brothers should put in a little more effort and see whom Qishue favors." Amidst their banter, they strolled towards the village. The early spring night was a blend of warmth and chill, yet the night breeze caressed their faces, ushering in a hint of spring's warmth. Gazing up at the myriad stars in the sky, Li Yanqing felt an extraordinary tranquility and joy within his heart. He cherished this life, so warm and beautiful. As the bustling and festive spring festival celebration unfolded in Lushan town, a stark contrast emerged in Zhangji town, located approximately 20 miles to the south. This town was notably desolate, for its spring festival festivities were held not within the town itself, but several miles away in Sanglin village. Almost all the townsfolk had flocked to Sanglin village, leaving the small town shrouded in darkness as night fell, illuminated only by a few flickering lamps in an ancient inn. Unusually, this inn had been fully booked by a group of guests who had traveled from Yenzhou, proudly displaying a no vacancies sign. These guests were lavish in their spending, paying 10 taels of silver for their lodging and generously tipping the attendants with an additional tael. The innkeeper and staff, delighted by their fortune, busied themselves attending to these affluent patrons, neglecting the spring festival celebrations. The spring festival occurs annually, yet these wealthy gentlemen were a rare sight, seldom seen for years. Although the guests bore an odd demeanor, armed with swords and daggers, the innkeeper chose to remain oblivious to their peculiarities. The leader of this group was none other than Song Jiang, the chief of Liangshan Marsh. At this moment, Song Jiang had gathered over 20 skilled brothers and thousands of local militia within Liangshan, yet they conducted their affairs discreetly, refraining from any overt rebellion, which the authorities had not deemed a threat, allowing for a mutual peace. In his 40s, Song Jiang possessed a slightly dark complexion and an average build, his appearance unremarkable. Formerly a minor official in Yanqing County, he had become a fugitive due to a drunken mishap that resulted in murder. With nowhere else to turn, he sought refuge in Liangshan Marsh. Known for his righteousness and kindness, he gradually attracted a number of highly skilled individuals who were also on the run. Seeing the court rife with treachery and corruption, alongside a military lacking in valor, Song Jiang harbored thoughts of rebellion. However, his strength was not yet formidable. He needed to gather resources and recruit talent. His current expedition to Tangyin County was motivated by information regarding the whereabouts of Hu Cheng, the leader of the Weizhou militia uprising from years past. Song Jiang's sworn brother, Chao Gai, had also been a leader in that uprising and had strongly recommended Hu Cheng to him. Song Jiang was well aware of the Weizhou militia uprising led by the Hu family, which had garnered considerable momentum and persisted for a decade. After the old leader, Hu Wen, fell in battle, his son Hu Cheng continued to lead thousands for an additional 3 years until betrayal led to their downfall. Hu Cheng and his mother vanished, their fates unknown, until it was revealed that he might be hiding in Tangyin County. Eager to recruit this legendary figure, Song Jiang resolved to seek him out personally. At that moment, Song Jiang was in his chamber, absorbing intelligence relayed by his informant, Dai Zhou. According to reports from Fong La's camp, Hu Cheng was believed to be in hiding near Lushan town. Further inquiries suggested that a man known as Desperate Warrior from Liwen village bore a striking resemblance to the elusive Hu Cheng. Under the alias of Hu Cheng, his name phonetically echoed that of Hu Cheng, leading Song Jiang's subordinates to conclude that this Hu Cheng was indeed the Hu Cheng they sought, albeit regrettably missing for many years. Missing? Song Jiang inquired, perplexed. What could have caused his disappearance? It is likely tied to Fong La, his subordinate explained. 5 years ago, Fong La dispatched someone to find him, but that envoy never returned. It is believed Hu Cheng may have gone into hiding elsewhere. The expression of disappointment was evident on Song Jiang's face. Despite their considerable efforts to locate Hu Cheng, he had mysteriously vanished 5 years prior. Do you know where he fled? He inquired. The subordinates are currently unaware, came the reply. At that moment, the sound of footsteps echoed from outside, followed by a boisterous voice bellowing, "You reek of liquor. How dare you two scoundrels drink behind my back? Prepare to receive my fist. Sen Lang, cease this ruckus." Song Jiang admonished sharply, and silence immediately enveloped the surroundings. The door swung open, revealing the Ruan brothers, accompanied by a burly man with a fierce visage, adorned with a horned grass headpiece. This man, known as Li Kuei, was originally a constable from Yuncheng, renowned for his bravery and ferocity. He had joined Song Jiang in seeking refuge at Liangshan Pu and now accompanied him to Tangyin. "Brother, we have returned," Wan Xiao'er announced with a smile. Song Jiang noted the scent of alcohol wafting from them and inquired, "Which spring gathering did you attend?" "We attended the spring gathering at Lushan town. But we have yet to uncover Hu Cheng's whereabouts," Wan Xiao'er replied. Nearby, Daizong interjected, "I have indeed traced him. He is hiding in Liwen village." Yet he too disappeared 5 years ago. The Ruan brothers exchanged glances, and Wan Xiaowu chuckled. "What a coincidence. We were just drinking at the shed in Liwen village today when we encountered a skilled archer who treated us to drinks." Song Jiang's interest was piqued, and he pressed further. "Did you glean any information about Liwen village?" "Our subordinates inquired with the village chief. There is no one named Hu But there is a man called Husheng who bears a resemblance to the person we seek, they responded. Suddenly, Song Jiang sprang to his feet, urgently addressing them. This Husheng must be Hucheng. Did the village chief mention where he might have gone? Ruan Xiao'er hesitated, shaking his head. The village chief indicated that Husheng is quite reserved, and his neighbor is the skilled archer. However, when we questioned him further, he too was unaware of Husheng's family's whereabouts. Dai Zong, with a thoughtful smile, remarked, "Do you not find it curious? A formidable Hucheng lives next to an adept archer. Could there be a connection between them?" Dai Zong's words struck a chord with Song Jiang, who began to suspect a link between the archer's prowess and Hucheng. He slowly nodded. Even if the archer's skills are unrelated to Hucheng, being neighbors implies he must possess some knowledge of Hucheng's whereabouts. I shall pay him a visit at once. At the entrance, Li Kuei suddenly exclaimed, "What need is there for a mere child to visit him? I can simply tie him up with a rope." The Ruan brothers glared at him in fury, but Song Jiang raised a hand to quell their anger. "Do not act rashly. This is not Yinzhou. If we attract the attention of the authorities, we shall find ourselves in dire straits." Chapter 67. The visitor at night. The night had deepened, and Li Yanqing remained at his desk, diligently practicing his calligraphy. Having calmed from the excitement of the Spring Society, he was now focused on the impending county examination in 2 days. Although the exam posed no challenge for him, he was determined to complete the assignments set by his master with utmost sincerity. He needed only to write one more piece to fulfill his homework for the evening. At that moment, a sudden knock at the door startled Li Yanqing. He recalled that Uncle Zhang had fallen into a drunken stupor, unable to answer the door. He set down his brush, donned a jacket, and hastily made his way to the courtyard entrance. Upon opening the door, he was taken aback to find a throng of figures shrouded in darkness before him. "Who are you?" he inquired, momentarily bewildered. Stepping forward, Ruan Xiao'er clasped his fists and smiled. "Young master, it is us." Recognizing Ruan Dage, Li Yanqing glanced at the individuals beside him, particularly a burly man with a dark complexion and twisted beard who left a profound impression on him. Song Jiang advanced, clasping his fists and offering a subtle smile. "I am Song Jiang from Yinzhou, and I have come to pay a visit to the young nobleman." Realizing the identity of this man, Li Yanqing nearly blurted out Shandong's timely reign, Song Gongming, but bit his lip, reminding himself that this was not the realm of water margin, but rather the historical Song Jiang. "Please, come in, Song Gongren," Li Yanqing invited, ushering him into the courtyard. Song Jiang turned to the others and instructed, "You all wait outside. Brother, do not worry. I shall be patient," he added, casting a fierce glare at Li Kuei, who merely rolled his eyes in response. Li Yanqing could not resist stealing another glance at the dark-faced, bearded man, feeling a twinge of wariness. Regardless of how the novel depicted the heroes of Liangshan as champions of justice, the undeniable truth remained that they were outlaws, not the benign and upright gentlemen they were often portrayed to be. As Song Jiang settled into the guest room, Li Yanqing beckoned Sister Ju to prepare a bowl of tea for their guest. "Song Gongren, what brings you to seek my assistance at such a late hour?" Li Yanqing inquired. With a slight smile, Song Jiang replied, "I have come regarding Husheng." With that, he discreetly scrutinized every subtle expression on Li Yanqing's face. As the leader of Liangshan, Song Jiang possessed his own strategies for managing his subordinates, particularly excelling at reading human emotions. His followers, often unruly and tempestuous, required careful handling. Song Jiang would invite them for intimate conversations, noting every nuance of their expressions to gauge their true thoughts, thus enabling him to respond effectively, a skill that had proven reliable time and again. A well-known adage had arisen among the bandits of Liangshan: "Those who gave me life are my parents. Those who truly understand me are Song Gong." Today, employing his tried-and-true methods, Song Jiang meticulously observed Li Yanqing's every movement and expression. Little did he know that Li Yanqing had already surmised the purpose of his visit from the Ruan brothers and had devised his own strategy in response. Li Yanqing nodded. Today, Brother Ruan Xiao'er had already inquired about us with the Baojing, who had explained to them that if Song Guanjin was unaware, I am willing to reiterate what Baojing had said. Uncle whose family had moved away 5 years ago. The place where Song Guanjin now sits was once the parlor of Uncle whose home. He sold the land to us, and we rebuilt the house. There are no remnants of their family's life here. Song Jiang, however, keenly sensed a hint of resistance in Li Yanqing's tone. He quickly smiled and said, "Perhaps young Master Li has misunderstood. I bear no ill will towards Husheng. We were old friends from years past. I always thought he had died 20 years ago, only to later learn that he had not perished but was living incognito in Tangyin County. That is why I traveled a great distance to seek a reunion with an old acquaintance. Li Yanqing replied coolly, if Song Guanjin had arrived 5 years earlier, perhaps you could have met Uncle Hu. Unfortunately, I cannot assist you now. In truth, Li Yanqing knew precisely where Hu Sheng was. For years prior, when Hu Sheng had stealthily come to Li Wanzhuang to investigate, he had informed Li Yanqing that his family resided near the grandmother of Qing'er. Moreover, and Hu had mentioned that her family hailed from Nanil Town in Daming Prefecture, thus confirming that Uncle Hu's family must be living there. Regardless of how eloquently Song Jiang spoke, Li Yanqing would never allow them to disturb the tranquil life of Uncle Hu's family. Song Jiang sighed with regret. I am indeed aware that my old friend has moved away, but I believe someone must know of his whereabouts. Surely, the young master possesses some clues? Li Yanqing chuckled. 5 years ago, I was merely 7 years old. Do you truly believe he would divulge anything to me? Although Song Jiang could not discern any emotion from Li Yanqing's countenance, his extensive experience indicated that every word the youth uttered was meticulously crafted, suggesting he was well informed about Hu Sheng's situation. What kind of man was Song Jiang? How could he be so easily led by a mere boy? His smile faded, and he coldly remarked, perhaps the young master is unaware, but I suspect your father must know. It would be prudent for me to pay a visit to your esteemed father. This was a veiled threat. If you refuse to speak, I shall seek out your father. Li Yanqing's expression shifted, and he called out loudly, Sister Ju, bring the soup. In the customs of the Song Dynasty, welcoming guests with tea and bidding farewell with soup was customary. If the host requested the servant to serve soup, it signified a desire to hasten the guest's departure. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Song Jiang rose, clasped his hands in gratitude, and said, in any case, I must express my thanks for your hospitality, young master. May the mountains remain steadfast, and the waters flow eternal. We shall meet again. Li Yanqing escorted him to the courtyard, saying slowly, let me state this clearly. My father knows nothing of Uncle Hu's affairs. If Song Guanjin insists on seeking my father, I cannot prevent it. However, if any misfortune were to befall my father, do not blame me, Li Yanqing, for seeking counsel at Liangshan. Bo Song Jiang's expression changed abruptly. He fell silent and hastily departed. Upon leaving Li Yanqing's residence, Song Jiang rode at a leisurely pace, a habit of his. By nature, he was cautious, always contemplating his actions meticulously before proceeding. He needed to organize his thoughts before considering his next course of action. Ruan Air, Ruan Wu. Song Jiang turned back and called out, prompting Ruan Shower and Ruan Xiaowu to hasten forward on their steeds, eager to heed their elder brother's command. I wish to inquire. Have you disclosed to Li Yanqing that we hail from Liangshan Marsh? Ruan Shower promptly shook his head, asserting, this secret shall remain sealed. Song Jiang then directed his gaze toward Ruan Xiaowu, asking, and what of you, Brother Wu? I swear, I have never mentioned Liangshan Marsh, came the earnest reply. Song Jiang, well aware of the Ruan brother's discretion, felt a growing perplexity within him. Noticing the unease etched upon Song Jiang's face, Ruan Shower quietly asked, elder brother, what troubles you? It is indeed strange. How could this Li Yanqing possibly know of our origins from Liangshan Marsh? I have merely introduced myself as Song Jiang from Yanzhou. Li Kuei, grinning broadly, chimed in, that merely signifies that elder brother's name is renowned far and wide. Nonsense. Even the officials of Yanqing are oblivious to my refuge in Liangshan Marsh. How could a mere country lad here in the Hebei West Road be privy to such information? What shall we do next? Ruan Shower inquired. To which Song Jiang shook his head in contemplation. Let us return to the inn for now, and deliberate further in the morning. After a moment's hesitation, Ruan Shower softly implored, I beseech you, elder brother, grant me this favor and spare the youth's life. Song Jiang cast a sidelong glance at him, responding calmly, do not fret. I shall exercise my own judgment and ensure you are not cast in the role of the villain.